Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 86 Moon. Louise, who had been speaking voluminously, suddenly felt Mr. Keeper's gaze fixed on her. Her voice immediately faltered, and after a moment of hesitation, seeing Mr. Keeper shift his gaze, she deliberated for a bit before continuing her narration. Aaron withdrew his gaze and fell into thought. At the end of the second epoch, Lilith, the sanguine ancestor, faked her death to escape, then switched her pathway and assumed the identity of Omabella, the giant queen. To make other ancient gods believe that she had perished, Lilith must abandon the moon uniqueness and the sequence 1, beauty goddess, be under characteristic. As a mad ancient god, Lilith most likely possessed two portions of the beauty goddess, be under characteristic plus one portion of another sequence 1, be under characteristic. Aaron suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the scene Hermit Catilia saw when she advanced to sequence 4, mysticologist. In the high sky, there were moons of different colors, some blood red, some silvery white, some dark brown, and some quiet blue, like eyes gazing down at the earth. The 4 moons Catilia saw should be a beyond meaningful manifestation of the moon pathway's uniqueness, and the 3 portions of the sequence 1, beauty goddess, be under characteristics. The red moon symbolizes the portion of the moon pathway uniqueness held by the Evernight goddess. The silver moon should be the sequence 1, beauty goddess, be under characteristic in Lilith's possession. During the encirclement and suppression of Shaman King Karaman, Emlyn White used Lilith's ring to cast Summoning Door, while Lilith subtly influenced the real world through the silver moon. The brown moon should correspond to the sequence 1 in the Mother Tree of Desire's possession, as that outer deity appeared with brownish branches piercing the bound god. She controlled the high sequence beyonder characteristics of the moon pathway, gaining partial authority over the moon, and lured beyonders who believed in the primordial moon to join the Rose school of thought. And the blue star symbolizes rationality, communication, neutrality, corresponding to the god of knowledge and wisdom. The final blue moon is very likely in the hands of the god of knowledge and wisdom. If this is the case, then the Earth Mother's demand for the adjacent pathway's moon sequence 1, beauty goddess, characteristic from the god of knowledge and wisdom, which led to the Battle of Oaths, is a reason sufficient to convince the god of combat. Aaron, whose thoughts were gradually clearing, reined in his scattered thoughts and suddenly noticed that Louise, who had been narrating, had stopped. The gazes of several people, not daring to look at the great existence on the throne, were all fixed on him, with a hint of expectation. Aaron cleared his throat and, looking at Louise with a calm tone, said, "The Battle of Oaths you just mentioned reminded me of some secrets and conjectures, but those are not things you can know at present." Seeing Louise's slight disappointment, Aaron thought for a moment and continued. "However, I can give you a suggestion. You can carefully learn about the doctrines of the Earth Mother Church, without prejudice. Perhaps you will have an unexpected harvest." Seeing that Mr. Keeper was no longer speaking, Farron quickly spoke up, informing everyone at the gathering that Vice Admiral Iceberg's fleet, the Golden Dream, had appeared in the waters near the raging sea to Dixie Bay, searching for a certain item. Finally, he concisely recounted his encounter with Flame Danitz, the 4th sailor of the Golden Dream, and then, in a consulting tone, detailed Danitz's attempt to recruit him. Cheekwald frowned, recalling the task Bishop Montella had given him to read books every day on the ship. He had seen records about Vice Admiral Iceberg in one of those books. After thinking about the overly positive descriptions and evaluations of Vice Admiral Iceberg in the book Bishop Montella gave him, Cheek said, "Vice Admiral Iceberg is enthusiastic about teaching others, almost answering every question. This is both her style and her hobby. She has both ideas and initiative, and she likes to show off her collection. She has a strong thirst for knowledge and enjoys exchanging knowledge with people." Through layers of mist, he looked at the surprised expressions of the other members of the gathering, seemingly finding such an evaluation appearing on a pirate general somewhat incongruous. Cheek's mouth twitched, and he added, "This is a record I saw in a book from the Church of the God of Wisdom and Knowledge." As everyone had different thoughts, Aaron was wondering if the item Vice Admiral Iceberg was looking for was the key to opening the Giant King's court. Was this an adventure stemming from her own initiative, or was it sanctioned by the Church of the God of Wisdom and Knowledge? Recalling Grozel's Travels, a book deeply connected to the world within the book and the spectator pathway, Aaron narrowed his eyes and said, "That Vice Admiral Iceberg indeed comes from the Church of the God of Wisdom and Knowledge. She is their secret force developed on the sea. Their style of action is quite rigorous. They will not commit acts like massacring innocents and will not go against your true nature. Moreover, she has something I am interested in. You can join the Golden Dream as a medium for our communication." Although everyone was curious about what Mr. Keeper was interested in, they dared not ask further. Seeing that no one else was speaking, Sid raised his hand. He had recently become a Sequence 8 gravedigger and had also demonstrated his strength within the Numinous Episcopate, becoming a Sequence 9 corpse collector, officially becoming an internal member of the Numinous Episcopate. He had recently received a new mission, to assist in the search for two defectors from the Rose School of Thought, one named Sharon and the other Marek. After gaining approval, Sid materialized portraits of the two within the gathering. Even though none of them were in the southern continent, they all silently committed the faces to memory. The Rose School of Thought's person in charge of pursuing the defectors was a Sequence 5 Wraith, who had reached some agreement with the Numinous Episcopate's high-ranking members to assist in the pursuit. According to Sid's account, the original pursuit was only in the Stars Plateau, with a smaller scope and scale, known only to the high-ranking members of the Rose School of Thought. But ever since a little over a month ago, the Rose School of Thought suddenly began an unbridled search, and they are recently about to arrive at Caesar Harbor. Aaron raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Sharon, huh? Defecting from the Rose School of Thought. It must be that Ms. Rainette Tynker was killed by Sar, and she hasn't been reborn in the spirit world yet. The hedonist faction of the Rose School of Thought has completely taken control of the situation. Aaron did not ask Sid to do anything. Under the oppression of the hedonist faction, anything a Sequence 8 Gravedigger did would be akin to a moth flying into a flame. After a period of silence, everyone's gaze gathered on the dark golden card placed face down on the left end of the throne. That position had never held an item before. What kind of item could be placed so close by such a hidden existence? Although they all saw the longing in the eyes of the members, no one spoke up. Aaron even noticed Louise constantly glancing at him. To continue the performance, he had to direct it himself. Aaron bowed towards the throne and said, "Great Lord of Order, may we know the origin of that item beside you?" A soft tapping sound echoed. Aaron, enduring the shame in his heart, manipulated the magnificent figure on the throne and slowly spoke. "This is a blasphemy card, the Black Emperor card, from a sacrifice made by another keeper." Chapter 87 Golden Dream. Cards of Blasphemy. The legendary cards made by Roselle that contain the secrets to becoming a god. Louise and Czech felt a tremor in their hearts and couldn't help but blurt it out. Sid and Ferran, who had been somewhat confused, widened their eyes when they heard secrets to becoming a god. In this strange atmosphere, Aaron controlled the figure on the throne to end the gathering. Louise opened her eyes. She had recovered from the shock of just learning about the cards of blasphemy and began to ponder. This Black Emperor card was sacrificed by other deer of the Great Lord of Order. This is enough to show that his influence has spread throughout the real world, secretly affecting the world's trajectory. Why did Mr. Deer tell me to pay more attention to the Earth Mother Church? What signal does this represent? Czech sat at his desk and slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a mountain of books, and a test paper with a score of 68, placed in the most prominent position, which he had just received last week. It was also the first time he had passed Bishop Montella's exam in over a month since he went to sea. Czech looked away from the desktop, towards the red moon outside the window, his left hand clenched, and his right hand reached into his arms, touching the iron box containing his father's inherited Sequence 7 Pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic. He whispered to himself, "Cards of Blasphemy, the secret to becoming a god." On Saturday morning, Ferran arrived at the dock early. After several inquiries, he still couldn't find the white gull. Just as he thought he might have been tricked by Danitz. A man in a hood quietly approached him, walked up close, and lightly coughed, saying, "You finally thought it through and are willing to join our golden dream." Hearing the slightly familiar voice, Ferran put away the short dagger in his sleeve, recognized the newcomer, and opened his mouth in surprise. "Danitz." Danitz's expression immediately changed. After looking around, he said in a slightly displeased low voice, "Damn it. Keep your voice down, do you want everyone to know? Recently, many pirate generals have been interested in our captain's expedition, and many are eager to move. Although we are not afraid of trouble, we cannot cause trouble for the captain due to foolish actions, understand?" Ferran looked at Danitz in the hood in front of him, and he always had an urge to go up and punch him, but he quickly suppressed it, only replying indifferently, "You can't beat them, right? After all, Vice Admiral Iceberg's bounty is among the lower ones among the pirate generals." Danitz immediately jumped up, his voice rising in anger. "Damn it, you fool who only sees bounties. Our captain is the strongest pirate general. It's just because our captain never kills innocent people indiscriminately, only pursues treasures, that his bounty is less than the other pirate generals, understand?" Startled by Danitz's somewhat intense reaction, Ferran had to cover Danitz's mouth to quiet him down. Danitz snorted and said, "Kid, once you join the Golden Dream, you need to know what to say and what not to say. Let's go, we'll take the seagull to the gathering place." Ferran paused, then asked with a hint of confusion, "The seagull?" Danitz turned back and chuckled, his mockery evident. "Of course it's the seagull. The white gull was just a cover. How could I foolishly tell you my location directly? What if you brought spies from some faction? So, of course, I had to observe you." Looking at the smile on Danitz's face, Ferran's fists involuntarily clenched again. Empress Burrow, Backlund, the luxurious villa of the East Tucker family. Aaron sat in the bedroom, with Evelina, who had become a Sequence 8 telepathist, seated to one side. Both pairs of eyes looked at Darren in front of the desk. Darren Sherrill, who had accumulated enough contributions and was promoted to Sequence 6 faceless last week, stood with a strange expression. He always felt uncomfortable under the gaze of that white cat. Looking at those silver eyes, it was as if he had been stripped naked and placed in front of a cat, with no secrets to hide. Aaron put down the documents in his hand, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "You've done very well. The rest of the work can be left to me. I will assign you an even more arduous task." The first page of the document on the desk was clearly the information on Hugh and Furs. Since being hunted by the Aurora Order last time, they had never returned to their original rented house after escaping with the help of the bracelet's teleportation. Although the Aurora Order case had been transferred to another team, Aaron still sent Darren to search for the whereabouts of those two ladies. Even though the two ladies were extremely careful, with Aaron's reminders and Darren's divination assistance, their traces were finally discovered. Aaron took out a document from under the table and handed it to Darren. Darren took it, and just a glance made his eyes narrow slightly. The first page of the document was clearly marked, Pass River Valley, Southern Continent. Aaron said with a smile, "I have already discussed this matter with the family. The half-god stationed by the family in Pass River Valley will also be exchanged with Joseph will have Backlund recently. After you arrive there, if you encounter any high-level problems that you cannot solve, you can also seek his help. The family's colony in the Southern Continent will also cooperate with your actions in the Southern Continent to a certain extent. Remember, your task is only to do the basic work, to prepare for subsequent matters, and not to do anything extra." After emphasizing the task, Aaron also gave a promise. "Within a year, I will go to the Southern Continent to inspect your results. If I am satisfied, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to Sequence 5 marionettist." The raging sea, southeast of Harmonport, a small boat quickly sailed on the sea, heading towards a small island to the east. Ferran wiped the seawater splashing on his face and asked Danitz, who was in front of him, with some helplessness. "How much longer until we arrive? Why do we have to go in such a small boat?" Danitz snorted, his hands moving continuously, rowing hard while replying. "Damn it, it's not far now, you're really stupid. During special times, many people are watching us, so we naturally have to be careful. If we directly take the Seagull, the target would be too big and easily exposed, so we naturally have to take a small boat ourselves midway." Ferran's face was full of black lines. Even though he had been listening all the way, he was still not used to Danitz's foul mouth. Just as he was about to retort, his gaze fixed on the front. A sailboat, dozens of meters long, clean and tidy, reflecting a golden color in the sunlight, appeared next to a small island not far away. On the huge canvas, 5 types of gold coins were depicted: Loen's gold pounds, Faysak's gold horns, Intis's falcon, Fainpot's gold risso, and Lenberg's Saison gold. Thanks to several months of bounty hunter experience, Ferran recognized these gold coins from different countries at a glance. Along the central axis of the deck, there was a main cannon that was somewhat unreasonably large. The barrel was long and narrow, engraved with numerous golden patterns that gleamed in the sunlight. Seeing the surprised expression on Ferran's face, Danitz said proudly, "This is our golden dream." As he spoke, Danitz's strength in his hands did not diminish, and he rowed even harder towards the nearby small island, somewhat impatiently wanting to return to the ship and see the captain he hadn't seen in a long time. And to show off to the Iron Tin Bucket and others that he had brought back a new crew member, exceeding the original mission. Chapter 88 Visit. As the small boat gradually approached the island, Ferran saw sailors busy on the deck and crew members loading and unloading cargo on the island. The most eye-catching was a beautiful lady standing at the bow of the ship. Danitz, who had been vigorously rowing, seemed to be under a body-fixing spell, staring blankly at the bow. Ferran looked at Danitz with disdain. Seeing his pig-like appearance, Ferran knew without a second thought that the lady must be Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. After subtly expressing his contempt, Ferran also turned to look at the bow. This was his first time seeing Vice Admiral Iceberg, not on a wanted poster, that was a bounty of a full 26,000 pounds. This pirate general had a strong scholarly aura but wore a ruin-style pirate outfit. Her face was oval-shaped, her nose bridge was high, and her lips were thin. Her brown long hair was parted in the middle and tied into a simple yet exquisite knot at the back of her head, then smoothly cascaded down. Her light blue eyes were like clear spring water, seemingly scrutinizing him. Wait. She was scrutinizing him. Ferran met those light blue eyes and quickly suppressed the wandering thoughts he had earlier, no longer thinking about the bounty. He lowered his head guiltily. He began to secretly reflect. It seemed that his experience as a bounty hunter had quite a deep impact on him, so much so that whenever he saw a person, he would associate them with a bounty. He had almost forgotten that the person opposite him was about to become his captain for the next few years. A moment later, Danitz led Ferran onto the Golden Dream. On the deck, Danitz enthusiastically greeted the crew members, showing off his new crewmate. First mate, Gourmand, Bra Walrus, second mate, Singer Orpheus, third mate, Flower Tie Yodsun, Bosun Bucket Daniels. Farron felt a strange sensation looking at these people he had seen on the bounty list. Edwina Edwards' figure suddenly appeared. With a calm expression, she nodded to Danitz, then looked at Farron and asked emotionlessly. What languages do you know? And what rituals do you understand? A circle of pirates around them watched with interest. Farron uncomfortably answered the captain's question. Upon hearing that Farron also understood some ancient Hermes and some ritual procedures, Edwina Edwards nodded slightly in satisfaction, then continued. Since you are already here, it means you are willing to join my fleet. I presume Danitz has already told you that my team does not demand you stay on board all the time. There will be a certain amount of vacation time, but as long as you are on board, you must participate in the weekly fixed study day. Since you already have a certain foundation in ancient Hermes and ritual knowledge, you should be able to catch up with their progress quickly. We will have fixed assessment dates. If your results are unsatisfactory, a portion of your gold pounds will be deducted as punishment. Hearing this, Farron's expression finally changed. He suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at a certain hunter who was still mesmerized by his captain's beauty, wanting to give him a fist the size of a sandbag to the face. Why didn't this shit-mouthed Danitz mention such an important matter at all? Backlund's Sherwood Borough, Siffy Street, number 43. The sun had already set, and the afterglow of the sunset bathed the street. Aaron had changed back into his Lucivee Joseph vest, but unlike before, a white cat was perched on his shoulder. The cat had a light gold necklace around its neck. That was a mystical item called the Hypnosis Necklace, crafted by Michel Vide using the Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 6 hypnotist obtained during the exploration of Amon's underground mausoleum, which was extracted step by step and purified from pollution using the Staff of the Sun. The main body was made from a pure Sequence 6 hypnotist Beyonder characteristic combined with certain Beyonder materials to minimize negative effects and extend usage time. It only retained Beyonder abilities such as soothing and psychological suggestion, and these abilities were somewhat weakened, but the negative effects were also extremely subtle. They would only increase the degree of negative emotional influence, turning displeasure into anger, and melancholy into despair. The longer it was used, the deeper the influence. However, for Evelina, who had been a telepathist for a long time, this was not unavoidable. She could keenly perceive changes in her own emotions and, when necessary, use soothing to calm her emotions. In Sherwood Borough, where small companies and residences were numerous, people came and went on the streets, and many bicycles jingled by, but they all seemed to not notice this strange combination of one person and one cat, and they all tacitly avoided that area. This was psychological invisibility achieved with the Hypnosis Necklace, using control over surrounding mind bodies and psychological blind spots to hide in the dark, placing oneself in an awareness blind spot, thereby achieving a kind of invisibility effect where one stands there, but surrounding pedestrians cannot see or sense them at all. But this was only psychological invisibility, it would still interact with the surroundings, only eliminating the sense of presence and being in a blind spot of attention. Once that interaction became stronger, exposure would be inevitable. Since obtaining this mystical item, Evelina's favorite ability was this one. Although it was a great burden on her spirituality, she still enjoyed it tirelessly, constantly using psychological invisibility to harass the servants at home, even claiming it was practice. As a result, recently, the family's male and female servants always felt that some ghosts or similar things had entered the villa, but thanks to that period of practice, Evelina finally succeeded in helping Aaron with psychological invisibility recently. Aaron glanced at the note in his hand, which was the intelligence Darren had left before leaving, confirming again that the house in front of him was the one Hugh and Furs had rented after fleeing that night. After sensing for a moment, the extra sense on the Beyonder level from the sheriff did not detect any abnormalities. Aaron adjusted his top hat and stepped forward to knock on the door. Inside the room, both Hugh and Furs were somewhat troubled. Furs was no longer her usual lazy self, sprawled on the sofa. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked at the newspaper on the table and the discarded draft scattered on the floor with a worried expression. Ever since they escaped using the bracelet last time, fearing retaliation from the lunatics of the Aurora Order, she and Hugh had not returned to their original rented place in East Borough but had rented a house in the well-policed Sherwood Borough. Because they had some expectations before leaving that night, both of them carried valuables with them. Furs brought the notebook left to her by Mrs. Anlisa, and Hugh had deposited the commission earned from previous bounty missions in the Backlund Bank. It was also thanks to that pre-deposited commission and Furs's recent royalties that the two of them were barely able to temporarily settle in Sherwood Borough, where rent was expensive and living expenses were high. Chapter 89 Informant Shio. Furs reread the several newspapers she had bought after disguising herself that morning, but still found no reports about the Aurora Order. Without any information, she didn't know what would be considered safe. Just as the two were frowning in thought, a knocking sound, do-do-do, echoed. Zio sat up, pulling out a gleaming three-edged dagger from under the table. Furs, startled by the sudden knock, trembled, and the newspaper in her hand fell onto the table, covering a silver bracelet with 4 remaining dark green, rough stones. Furs hurriedly pushed the newspaper aside, picked up the bracelet, and stared nervously at the door, ready to flee at any moment. Zio gripped the three-edged dagger tightly, slowly walked towards the door, and motioned for Furs to follow behind her. With her left hand on the doorknob, she asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Luciv Joseph." "I believe Miss Zio should have heard that name." Aaron, maintaining his cold persona, responded from outside the door. Zio was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to directly state his name. Luciv Joseph was a very famous hunter in the East Borough previously, a true gentleman who enjoyed punishing evil and promoting good. Recalling her previous assessment of him, Zio hesitated, unsure how this gentleman had found this place or what he wanted with her. Uncertain of his purpose, yet unable to keep the door shut indefinitely, which would only make her seem suspicious, Zio deliberated. She then motioned for Furs to move away from her, and she stepped forward to open the door. A somewhat rugged man wearing a black suit and a semi-tall top hat stood indifferently at the door. Zio wondered if she was hallucinating. She seemed to see a white cat on his shoulder, but it vanished in an instant. Although the man opposite had changed his clothes and was no longer wearing his characteristic hunter attire, she recognized him at a glance. It was indeed Luciv Joseph. Aaron stood at the door, his spirituality fluctuating slightly, warning Evelina not to cause trouble. He looked at Zio, who stood by the door gripping a three-edged dagger, and Furs, who stood not far away inside the room. Seeing the Abraham family's bracelet tightly clutched in Furs's hand, Aaron, worried that she might bolt at the slightest disturbance like last time, took the initiative to speak. "The matter of the Aurora Order has been largely resolved. For some reason, the previous events will not be investigated further. You don't need to be so nervous." Furs's eyes immediately lit up, feeling as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Zio, however, stared at the former adventurer with full vigilance, asking without daring to relax in the slightest. "Thank you very much for the information, Mr. Luciv. What do you and the power behind you want with us?" Zio was no longer the naive little girl who had just arrived in Backlund. She and the gentleman in front of her were only nodding acquaintances. Why would he specially come to tell her such a secret? Furthermore, it was impossible for a mere hunter to know such information. There must be an organization behind him. Looking at the two nervous faces before him, Aaron uttered a single word in a low voice, "Mason dear." Ignoring the drastic change in Zio's expression, he walked in unconcernedly, sat on the sofa, and motioned for Furs, who was standing somewhat bewildered, to close the door. Furs looked worriedly at Zio, finally remembering that this seemed to be Zio's father's name, and then carefully closed the door. "I work for a certain important figure, and I am also a member of MI9. I know your purpose in coming to Backlund, and I also know the answer you seek." Aaron sat on the sofa, looking at Zio, whose face showed a glimmer of hope, and added, "But you are completely unqualified to know about that matter right now. Everything you want to do requires greater strength. And I can now offer you such an opportunity. You can become my subordinate, complete the tasks I provide, and exchange your subsequent sequence advancements based on your contributions." Seeing Zio nod without hesitation, Aaron smiled faintly and handed over a document, saying with a subtle smile, "This is your first task, investigate his crimes and obtain concrete evidence." Zio looked at the name on the document and asked with a slight surprise, "Cap'n? The wealthy man who also lives in Sherwood Borough?" Aaron nodded slightly, then said with a sarcastic tone, "In Backlund, innocent young girls often disappear on secluded, deserted streets, and after a long time, they might be accidentally discovered in various legal or illegal brothels. Numerous rumors point to Cap'n, believing him to be a criminal boss with blood-stained hands and a dirty reputation, but due to insufficient evidence, he remains free to this day and has befriended many important figures." Furs, listening nearby, clenched her fists, wishing she could just open the door and go to Cap'n's house to bring him to justice, but then she quietly chickened out, feeling that her current combat power was insufficient to complete such a task. At the same time, she secretly planned to create another scoundrel named Carl in her work, Wuthering Heights, and have a righteous and brave detective lady bring this scoundrel to justice and send him to the gallows. Neither Zio nor Aaron noticed Furs's peculiarity. Instead, Evelina, who was squatting on the sofa in psychological invisibility, quickly noticed Furs's silly grin. After observing her with her telepathist ability, she concluded, a timid but very imaginative human, then rolled over and paid no further attention. Zio flipped through the thick stack of materials in her hand, looking at the numerous accusations against Cap'n, feeling that this scoundrel deserved to die 10,000 times over. Aaron did not pay attention to Zio's reaction. Cap'n was merely a tool. Even if Cap'n died, as long as George III still needed people like Cap'n to plunder the population, there would continue to be people like Grappin, Epin, and so on. The reason for troubling Cap'n now was simply for his subsequent acting and to gain some initiative, thereby exchanging for more benefits. To prevent Zio from accidentally touching upon things she shouldn't know yet and bringing trouble upon herself, Aaron still reminded her. "You just need to find a way to track and collect evidence of Cap'n's crimes, and verify his charges. Even if some things you uncover raise questions, you must suppress your curiosity and not do anything unnecessary, if you still want to live to get the answer you seek. Also, this house is not far from Captain's villa. I have already paid the rent for the next 2 months, so you can stay here and operate for the time being. Zio was stunned, instantly understanding Aaron's meaning. The task's duration was only 2 months. If it couldn't be completed within 2 months, it would be considered a failure. No longer looking at Zio, who was deep in thought, Aaron turned his head to look at Furs, who was still standing in the corner, with a silly grin, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 90, The Salted Fish Lady Who Was Critically Attacked. Furs only felt a sharp gaze fall on her, making her shiver all over, and she immediately woke up from her fantasy of punishing evildoers. Looking at those indifferent eyes, Furs chuckled dryly, stammering slightly, "Hello, it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Luswide." At the same time, she muttered to herself, "Is this the oppressive feeling of a famous hunter? Why don't I feel this aura from Zio? Is it because she's too weak? No, I need to add a powerful adventurer who is understanding and always willing to help the detective lady. Let's call him Alan Caesar." Seeing this author lady once again lost in her own thoughts, but not showing any panic or dejection, Aaron recalled the weather conditions of the past few days. It seemed there hadn't been a red full moon yet. Aaron immediately understood. So this guy hadn't heard Mr. Door's full moon ravings yet, no wonder she was so lively. Looking at the silver bracelet on Furz's hand, and the 4 remaining rough dark green stones on it, Aaron calculated inwardly, his eyes flickering. Realizing she had zoned out, Furs quickly snapped back, secretly glancing at the mysterious and powerful hunter opposite her. Although he was staring at her, his gaze was more focused on the bracelet Mrs. Anlisa had given her. Furz's heart inexplicably fluttered, remembering the cost of using this bracelet from Mrs. Anlisa's leftover notes. Her heart immediately sank. Originally worried about the Aurora Order's search and retaliation, plus the lack of any other abnormal reactions these days, she hadn't paid much attention to this aspect. At this moment, she became somewhat nervous, her fingers twirling the ends of her chestnut-colored long hair, her face full of struggle, wanting to ask but not daring to. Aaron glanced at Furs. Even without the ability of a telepathist, he could see through this guy's thoughts at a glance and calmly said, "This bracelet comes from an ancient family, and this family has always been enduring a, well, let's call it a curse." Aaron paused in the middle, revealing a strange expression that neither Furs nor Zio understood. "You must already be clear about its ability. As long as you pull off a stone and recite Door in ancient Hermes, you can use the spirit world to travel to your desired location." Furs exchanged a strange look with Zio. She always felt that Mr. Luswide understood this mystical item better than she, its user, did. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the bracelet, raised it slightly, and looked into Furz's light blue eyes, making Furs even more nervous. Then he spoke without any emotion. "For most people, this bracelet is a very valuable and practical mystical item. But after a Beyonder of the Apprentice pathway uses it, they will hear full moon ravings every full moon. You will directly hear mad ravings, which cannot be blocked by normal means. You can only endure them silently. If you can't endure them, you will lose control and die. Full moon ravings." Furz's body began to tremble again. Mrs. Anlisa's notes didn't detail full moon ravings. She stammered for a moment and asked, "Will I die?" Aaron looked at the instantly timid lazy fish lady and said calmly, suppressing his smile, "No, at least not for now." Furs and Zio had just breathed a sigh of relief when their hearts tightened again. What did "not for now" mean? Aaron raised his hand and pointed at the bracelet Furs was tightly gripping, explaining, "Every time you use a stone on the bracelet, the influence of the full moon ravings on you will deepen. But even if you never use the bracelet again from now on, the influence of the ravings you receive each full moon will be deeper than the last time." After hearing Aaron's explanation, Furz's face instantly turned incredibly pale, and Zio's expression was also somewhat grim. To be honest, neither of them had anticipated such a significant side effect of the bracelet before using it. Both had already entered the Beyonder world, so they naturally understood the meaning of losing control. Looking at the dazed, even somewhat despairing, lazy fish lady, Aaron felt he shouldn't discourage her too much. After all, the situation wasn't that serious yet. However, if Aaron had known that this author lady had just written him into her novel, he would definitely have scared her for a little longer. There's no need for that expression. You've only used one stone, and it hasn't reached that point yet. You'll initially be less affected by the full moon ravings. At least for the first 2 years, there will be no life-threatening danger. Instead, you can use this to strengthen your tolerance to the ravings, which is something many Beyonders dream of." Aaron teased, and Furs barely twitched the corner of her mouth, wailing in her heart, "I don't want this kind of opportunity," but she only dared to shout it internally. "You can also become an outer member of our organization for now, completing missions with this lady, accumulating contributions, and obtaining a method to be free from the influence of the full moon ravings," Aaron said, pointing to Zio. Firs hastily spoke, afraid that answering too slowly would displease this gentleman. Willing, thank you very much for your help and information. Aaron took out a stack of large banknotes from his jacket pocket, placed them on the table opposite, and said coldly. Don't thank me yet. This basic information is a benefit for you becoming outer members. Diligently completing missions and being loyal to the organization is the correct way for you to express your gratitude. Next is our transaction. This is a total of £600 in cash. I want to buy 1 stone from your bracelet. This is a very fair price. Although for non-apprentice pathway beyonders, this is almost a life-saving divine artifact, it can only be used once. As a consumable, £600 is already considered a very high price. Firs felt her heart pounding wildly. The low mood she had felt earlier upon learning about being entangled with the full moon ravings vanished. £600. Living in Sherwood Borough these past few days, her and Zio's savings were almost spent. She was truly impoverished now, and ever since she learned the cost of an apprentice pathway beyonder using that bracelet, Firs had secretly vowed never to use it again. Since that was the case, it was better to sell it. Having made up her mind, she exchanged a look with Zio, no longer hesitating. Firs took off a cyan stone and placed it on the table. Seeing that the matter was concluded, Aaron got up, picked up the stone, and was about to leave. Zio also quickly got up and asked, a little nervously. Mr. Luswide, how should I contact you for submitting subsequent intelligence and mission information? Firs lowered her head and stammered, adding, and the rewards and contributions for completing missions. Aaron walked out without looking back, but his voice clearly carried, the usual place, Backlund Bridge area, Iron Gate Streets, Brave Ones Bar, find Caspers. Chapter 91 Letter. Aaron's figure slowly walked out of the room, disappearing into the crowd. Firs quickly stepped forward and closed the door, and after hearing the sound of the door closing, both of them sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat exhausted. In less than 3/4 of an hour, Firs had learned too much, she felt her brain wasn't enough to process it all, the bracelet, the ancient family, the full moon's ravings. Firs felt that she really needed some time to calm down and think. Looking at the discarded draft scattered on the floor and the £600 cash on the table, Firs swore she wasn't deliberately procrastinating, but rather it was forced by circumstances. Firs muttered to herself, he's a strange and mysterious hunter, but he's a true gentleman. Beside her, Zio glanced at the bracelet on her friend's wrist, which now only had 3 stones left, and added, after all, he could have just robbed us, and we probably couldn't have resisted except by teleporting away. After they finished speaking, they fell silent, both lamenting their own weakness. Firs sat up from the sofa and began writing a letter to her newspaper editor, explaining that she was moving and would need to stop writing for a few days. Since she wouldn't die within 2 years, and as long as she endured the pain of the full moon, there was a chance if she didn't die. Firs decided to quickly accumulate contributions to exchange for a method to get rid of the ravings as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Zio, who had truly found clues to her father's case, was full of energy. She picked up the stack of documents regarding Capim's crimes and began to read them carefully, considering the direction of her investigation. By the window, a white cat with a light gold necklace hanging from its chest was quietly observing their words and actions, but neither of them seemed to notice it. Immediately, the white cat's figure disappeared, only to reappear a moment later on Aaron's shoulder in a small alley in Sherwood Borough. Zio felt a gust of wind, looked towards the window, and saw that the sunset had completely faded, and the red moon had already risen. Backlund, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey looked at Evelina, who was playing with Susie, and a gentle smile appeared on her delicate face. Recently, Susie had learned how to open doors with handles. Audrey didn't need to open the door at all, Susie lifted her front paw, gave a gentle push, and with a click, the door opened. 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 white, instantly vanished. Seeing these 2 mischievous darlings only caring about running out to play and not even closing the door, Audrey lifted her skirt and walked gracefully to gently close the door to avoid being disturbed by Annie and the others later. She then returned to her desk. Looking at the letter on the table, Audrey's mood became pleasant and expectant. She eagerly tore open the letter, and what met her eyes was the familiar handwriting. Backlund's most dazzling jewel, the beautiful Miss Audrey. A hint of shyness flashed in her emerald eyes, like the purest gems, and a bashful smile involuntarily appeared on her delicate face as she continued reading. The first half of the letter recounted historical stories rich in mystical elements, which interested Audrey the most. Audrey remembered that the previous letter's story had just introduced the legendary Antigonus family of the 4th epoch, but only briefly mentioned that it was one of the great nobles of the Tudor Empire in the 4th epoch. This successfully piqued Audrey's interest. In the days she hadn't received a letter, she had also actively searched for information about the Antigonus family. However, Audrey also kept Aaron's reminder in the letter firmly in mind, not making a big fuss. She only collected information simply as a mysticism enthusiast, and thus the information she obtained was extremely limited. Audrey unfolded the letter and read on, seeing that the Antigonus family had built the city of the dead, turning their deceased believers into mummified puppets, hanging upside down within the city. Thinking about that scene, Audrey immediately felt a little scared, until she saw the end of the story, where the Antigonus family was annihilated by the Evernight goddess church at the end of the fourth epic. Audrey gently exhaled, drew a crimson moon on her chest, and thought happily to herself. Not allowing corpses to rest is truly an evil act. The souls and bodies of the deceased should find peaceful slumber. Praise the Evernight goddess. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the historical stories Aaron described only touched upon the most superficial parts, belonging to a certain level of secrecy, but even if others knew, they would only marvel at Lord Aaron's extensive knowledge. At the end of the story, the rest of the letter became somewhat improper. Audrey glanced at it, and her face immediately flushed. Then, she thought of something, looked around somewhat guiltily, and hastily got up to lock the door. My dearest Miss Audrey, I hope this letter conveys my deep longing for you. Whenever I close my eyes, your face appears in my mind, like Backlund's most dazzling jewel, brilliantly radiant. Audrey, blushing, read to the end of the letter, where the signature read, Your best friend, Aaron Weil. Looking at the open letter in front of her, Audrey was somewhat lost in thought, wondering what she was thinking. In the living room of Earl Hall's residence, Earl Hall, with two handsome small mustaches, azure eyes, relaxed muscles, a bulging belly, and nasolabial folds on his face, sat on the sofa reading a newspaper. His eldest son, Hibbert Hall, sat beside him. Hibbert smiled and said to Earl Hall, Father, this year we've outmaneuvered the Conservative Party and passed the repeal of the Corn Laws. This is a great opportunity for our new party to grow and strengthen. Next Wednesday is your 50th birthday dinner. Who do you think we should invite? Earl Hall put down the newspaper and was about to answer when he was interrupted by other sounds. Susie led Evelina through the living room, heading straight for the garden in the backyard. Audrey's personal maid, Annie, helplessly chased after them but was still left behind. Ever since Audrey disciplined her last time, Susie no longer ran wild in the villa. As long as Evelina came, she would take her to the backyard garden to chase and play, and indeed, she rarely damaged things in the house anymore, which also had Audrey's support. The only drawback was that every time they returned from the backyard garden, the chore maids had to give Susie and Evelina a good bath. Therefore, Audrey would always allocate a portion of her pocket money as a reward to the chore maids. Hibbert watched Evelina run off after Susie, his gaze flickering. He looked at his father, Earl Hall, and continued to ask. Father, are you planning to invite Lord Aaron to your party? This would be an excellent opportunity for our new party. Earl Hall smiled and said, Of course, you young people should interact more. But don't worry about the invitations, I've already spoken with Audrey. At this point, Earl Hall sighed and self-deprecatingly said in a slightly teasing tone, In that lord's heart, your father's face isn't as important as Audrey's. He then put away his smile and said to Hibbert with a meaningful look. What you want, you should strive for yourself. Don't think about relying on Audrey. I hope their relationship develops naturally, without any other elements mixed in, do you understand? Chapter 92 Mr. Azek. Audrey's thoughts soared as she carefully folded the letter on the table, took out paper and pen again, rested her chin in her hands, and pondered her father's words from that evening. With a pen in her right hand and her left hand on her forehead, Audrey pondered, troubled, how to write the letter, how to invite Aaron to her father's birthday banquet while subtly expressing her strong interest in the story to come. After a moment's thought, Audrey's eyes brightened, and she picked up a piece of letter paper and began to write. I invite you to my father's birthday party on Wednesday evening. Also, I really enjoy your story, and if you have enough time, I hope you can tell it to me in person. Your best friend, Audrey Hall. Audrey finished the last paragraph of the letter, her eyes subtly turning, and with her pen, she drew a smiley face at the end of the letter. Once the ink was dry, she folded the letter and put it into an envelope. Humming a cheerful tune, Audrey lifted her skirt, opened the door, and prepared to look for Susie and Evelyn, who had run off somewhere. Empress Borough, Backlund, on the second floor of East Taker family's luxurious villa. The red moonlight spilled onto the window ledge. With a creak, the window was pushed open, and Evelyn, carrying a small bag, darted in. Aaron skillfully took out the letter, unfolded it with a smile, and began to read. When he saw the smiley face at the end of the letter, Aaron smiled, shook his head, folded the letter, and carefully put it away. Wednesday, huh? Time is a bit tight, Aaron mused to himself, then glanced at the wall clock. It's only 11 o'clock, not too late. He then walked to the changing room, changed his clothes, put on a death mask, and picked up the cyan stone he had bought from Furs. His figure blurred and disappeared. When Aaron opened his eyes, he was already at East Taker Manor in the suburbs. The guards were slightly surprised to see Aaron. After verifying his identity, Aaron walked in and headed straight to Michel Ved's workshop. The workshop was filled with incessant clanging sounds. Michel Ved was forging a whip-shaped weapon. Seeing Aaron walk in, he looked surprised, stopped his work, and went to greet him. He glanced at the wall clock, and his mood instantly became complicated. It inexplicably reminded him of that dark and windy night when he had met Earl Aaron at home around the same time for a friendly exchange. "Earl Aaron, what do you need forged this time?" It was no wonder Michel Ved asked this way. After all, apart from the first friendly recruitment, every subsequent meeting with Earl had been for the purpose of forging mystical items, which he had grown accustomed to. Seeing the craftsman being so understanding, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, took out the dark cyan, rough stone, and said to Michel Ved, "This is a rather unusual mystical item. By reciting Door in ancient Hermes, one can use the spirit world to travel to a desired location. It's very practical, but unfortunately, it can only be used once. And I've come this time because I want you to forge it into a mystical item that can be used by ordinary people who don't possess much spirituality. After all, its essence is to travel through the spirit world, but ordinary people cannot distinguish directions in the spirit world." Michel Ved pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Well, you could use some spiritual materials to assemble the exterior as a source of spirituality to activate the teleportation, and engrave guiding patterns on it." He then added, "These are only theoretically feasible. I need to check some material. Moreover, if it's for ordinary people to use, some sun domain charms would also need to be inscribed to prevent disturbances from other spiritual bodies during spirit world teleportation." Aaron gave him an approving look and continued, "Very good, then proceed with your idea. Use the best materials, and make it into a necklace. Remember to make the necklace exquisite and beautiful. It's a gift for a friend," Aaron emphasized, staring at Michel Ved. Michel Ved froze for a moment, feeling a vague sense of unease, and responded, "All right, Earl Aaron, when do you need this item? So I can arrange my time." Aaron placed his hand on Michel Ved's shoulder, applying a slight pressure, and said with a smile, 2.5 days. I can give you a maximum of 2.5 days. I need to see the finished product before Wednesday afternoon. You should be able to complete it, right?" Michel Ved felt the pressure on his shoulder, his face twitched, and he looked back somewhat helplessly at the nearly formed whip-shaped weapon behind him and the few unfinished molds not far away. Aaron's smile did not diminish, and he followed his gaze, adding, "Any material losses incurred will be borne by me. You don't need to worry about that." Michel Ved sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. Ahawa County, Loen Kingdom, on the banks of the Hoi River in Tianjin City. The gentle morning breeze brought a comfortable feeling. Inside the conference room of the Hoi University History Department, two people sat facing each other. One wore a vice professor's robe, with a serious face and a strong scholarly aura. The other was a middle-aged man of medium build with bronze-colored skin. He was clean-shaven, wore a top hat, had black hair and brown eyes, soft features, and his eyes revealed an indescribable sense of vicissitude. Below his right ear was a small black mole that could only be seen upon closer inspection. Cohen, a senior associate professor in the history department at Hoi University, put down the resume in his hand, thought for a moment, and then asked the man opposite him several specialized questions about 4th epoch and 5th epoch history. The middle-aged man opposite responded quickly without hesitation or pause. After hearing the answers, Associate Professor Cohen nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and extended his right hand, saying, "Mr. Ask Eggers, your professional capabilities are sufficient to qualify for the position of lecturer in the history department at Hoi University. Welcome to join us." Ask smiled, stood up as well, and extended his hand. Associate Professor Cohen greatly appreciated Mr. Ask's views on certain historical issues, even though these views might differ somewhat from his own. Just as the two were about to delve deeper into some historical topics, the conference room door was suddenly knocked. Associate Professor Cohen frowned and called out loudly, "Come in." The conference room door was pushed open, and 2 men and 1 woman entered with smiles. Seeing the 3, Associate Professor Cohen's expression softened, and he introduced them to Mr. Ask beside him. "These 3 are my students, Klein Moretti, Welch McGovern, and Naya." He then pointed to Mr. Ask and introduced him to his students. "This is Mr. Ask Eggers, the new lecturer in the history department at Hoi University. You can consult him if you have any questions in the future." Klein Moretti, with black hair, brown eyes, ordinary features, a deeper outline, and a clear scholarly air, bowed slightly and extended his right hand, shaking hands with the new history department lecturer, Mr. Ask. Chapter 93 Old Kohler. Backlund's East Borough, Iron Gate Street. Pale yellow mist permeated the surroundings, blurring the figures of passers-by, and the chill of early morning seeped into their clothes. Shio wore heavily padded boots and a thick beard, making herself look like a short man, with furs, who wore a light brown peaked cap, beside her. Originally, Shio was unwilling for her friend to risk herself by participating in the investigation, but ever since she learned that the price of that bracelet would endanger her friend's life, she completely changed her attitude. Early in the morning, she pulled Furs, who was sprawled in bed, up, and using the authority of an arbiter, forcefully took Furs out, preparing to help her friend accumulate enough contributions as soon as possible to exchange for a method to escape the influence of the full moon's whispers. Furs rubbed her eyes, still blurry with sleep, and was about to yawn when she was choked by the pale yellow mist pervading the air, coughing several times before recovering, though this also made her much more awake. Furs felt like she was about to crack. She had stayed up until dawn replying to her editor and organizing her manuscripts from this period. After finally falling asleep, she kept dreaming of her body mutating into a disgusting monster under a red full moon, waking up several times in fright, and then, just as she finally stopped dreaming, she was forcefully booted up by Xiao. Xiao listened to her friend's constant grumbling complaints along the way and responded helplessly in a low voice. All right, I admit I was too impatient, but this is entirely due to you scaring yourself, isn't it? Well then, next time we'll leave at 9 a.m., that should give you a bit more time, right? Furs chuckled, shamelessly leaning close to Xiao and rubbing her head. How about 12 p.m.? We can go after lunch, that way we'll have more strength. Xiao slapped away the hand on her head, her arbiter's authority evident as she stared at her friend, and Furs's voice grew lower and lower until it was gradually inaudible. Xiao retracted her gaze, lowered her head, and hurried along, just like the early morning commuters around her, while Furs pouted and quickly followed. The two arrived at the Bravehearts Bar deep in Iron Gate Street. During the day, the Bravehearts Bar was sparsely populated, as the alcoholics clearly only came here for entertainment after work in the evening. Behind the counter, Casper's Canrining's face no longer held the anxiety of a few weeks ago. He was humming a tune and wiping glasses. Seeing a short man enter with a tall lady, he immediately whistled and said with a smile, "What can I get for you too?" Xiao lowered her voice and said, "Casper's Canrining, Mr. Lucy Ford Joseph sent us." Hearing the familiar voice, Casper's Canrining was slightly startled and stared for a while before recognizing that the short man in front of him was Xiao. After confirming their identities, Casper smiled again and personally led the two to a private room in the back, closed the door, and pulled out 2 identification documents from a drawer, bearing the Backlund Police Department's insignia. Casper smiled and handed the 2 documents to Furs and Xiao, and meeting the 2 ladies' slightly puzzled gazes, he said with a smile, "These are the documents that Lucy Ford left with me. They can help you with some investigations, and you can even borrow some more official power." Xiao took the document and glanced at the smiling Caspers, still unable to resist asking, "What are you now?" Casper's smile widened. With this semi-official support, he no longer had to worry about previous matters, and he cleared his throat and said, "I am honored to be valued. I also serve that important figure. Mr. Lucy Ford will leave your tasks with me." Just like how you usually receive tasks, but afterward, we will all come to the private room for individual transactions." Xiao nodded, put away the document, and took the more detailed intelligence that Caspers handed her, scanning it and pausing on a street name, East Borough Black Palm Street. First took out her fake reporter's ID and followed Xiao, who was disguised as a man, walking along Black Palm Street in the East Borough. The harsh environment made both of them frown involuntarily. The two left the streets covered in trash and waste and walked along a tributary of the Tussock River in the East Borough. As they walked, Xiao saw a middle-aged man, 40 or 50 years old, with graying temples and wearing a thick jacket, kneeling by the river in front of them. He was covering his face and weeping bitterly, with shoemaking tools scattered at his feet. Is he going to jump into the river to commit suicide? Not only in Loen, but across the entire northern continent, suicide is not only prohibited by the major churches but also subject to legal punishment. As for the reason, Xiao was originally unclear, until she gradually understood the relevant matters after encountering some strange things during bounty missions. Firstly, many suicides choose to drown themselves, and if not discovered in time, there is a certain probability of turning into a water ghost. Secondly, the emotions of suicides are often very abnormal, and in this state, ending one's life is akin to sacrifice, which may resonate with certain strange and terrifying existences. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches all prohibit their followers from committing suicide based on their own doctrines, and the royal family has also promoted corresponding legislation. Xiao frowned. Although she didn't fully understand the specific situation yet, she still used her leg strength to appear behind the middle-aged man and drag him away from the riverside. Pulled down by the sudden force, the middle-aged man raised his tear-stained, wrinkled face, his eyes filled with gloom. Furs sighed, accustomed to Xiao's meddling nature, and also walked up, took out her fake reporter's ID, and using the original reason of investigating missing persons, said to the man, "Sir, I am a reporter, and I am here to investigate the living conditions of the people in the East Borough. You can tell me anything you've experienced, and I might be able to help you." The man's originally gloomy eyes instantly lit up with a spark of hope. His voice was hoarse but full of pleading as he looked at Furs, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. "Miss Reporter, please save my family. I'll do anything you ask." Furs, who had only been pretending to take out her notebook, paused slightly and exchanged glances with Xiao, then somewhat helplessly helped the man up from the ground and led him to a nearby tree stump. The middle-aged man hastily wiped the tears from his face, took off his jacket, and placed the cleaner side on the tree stump, saying respectfully, even humbly, "Miss Reporter, please sit." Furs sighed, did not sit down, and asked directly, "You can tell me your story now." A look of pain and daze flashed across the middle-aged man's face, finally turning numb, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. "My name is Kohler. I used to live in a dilapidated house on the side of Black Palm Street. Everyone called me Old Kohler. I was originally a decent worker, had a wife, and 2 lovely children, a boy and a girl. But 2 weeks ago, they suddenly contracted an infectious disease. I was very lucky not to get sick, but I also stayed in the hospital for a few days, and therefore lost my job, lost everything." Then his tone became agitated, full of pleading as he continued. "I have nothing left now, only my 2 children who are still lying in the dilapidated house. I can no longer afford the hospital fees." Furs didn't foolishly ask where his wife was, but instead looked at Shio for help. She had originally thought that Old Kohler's family members were missing, and perhaps she could find clues about human trafficking, but the actual situation was beyond her expectations, leaving her somewhat at a loss, especially since they didn't have much time for the investigation. Chapter 94, Emerald Chain. Shio sighed, looking at the tear-streaked Old Kohler in front of her, and after a moment of thought, asked, "How did this infectious disease appear? Have many people been infected?" Old Kohler lowered his head, recalling painfully, "My wife worked at Cappen's factory, as a grocery worker. More than 2 weeks ago, she suddenly fell ill and was dismissed by the factory. Many workers at Cappen's factory contracted this strange illness. Quite a few went to the police station to report it, but they were all beaten back by those East Borough police." Cappen. Furs's eyes immediately lit up. She exchanged a look with Shio, both a little surprised. "My wife fell ill, followed by my 2 children. I was also sent to the hospital. Since then, I've often been unable to find work," Old Kohler said numbly, with a hint of reminiscence and sadness. "All my money went to the hospital, hoping they could save my family. To save money while they were hospitalized, I waited for an opportunity to enter the workhouse. But every workhouse has a limit on numbers. If I was lucky and queued in time, I could live well for a few days, recover some strength, and then find a temporary job. Until the day before yesterday, the hospital sent my 2 children back." Old Kohler paused, adding, "And my wife's ashes. I returned to that dilapidated house to take care of my children. My original job was shoemaking, but they fired me today, just saying my hands were trembling." After all, Furs was not a professional reporter, and for a moment, she didn't know what to ask. She looked around, and through the pale, yellowish mist, she only saw faces with clear signs of hunger. Some were still relatively clear-headed, these were residents of the East Borough. Others were numb and exhausted, not looking like humans, these were vagrants. After a few minutes of silence, Shio walked over, forcefully handed him a handful of copper pennies, and pulled him up. "This is for the interview. Now, take us to see your children." Old Kohler was stunned for a moment, then quickly got up and led the 2 kind people to his small hut. They walked along the lower street, constantly seeing residents with torn clothes, numb expressions, and malnutrition. They even encountered 2 cases of natural death, both belonging to the type of long-term starvation, poor health, and sudden illness. As a former doctor and current author, Furs rarely came to the East Borough, and even if she did, she wouldn't go deep. Despite having some expectations, she still found the scene before her somewhat difficult to accept. As a bounty hunter who had long been active in the East Borough, Shio already understood the true conditions of the lowest strata of the East Borough and was somewhat numb to it. She silently exhaled and whispered to Furs. "Every month, countless people suffer and pass away here. However, bankrupt farmers and former slaves pouring in from the South Continent will quickly fill their places. Just like endless stalks, one crop after another." Both fell silent, following Old Kohler in front through the choking mist. East Borough, Black Palm Street. Old Kohler led the 2 to a simple, dilapidated hut. There was almost no furniture inside. 2 children lay on a bed made of straw, their bodies emaciated and bloodless. As a former doctor, Furs immediately frowned. She took out a mask from her pocket, which she had specifically brought to protect herself from the smog. After an examination, she actually discovered several diseases. This was somewhat unusual. Furs secretly noted it down, planning to use it as a clue. She then quickly wrote a prescription and a note, handing them together to Old Kohler. "This prescription can at most stabilize your children's condition. Tomorrow, you can take them to this place, only there can they be saved." Old Kohler's face showed excitement and gratitude. He eagerly took the note and the prescription. The note read, "Backlund, Sherwood Borough, 43 Siffield Street. Wednesday afternoon, Backlund Suburbs, East Taker Manor." Lord Aaron sat on the sofa outside Michelle Wade's workshop, looking at the necklace in his hand with satisfaction. The necklace was entirely composed of emerald green spiritual crystals, with golden patterns running across its surface, making it exquisite and luxurious. The pendant of the necklace was a smooth, dark green hexagonal stone that had been carved and polished, with a profound and complex rune engraved on its surface. After placing it in an exquisite gift box, Lord Aaron put it away with satisfaction, then looked at Michelle Wade, who had dark circles under his eyes, and listened to his introduction. Lord Aaron, this necklace basically meets the requirements you raised last time. Even ordinary people who have not become beyonders can use it, but relying solely on the necklace's spirituality, it can only transmit short distances and cannot support long-distance transmission. It is engraved with symbolic signs and runes from the sun domain. When worn normally, it can remove a certain degree of negative effects. When performing spirit world transmission, it can dispel the influence of spiritual bodies, but it is still recommended that ordinary people close their eyes when using transmission to avoid seeing things they shouldn't. Lord Aaron nodded, looking at the emerald-colored necklace lying quietly in the gift box, and said with a smile, stroking his chin, "Let's call you Chain of Emerald." He then looked at Michelle Wade, who was standing opposite him, pointed to the face-down paper on the table, and motioned for him to pick it up. Michelle Wade, somewhat puzzled, stepped forward and picked up the paper. It read, Sequence 8, Barbarian. Main ingredients, 1 berserk grass, 1 solid horn crystal of an earth rhinoceros. Auxiliary ingredients, 1 deep-veined walnut, 1 lemon balm, 10 milliliters of pure dew soaked from poplar bark, 100 milliliters of strong alcohol. Barbarian formula. Michelle Wade's tired face, with its dark circles, flashed with a hint of joy. After carefully noting down the formula, he destroyed the paper with the formula on it in front of Lord Aaron. When Michelle Wade looked up again, Lord Aaron and the gift box containing the Chain of Emerald had already disappeared. After sighing inwardly, he quickly found his daughter, Savina Wade. He told her the barbarian potion formula and cautioned her not to spread it, then returned to the workshop to continue his creation from a few days ago. Wednesday, 7 p.m., Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Various luxurious carriages arrived one after another, stopping at the entrance, forming a line. Many nobles, bankers, and merchants, accompanied by their wives or daughters, stepped down from the carriages. As Earl Hall's eldest son, Hibbert Hall personally stood at the entrance to greet guests. This was also his own request, and Earl Hall agreed, thinking it would give his eldest son more experience. Hibbert Hall greeted the guests with a warm and polite smile, noticing that many unexpected people were also attending the banquet, which made him sigh. However, as time passed, the guest he most wanted to see had not yet arrived. A hint of anxiety appeared between his brows. After he inquired about the time with the butler for the third time, an exquisite and luxurious carriage finally slowly arrived, adorned with the emblem symbolizing the Easttaker family. Hibbert Hall's eyes immediately lit up, and he walked directly forward, somewhat impolitely. Many of the guests still around, especially the nobles and bankers, exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. The carriage slowly stopped. The attendant opened the side door. Before anyone could react, a white figure suddenly shot out and disappeared without a trace. Hibbert Hall was stunned for a moment. He saw a man who looked to be in his early 40s step down from the carriage. His blue eyes were deep, his face was thin, and his features were not particularly handsome, yet he somehow gave people a pleasant feeling. Chapter 95 Earl Hall's Party. Bishop Electra. Hibbert Hall looked at the bishop of the Church of the Knight St. Samuel Church in North Backland with some surprise. As a devout believer of the Evernight goddess, he was naturally familiar with this bishop. The guests who had been paying attention around them naturally included many believers of the Evernight goddess, and they all recognized this bishop. Aaron followed Bishop Electra down. To avoid overly provoking the Conservative Party, Aaron specifically went to St. Samuel Church in advance and invited Bishop Electra to attend the gathering with him. He stated that he was only attending Earl Hall's party, as an important believer of the Evernight goddess, in his capacity as a believer of the Evernight goddess, alongside the bishop. Hibbert Hall cleared his throat. With the bishop present, he felt it was inappropriate to go up and chat right now, so he led Aaron and the bishop to the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, Earl Hall stood at the center, chatting and laughing with the various guests. After Aaron entered, he went straight over and began conversing with Earl Hall. The weather in Backland has been getting worse and worse recently. There's smog everywhere. Before, I even had the People's Daily do a special survey, which said that similar weather increased from about 60 days 30 years ago to around 75 days now. Empress Borough is still alright, but the weather in other places is terrible to the extreme. Earl Hall reined in his smile, his expression solemn as he nodded in agreement with Aaron's words. Many nobles around them, especially their wives, showed expressions of deep agreement. Aaron chuckled. For this, many insightful people have established organizations like the Soot Reduction Association and the Flue Gas Reduction Association, but these have had very little effect for various reasons and haven't played the role they originally should have. The guests, who had originally only offered perfunctory agreement but lacked interest, were like sharks smelling blood, their gazes fixed intently on Aaron. Some businessmen who had been all smiles began to feel uneasy. Looking at the slightly fervent gazes around him, Aaron cleared his throat and continued. To ensure Backlund is no longer shrouded in smog, and to ensure residents no longer have to endure this harsh environment, I propose establishing the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee and granting it more power to thoroughly address atmospheric pollution. As he spoke, he looked at the thoughtful Earl Hall, then turned to Hibbert Hall beside him, and said with a smile. I've long heard that you hoped for a more challenging job to temper yourself. If this Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee can be established, I believe you will also make significant progress within it, don't you agree, esteemed Earl Hall? Looking at the confident and composed Aaron, a hint of appreciation flashed in Earl Hall's eyes. He then glanced at his eldest son, who could barely conceal his joy, and slowly spoke with a smile. A very good proposal. After you formally submit the bill to the Parliament, I will push for its discussion as soon as possible, but you must also understand that there will be great resistance and many vested interests involved, so we cannot act too hastily. After speaking, he looked Aaron up and down again, then smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, Go on, Audrey has been waiting for you for a long time. Aaron cleared his throat and bid farewell to Earl Hall. Aaron politely declined several nobles holding champagne who wanted to approach and chat, and walked towards Bishop Electra. After all, he was the one who brought him, so he should at least say hello. Upon reaching him, Bishop Electra was conversing with a typical lone gentleman in his 40s. He had black hair, brown eyes, profound features, a high hairline, and a slightly gaunt face. Just as Aaron was curiously observing and guessing the gentleman's identity, Bishop Electra proactively introduced him. This is Councillor Mahet, a good friend of mine, also a believer of the goddess, and a member of the new party. Aaron immediately felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't recall the source of it for a moment, so he politely exchanged greetings first. The councillor waved his hand, and two ladies, clearly a mother and daughter, walked over from a distance. After the introduction, Aaron learned that these were Councillor Mahet's wife, Madame Liana, and their daughter, Hail Uire Mahet. Looking at the young girl with dark green wavy long hair and deep brown bright eyes in front of him, Aaron finally remembered the source of the familiarity. This was the student taught by the Jacob family demigod after he was severely injured, and was almost scared mad by Amon because of it. After a polite handshake, Aaron withdrew his gaze. He had just activated his spirit vision and found nothing unusual, nor did the sheriff's beyonder perception sense anything amiss. He still couldn't confirm the current state of the Jacob family descendant or whether he had taken on any disciples. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Aaron decided to divine to confirm it after returning home that night. Dealing with various greetings and invitations from guests, Aaron stepped out of the crowd and immediately spotted Audrey at the corner of the second floor. She was wearing a pure white long dress with gold lace, her golden hair casually tied up, flowing smoothly and brightly, and her emerald eyes were like the purest gems. Her features and face shape combined to create a breathtaking beauty, her temperament elegant and pure like a blooming white lotus. At this moment, Audrey was gently stroking Evelyn, who was perched on Susie's head, and looking at him with a smile. South Continent, West Bayron, north side of Star Plateau, west of Pass River Valley, a forest somewhere between North Bankaqua City and Caesar Port. A young woman with light golden hair tied in a bun and blue eyes, and a young man with brown hair, were walking through the dense forest. Many withered arms emerged from the ground, grabbing at their legs, but only tore their trouser legs and skirt hems, leaving no wounds. This was the effect brought by a Sequence 6 zombie. A strange laugh sounded, and the brown-haired young man's body immediately stiffened, emitting bizarre sounds from his mouth. Sharon, Marek, I've finally found you two traitors. No one can protect you now. Marek's figure turned stiffly, his face becoming incomparably hideous, and another person seemed to be hidden in the reflection of his eyes. This was the forced possession of a Sequence 5 wraith, controlling the enemy. Sharon, her body covered in wounds and her face pale, looked at the slowly approaching Marek. She let out a soft breath and tightened the bracelet on her wrist. It was the last gift her teacher had given her. Silently, the bracelet shattered, and an imperceptible fluctuation emerged, merging into the spirit world. In a certain place deep within the spirit world, a translucent headless female figure quietly appeared. She had a bright and grand appearance, wearing a complex, luxurious, and dark black long dress, but there was a neat incision at her neck, and she held 4 identical heads. The 4 heads were covered in cracks, as if they had just been shattered and reassembled. Their blood-red eyes suddenly opened, looking towards a certain place outside the spirit world. Chapter 96, Divine Evil, ca. Marek's fingers grew sharp claws, and his teeth uncontrollably elongated, while a piercing shriek that could burst eardrums and harm spirits emanated from his mouth. Invisible waves swept towards Sharon, but then quietly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The figures in Marek's 2 pupils were gradually occupied by a gigantic, illusory figure of a headless woman, whose head, all 4 of them, were held in her hand. At the same time, a gigantic, sky-obscuring phantom appeared behind Sharon, which was precisely the headless woman. A faint, unreal phantom emerged from Marek's body and fled into the distance without any hesitation. After Marek regained control of his body, he immediately sat cross-legged, fighting against the desires in his heart and the intense malice, and the various anomalies on his body gradually returned to normal. The head held in the right hand of the gigantic illusory figure behind Sharon opened its scarlet eyes and looked at the phantom fleeing in the distance. A sharp, piercing roar echoed from afar, and the entire forest collapsed downwards into a large pit. Points of light condensed and contracted to form a translucent crystal, appearing before the head of the illusory figure that had opened its eyes. It was the beyonder characteristic of Sequence 5 Wraith. The wounds on Sharon's body rapidly healed and disappeared at a visible speed, which was the powerful self-healing ability granted to her by Zombie. Sharon did not pay attention to the wounds on her body, nor did she look at the Sequence 5 Wraith beyonder characteristic that had already fallen beside her. Sharon, who originally showed little change in expression even in the face of death, had a tear streak across her delicate, doll-like face. Clutching the broken bracelet tightly in her hand, she looked up at the gigantic but very illusory figure, her voice low and slightly choked as she spoke, "Teacher." The other 3 cracked heads held in the hand of the gigantic illusory figure trembled slightly, seemingly wanting to open their eyes, but ultimately failed. The only head that had opened its eyes, with long golden hair, wrapped around Sharon and the cross-legged Marek, instantly disappearing from the spot. A moment later, a black door appeared, and an arm whose mere aura made one tremble extended from it, emitting undisguised malice. The ordinary animals in the deep forest grew grayish-black wolf fur, their mouths wide open, constantly dripping viscous saliva. Some lost their hearts and fell to the ground, yet climbed back up as if nothing had happened. Others became transparent and ethereal, as if turning into phantoms. The tall, dense trees turned black, their branches twisted and mutated, yet they were as hard as steel. Abomination Sua's mere aura corrupted everything around him, causing them to either collapse and die tragically, or mutate into beyonder creatures such as werewolves and zombies. Even plants were mutated by his aura. After Sua's arm fully extended, a pulsating mass of flesh covered in black viscous liquid followed, forming the body of this abomination. He was like a gigantic tree doused in oil, with extending branches formed by numerous arms from which strange things protruded. On the trunk, on the surface of the viscous black liquid, countless bloodshot black and white eyeballs rolled around. Dozens to hundreds of arms made of viscous black liquid extended rapidly outwards, some blocking the high sky, some drilling into the earth, and some encircling from all directions. At a small pit not far away, a pitch-black arm dragged back a slightly illusory skull fragment. Sensing the familiar aura on it, more black arms surged out and extended into the spirit world, directly sealing off the spirit world in this area. After searching fruitlessly for a moment, Abomination Sua's aura became even more tyrannical and mania, and dozens to hundreds of black arms lifted and then slammed down heavily. With a thunderous boom, the original forest instantly collapsed, forming a gigantic crater several kilometers in diameter, filled with black, disgusting viscous liquid, emitting an aura of indulgence and depravity. Along with the destruction of this forest, the corresponding area of the spirit world was also damaged and disrupted by Abomination Sua, falling into chaos. The gigantic, pitch-black tree-like figure that resembled one doused in oil vanished without a trace, but his lingering aura still affected the living beings in this area. Animals that had grown grayish-black wolf fur, and zombies and withered bones that crawled out from underground, continuously converged from all directions towards the deep pit, leaping into the deep pit and immersing themselves in the black, disgusting viscous liquid, as if embracing their final destination. In a valley on the southwest side of Caesarport, Sharon and Marek's figures appeared. The once tall phantom in front of them began to shatter inch by inch, turning into points of light that floated down and merged into the broken bracelet in Sharon's hand. The bracelet, of unknown material, also transformed into an imprint that appeared on Sharon's right palm. Sharon felt the familiar aura from it, and her eyes grew even more resolute. Marek's physical anomalies had already recovered, and he silently looked at the imprint on Sharon's palm, picking up the Sequence 5 Wraith beyonder characteristic that had fallen to the side and handing it to Sharon. The two exchanged a silent glance, then sped towards Caesarport to the northeast. In an unknown area of the spirit world, the gigantic headless woman's figure, which had appeared, became increasingly illusory. Her 4 pairs of eyes closed simultaneously, and her figure vanished without a trace as if she had never appeared. On the south continent, on the road from Baronsport to North Bankakwa City, a group of people slowly advanced. Czech looked up at the red moon in the sky with some helplessness and quietly asked Bishop Montella, who had changed back into normal South Continent attire, "Bishop, when can we rest? I think we're still some distance from North Bankakwa City. How about we take a break first? Only by recuperating can we deal with potential attacks." Just as Bishop Montella turned his head to offer another word of encouragement, a figure suddenly appeared above the team, clad in a plain white robe with brass-colored threads, completely white hair, and gray-green eyes. Luca Braust looked solemnly towards the southeast, feeling an undisguised, rampant malice spreading wantonly. Feeling the terrifying pressure mixed within, even from such a distance, it still made him tremble. This was definitely an angel. The hedonist faction of the Rose School of Thought, he added in a low voice after a moment of silence, "Sequence 1 Abomination Sua." Then his figure disappeared. This matter had to be reported to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church headquarters. A Sequence 1 angel on the South Continent had taken action for unknown reasons. An existence of this level was far beyond what a demigod like him could handle. Regardless of the other party's purpose, it had to be reported to headquarters. Bishop Montella's ear twitched, and his expression also involuntarily sank. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted loudly. "Everyone, rest. Double the number of guards tonight and raise your vigilance." He then said nothing more and went directly to a carriage at the end of the team and got in. Chapter 97 Gift. The carriage was empty, with no one inside, only a tidy desk with books neatly arranged on it, and various spiritual materials placed around. Bishop Montella skillfully set up the ritual, carving complex symbolic patterns. This was a mysticism that could directly contact the Church of the Knowledge and Wisdom's headquarters, originating from a certain archbishop's creation when he was a mysticism magister. Above the deep pit filled with black viscous liquid, a star-shimmering door appeared, and Luca Brewster's figure emerged from it. This was a traveler's door performed by analyzing and imitating the Sequence 6 polymath. Because the divination ability from his original Sequence 4 prophet did not bring dangerous feedback, he judged that the leader of the Rose School of Thought's hedonist faction had already left, so he personally checked it to see if there were any clues. Luca Brewster's originally neat clergyman's robe had become wrinkled and even somewhat damaged. The spirit world in this area was destroyed and in chaos, making it impossible to obtain any useful information from it. He, who had teleported with the help of the traveler's door, was also affected by this. Looking at the viscous black liquid beneath his feet and feeling the malice and indulgence within it, Luca Brewster frowned deeply. With a slight movement of his hand, a bright and pure light rose, transforming into symbols that connected to form a light net covering the deep pit. The spread of the pollution was blocked. Luca Brewster, who had originally wanted to explore further, then looked at a ray of light shooting from a distance, frowned, and his figure gradually disappeared. The light stopped above the pit, and the figure of an old man wearing the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's archbishop's robe appeared. It was Archbishop Otto Apocialis, who was responsible for the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's colonial diocese in the Intis Republic of the Southern Continent. Archbishop Otto first frowned and looked at the spot where Luca Brewster had stood, then looked at the black liquid churning within the light net below. Feeling the disgusting aura, his eyes showed obvious disdain. He spread his arms and devoutly and solemnly shouted, "Praise the sun." His body erupted with pure and clear light, illuminating every corner of the surroundings, transforming into a land without any darkness, leaving no shadows, and allowing nothing to hide, a land without darkness. All the contaminated plants, animals, and zombies around the deep pit, which had been affected by the abomination Sio's aura, were incinerated by the holy flames. The black liquid in the deep pit evaporated little by little, gathering to form a mass of black gelatinous substance that twisted and deformed continuously. Archbishop Otto radiated circles of warm light, emitting power that purified areas such as corruption, filth, erosion, darkness, evil, and disease. With the assistance of several spears of no darkness, the black gelatinous substance quickly dissipated until only a pure black crystal remained. Otto Apocalypse's body erupted with even more brilliant light. A tide of pure golden yellow light surged from his body, condensing into a layer of light armor covering his body. He reached out and grabbed the black crystal along with the surrounding soil. Pure golden yellow patterns emerged and flowed into the black soil in his hand until the lump of mud no longer emitted an evil aura. In Empress Borough, Backlund, at Earl Hall's luxurious villa, on the second-floor study, Aaron and Audrey sat facing each other, while Evelina and Susie lay on either side. Aaron lightly coughed and said to the surrounding valets and maids, "You all go out first. Miss Audrey and I need to talk alone for a while." The ordinary valets and maids naturally dared not disobey the request of this baron, and they all left. Only the personal maid Annie remained standing, looking at Audrey with a conflicted expression, wanting to speak but hesitating. According to custom, she should accompany her young lady in such a private space. Audrey's face showed a faint smile, and the young girl's voice was ethereal and pleasant to the ear. "Annie, you go out first. Aaron and I are just chatting." You can wait for me at the door. It won't be long." Annie no longer insisted and was about to leave, carrying Susie who was lying at Audrey's feet, but Audrey, seeing Susie's pitiful eyes, quickly spoke. "All right, Annie, just leave Susie here. She's very well behaved and won't cause trouble." Annie smiled helplessly, let go of Susie, and said with a slightly drawn-out tone, "All right, young lady, you spoil Susie too much. You really need to control her more. She just dug up the small sapling in the back garden yesterday, and that was something the master specially bought from South Wales." Susie barked once and quickly ran to Audrey's feet, lying down obediently. Evelina skillfully lay down on Susie's head. Watching Annie leave the study but not close the door, Aaron looked at the biscuits on the table, picked one up, and beckoned. Susie, with Evelina lying on her head, stuck out her tongue and scurried over again, biting the biscuit. Aaron pointed to the open door. Susie wagged her tail, ran over, and pushed the door shut with her head. Audrey, maintaining the elegant posture of a noble, watched quietly. Although she didn't speak, the smile in her emerald-like eyes was undisguised. Once the door was closed, Audrey also exhaled lightly, no longer maintaining the somewhat uncomfortable noble posture. She stretched lazily, then suddenly remembered that besides Susie, there was also one person and one cat in the room. Oh dear, Audrey, you're really too relaxed. You're used to secretly stretching after Annie leaves. This habit is too ungraceful and must be changed in the future. You must maintain elegance. He probably didn't see, right? Audrey quickly sat up straight, her emerald eyes subtly shifting to look at Aaron, and her gaze met Aaron's slightly smiling eyes. Audrey immediately shifted her gaze to Susie, who was trying to share a biscuit with Evelina but was miserably rejected. Remembering their earlier eye contact, she couldn't help but want to cover her face. Oh no, he saw it. Should I say something to explain? Or pretend nothing happened? Aaron, who didn't know what Audrey was thinking, looked at the embarrassed Audrey with a hint of amusement. He took out the exquisite gift box he had already prepared from his jacket pocket and placed it beside Audrey's hand. Audrey sighed in relief when Aaron didn't seem to mind what had just happened. She looked at the gift box beside her with some curiosity and politely asked, "Is this a gift for me?" Aaron smiled and nodded slightly, signaling Audrey to open it. After politely thanking him, Audrey delightedly opened the gift box. What caught her eye was a necklace entirely composed of emerald green spiritual crystals. Golden patterns crisscrossed its surface, making it exquisite and luxurious. The pendant of the necklace was a dark cyan hexagonal stone, carved and polished smooth, with a profound and complex rune inscribed on its surface. The more Audrey looked, the more she liked it. She picked up the necklace, and as soon as it touched her hand, she felt a smooth, warm sensation, as if she were bathed in warm sunlight. Chapter 98 Backlund's Most Dazzling Gem. Aaron looked at Audrey's joyful expression and introduced with a smile. Its name is Emerald Chain, a mystical item specially crafted for you. Audrey's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mystical item? Is this a mystical item? So what does it do? Can it fly or turn invisible? Or can it cast fireballs? Looking at Audrey's sparkling eyes, Aaron was momentarily speechless. In the eyes of a mysticism enthusiast, these abilities were indeed very appealing. Without directly answering the string of questions, Aaron took the emerald chain and showed Audrey the smooth, dark green hexagonal stone, which had been carved and embellished, on the pendant part of the necklace. Aaron pointed to an abstruse and complex rune carved on its surface and explained in detail. This is mainly to deal with sudden dangers, it's a very good life-saving item. But wearing it normally will also give you a warm and comfortable feeling, and can dispel a certain degree of fatigue and other negative effects. Audrey propped her chin on her hands, listening attentively. Even if it wasn't her favorite flying or invisibility, and couldn't cast fireballs, she was still very interested. Every time Father gives me a gift, he says it's related to beyonder powers, but every time I don't find any connection, they're all fake. Listening and recalling the disappointment of receiving previous gifts, Audrey puffed out her cheeks, thinking unhappily. When you encounter danger, hold this pendant and utter this syllable. Saying this, Aaron pronounced the sound of door in ancient Hermes. Audrey froze for a moment, her face flushed. She thought she might have been daydreaming just now and didn't hear clearly, so she awkwardly asked Aaron to repeat it. After listening again, Audrey repeated the strange pronunciation, committing it to memory. Seeing that Audrey had remembered it, Aaron put away his smile and said seriously, "If you really encounter danger, you must close your eyes when using this necklace." Looking at the serious expression on Aaron's face, Audrey also nodded earnestly. Aaron thought for a moment, feeling there was nothing else to emphasize. He glanced at the expectant Audrey and suddenly said with a smile, "It might be a bit inconvenient for you to put it on yourself, and Annie isn't here." He cleared his throat. How about I help you put on this necklace? We can see if it suits you now, and if anything isn't quite right, I can easily perfect it. Help me put on the necklace." Audrey was stunned, momentarily at a loss. Usually, it was her maid or mother who helped her put on accessories. Audrey's cheeks flushed, and she stammered for a long time, finally nodding as if possessed. Aaron stood up and slowly walked behind Audrey, taking out the emerald chain. Looking at the girl in front of him, a faint fragrance wafted over. His hand gently lifted her soft, silky golden long hair, revealing her smooth, fair nape. Aaron gently put the necklace on Audrey. After adjusting its position, he let down and gathered her golden hair, then came to stand in front of Audrey, looking at the most dazzling gem in Backlund. Audrey was wearing a pure white long dress with gold lace trim. Her golden hair was loosely tied, falling smoothly and lustrously, and her emerald eyes were like the purest gems. Aaron's gaze swept over the completely emerald green necklace at her collarbone. The intricately patterned pendant was embedded in the hollow where her two collarbones met, softening the lines of her neck and highlighting a mysterious yet pure feeling. Aaron genuinely exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being the most dazzling gem in Backlund, beautiful Miss Audrey. Audrey felt her cheeks burning intensely, and she was too embarrassed to look up and respond. Although she was very happy inside, she mumbled for a moment, then let out a faint like a mosquito. Not far away, Susie had long finished her biscuits and was faithfully sitting by the door, like a guard. Evelina on her head looked at Aaron and Audrey, curled her lip in disdain, scratched Susie's golden fur, and muttered in a voice only she could hear, "Hey, humans." Mist Sea, Rashad Island, Emerald City. In a magnificent castle made purely of emerald, Bernadette stood on the balcony of the most scenic semi-open room inside the castle. Candlelight illuminated the spacious room behind her, where open books were scattered everywhere. On the central table lay 3 slips of paper, on which were written in the most common Loenese, Fasak, and Intis languages respectively, the origin of order and shadow, the great emperor of the Chaos Kingdom, and the Lord of Order who wields rules. This method maximized the avoidance of contact with the existence pointed to by that honorific name. Bernadette had returned to Emerald City after her investigation into the peculiar spiritual body at the Kingdom Museum yielded no results. She had scoured all the books she had collected but found no clues about this honorific name, as if this honorific name and the existence it pointed to had appeared out of thin air. Order, Emperor. Bernadette repeatedly chewed on these 2 words in her mind, her mood inexplicably agitated. Suddenly, she felt like going out for a walk. Bernadette's heart stirred slightly. As a sequence 3 clairvoyant, such a sudden impulse was often not a reflection of her own emotions, it was more likely a feedback from peeking into destiny. Bernadette's body gradually etherealized, surrounded by dazzling starlight. Stars, one after another, emerged, dense and brilliant. A pair of almost transparent eyes appeared before her. They had no eyelashes, were cold and emotionless, and were precisely the eyes of Peking. After becoming a demigod, the eyes of Peking were no longer confined to the human body, they could be placed on others. What they saw was equivalent to what she saw, and once they entered a concealed state, they were difficult to detect by other means. Indescribable light seemed to flash within the cold and emotionless pupils. Moments later, all of it vanished without a trace, as if the scene just now was merely a false fairy tale. Bernadette frowned, muttering in a low voice, "Caesar Harbor." Bernadette was very familiar with this place. It was the first official port her father, Roselle, established after opening new sea routes. After Roselle established the empire and declared himself Caesar, this port was also named Caesar Harbor. After Roselle's demise, she followed in his former footsteps, coming to Caesar Harbor and living there for a period of time. Thinking of this, Bernadette's face showed a mixed expression of longing, disappointment, doubt, and other emotions. Then, her eyes lowered, suppressing the surging emotions in her heart, and she whispered to herself, "No matter how long it takes, I will find the truth." Her voice echoed in the air, but her figure had long vanished. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the 3 slips of paper on the desk spontaneously combusted without fire, and instead of producing smoke, colorful, fantastical bubbles emerged. Moments later, the dreamlike scene dissipated, and everything returned to calm. The slips of paper disappeared without leaving a trace, and all the previously haphazardly placed books were neatly arranged on the surrounding bookshelves. The red moonlight shone down, tranquil and peaceful. Chapter 99. The party ends. In Empress Borough, Backlund, at Count Hall's luxurious villa. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and the human skin on his body had long vanished, replaced by black skin with red liquid flowing from it. His skin slowly became like that of a devil, deep black, with red liquid flowing. His eyes also began to turn crimson, and his entire body exuded the aura of a devil. Aaron narrated vividly. Susie was also lying between Aaron and Audrey, listening very intently. Well, even if she didn't understand, only Evelina was boredly pulling at Susie's golden fur. Audrey's cheeks were flushed, her fists clenched, a little scared yet wanting to continue listening, until she heard that the devil named Jason Beria was killed by Aaron, then she finally let out a long breath. This was something she couldn't fully understand from the newspapers. With the first-hand account, Audrey felt as if she were on the scene, witnessing the battle with her own eyes, which completely satisfied her fantasies about the beyonder world. The kind and beautiful Miss Audrey, with the help of her assistant Susie, successfully captured the heinous murderer, punishing evil and promoting good. Audrey thought, somewhat distracted. Looking at the expression on Audrey's face, Aaron thought for a moment and decided not to shatter this precious longing. Aaron glanced at the wall clock and lightly coughed, saying, "Audrey, I think we should go downstairs, otherwise the party will be over." He even made a joke, "If we don't go out soon, I'm afraid and will rush in and arrest me." Audrey also glanced at the time, it had actually been 2/4 of an hour. She immediately felt a bit embarrassed and mumbled a defense, and is very good, she just sometimes adheres too strictly to the rules. As Audrey spoke, a sentence suddenly popped into her mind for some reason. Unmarried noble men and women are not allowed to stay alone in a room, even during the courtship or engagement phase. If noble men and women are together, they are usually accompanied by a guardian to ensure proper conduct and avoid any situations that might cause misunderstanding. Audrey's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she stood up in a hurry, walking towards the door, almost tripping over Susie, who had also stood up. She fumbled to open the door while saying to Aaron, "Let's go, the party should be ending soon." Anne, the personal maid, was pacing back and forth at the door, anxiously glancing at the hallway clock. This was the 6th time she had done so. Clenching her teeth, Anne took a deep breath, prepared to be reprimanded, and was about to step forward to open the door, but before she could push it, the door opened. Audrey, with a flushed face, was startled by Anne at the door the moment she opened it. Aaron was following behind her, also walking out the door. And looked at Audrey, whose cheeks were flushed but whose attire was neat, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze lingered on the emerald green necklace around Audrey's neck, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Seeing Aaron behind her, she immediately understood. In the ground floor hall, the banquet was already nearing its end. Some people were laughing and chatting, but more people seemed absent-minded, their gazes wandering as if searching for something. It wasn't until they saw the 2 figures descending from the 2nd floor that many people's eyes flickered. Councilman Mahat proactively went to greet them, smiling as he spoke. "Beautiful Miss Audrey, your attire today is captivating. You and Lord Aaron truly make a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman." As a believer of the Evernight goddess, and a supporter of the new party, he was naturally pleased to see the relationship between the East Talker family and the Hall family progress further. Moreover, Lord Aaron's proposal perfectly aligned with his political aspirations, so he spared no effort in promoting it. Aaron looked at Councilman Mahat with satisfaction, praising him in his heart, very discerning, very sensible. He then followed the topic and exchanged warm greetings with him. Many Conservative Party members around them joined the discussion with smiles on their faces, all very interested in Aaron's previous proposal to establish the Kingdom Air Pollution Investigation Committee. There were also some people standing on the outermost edge, watching Aaron being surrounded, and they did not go forward to talk. Their expressions were fluctuating, and they quietly turned and left. Audrey walked away, her face flushed, and found her mother, Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine smiled as she looked at the blushing Audrey, then at the emerald green necklace, and stroked Audrey's soft golden hair, saying nothing. The banquet came to an end in such a peaceful atmosphere. After Count Hall's speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted in the banquet hall. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Aaron vigorously rubbed Susie's head, then bid farewell to Audrey, and boarded the luxurious carriage with Evelina, returning to the villa. In the luxurious East Talker villa in Empress Borough, on the 2nd floor bedroom, after sending Evelina out of the bedroom, Aaron skillfully set up a spiritual wall. His consciousness sank, passing through layers of illusory whispers, and arrived inside the magnificent grand hall. Aaron sat upon the throne and reached out for the divination pendant. After a moment's thought, he then incorporated the Black Emperor card into his body. The boundless dark golden mist seemed to gather into waves, forming a great wind. It formed a majestic armor on his body, a pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a long cape of the same color draped behind him. Lines imbued with divinity also emerged on the armor. Feeling the surging power within him, Aaron nodded in satisfaction and closed his eyes to divine the whereabouts of Flora Jacob, the descendant of the Jacob family who had appeared in Backlund. Vague dreams flashed by, and strange but meaningless patterns appeared. A moment later, Aaron opened his eyes, disappointed. Even with the fusion of the Black Emperor card, which greatly elevated his standing, without a practical and precisely directional divination medium, he still couldn't get a result from divination using only the information and inferences he had. But it wasn't a complete loss. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Miss Flora Jacob, the demigod of the Jacob family, had already arrived in Backlund. No other information could be obtained. It seemed she hadn't found the secret treasure left by the Jacob family yet. There was still some time before she would be severely injured, sealed, and parasitic on a mouse. The Jacob family's treasure. Aaron's lips curled into a mocking smile. An Amon clone was hidden within it. It was fortunate it hadn't been opened, otherwise, this demigod of the Jacob family wouldn't even have had the chance to parasitize a mouse. Putting away the divination pendant, Aaron was about to return to the real world when he heard a slightly hurried prayer. It came from Amon. Aaron looked down at the contracting and expanding prayer light, which was Sid Watson's prayer. Aaron extended his spirituality and, from a strange perspective, saw Sid Watson in a room, confronting a man and a woman. The man and woman opposite him were both pale, with obvious burn marks on their bodies and blood-red eyes, as if suppressing the malice in their hearts. They were Sharon and Marek, and at their feet lay a strange dagger that was sometimes illusory and sometimes real. Chapter 100 Chance Encounter and Prayer. Sid Watson was filled with regret, sighing inwardly that he was simply out of luck tonight. Originally, he was just handling a task for the numinous episcopate, going out at night to search for clues about those two people. He had been doing this for a week, always just going out for a quick circle to fulfill the task before returning, and nothing had ever happened. Who knew that tonight, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, for some unknown reason, was conducting a citywide search, with many Beyonder teams also dispatched. By the time he realized it, it was too late to return home. To avoid the Beyonder teams, Sid Watson had intended to hide in a room that looked empty from the outside, and then return home after the commotion died down. However, as soon as he climbed in through the window, he saw the two people opposite, who were clearly in an abnormal state. And upon closer inspection, he realized they were precisely the two so-called deserters that the numinous episcopate and the Rose School of Thought were jointly searching for. Those were individuals being personally hunted by a Sequence 5 powerhouse. As a Sequence 8 gravedigger with no combat experience and no powerful mystical items, Sid Watson decisively whispered an honorific name, praying for help. Sharon, suppressing the surging malice in her heart, and Marek, who had collapsed to the ground fighting the malice within him, both stared at the black-clad man across from them, who was making strange movements. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the room. Sharon frowned, intending to knock out this unknown wild beyonder across from her and move to another room to continue avoiding the search. Just as she was about to act, the malice in her eyes almost leaked out, and she could only concentrate on suppressing the malice and murderous desire in her heart. Originally, she and Marek had planned to secretly infiltrate Port Kaiser, lie low for a while, and find an opportunity to leave the southern continent for the northern continent. But before they even reached Port Kaiser, they were discovered by a bishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church who was accompanying an archbishop on an outing. He was a Sequence 5 priest of light. The Sun pathway suppression of the prisoner pathway, coupled with their existing injuries, instantly put Sharon and Marek in a perilous situation. Under duress, Sharon placed the Wraith Beyonder characteristic onto her dagger, artificially creating a sealed artifact. Fortunately, fate favored them this time. The sealed artifact retained the abilities of Mirror Flash and Shadow State, which they used to successfully escape and blend into Port Kaiser. However, this sealed artifact, which Sharon called the Wraith Dagger, also retained a stronger curse. When used, everyone would have their inner malice stimulated, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty and insane, while other negative effects, such as zombie-like transformations, were hardly worth mentioning. Through the prayer light, Aaron's elevated status allowed him to directly see the invisible connection between the dagger on the ground and Sharon. He also noticed the strange mark on Sharon's palm, which exuded the aura of a high-level existence. It must be a remnant of Rainet Tynekur, the leader of the Temperance faction. The Temperance faction, huh? After a moment of contemplation, Aaron's pupils turned a mix of gold and black. He slightly raised his hand, and dark golden mist gathered in the palace, forming a magnificent dark golden figure. From the back of the dark golden figure grew pair after pair of huge, pitch-black wings covered in golden patterns, a full 12 pairs. And on each pair of wings were feathers inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols, alternating between light and dark. Gold and black formed a stark contrast. Under Aaron's command, the massive figure spread its wings, obscuring the wide dome of the majestic palace, and directly plunged into the prayer light. Sharon and Sid Watson felt as if they saw a dark golden figure with 12 pairs of wings on its back. Sharon had no time to be surprised. She only saw the illusory, overlapping dark golden wings envelop herself, Marek, and the man opposite them, and all abnormalities vanished. The malice and bloodthirsty desire that were about to erupt due to the negative effects of the Wraith Dagger also dissipated. Sharon and Marek felt a lightness throughout their bodies, as if a shackle had been temporarily removed, and their mental state significantly improved. As a student of Rainet Tynekur, Sharon clearly knew more. Although her expression remained unchanged, she scrutinized the man opposite her with vigilant eyes. 12 pairs of wings on his back. Did he receive the blessing of an angel? After a long silence, Sid Watson grew somewhat tired of the two people's scrutiny in the atmosphere, but he also had no intention of handing these two over to the numinous episcopate. Not to mention he lacked the strength, but the lady opposite had clearly seen the figure just now. If they were truly caught by the numinous episcopate, wouldn't his greatest secret be exposed? Moreover, after his prayer received a response, that great existence did not directly eliminate them. This made Sid think deeply. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively spoke. Sharon. Marek. Temperance faction. Sharon did not answer, merely nodding calmly. Seeing a response, Sid then suggested. I have no ill intentions, which you should be able to feel. I can provide you with a temporarily safe place. If you trust me, just follow me. Sharon pondered for a moment, recalling the illusory figure with 12 pairs of wings and her teacher's illusory, fragmented figure. Her eyes gradually firmed. Without further hesitation, Sharon nodded, picked up the Wraith Dagger that had fallen to the ground, and followed behind Sid with Marek. They walked through streets and alleys, evading the search, and finally arrived at a warehouse near the dock area of Port Kaiser. In the southern district of Port Kaiser, a man dressed in a bishop's robe held a compass-like object and was heading in a certain direction when he suddenly frowned and stopped. The compass needle in his hand, which seemed entirely made of gold, trembled incessantly, as if disturbed by an invisible force, and began to spin continuously, no longer pointing a direction. He grimly put down the compass in his hand and said to the few clergymen behind him, "Search in this direction for me." After confirming that the three had escaped pursuit, the prayer light gradually dissipated, and Aaron withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, Sharon, now calm and rational, won't do anything out of line. Sid should also understand the meaning behind the prayer being answered without direct elimination. At the next gathering, I can use the favored one persona to guide them, preferably bringing Sharon into the Chaos Council as well. That way, the situation in the southern continent will be easier to open up. Amidst the surging dark golden mist, the figure on the throne slowly vanished. Empress Burrow, Backlund, Duke Negan's mansion. The blood moon hung high. Palace Negan, dressed in luxurious silk pajamas, frowned as he looked at the note in front of him. It detailed Aaron's various behaviors at Earl Hall's birthday banquet. This included his proposal to establish the Kingdom Air Pollution Investigation Committee, as well as Aaron's close relationship with Earl Hall's daughter, Audrey. Palace Negan put down the note, gazing expressionlessly at the red moon outside the window, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Chapter 101 Bernadette's Arrival. Caesarport, South Continent. Sunlight pierced through the morning mist, and the moist sea breeze swept in, refreshing and pleasant. Last night's clamor had become a fleeting memory, and the native guards on patrol in the streets were listlessly inspecting. After losing track of the clues, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church gave up on the citywide search, leaving only a guard team composed of local natives to be responsible for vigilance and strictly checking the identities of people leaving the port. Sid Watson, dressed in the attire of a South Continent native noble, pushed the door open from outside, smiled, and placed 2 Dixie pies on the table, saying to Sharon and Marek, "They have given up the search. Those Intis people threw the job to the local guard team, so there's no need to worry anymore. As long as we lay low for a bit, I can get you out." Sid hesitated for a moment before continuing. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church might not disturb the order of Caesarport for your sake, but the Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate, they. Sharon's expression remained unchanged. Her clean black Gothic court dress made her face appear even paler, while Marek silently stacked various shapes with playing cards. "I used a method left by my teacher and just made them lose a sequence 5 wraith. The situation is tense now, so at least there won't be any major movements in Caesarport recently." Sharon did not mention the winged figure from last night, and Sid did not ask what method Sharon used to escape the pursuit of the Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate. A tacit understanding was reached between them. Bernadette, wearing a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket, and an old-fashioned black soft hat, appeared at the dock, with a fine mesh veil hanging down to cover her face. The guards at the port checking in the passing merchants and passengers seemed not to see this lady, automatically avoiding her without realizing it. Bernadette looked at the guards at the dock, then gazed into Caesarport City. Her blue and deep eyes showed a thoughtful expression, and her figure faded and disappeared. 67 East Wall Street, Caesarport Port Area, Sea Shark Tavern, basement. Bernadette's figure appeared. As the candlelight flickered, several Orovie Island members in warlock robes, who had been somewhat vigilant, saw that it was their leader and put down the scrolls they had already picked up, bowing in salute. A moment later, accompanied by footsteps, a man dressed as a bartender, in a mixed Intis and South Continent style, walked quickly into the basement. It was Galen Lynn, the owner of the Sea Shark Tavern, and also the person in charge of Orovie Island in Caesarport, a Sequence 6 Scrolls professor. He was responsible for both intelligence gathering and organizing underground beyonder gatherings in Caesarport. Due to the limited level of items traded at the gatherings, the local official organizations were unwilling to proactively provoke the Orovie Island behind it, tacitly allowing the existence of the gatherings. Bernadette looked at Galen Lynn, who was bowing in salute, and spoke in a calm voice. "What has happened in Caesarport recently?" Galen replied respectfully. "Your Majesty, the scout we placed earlier reported that a prominent figure from the Rose School of Thought reportedly took action in the forest on the southwest side of Caesarport for some unknown reason. It directly alarmed Archbishop Otto Apocalypse of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Later, it was said that 2 members of the Rose School of Thought infiltrated the city, which led to a citywide search last night, but unfortunately, nothing was found." Bernadette's eyes flickered. Remembering her sudden premonition last night, she carefully inquired about the location of that forest, only getting a general direction. After instructing them to pay more attention to the news of those 2 Rose School of Thought members, she turned into bubbles and disappeared. Bernadette's figure appeared above Caesarport. She lightly tossed a bright, somewhat unrealistic ball of yarn with her right hand. The ball of yarn rolled into the void, leaving a single strand of yarn. Bernadette followed it, strolling through the spirit world. Until she saw the chaotic and violent spirit world area ahead, Bernadette thoughtfully left the spirit world and arrived above a huge deep pit covered with scorched marks. Looking at the deep pit below, the large area of forest deliberately burned around it, and the various strange patterns hidden under the dust. The next second, Bernadette raised her right hand, and then the Eye of Secrets appeared. At the same time, her skin instantly turned as white as snow, her lips as red as blood, and her hair as black as ebony. In her hand, there was an illusory, ancient mirror. This was Snow White from fairy tale magic. Bernadette used it with her Sequence 3 clairvoyant rank and ability to increase the success rate and accuracy of her prophecy. Silently, she saw a scene. A huge, illusory figure appeared, with a bright and grand appearance, wearing a complex, luxurious, and dark black long dress, but with a neat cut at the neck, holding 4 identical heads. The scene then shattered, and the next scene appeared. A huge tree, as if doused with oil, with its spreading branches serving as numerous arms with strange things protruding from them. On the trunk, on the surface of the viscous black liquid, bloodshot black and white eyeballs rolled everywhere. Dozens to hundreds of arms extended rapidly from the viscous black liquid, some blocking the high sky, some drilling into the earth, and some encircling from all directions. Boom. The entire forest collapsed downward, and the viscous, inky black liquid gathered, emitting a decaying aura. Bang. The pair of almost transparent, eye of secrets suddenly shattered. Bernadette's eyes immediately closed, as if she had seen an unbearable glare or suffered an unbearable injury. Her tear ducts then streamed with blood that was red with black streaks, and her face turned much paler. And on her body, pairs of illusory, sacred wings unfolded, neutralizing some invisible pollution with the falling pure white feathers. Renee Tynker, the abomination Sua. As the words drifted, the figure enveloped in pure white feathers shattered and disappeared. Empress Borough, Backlund, the luxurious villa of the East Taker family. Aaron put down the latest issue of The People's Daily, looking at the report on Backlund's atmospheric conditions, and nodded with satisfaction. First revealing the problem, clarifying the harm, and then proposing the establishment of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee in the council when public sentiment can be used as the feasible way. Recalling his thoughts, Aaron lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his thoughts drifting. Furs and Zio's report and investigation in East Borough also provided a lot of material for this report, but what interested Aaron most in their report and investigation was Old Kohler, or more precisely, his child's illness. The address provided by Furs and Zio, 43 Siffield Street, Cherwood Borough, Backlund, was the original residence of Michelle Veed, the current chief artisan of the East Taker family. After this artisan voluntarily joined, he selflessly contributed this property for public use. Aaron then arranged for a Sequence 9 apothecary he had cultivated after coming to Backlund to reside there. Chapter 102 Will Septon's Visit. According to the apothecary, the children's illness was very strange. Although externally it resembled symptoms of a cold or flu, it was actually a mixture of various diseases, many of which were unheard of and extremely difficult to treat. They only gradually improved after using a special medicine. A mixture of various diseases. This is so similar to the characteristics after being infected by the demoness of afflictions disease, but the effect is far inferior. Even ordinary people wouldn't die immediately. For some reason, Aaron inexplicably recalled the thin, black-robed men who bought all the blood of a black abyss devil fish, one of the main ingredients for the Sequence 7 witch, at the gathering hosted by the old gentleman of the Eye of Wisdom. Demoness. Aaron pondered for a moment, then picked up a piece of paper and roughly wrote down his conjecture, intending to have someone deliver it to the Bravehearts bar later. He planned to warn the 2 ladies currently on an investigation mission, as a Sequence 7 which was not something the current Furs and Zio could handle. After writing, Aaron grabbed Evelina, who had walked across his desk for the 5th time. He had been deep in thought earlier and ignored her, but now he wanted to see what she was up to. Aaron picked her up by the scruff of her neck, looking at her with a wry smile, and asked, "If you have something to say, say it. Your Sequence 8 potion shouldn't be fully digested yet. You're not thinking of the psychiatrist potion again, are you?" Evelina wagged her tail and asked slyly, "Aaron, can I borrow a spectator potion? I'll definitely pay you back." Looking at the creature in his hand, Aaron squinted at her, directly exposing her little scheme. "Are you trying to give it to Susie? I told you before that Susie isn't suitable to become a spectator yet." Evelina wagged her tail, grumbling unhappily. "Why not? Susie is so dumb right now. The last time I talked to her, she didn't understand anything." Aaron put her down and comforted her with a smile. "There will be a chance in the future, don't be impatient." Exactly, you little cat are really impatient." Before Aaron could continue, a slightly childish voice rang out. "Who's there?" Aaron's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the tea table by the door, following the sound. A small boy, looking no older than 7 or 8, was dangling his legs, smiling at Aaron. In his hand was a stack of tarot cards, the top one being the Wheel of Fortune card. "When did he come in?" Aaron narrowed his eyes, his body tensing, and his sun ring glowed faintly. The pale gold necklace on Evelina's neck also began to glow. As a spectator, she hadn't even noticed an extra person in the room. The little boy with the tarot cards in his hand jumped off the tea table. Looking at Aaron and Evelina, who were on high alert and ready to strike at any moment, he chuckled and spoke. "No need to be nervous, I mean no harm. I just wanted to see." He paused. This favored one of the night. Seeing the still wary man and cat, he sighed helplessly, put away the tarot cards in his hand, and introduced himself. "Then let's get acquainted. My name is Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting." Then he continued in a familiar tone. Speaking of which, we two are quite fated, aren't we? Mr. Aaron, Will. Aaron was immediately startled. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting. That speaker of the Fate Council of the Life School of Thought, the Sequence 1 Snake of Fate of the Monster Pathway. How did he find me? And what does he want with me? Aaron's mind raced, but he didn't respond. However, Evelina beside him naturally didn't think that much and directly questioned him. How did you get in here? Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting unhurriedly drew out a tarot card. The card face turned to reveal the goddess of justice, holding the sword of justice in her right hand and the scales of discernment of good and evil in her left. It was the justice card, one of the 22 major arcana. He then chuckled and replied. Of course, I walked in. I told the butler that Lord Aaron invited me to his home as a guest. That butler believed me, and then I came here unimpeded. Aaron exhaled, pressed down Evelina, who was about to say more, and bowed slightly to Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting, speaking very politely. Respected Speaker of the Fate Council, may I ask the purpose of your visit? A hint of surprise appeared in Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's eyes, and he scrutinized Aaron up and down again, muttering something under his breath. Aaron didn't hear clearly, either because the sound was too low or due to other interference. Without giving Aaron time to think, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting raised his small face, dropped his smile, and spoke with a serious expression. Since you already know my identity, I won't beat around the bush. Presumably, you also know that our life school of thought was established in the early 5th epoch. It was an alliance formed under the immense pressure of the 7 major churches by beyonders who believed in fate, considered themselves transcendent absolute rationalists, and worshippers of the primordial moon who sought the essence of life and spirituality. Originally, under my coordination, there were no major problems within the life school of thought. The worship of the primordial moon was always confined and fixed to symbolic meaning, and through master-disciple inheritance and formula exchange, it was gradually and truly integrated. At this point, the proud and dignified expression on Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's face suddenly faltered. He cleared his throat and continued. But due to certain events, I had to stay in Backlund for a long time and couldn't directly contact the members of the Fate Council. Aaron listened carefully, subtly glancing at Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting, and muttered to himself. Isn't it just that he couldn't defeat Ouroboros and fled to Backlund to avoid being hunted? It's normal not to win, there's no need to be ashamed. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting either didn't notice Aaron's subtle actions or noticed them but ignored them, continuing on his own. The believers of the primordial moon quickly became fanatical, causing a split with the faction representing fate and even joining the Rose School of Thought. They had fierce conflicts in the southern continent, and this involved a very important sealed artifact. He paused, looking at Aaron's gradually furrowing brow, and spoke with a slight hint of embarrassment. I hope you can help the Life School of Thought deal with those traitors who joined the Rose School of Thought and hand over that sealed artifact to Richard. Richard is a member of the Fate Council, a Sequence 4 misfortune mage of the Monster Pathway. Aaron fell into thought. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting seemed to read his concerns and added with a smile. Of course, I'm not asking you to go to the southern continent right now. Our Life School of Thought isn't so fragile that it would collapse with one blow. Then, with a mystical expression, he deliberately lowered his voice. Although many things on your body have been concealed by that existence, preventing me from seeing too much. But I can still feel the fluctuations of fate. You will leave Backlund for the southern continent in at most 3 months. Chapter 103 Reward. 3 months. Aaron couldn't help but frown. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting chuckled and continued, so, as long as you complete it within a year, I can promise to act for you 3 times and give you some extra rewards. But due to my own condition, I can only act through a certain medium with limitations. I don't think you'd want to get into another big trouble just because of my intervention, would you? Aaron thought about Ouroboros, the angel of fate, who had always served the true creator, and nodded slightly, having made up his mind. Seeing this, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's tender face instantly broke into a satisfied smile. He put the tarot cards in his pocket, then took out a paper crane folded from white paper and placed it on the table. This is a paper crane I made myself. If you need help or have any questions, you can write your question on the surface of the paper crane, and I will answer it for you in a safer and more convenient way. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting spoke in a roundabout, childlike manner, unwilling to be direct. But Aaron didn't mind, because he already knew, wasn't it just a dream consultation? Seeing Aaron reach for the paper crane on the table, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting quickly added, of course, if you encounter an irresistible danger, you can directly light this paper crane. This will draw my attention. Within my capabilities, even if you haven't completed my task yet, I can act for you once in advance. Aaron's eyes lit up, and he quickly put away the paper crane. This was indeed a good item. After Aaron put away the paper crane, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting hummed a tune, jumped off the sofa, patted the clearly bewildered Evelina, and walked towards the door. Aaron's eyes flickered, and he quickly walked to the door, blocking Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting, retaining him with a smile. My chef was specially transferred from East Dongtak County and makes many exclusive ice cream recipes. And I can guarantee that even in many high-end restaurants outside, you won't taste such delicious ice cream. I wonder if Mr. Speaker would be willing to try some. Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting's tender face showed a strange smile. He glanced at Aaron, shook his head slightly, and said, all gifts of fate are secretly marked with a price. Just when Aaron thought he was going to refuse, Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting chuckled and added, however, I am willing to try the ice cream that Lord Aaron praises so highly. Backlund Factory District, in a slightly dim basement. A sweet-looking young woman with a fierce look between her brows stood with her hands down, her fists clenched, her shoulders trembling slightly, and a dark green ring on her right middle finger. Quinn, mock, even venting desires and releasing pain needs to be timed. Don't you know that this period is crucial for our cult's important mission? A mysterious figure in a black hooded robe walked out of the shadows in the corner, her voice clearly feminine. Quinn, mock lowered her head to prevent anyone from seeing the distorted expression on her face, suppressing her emotions as she argued, I just used the ring you made to let those damned commoners feel the taste of pain. I did it very discreetly, deliberately reducing the power of disease spread and disguising it as an ordinary infectious disease. Looking at Quinn, mock, who was still arguing, the woman in the black robe said indifferently, it seems you still haven't adapted to life after becoming a witch. Stay away from those factories in the future. You may leave. Quinn, mock clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh, but she left silently. In the dim basement, a mirror glowed slightly, and, despairing Nightingale, Panatia, wearing a plain white robe and with her hair loosely tied up, emerged. She was holy, dignified, untouched by a speck of dust, with a bright and radiant appearance that made one's eyes light up, adding a touch of introverted and lazy temperament to her. Panatia played with her hair with her right hand, a captivating smile on her face as she looked at the black-robed woman respectfully standing beside her. She chuckled, revealing an ineffable charm and seduction. Nadar, Mana, does she know our plan? Nadar, Mana took off her black hood, revealing an equally beautiful face, and replied respectfully, she does not know our plan, she is only responsible for some auxiliary work of population abduction. Panatia nodded slightly and continued, she is no longer suitable to be a vessel for our Lord's descent. Once this matter is concluded, you will leave Backlund and find a better vessel. Nadar, Mana responded respectfully, without surprise. Backlund, Empress Burrow, in Aaron's study. The desk, made of fine golden silk wood, was covered with empty boxes. All 5 different flavors of ice cream had been eaten by Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting. He put down the last empty box, let out a satisfied burp, and nodded, your chef's ice cream is quite good. It's just a bit too sweet. Seeing that he had finished eating, Aaron sat beside him with a smile, taking out a stack of white paper and a small bottle with subtle special patterns on its surface from behind him. Looking at Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting's I knew it expression, Aaron cleared his throat, you just mentioned in those conditions that you could act 3 times and give some rewards. So I'd like to take some of the reward in advance, such as folding a few more paper cranes, and a drop of your mythical creature's blood. Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting sat up from the sofa with a whoosh, glaring at Aaron and pointing at the empty boxes on the table. Although he said nothing, the meaning was clear. Aaron, thick-skinned, kept his smile as if he hadn't seen it. Since he was willing to act in advance, paying a little reward in advance was certainly not an issue. Looking at Aaron's smile, Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting's mouth twitched. He silently took the white paper and folded 2 more paper cranes. Looking at the little boy sitting on the sofa, folding paper, Aaron always had the illusion of exploiting child labor. He quickly shook off the inexplicable thought that had appeared in his mind. Just as Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting's hand stopped folding paper, Aaron was about to shamelessly ask for a few more paper cranes. But before he could speak, a drop of silver blood emerged, as if countless tiny, transcendent, illusory wheels were spinning, forming a long ribbon, almost connecting at the ends. Just by looking at it, Aaron felt as if he had lost the ability to think, only feeling all his thoughts repeating themselves. He quickly shook his head and put the Serpent of Fate, blood, which had clearly been sealed and processed, into the special small bottle. After Aaron had dealt with the matter, he was startled to find that Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting, who had been sitting on the sofa, had long since disappeared, and all the empty ice cream boxes were also gone, leaving only 2 paper cranes sitting alone on the table. Chapter 104 Transaction. Aaron looked at the tidied desk and placed the original paper crane and the small bottle containing mythical creature blood on it. Looking at the items on the desk, the smile on Aaron's face had long disappeared, and he began to ponder the true purpose of the Snake of Fate's visit. First, Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting, due to Ouroboros's interference, was forced to restart his life, infiltrating Backlund to escape pursuit. The Snake of Fate can reincarnate while retaining his original consciousness and memories, reborn and growing as an infant. Although this restart resets his madness and significantly reduces the Snake of Fate's need for anchors, the disappearance of a large number of anchors would definitely cause his state to plummet. Years later, the life school of thought declined to the point of hiding and being pursued by various forces, and Wei heir, Ong Sai-ting at that time was sickly and in poor condition, possibly affected by the anchors. Restarting again to become Dr. Alan's child might also be a consideration to restart, reduce the need for anchors, and stabilize his own state. Coming to me, a favored one of the Evernight goddess, he probably wanted to sound out the Evernight goddess's thoughts through my attitude at this crucial juncture of the life school of thought's internal strife. And as a sequence 1, the snake of fate, who is most likely to see through my uniqueness, Wei heir, Ong Sai-ting only referred to me as a favored one of the Evernight goddess, without mentioning anything else. This at least indicates that the hidden state provided by the Evernight goddess is sufficient to conceal my special nature before a true god or a king of angels accommodating a uniqueness appears in the Black Emperor pathway and Judge pathway. With a certain idea in mind, Aaron reined in his diverging thoughts, looked at the 3 paper cranes and the bottle filled with silver blood on the table, curled his lips, and muttered, "How stingy." In an empty room, Wei heir, Ong Sai-ting's figure appeared out of thin air, and a pile of empty boxes instantly appeared in the trash can in the corner. Recalling the scene of their meeting just now, and his feelings after observing that favored one of the Evernight goddess up close, Wei heir, Ong Sai-ting frowned, pondered for a moment, and then took out his tarot cards. A silver light flashed in Wei heir, Ong Sai-ting's eyes, as if illusory silver rings emerged. A moment later, a familiar scene reappeared, with 4 tarot cards laid flat on the table, face up. At the top was the Judgment card, the Emperor card was at the bottom, and on the left and right were the Star card and the Wheel of Fortune card respectively. Looking at this slightly peculiar combination, Wei heir, Ong Sai-ting frowned deeply and repeated a few times in a low voice, "Aaron will." At 12 a.m. on Friday, within the magnificent temple enveloped in dark gold mist, figures emerged one after another. Under Aaron's lead, everyone bowed to the great existence on the throne before the Chaos Council began. 5 tail feathers of a flame-feathered bird, 200 pounds, Checkwald's eyes glowed slightly as he spoke directly. This was one of the auxiliary materials for the Sequence 7 Pyromaniac, and he had arrived in North Bangkokwa City yesterday with the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church's merchant caravan. He had already purchased the other auxiliary material, Magma Heart Powder, at a local Beyonder gathering, leaving only the flame-feathered bird's tail feathers unbought. As for the main material for the potion, he intended to use the Beyonder characteristic his father left him. In his view, this was more like a legacy, a continuation of spirit and will. Ever since he learned that Faye Luanitas was preparing to advance to Sequence 7 Seafarer and had successfully joined Iceberg Admiral's fleet, he had felt a sense of urgency. As someone with an extremely proud heart, he never believed he would fall behind others, so even though he hadn't fully digested the Provoker potion, he began collecting materials. Louise Sears slightly raised her hand, completing the transaction. Aaron nodded inwardly. As the future heir of the East Taker family, who controlled the Hunter pathway, he naturally had the auxiliary materials for the Hunter pathway. However, unless there was no one else to respond, he generally wouldn't speak. Aaron still hoped that the members of the Chaos Council would strengthen their connections. Seeing the two complete their transaction, Faye Luanitas also spoke in a deep voice. A pair of ghost-faced sea shark eyeballs, 600 pounds. This was one of the main materials for Sequence 7 Seafarer. After learning that he was about to advance to Sequence 7, Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards clearly informed him that her collection had the other 2 auxiliary materials and another main material, only lacking the ghost-faced sea shark eyeballs. Moreover, as long as Faye Luanitas made sufficient contributions in the upcoming exploration missions, she could sell these materials at a low price, or even give them to him for free as a reward. Seeing the others around him remain silent, Faye Luanitas looked at Mr. Favored One not far away with an expectant gaze. Aaron looked at the expectant gaze and, after thinking for a moment, realized that there really didn't seem to be any ghost-faced sea shark eyeballs in the warehouse. However, Aaron immediately remembered that he seemed to have a Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed Beyonder characteristic, which Louise Sears had sacrificed to exchange for that Sequence 6 Blood Clan Baron Beyonder characteristic. I can use the Sun-Chasing Staff to extract the excess Beyonder characteristic from that Wind-Blessed, and the Seafarer Beyonder characteristic within it can be sold to Faye Luanitas, which directly saves him the main material. Having made up his mind, Aaron spoke calmly. I don't have ghost-faced sea shark eyeballs, but I have a Seafarer Beyonder characteristic, 1,000 pounds. Faye Luanitas, who had been somewhat disappointed, instantly brightened. He currently only had 600 pounds in savings, and the remaining 400 pounds could be borrowed from Danitz. Watching the two gentlemen quickly complete their transaction, Louise Sears' eyes showed obvious fluctuations. She wanted to speak but held back. Now that she had become a Blood Clan Baron, what she most desired was, of course, the Sequence 5 Blood Clan Viscount Beyonder characteristic. However, a normal Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic would cost at least 8,000 pounds or more, and a relatively rare Blood Clan Viscount Beyonder characteristic like this would often have a significant premium. To put her dilemma in simpler terms, she was short on money recently. Even if the knowledgeable and kind Mr. Favored One sold the Blood Clan Viscount Beyonder characteristic at a low price of 8,000 pounds, she couldn't afford it. When she first arrived in Backlund, she still had over £4,000 in cash, but due to socializing and making connections with the sanguine in Backlund, most of that cash had already been spent, leaving less than £1,000. But in reality, her true assets were much higher than when she first arrived in Backlund. As such a young blood clan baron, and a descendant of Earl Mistral, many sanguine gave gifts when attending parties. In such occasions, no sanguine would be so shallow as to directly give cash. The gifts were basically various valuable paintings and collectibles. But she couldn't just sell off these valuable paintings and collectibles given by elders or peers. How rude would that be? At least she had to wait for some time, not sell them immediately after receiving them. Moreover, Backlund was only so big. If news of her reselling gifts got out, as a proud sanguine, Louise felt she couldn't afford to lose face. Of course, there were always some sanguine who would be unconventional. Louise remembered that among those gifts, there was also a very beautiful doll, which seemed to be given by a guy named Emlyn White. If worst comes to worst, I'll sell that doll first. Sigh, I've never realized how poor I am. I need to find a way to make money. Louise's thoughts gradually diverged. Chapter 105 Borrowing Money. Sid Watson, not noticing the lady beside him, had zoned out. His eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He had only just become a Sequence 8 gravedigger last week, and he hadn't digested the potion much yet. Originally, he wanted to buy a Sequence 7 potion formula, but the Sequence 7 formula was around £800, which was a bit too expensive for him. But even if he couldn't afford it temporarily, he should at least inquire about the potion's name. It better not be something like Corpse Collector or Gravedigger again. However, during his conversation with Sharon earlier today, he unexpectedly learned the name of his next sequence, Psychic, and Sharon was also willing to use the Psychic potion formula as payment for Sid helping them leave Caesarport. As a long-established local noble family, even though they had declined, their prestige remained. Moreover, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church might have gathered some clues, as the previously strict searches had been cancelled, and all port inspections were handed over to the guard team, showing an attitude of giving up and not wanting to interfere. Based on these circumstances, Sid was confident he could handle the local guard team and get Sharon and Marek onto a ship, so he abandoned his original plan and stopped asking to buy the formula, looking forward even more to the upcoming discussion session. After the two transactions were completed, seeing that no one continued to speak, and noticing the eager expressions on the faces of many members, Aaron announced the start of the discussion session. Sid spoke first, giving a rather detailed account of how Sharon and Marek of the Rose School of Thought had evaded pursuit in Caesarport with his help. With Sid's account from the previous gathering, the other members were already familiar with Sharon and Marek, knowing that they were defectors from the Rose School of Thought, and listened with great interest. The night a few days ago. Czech immediately recalled the abnormal behavior of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church caravan that night and the appearance of that archbishop. After thinking for a moment, he also brought up the matter. Looking at the members' expressions, which were sometimes enlightened and sometimes puzzled, even Sid, who had initiated the topic, did not fully understand Sharon himself, only knowing some superficial knowledge. After agreeing to Wei Aung Sai Ting's request, Aaron intended to use this opportunity to train the members of the Chaos Council and find a chance to bring Sharon into the council as well, to better intervene in the situation on the South Continent. Thinking of this, Aaron took the initiative to speak. The situation on the South Continent is very complex, with intertwined forces. The Rose School of Thought has split internally into the Temperance faction and the Hedonist faction. Their philosophies and views differ, leading to constant conflicts between them. Those two are from the Temperance faction, who advocate temperance and resist madness with a life of austerity and low desires. The Temperance faction believes that desires must always be suppressed in the heart, like underground fire and magma, waiting for the critical moment to erupt and produce terrifying power. And those abnormal Hedonist faction members believe that indulging desires helps to improve one's will, and many people indulging together can influence each other, adding fanaticism, allowing their state to reach its peak. Now, the leader who had always protected the Temperance faction has fallen, and the Hedonist faction has completely gained the upper hand, with the remaining members of the Temperance faction being hunted down. Aaron briefly introduced the situation on the South Continent and the Rose School of Thought, but he did not go into detail. After all, more in-depth content required payment, and he also showed a hostile attitude towards the Hedonist faction of the Rose School of Thought. After speaking, looking at the members with various expressions, Aaron thought for a moment and added. Recently, due to the internal split within the Life School of Thought, some members who believe in the primordial moon have defected and joined the Rose School of Thought, and many artificial vampires among them have indulged their desires and completely degenerated. Primordial moon. Artificial vampire. Louise showed a look of disgust. Already repulsed by indulging desires, she grew even more disgusted with the Rose School of Thought for taking in those artificial vampires who believed in the primordial moon. As for the Life School of Thought mentioned by Mr. Favored One, she had learned about it in the Mistral Earl family's 5th Epoch General History of the Northern Continent. She knew it was a newly established secret organization in the 5th Epoch, mastering the monster pathway and part of the apothecary pathway, but she hadn't expected such an organization, passed down in a master-disciple format, to also fall apart. The atmosphere immediately became silent, everyone lost in their own thoughts. After a moment, seeing no one else speak, Aaron's spirituality stirred, and a soft tapping sound immediately came from the throne. A grand and majestic voice rang out, "You may tell Sharon my honored name, and tell her that I can help Renee Tinker revive and help her fight Sua." Checkwald was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and hurriedly bowed in response. The other members' hearts trembled. Although they currently didn't know who Renee Tinker and Sua were. The pronoun her was enough to explain everything. That was an angel, and an existence capable of fighting her was naturally also an angel. 2 angels in total. The members, who were all only of low to mid sequences, suddenly found themselves out of their depth with such high-level topics. For a moment, they looked at each other and remained silent. In this atmosphere, Aaron manipulated the phantom on the throne to end the gathering. Dark golden light surged, and silence returned to the magnificent temple. Northeast of the violent sea, somewhere in the waters east of Harmon Harbor. The weather was somewhat gloomy, the sun obscured by dark clouds, and the sea wind raged. The Golden Dream crew members, having finished their lessons for the day, all ran to the deck for a break. Faye Luanitas poked Danitz beside him, poking him several times before Danitz reluctantly pulled his gaze away from the captain, thinking to himself, the captain is in a pirate teacher style today, so beautiful. Then he turned back and glared at Faye Luan in dissatisfaction. "You better have something important, or I'll show you the power of a pyromaniac." As he spoke, a fire crow appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand in a threatening gesture. Faye Luan pouted, but since he needed a favor, he chuckled and put his arm around Danitz's shoulder, saying, "Danitz, lend me 400 pounds. How about I return you 450 pounds in a month?" Danitz almost jumped up. "Bullshit, 400 pounds, you really think I'm a local tycoon? Where would I get 400 pounds? Faye Luan said with a smile, "Who doesn't know that Blazing Danitz is wealthy? Tin Bucket and the others can testify, you know. Tin Bucket, you two traitors, you two just wait for me." Danitz gritted his teeth inwardly, outwardly pretending not to hear. Seeing this, Faye Luan cleared his throat and walked towards the captain's cabin, muttering to himself. "I heard that someone on our ship is always staring at the captain. Could it be that they have ill intentions towards the captain? I should report this to the captain properly. Maybe the captain will reward me with a few £100. Danitz perfectly demonstrated the hunter's agility, his figure instantly appearing in front of Faye Luan, saying with a wide smile. "Look at what you're saying, where are these ill intentions? It's just borrowing money, with our brotherhood, it's absolutely no problem. Let's not trouble the captain with such a small matter." Chapter 106 Key. Danitz enthusiastically embraced Faye Luan, leading him away from the captain's cabin and into his own room within the ship's hold. Danitz stood at the doorway with a constipated expression, looking at Faye Luan, and said through gritted teeth, "Wait here, don't run around. I'm going to get the money." A moment later, the door opened, and Danitz walked out holding a small box, his face full of reluctance. Faye Luan's eyes lit up, not caring about anything else. He reached out to take the box but grabbed air. Danitz skillfully pulled the box back and took out an IOU from his arms. He handed it to Faye Luan and said, "Words alone mean nothing. Write your name on this IOU. You have to pay me back £450 next month. This is what you said yourself." Faye Luan readily wrote his name on the IOU and snatched the small box from Danitz's arms. Looking at Danitz's reluctant gaze, Faye Luan coughed lightly. "It's only £400, and I'm not saying I won't pay you back. Next month you'll earn an extra £50. Shouldn't you be happy?" Danitz snorted, offering no explanation. As the fourth sailor of the Golden Dream, even though the fleet didn't plunder merchant ships and focused more on seeking treasures, the wealth he had accumulated over the years was considerable. However, most of his assets had been converted into real estate. Numbers 12 to 16 Aromatic Tree Avenue in Byam were all his houses. Danitz only kept £430 in cash on the ship, money he had intended to spend during his vacation in Byam after this mission was completed. Thinking of the beauties at the Red Theater in Byam, Danitz sighed and turned to close the door. Faye Luan returned to his room, hugging the box. Looking at the £1,000 in cash placed together, he felt joyful. Although he was burdened with a £450 debt, the thought of acquiring the Seafarer Beyonder characteristic tonight made him inexplicably excited. Just as he finished putting away all the money, Faye Luan was considering whether to borrow some books from the captain's library to gain more knowledge when he heard the noisy shouts on the deck. Found it. Found it. As soon as Faye Luan arrived on deck, he saw a group of people standing around Captain Edwina Edwards, their faces filled with excitement, staring at a strange compass-like mystical item in the captain's hand, where a spot of light was flickering. As a new crew member, Faye Luan was participating in a treasure hunt for the first time. The past few days of learning had been mostly theoretical training, and he didn't know much about other things. Just as he was about to find someone to ask, a familiar and annoying voice sounded behind him. "Hee, you don't understand, do you? Newbies are just newbies, and they still need me to guide them. Danitz slowly emerged from the ship's cabin with an irritating expression and explained. That's the guiding compass, a mystical item personally crafted by the captain, specifically for tracking treasures. It can even sense approximate locations underwater and can also serve as a medium for various ritualistic magic. Combining it with the commotion just now, Fei Luen's eyes instantly widened. Could it be that the captain had found that treasure? Fei Luen, Danitz. A cold voice sounded. Fei Luen immediately snapped back to attention and, along with Danitz, ran to the captain's side. First mate, Gourmand, Brawalters and second mate, Singer, Orpheus, a total of 5 people, stood by the ship's side. A glimmer of light flashed in Edwina Edwards's light blue eyes, which were like clear spring water, and a light blue membrane covered everyone. Fei Luen felt a strange sensation enveloping him. As a Sequence 8 folk of rage, he already possessed excellent underwater mobility. Now, he felt this ability had been significantly enhanced. Based on his understanding of the captain during this period, Fei Luen speculated that this should be a partial ability analysis and imitation of the Sequence 7 seafarer, the greatest practical use of which was the ability to move freely underwater for more than half an hour. Not far away, the group jumped into the water, moving flexibly underwater, and quickly reached the sea floor. What came into view was a massive multi-masted sailing ship, hundreds of meters long. The surface of the sailing ship was broken and battered, with signs of breakage everywhere, and most of the hull was already embedded in the mud on the sea floor. An almost transparent eye appeared on Edwina Edwards's forehead. It had no eyelashes and was cold and emotionless. It was precisely the eye of secrets that she had analyzed and imitated. That eye without eyelashes looked around, paused on the right side of the cabin, and then moved its gaze away. After confirming there was no danger, Edwina was the first to float into the right side of the cabin, and the scene before her made her stop. On the already decaying inner wall of the cabin, a large door over 10 meters high was drawn with something unknown. This door was mainly blue-gray, with many symmetrical symbols, marks, and patterns engraved on both sides, both solemn and mysterious. It seemed that the arrival of Edwina and the others triggered some change. The large door, originally drawn on the inner wall of the cabin, detached from the cabin and floated in midair. In the dim sea bottom, the light of dusk suddenly appeared. The light vaguely shone through, giving this double door a distinct sense of decay, as if the day of the entire world was nearing its end, and eternal darkness was about to arrive. The change came very suddenly, and everyone failed to react. When the light disappeared, the large door on the inner wall of the cabin had already vanished. The pair of eyelashless, almost transparent eyes reappeared on Edwina's forehead, staring intently at the inner wall of the cabin, but finding nothing. Fei Luen, standing slightly behind, looked down at his feet. Seeing the thick mud, he immediately felt something subtly amiss. Phantoms of light emerged on his body, and invisible waves surged towards the mud beneath his feet. Such fluctuations naturally attracted the attention of the few people around him. Danitz was about to remind Fei Luen not to disturb the captain's thoughts when he saw a large, black iron key-shaped object exposed beneath the mud. Edwina's eyebrows twitched slightly. With a wave of her hand, a large, iron-black key, as big as a zither, immediately detached from the mud and floated into her hand. Looking at the exaggeratedly shaped key in her hand, which had no trace of rust, Edwina fell into contemplation. First mate, Gourmand, Brawalters looked at the large black iron key in the captain's hand and said with barely concealed excitement. Could this be the legendary Key of Death? The key that can open the treasure left behind by death. Everyone recalled the most famous treasure legend on the sea, and their eyes burned as they looked at the massive black iron key, which did not seem to be for human use. Edwina looked back at the excited crew members and, with a calm and concise tone, interrupted their fantasies. This is not the legendary Key of Death, or to put it more precisely. The key is a revelation, a symbol. What opens the Death's treasury is most likely not a key-shaped object, but a certain beyonder characteristic, a certain bloodline, or even specific individuals and their descendants. She paused, without a hint of regret, but rather with increased interest, adding. This key should belong to a much older era, at least not to humans. Chapter 107, Tell Your Name. Looking at the captain's smile, Danitz somewhat regretted not observing carefully enough. Such a good opportunity to perform had been taken by the newcomer, Phelan. After a moment of contemplation, Edwina Edwards said, before the cataclysm, giants, dragons, elves, demonic wolves, and other creatures were still active in this world. The form of the key vaguely points to one of them. All of you spread out and see if there are any other clues. Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed to search the sunken ship. A moment later, they all gathered again, their faces filled with disappointment. On the sunken ship, let alone treasures, there weren't even bones that should have been there, only thick mud remained. Edwina Edwards didn't say much as she looked at her disappointed crew members. For treasure hunters like them, it was common to search for treasure and find nothing. Moreover, obtaining this black iron-colored key, which clearly contained a secret, was already worth the trip for her. Everyone surfaced and returned to the deck. The remaining crew members looked at the iron-black key, as large as a zither, in the captain's hand, and then at the empty hands of the few people behind the captain. They couldn't help but show a mix of disappointment and curiosity, and whispers filled the deck. Edwina Edwards looked around. After the deck quieted down, her clear, cold voice rang out. "This expedition is over. We can prepare to return. I will announce the arrangements for bonuses and holidays within 2 days. Phelan, come with me." Phelan, who was looking at the iron-black key in the captain's hand, was stunned for a moment. Under the envious gazes of those around him, he walked into the captain's cabin. In front of rows of bookshelves filled with various books, Edwina Edwards' light blue eyes gazed at Phelan, and she said in a calm tone, "You performed very well this time. I will fulfill my promise. One of the main materials for a seafarer, which I promised you last time, can be your reward for this mission. Of course, if you choose that, you won't get a bonus." Phelan opened his mouth, momentarily unsure how to respond. After muttering for a moment, he spoke with some embarrassment. "Thank you, Captain, but I don't need that main material for now. Can I exchange it for the auxiliary materials for a seafarer instead?" Edwina Edwards' light blue eyes, like clear spring water, gazed at Phelan for a moment. Just as Phelan was wondering whether to explain, her clear, cold voice rang out again, brief and powerful, "You may." Phelan held 2 boxes, looking somewhat speechless at Danitz, first mate Brew Walrus, second mate Orpheus, third mate Yodson, and Iron Bucket, who were blocking his doorway. Danitz stared intently at Phelan, speaking first with some urgency, asking the question that the others also wanted to ask. "What did the captain want with you? What did you tell her?" Seeing through their little schemes at a glance, Phelan said helplessly. "She just praised my good performance this time and gave me the reward for this mission early, the auxiliary materials for a seafarer." Seafarer auxiliary materials. Everyone looked at Phelan with strange eyes. Danitz, in particular, remembered the 400 pounds Phelan had borrowed earlier. "He's not going to advance to Sequence 7, is he?" "Damn it, I'm only Sequence 7, Danitz's expression instantly stiffened. "Caesarport, South Continent, Port District." Sharon, with her light golden hair tied in a bun and azure eyes, sat on a sofa, wearing an elaborate and exquisite black Gothic court gown and a small black soft hat. Her features were quite delicate, but her complexion was unusually pale. Marek was in the adjacent compartment playing poker with 3 zombies. Those 3 zombies were bodies Sid had collected when he was a corpse collector. He had buried the bodies in this warehouse at the time, and after learning of Marek's preferences, Sid generously gifted him the 3 bodies. Sid Watson smiled and greeted Sharon opposite him, saying concisely, "I've sorted out your ship tickets. You can depart this weekend. You and Marek can start preparing." Sharon rose and bowed slightly, replying with a hint of gratitude. "Thank you. I will also prepare the spirit medium beyonder potion formula you need." Sid nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. Seeing that Marek was still in the compartment playing poker, he walked to the door and closed the door, then turned back to Sharon's slightly puzzled eyes. Clearing his throat, Sid said meaningfully, "Renettini Chol, Saya." Sharon's eyes instantly sharpened. Then she recalled the winged figure she had seen that night, and she retracted her sharp gaze, asking with some hesitation, "Did the one behind you tell you?" Sid nodded, acknowledging it, and continued. "That one told me that she can help Renettini Chol revive and help her fight Saya. This is her honorific name." As Sid spoke, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Sharon, looking at her seriously and adding, "Burn it after reading." Sharon took the paper and unfolded it. A line of text written in D'Artagnan appeared. "The origin of order and shadow. The great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. The lord of order who governs rules." Sharon's pupils suddenly contracted. As Renettini Chol's student, even though her sequence was not high, her knowledge of the Beyonder domain was extremely comprehensive, and she naturally knew the meaning of a 3-part honorific name. Can help teacher revive. Connecting this to the previous sentence, Sharon's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, but after a moment, she suppressed her inner emotions and regained her composure. Sharon rose again and bowed slightly in thanks. She then placed the paper in her hand on the nearby candlelight, watching it burn. Her eyes flickered, and she then asked, "Do you know where the underground gathering in Caesarport is? I need to purchase some materials to make some potions to counter the surge of malice during the bloody full moon. One I know of is at the Sea Shark Tavern, at 67 East Wall Street in the Caesarport district." There's a gathering tonight at 8 p.m., Sid nodded, adding with a troubled expression. "However, I have something tonight, so I probably can't take you. You can go directly to the side door of the Sea Shark Tavern, and find the bartender, tell him, I want a glass of emerald blood wine, and he will take you to the gathering." Sid was also very helpless. Tonight, the numinous episcopate leader responsible for Caesarport, Antony Us, a Sequence 6 spirit guide, had urgently summoned the numinous episcopate members in Caesarport, and he had no choice but to go. After such a long period of inquiry, Sid also roughly knew that his faction belonged to the relatively weaker slumber faction within the numinous episcopate, with only one saint. A sequence 6 spirit guide could already be considered quasi-high level within the slumber faction. Sid didn't even need to think to know the purpose of tonight's summons. It was definitely for Sharon and the other person, especially since he was the one who had collaborated with the Rose School of Thought to issue the arrest warrant in Caesarport. After leaving Sharon a set of black robes sufficient to cover her entire body and a black iron-colored mask, Sid opened the door, greeted Marek, who was still playing cards, and then left alone. Chapter 108 Meeting at the Party. Under the high-hanging blood moon, Kaiser Harbor was still bustling at night, and ships in the harbor were continuously unloading cargo. Sharon, cloaked in a black robe and wearing a dark iron mask that obscured her face, stood in an alley not far from Sea Shark Tavern at 67 East Wall Street in the Port District, observing silently for a few minutes before her figure flickered and she arrived at the tavern's side door. Looking at the emotionless pupils beneath the dark iron mask, the doorman wisely closed his mouth and, at the lady's request, led her to Sea Shark. Sea Shark Galen Lynn narrowed his eyes, sensing a dangerous aura from the person before him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Sharon's deliberately hoarse voice, "A glass of emerald blood wine." Newcomer. Galen Lynn nodded slightly, and a person similarly dressed in a black robe behind him led Sharon to the basement. Unlike the noise upstairs, the atmosphere in the basement was quiet and oppressive. After passing through about 2 checkpoints and secret passages, Sharon arrived in a sizable room. The candlelight was dim, and quite a few people were already sparsely seated on the chairs in the room. Sharon looked at the almost identical black robes around her and chose a less crowded corner to sit down. During this time, several more black-robed figures arrived, all remaining silent until Sea Shark Galen Lynn walked in and announced the start of the gathering. A plump man sitting at the very front, wearing a black robe in the style of a country witch doctor, was the first to speak. "This time I've brought 6 bottles of precious potions, 3 of which can effectively stop bleeding and promote wound healing. Believe me, this is definitely better than getting stitches at a clinic, and it's more discreet and convenient. They'll remain effective for 6 months. Noticing the gazes cast his way, he suddenly let out a strange laugh and continued to describe. As for the other 3 bottles, although they only have an effective period of 1.5 months, they can help gentlemen regain the impulsiveness of their 17 or 18-year-old selves, turning them into beyonders in bed. Heh, you know what I mean. Even if they exceed the effective period, they can still produce effects, only it will spread from there to the whole body. The user will become exceptionally violent, with significant increases in strength, speed, and agility, followed by weakness after half an hour." Ignoring the strange looks around him, he straightened his back and added, I'm going to loan afterward, so this time I only accept loan gold pounds as payment. Each bottle is 2 pounds, no bargaining. Is this an apothecary?" Sharon raised her head with interest, looking at the somewhat irritatingly voiced fat man in front of her. During this time, some people had already made bids, and the 6 bottles of mystic medicine were instantly snapped up. For most wild beyonders, these 2 potions were quite practical. Even if the second potion sounded more bizarre, when used in combat, normal combat, it was equivalent to activating a berserk state, which might just turn the tide. Sharon thought for a moment and spoke in a hoarse, cold voice. "Do you have potions for treating mental derangement, bloodlust, and other issues?" The plump apothecary answered without hesitation, "Yes, tranquilizers. I brought 5 doses to this gathering, 15 sols per dose. Believe me, these are much more effective than what you get in hospitals. I've added some spiritual materials, so they're absolutely worth the price." Sharon paused, silently calculating how many lone gold pounds she had left, then said, "I'll take 4 doses." The plump apothecary chuckled as he took out another 4 doses of potions and handed them to the attendant. As the attendant approached, Sharon also took out 3 lone gold pounds of 1 pound denomination and placed them on the tray, simultaneously taking the 4 doses of potions. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations from the potions, she nodded slightly. The subsequent transactions were either successful or failed, but the items traded were limited to low sequence. After acquiring what she wanted, Sharon remained silent, quietly observing. About half an hour later, seeing the gathering fall silent, Sea Shark Galen Lynn, who had not spoken until then, suddenly announced, "This gathering is over. The winds are tight lately, everyone be careful. Everyone will leave one by one according to the guide." The attendants led people out one by one from front to back. When it was Sharon's turn, the attendant stood still, while Galen Lynn personally rose, made an inviting gesture, and then walked ahead. Sharon's eyes narrowed slightly, and her hand under the black robe gripped the wraith dagger. Even though its negative effects were significant, it was a powerful escape tool in an emergency. Quietly following behind Galen Lynn, walking along the corridor, Sharon suddenly spoke. "Where are you taking me? This isn't the way out." As she spoke, she was fully on guard, ready to act at any moment. Galen Lynn didn't turn around and replied calmly, completely unafraid, "A certain lord wishes to see you. Please follow me." Upon hearing this, Sharon's pupils constricted, and without further hesitation, she was about to activate the wraith dagger in her hand. However, with a slight exertion of force, the dagger in her hand shattered into a cluster of brilliant foam. The surrounding environment changed accordingly. Clusters of starlight appeared out of thin air, and the figure of a lady, wearing a blouse with a lace floral collar, paired with a knee-length gray skirt and long leather boots, was surrounded by starlight. She wore a soft hat with a fine black mesh veil hanging down, obscuring her face. It was Bernadette. Galen Lynn stood respectfully to the side, while Bernadette's azure and profound eyes gazed at Sharon through the hanging fine black mesh veil, toying with the wraith dagger in her hand. Sharon felt as if she was looking into a pair of cold, pupil-less eyes, and a sense of powerlessness immediately rose in her heart. The mark on her palm flickered slightly but seemed to be blocked by some barrier, bringing no change. Just as Sharon decided to make a desperate move, Bernadette glanced at the mark on Sharon's palm, and a very textured voice sounded. "You must be Sharon, right? The disciple of that temperance faction leader." What was a question was spoken with absolute certainty. "You can call me Queen Mystic. I believe you should know that name, right? Queen Mystic. The leader of Orvie Island." Sharon felt a slight relief internally, then confusion surfaced. "Since it's not the Rose School of Thought, why are you looking for me?" Noticing the confusion in Sharon's eyes, Bernadette chuckled lightly and tossed the wraith dagger back to Sharon. "The guidance of fate has brought us together." As she spoke, an indescribable pressure erupted from this pirate king who dominated the 5 seas, striking directly at one's soul, making it impossible to resist. Bernadette's azure and profound eyes stared intently at Sharon, saying word by word, "Have you heard of Lord of Order?" Lord of Order. That hidden existence pointed to by that honorific name. Sharon's delicate face showed a startled expression, her thoughts racing, and she even forgot to answer. Bernadette looked at the expression on Sharon's face and felt a slight relief in her heart. She had finally found a clue to that hidden existence, and it was not in vain that she had stayed in Kaiser Harbor for several days following the prophecy's revelation. What surprised her was that it had actually become linked with the Rose School of Thought. Chapter 109, Reciting the Name. Bernadette reigned in her terrifying aura from before, and her almost ethereal, lashless eyes also subtly retracted. She asked softly, "How did you know that name?" Seeing Sharon still silent, Bernadette added in a relaxed tone, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to seek an answer, and I don't want to harm anyone." Then, her tone shifted, "As far as I know, there are 2 of you, right? Through you, I can find the location of the other person. Since you know my identity, you should know that I am not exaggerating. Let me guess, is he with the person who told you this name?" Sharon's heart sank, then she thought of her current predicament and her teacher's state. She exhaled slowly and began to speak. "I hope you keep your promise. I only recently learned the title, Order Master, from an honored name I had never heard before. A few days ago, my teacher used her last bit of strength to kill the pursuers. After escaping to Caesarport, the person who told me the honored name helped us escape the search. That person told me that after chanting that honored name, there would be a chance to help my teacher recover and to resist SUA." Bernadette's eyes flickered slightly, and she did not press further, changing the subject. "Judging by your appearance, you probably haven't chanted that honored name yet. Your current situation is not optimistic. The Rose School of Thought is currently entangled with the Life School of Thought, which is why last time it was only a Sequence 5 wraith pursuing you. But the appearance of the remaining power of the Temperance faction leader last time has shifted some of the Rose School of Thought's attention. This time, the pursuit will not be so simple." Sharon's expression grew serious as she looked at Bernadette, then after a moment of silence, she said, "Your Majesty, what should I do?" Bernadette smiled, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Sharon, in a daze, found herself in a spacious secret room. Emerald green pea vines hung down, and Bernadette sat on a swing made of vines, speaking slowly. "A trade, you chant that honored name, and I want to establish contact with that existence through you. I will be responsible for ensuring your safe departure from the South Continent." After half a moment of contemplation, Sharon finally nodded. Looking at a section of vine that stretched out, she reached out and took the various spiritual materials placed on it. Sharon stood in the corner, and following the standard ritual procedure, lit candles and burned precious essential oils and common herbal powders. A hazy, ethereal atmosphere spread out. Sharon recalled the content of the note, lowered her head, and began to meditate, repeatedly chanting the honored name of Order Master. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. In the monotonous, rhythmic sound, Sharon gradually entered a wondrous state. Her body was relaxed and introverted, as if in slumber, yet her spirituality was lively and light, constantly spreading outwards. Empress Burrow, Backlund, the luxurious villa of the East Taker family. Aaron was reading the drafted proposal for the establishment of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee when he suddenly heard layers of supplicating voices. It's a female voice, not Louise's voice. Is it Sharon? Aaron quickly made a judgment, remembering the task he had given Sid at the last meeting, and had some guesses. Putting down the document in his hand, Aaron went to the cubicle, skillfully set up a ritual, and arrived at the Nation of Disorder. Inside the magnificent palace shrouded in dark gold mist, Aaron sat on the deepest throne, looking at a pulsating prayer light point below. Through the layers of light curtains, Aaron saw a lady wearing a complex and exquisite black Gothic court dress and a small black soft hat, who was indeed Sharon. And beside her, on a swing made of vines, Bernadette, wearing a lady's shirt with a lace floral bow tie, had her eye of peeping appear before her, looking around. Bernadette. How was she with Sharon? Without thinking further, Aaron beckoned to draw the Black Emperor card into his body, abandoning the idea of pulling Sharon into the Nation of Disorder, and condensed a ball of light, throwing it into the prayer light point. Sharon, who was closing her eyes and softly chanting the honored name, suddenly felt as if she had fallen into a dream. She dreamed of boundless dark gold mist, of a throne located in the deepest part of a magnificent palace, and of a detached figure sitting on the throne, looking down on everything. A majestic and indifferent voice echoed in Sharon's heart. Every Friday at 12 p.m. Loan time, find an undisturbed environment and attend the gathering. Just as Sharon was about to speak, everything shattered and disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of cold eyes filled with various symbols and no eyelashes, but they vanished in an instant. For that one moment, Sharon was stiff, without thought, like a marble statue sitting there. Bernadette grunted, and her eye of peeping shattered. Large areas of distorted, chaotic marks appeared on Bernadette's body, her pupils were somewhat unfocused, and only one image remained in her mind. In the boundless dark gold mist, a lashless, chaotic eye appeared. Under the instinct for survival, a pair of ethereal, holy wings unfolded behind Bernadette, her mythical creature form expanding. The falling white feathers prevented further erosion by some invisible pollution, yet she could not escape it. This was the ugly duckling from fairy tale magic. It allowed Bernadette to display an incomplete mythical creature form while remaining conscious, twice a day, for 15 seconds each time. Her pure white wings vibrated slightly. Sharon, who was still in a dazed and unfocused state, seemed to be covered by a veil, vaguely existing between illusion and reality. Bernadette quickly recovered her clarity from the chaos, feeling the bone-deep pollution on her body. Without hesitation, as a sequence 3 clairvoyant, Bernadette decisively chose the most effective countermeasure from her spiritual feedback. Bernadette maintained her mythical creature form while extending her right hand, quickly outlining one star-studded word after another in midair. These words, seemingly containing infinite mysteries, quickly intertwined into strange symbols, opening a secret door that led to the depths of the spirit world. Immediately after, the secret door opened, and a strong wind blew out, transforming into a man with a human upper body and a swirling lower body, wrapped in white cloth. Sage's forehead, Bernadette commanded, her voice somewhat urgent and authoritative. The man respectfully assented and took out an ornament from a strip of white cloth wrapped around his body. The core of this ornament was a vertical eye inlaid with diamonds. It shimmered with pure light, giving an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet also appearing quite cold and devoid of warmth. It was precisely one of Bernadette's Grade 0 sealed artifacts, that Sage's forehead. Chapter 110 Sage's Forehead Ornament. Bernadette immediately took the Sage's headband, and embedded it into the center of her forehead. As spiritual energy surged and gradually merged with her body, and a diamond vertical eye appeared on her forehead, Bernadette's body began to dematerialize, breaking down into streams of complex knowledge. In an instant, Bernadette transformed into a pure stream of information being. However, the large patches of distorted, chaotic pollution on her body did not achieve this state, they detached from her body and gradually converged into a fingernail-sized crystal. At the same time, the torrent of information that Bernadette had become, free from the pollution, reassembled her original body nearby. During this process, she seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of boundless, dark golden mist. Above the dark golden mist, Aaron withdrew his gaze. After peeling off the Black Emperor card, he rubbed his slightly throbbing forehead. The chaotic eye at the top of the throne flickered a few times, its century-old light dimming before returning to silence. Aaron looked at the images reflected by the still dissipating prayer light points and muttered. She's incredibly bold, a bad habit passed down through generations. She dares to look at anything with the eye of peeping. Good thing I pulled back in time, or it would have been troublesome. But this time, the warning should be very effective. At least next time, she'll try a different way of communicating. Seeing that Bernadette had reassembled her body and Sharon was unharmed, Aaron thought about leaving once the prayer light points dissipated. Suddenly, he heard another layered chorus of pleas, and another prayer light point lit up below, revealing a dark golden door, somewhere between illusory and real, that opened wide. The door of sacrifice and grant. Quite efficient. Aaron's spiritual perception reached out and indeed saw Fay Luanida's, eyes closed in prayer, and a pile of 1,000 pounds on the altar in front of him. Aaron raised his hand and retrieved a blue crystal from the pile of miscellaneous items. It was the precipitated seafarer beyonder characteristic. After collecting the 1,000 pounds that had been sacrificed, he tossed the crystal into the door of sacrifice and grant. The dark golden portal closed, and Aaron returned to the real world. He tidied up his items and continued to read the proposal for establishing the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee on his desk. As the primary initiator and promoter of this proposal, he had to finalize the last version before it was officially submitted to the Parliament tomorrow, to satisfy the demands of all parties and gain the maximum level of support. Inside the compartment, Bernadette, pale-faced, removed the sage's headband. Several ethereal, pure white feathers emerged, enveloping the crystal floating in the air. She then summoned the spirit world creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of wind again, handing both the sage's headband and the feather-wrapped crystal to him. With a wave of Bernadette's right hand, the room returned to its original state, and Sharon's slightly ethereal figure solidified and reappeared. This was a protective measure for her, to prevent her from losing control and going mad if she directly faced a mythical creature form. Sharon had now recovered and, recalling the dreamlike scene she had just experienced, looked up to see Bernadette, whose true appearance was now revealed. Seeing the fatigue on the face of this pirate king, renowned throughout the 5 seas, Sharon immediately had some suspicions, but she still restrained her curiosity and, as per their original agreement, recounted the images and words she had just received. Friday, a gathering, a subtle shift appeared on Bernadette's slightly pale face. After a moment of contemplation, an exquisite, golden whistle appeared before Sharon, and she spoke, meeting Sharon's questioning gaze. "Blow it, and you can summon my messenger. You can send messages and seek help." After seeing Sharon accept it, Bernadette seemed to recall something and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. "Holy Spirit who pursues knowledge. Lighthouse of the mysterious world. Eye that gazes upon destiny. King above the sea. Holy Bernadette Gustave." Without waiting for Sharon to ask, Bernadette proactively explained, "This is my honored name. I will be staying in Caesarport for the next few days. If you encounter an unresolvable danger, you can find me." This is quicker than summoning a messenger. "And you only need to help me ask one question at the gathering you attend next week. I will pay the price required to answer that question." Sharon looked up at Bernadette, bowed slightly, and said, "I will, thank you for your help." On the other side of Caesarport's harbor district, Dake, wearing a black robe in the style of a rural witch doctor, around 30 years old, with black hair, brown eyes, a round face, and a plump physique, furtively poked his head out. After confirming no one was following him again, he slowly walked to another street. He finally stopped in front of an unmarked pharmacy in an alley diagonally opposite Caesarport's Red Theater. Dake clicked his tongue, removed the red cloth displaying a sign for exclusive potency elixirs, opened the door, and walked inside. After checking his valuables again, the plump apothecary Dake confirmed nothing was missing. He then took a letter from a secret compartment and unfolded it while muttering, "I wonder if the old man can escape this calamity this time. He absolutely must not get caught. I just became an apothecary, and he hasn't given me the subsequent potion formulas yet." The letter contained only a few short sentences. "The situation is tense, no meeting for now. South Continent is dangerous, leave as soon as possible, Roy King." After scanning the letter again, Dake sighed with a hint of worry. He then put the letter away and unfolded his newly purchased Northern Continent map, looking at the few marked locations and silently calculating his route. First take a ship to Byam, then to Enmatport, Tingen, and finally to Backlund. Stay in each place for a while, sell some potions to save money, and leave when I'm about to be discovered. October 21st, Thursday. Backlund Westboro, Beloto Street, Military Intelligence Department 9. Aaron was dressed in a crisp lone major's military uniform, followed by Glenwill and the others from the 4th Special Investigation Team. As the target of this mission was quite dangerous, Aaron only called Glenn, a Sequence 6, to assist in the operation, while the others were responsible for perimeter security. Accompanied by the clip-clop of hooves, the carriage drove towards Eastboro. Glenn, looking at Aaron sitting beside him, couldn't help but ask, "We've already left Military Intelligence Department 9. What exactly is the target of this mission? You can tell us now, right?" Aaron looked at his team members' puzzled gazes, pulled out a stack of documents from his arms, and handed them over. This was the result of Hugh and Furza's investigations over the past few weeks. After Aaron had informed and warned them about the demoness last time, they quickly adjusted their thinking after a brief shock, intending to make this demoness the breakthrough point for the matter. The two did not rashly track and investigate directly. Instead, they decided to first inquire at various red theaters in Eastboro to see if there had been any beautiful women with very unique sexual orientations recently. Originally, this was just an attempt, but they unexpectedly found something. Eastboro, Tito Street, number 122. Aaron rubbed his chin, thinking to himself as he looked at the final address given in the investigation report. My interrogator potion should be fully digested after interrogating this demoness. However, this interrogation needs to be conducted secretly elsewhere, so that others don't notice and destroy evidence. Chapter 111, Mysterious Ring. The carriage stopped at the outskirts of the East Borough, having passed through the acrid smoke that permeated the streets. Everyone disembarked from the carriage, leaving the streets strewn with trash and debris, and proceeded along the East Taker tributary of the Tassoc River, arriving at an alley near 122 Teto Street. After Aaron briefly assigned tasks, the other members began setting up surveillance points, hiding at street corners, disguised as ordinary pedestrians, awaiting the appearance of Demoness Queen Mok. Soon after, a woman in a black cloak with long, flowing hair walked from a nearby street towards 122 Teto Street. As she moved, a glimpse of white skin was visible at her shoulder, and she wore a dark green ring on the middle finger of her right hand. She walked gracefully through the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by, while two men followed behind her, both gazing at Queen Mok ahead with infatuated expressions, occasionally glaring fiercely at the surrounding passers-by. Tsk tisk, truly a demoness. Are these two the unlucky souls who were bewitched? With no spiritual fluctuations, they should just be ordinary people. Aaron withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and muttered to himself. Seeing the three enter 122 Teto Street, and waiting a while longer without discovering any other anomalies, Aaron and Glenn exchanged glances and began their operation. The others quickly converged, setting up a simple wall of spirituality around the room. Inside the room at 122 Teto Street, the luxurious decorations were in stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior of the house. Queen Mok arrived at a strangely styled room further inside. Inside the room were several people, male and female, bound in various ways. They all had flushed faces, dazed eyes, and were covered in red whip marks. Queen Mok had already removed her black robe, revealing her pale skin. She picked up a long, whip-like object with red stains from a nearby shelf and looked at the two men who were still infatuated, a twisted, sinister smile appearing on her exquisite face. Whip after whip, watching the scene of flesh and blood flying, Queen Mok felt the twisted desire suppressed within her heart being satisfied. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong, because not only were there no screams or wails, but even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Queen Mok's pupils constricted. Just as she was about to raise the dark green ring on her right hand, she found her hand was empty. Before she could react, accompanied by intense pain, everything around her shattered and disappeared like a broken mirror. Aaron stood expressionlessly outside the room, watching the scene inside. A faint blue illusory door on the wall behind him was slowly closing. A simple, silver-gray ring on his left hand shimmered with a faint light, which was the Lord of Mysteries. Under the friendly communication from before, this living, powerful sealed artifact no longer chanted irregularly at any time, only requiring one chant per day. After wailing in the junk pile of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron sacrificed it. Before the mission, he had gone to St. Samuel's Cathedral and found the Red Gloves captain, Sol Assuresost, and used the Lord of Mysteries to record the nightmare's ability to forcibly pull people into dreams. Looking at the men and women who had all fallen to the ground and entered a dream, as well as Queen Mok who only woke up when attacked, Aaron nodded with satisfaction. Logically, the recorded ability would be weakened to a certain extent, and its effect on a demoness, who is also a Sequence 7, would not be so obvious. However, thanks to the Night Mark's significant enhancement of Night Pathway beyond her abilities, it almost had the original effect. Glenn, surrounded by flames, directly severed Queen Mok's right arm with the ring using his flaming longsword. After kicking her away, a flaming spear shot out, striking the fallen Queen Mok. Queen Mok's figure shattered in response, turning into a pile of mirror fragments covered in black flames and frost. On the pitch-black mirror in another room, the figure of the disarmed Queen Mok appeared, her face hideously distorted and her eyes bloodshot. This was the mirror doppelganger ability of a Sequence 7 witch. Her remaining sanity and will to survive told her that she was no match for the two in front of her and had to escape. Before she could continue to use her mirror doppelganger ability, she felt a sharp pain in her brain, as if currents of electricity surged through her spirit, forming a barbed whip that continuously lashed her soul. Coupled with her previous injuries, Queen Mok directly knelt on the ground, wailing in pain, blood gushing from the stump of her right arm. Aaron's pale golden pupils coldly watched Queen Mok, who was wailing on the ground. Taking advantage of this time, Aaron coldly said, "Steal." The Lord of Mysteries on his left hand flickered continuously, finally glowing faintly. Queen Mok, who had just recovered a bit and was about to escape at all costs, suddenly felt as if something was missing from herself. In her spiritual perception, those mirrors that were originally clearly visible abruptly disappeared and could no longer be sensed. Aaron raised his left hand and beckoned. The Lord of Mysteries on his left hand flickered, and Aaron used the Lord of Mysteries to summon a historical image. The figure of a man in his 40s appeared, with soft facial features, long sideburns, a flamboyant standard top hat, and a black straight staff inlaid with gold in his hand. It was Sol Assuresost. Sost's eyes were dim, and an invisible fluctuation emerged. Queen Mok, who was severely injured and somewhat disoriented, immediately fell into a deep sleep. The resentful expression on her face gradually turned to terror, as if she had fallen into some terrifying dream. Aaron nodded slightly to Glenn, who had rushed over from the adjacent room. Glenn then glanced at the one-armed woman lying on the ground with a terrified expression, said nothing, and exited the room to call the other team members to process the scene. Watching the few people being dragged away and loaded onto some dilapidated carriages, Aaron looked around, picked up the severed arm with the green ring on the ground, and threw out a dark golden paper crane, which spontaneously combusted into ashes and scattered. The carriage drove towards East Taker Manor in the suburbs. Aaron sat inside the carriage, contemplating this battle. The functions of the Lord of Mysteries are very comprehensive, whether it's recording abilities like Door and Nightmare, or the stealing ability, they are all very practical. However, the probability of stealing is indeed a bit low. It takes 8 or 9 attempts to steal from a severely injured target. And the final summoned Historical Void, even though it only summoned a sequence 6 Soul Assurer, might have failed 6 times due to unfamiliarity. These failed attempts also consumed a large amount of spirituality, not to mention that the consumption of maintaining the Historical Void image after success was even greater, to the point that even Aaron's spirituality was somewhat unable to sustain it. Should I bribe Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting with some of the latest flavored ice cream to exchange for some luck and increase the success rate? Aaron's thoughts raced as he looked at East Taker Manor, whose outline was already visible ahead. He made up his mind. I must get a mystical item that can increase spirituality. This level of spiritual consumption is already a bit much for me. If I encounter a strong enemy, I might be the one to fall first. Items that activate spirituality, the Sanguine definitely have them. Next Chaos meeting, I can make a deal with Miss Louise. It seems she's quite short on money too. Chapter 112 Blood Moon. At the entrance of East Taker Manor, Harland Rooney, who had already been promoted to artisan, a sequence 6 artisan, personally stood at the door to welcome Aaron as he stepped out of the carriage. Aaron looked at his personal guard, who had accompanied him from Iruziel to Backlund, and patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Unlike Darren Shiroto, who had accumulated a large number of merits from intelligence work, Harland Rooney, who was more involved in document organization and appraisal, still had far too few tools to exchange for the artisan potion formula. And Michelle Veed was unwilling to leave Backlund. Considering the potential situation in the South Continent, Aaron gave Harland Rooney a choice. Either he continued to accumulate merits and contributions, waiting for the potion formula, or Aaron would guarantee and advance contributions in his name, allowing him to become an artisan early, but he would have to go to the South Continent to make sufficient contributions and make up for the missing merits. Harland Rooney, who had been stuck at Sequence 7 for 4 or 5 years and had thought promotion was hopeless, had never heard of such an advanced operation as advancing contributions, but he still decisively chose the second option. He was currently handing over his work at East Tack Bicycle Company to someone else, preparing to depart this weekend, first returning to Iruziel to bid farewell to his wife and children before heading to the South Continent. Looking at the somewhat excited Harland Rooney before him, Aaron was about to encourage him a few words when he suddenly felt the faint crimson moonlight, originally somewhat indistinct due to the gas street lamp's glow, suddenly deepen and thicken. Aaron looked up in astonishment, finding that the clouds and thin mist in the sky had dispersed, and the red moon, more than a semicircle, clearly revealed itself. Its outline rapidly filled out, and after just 1 or 2 seconds, it became a full moon, a blood-red full moon. Aaron immediately felt that under the illumination of the surrounding crimson moonlight, the Een power and negative emotions continuously surged and erupted in small increments. Quinn Mock, who had already fainted and fallen into a dream, suddenly had a distorted expression, and her hair grew wildly. Her originally bloodless face became covered in black frost, and her remaining arm and all exposed skin seemed to be covered in black, twisted patterns. Aaron was about to go up and give this demoness a holy purification, but he was afraid of directly killing her. Harland, who was very perceptive, quickly took out a charm-like object covered in golden patterns and directly placed it on Quinn Mock's body. The charm slowly burned, emitting a pure light. Quinn Mock's abnormal physical condition immediately ceased, although it did not improve, it no longer worsened. Estimating the burning speed of the charm, Aaron felt it could last for at least 10 minutes. Harland met Aaron's interested gaze, then took out a few more charms from his pregnant and handed them to Aaron, explaining proactively. This is a new type of charm I developed after being promoted to artisan, based on the ritual magic of purification bullets and exorcism bullets. It's perfect for this kind of situation. He really is a talented person. Letting him become an artisan early was indeed the right choice, Aaron thought to himself, taking the charms with satisfaction. After Glenn led a few team members, accompanied by the guards, to lock Quinn Mock in the underground interrogation room. Aaron looked up at the clear and clean sky, admiring the disc-shaped, vivid red full moon, and felt his greatly depleted spirituality become active, feeling much better now. He couldn't help but murmur. Mr. Door's solo rap has started again. Today is a blood moon night, an enhanced version of the full moon, so it should last longer than 7 minutes. 43 Siffield Street, Sherwood Borough. Tonight, Furs Wall, who had just returned home after going out with Zio to deliver collected intelligence to Casper's Canley, was sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa, chewing on a new type of bread with meat and vegetables, and writing the plot of Wuthering Heights with disheveled hair during her break. Just as she wrote about the understanding and helpful powerful adventurer who always assisted the detective lady, first thought of Mr. Luzavden couldn't help but shrink her neck. Suddenly, she frowned, dropping the food and pen in her hand. She clearly saw that the moonlight shining through the window was getting stronger and redder. Suddenly, a sharp, hollow, illusory voice echoed in Furza's ears, and Furza's expression abruptly turned ferocious. The voice was like a fine needle, inserted into her head, extending bit by bit, poking bit by bit, as if to completely peel off her entire scalp. This extreme pain instantly sobered Furz, and she sat up abruptly. She saw the green veins on the back of her hands bulging one by one, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw anxious Zio rushing out of the room. Thump. She fell off the sofa, her body twisting and struggling there, then suddenly, with a whoosh, she tore off a large handful of hair. But such pain did not alleviate the feeling of her head about to explode, nor did it calm her urge to end her life with a single cut. Zio, somewhat at a loss, picked up Furz. Unable to solve or share such pain, she could only prevent Furz's self-harming behavior, comforting her with a choked voice. Is this the full moon murmur? Furz whispered in intermittent pain, her legs twitching and straightening. With Zio's choked and anxious reminder, Furz very difficultly recited the honored name of the deity she believed in, hoping to receive salvation. Great God of steam and machinery. You are the embodiment of essence. You are the protector of artisans. You are the radiance of technology, radiance. Through each recitation, Furz's pain did not lessen but grew more intense. After a full 7 minutes, Furz's tense body finally relaxed. In the empty room, only her weak gasps and Zio's soft sobs remained. Caesarport, South Continent, a warehouse in the port area. After learning the full story from Sharon, Sid was initially startled when he heard that the Queen Mystic, who roamed the 5 seas, was in Caesarport and even knew about him. But after praying to that hidden existence and receiving a no danger response, he relaxed and allowed Sharon and the other person to continue staying there. And after learning that going out to sea would be dangerous, Sharon decided to follow the Queen Mystic's arrangements and leave after this week's mysterious gathering. However, to show her apology and gratitude, she still gave Sid the Sequence 7 Spirit Medium Potion formula. Looking at the vivid red full moon outside the window, feeling the strengthening power of the underworld and spirit world, as well as the surge and eruption of negative emotions, Sharon's originally pale complexion became even more enchanting under the blood-red moonlight. Her azure eyes were filled with suppressed malice, and a look of pain appeared on her face, which rarely showed emotional fluctuations. Marek's situation nearby was even worse. Black fur began to grow on his body, and the suppressed desire for slaughter and bloodlust in his eyes grew thicker. In the 4th minute under the blood-red full moon's illumination, Marek let out an inhuman growl from his throat, opened the tranquilizer that Sharon had bought from the fat apothecary Darkwill, and gulped it down. Chapter 113 Frank Lee's Fish. Marek's originally distorted and hideous face gradually returned to normal, only twitching occasionally. With the help of the potion, Marek endured until the more dangerous blood moon night ended, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Sharon's tense body also seemed to have been drained of strength, and she leaned against the back of the chair, silent. After a while, she forced herself to collect the remaining potions on the table and sighed as she looked at Marek, who was slumped on the ground. The zombie curse is getting stronger. You injected too much of this potion before, so even when you switched to a different kind, it was only effective for the first 3 or 4 times. How do you think this potion worked? Marek weakly sat up from the ground, his voice low as he looked at his body, which had returned to normal. As expected of a potion prepared by an apothecary, the effect is very good. If it weren't for the residual malice from being possessed by a wraith last time erupting on the blood moon night, I could have endured it myself, which would have saved a potion. What neither of them noticed was that in a corner of the room, a transparent figure floated silently. This was Bernadette's invisible servant. A pair of abnormally cold, almost transparent eyes without eyelashes appeared on the invisible servant's face. After observing Sharon's performance on the blood moon night, it quietly disappeared, returning to the spirit world. 67 East Wall Street, Kaiser Harborport District, in a beautifully decorated secret room in the basement of the Sea Shark Tavern. In the empty room, the sounds of piano, violin, cello, flute, and other instruments intertwined, creating a lively and cheerful melody. As the music echoed, toast, steak, mashed potatoes, fried mushrooms, and other items on the plate successively jumped up, dancing their way back into the oven or into the trash can. Wine bottles, white tablecloths, and other items also retreated to their original positions, either corking themselves or repeatedly folding themselves, becoming neat and tidy. Bernadette sat on a swing woven from pea vines, enjoying her dinner while observing all the events through the invisible servant's perspective. Satisfied with Sharon's performance, Bernadette pondered for a moment. A letter paper appeared out of thin air on the now tidy table in front of her, and the pen from the pen holder jumped out and began writing on the paper by itself. A moment later, she extended her right hand, swiftly sketching one star-dusted word after another in midair. These words, seemingly containing infinite mysteries, quickly intertwined into strange symbols, opening a secret door leading to the depths of the spirit world. Immediately after, that secret door opened, and a strong wind blew out, making the letter on the table vanish instantly. On the deck of the future, in the Sonia Sea. Frank Lee, in a white shirt with suspenders, sleeves rolled high, and arms stained with mud, was enthusiastically promoting. "Nina, do you want some baked potatoes tonight? I've improved them, and I promise there will be no accidents this time. Now it tastes like beef, it smells like beef, but it is still definitely a potato." Nina, the sailor chief, over 1.8 meters tall, with golden hair casually tied into a high ponytail, features not outstanding but distinctly Fesak, with fair skin and light eyes, glanced at Frank Lee and replied with a cold expression. "I don't eat supper." "All right." Frank Lee shrugged, tossing the somewhat strangely shaped potato he was holding into a basket. Frank Lee didn't care about Nina's attitude and wasn't discouraged. With an even more enthusiastic smile, he scooped out a broad, plump sea fish of an unknown species from a fish tank covered with black cloth nearby. Looking at the curious and strange gazes of the surrounding crew members, Frank Lee chuckled, took a dagger from his waist, and swiftly stabbed the sea fish, then opened a cut. Gurgling blood flowed out, accurately falling into the large beer mug on the deck, but without the slightest fishy smell radiating. "Do you smell it? What an intoxicating aroma of wine." Frank Lee said fanatically, his eyes half closed, "This is my latest invention, a fish with red wine as its blood, and the wine also carries many nutrients because of it." Looking at the red and green liquid in the beer mug, Frank Lee paused, scratched his head, and explained. But maybe I fed it too many demon algae when cultivating it, which is why it's like this now, but trust me, this absolutely doesn't affect its taste." Upon hearing there was wine, Nina's eyes instantly lit up, but she hesitated a little looking at the strange color. However, because she had been on a mission in the raging sea and had only just returned to the Sonia Sea, she hadn't had alcohol for a long time to avoid affecting the mission. Now, the desire for alcohol suppressed her wariness of Frank Lee. With Frank Lee's expectant and slightly encouraging gaze, Nina raised the glass and took a sip. The liquid went down her throat, and then Nina crushed the glass. With the surrounding crew members' "I knew it" expressions, a large bump appeared on Frank Lee's head. Frank Lee grimaced, rubbing the large bump on his head, and looked regretfully at the liquid spilled on the deck. After a moment of thought, Frank Lee sucked on the strange sea fish still in his hand. A bit of red and green liquid flowed into his mouth, and Frank Lee choked. Then, completely disregarding the strange looks from those around him, he walked towards his room, one hand on the bump on his head and the other holding the strange sea fish, muttering to himself. "It shouldn't be like this. Why does it taste like this? Could it be that my process of simulating winemaking inside the fish went wrong? Maybe I should try planting the fish in the dirt." The tall but pale, almost transparent-skinned second mate of the future, bloodless Heath Doyle, emerged from the shadows and came to the bow. He glanced at the already distant Frank Lee, then turned to Admiral of Stars, Catilia beside him, speaking in a low voice. "Captain, I think you should discipline Frank properly. I feel like his mind is getting more and more abnormal lately." He paused for a moment and added, "He even wanted my flesh and blood last time, saying he wanted to see if the Rose Bishop's flesh and blood could cultivate his fish." Catilia withdrew her gaze from the blood moon in the sky, turned to glance at Heath Doyle, and pondered for a moment before speaking. "You gave it to him." Heath Doyle's face showed no change in expression, but his tone was much lower. "Of course not. I even kicked him. But Captain, look at the things he's been making. What if one day Frank brings those things to your dinner table?" Catilia imagined that scene and immediately felt her stomach churn, so she spoke stiffly. "Enough, I will discipline Frank." She paused, then added in an icy tone, "If Frank dares to put those things on my dinner table, I'll let him know how I became a pirate general." Chapter 114 Sequence 6 Judge. Suddenly, she felt a burst of inspiration and turned her head to look towards the brass sextant in the captain's cabin behind her. After making a promise, she comforted Heath Doyle. After the first mate left, Catilia quickly went to the captain's cabin and found a letter there that she hadn't noticed before. Catilia's previously tense face immediately broke into a smile. She reached out, picked up the letter, and eagerly unfolded it to read. A moment later, she carefully put the letter away and muttered to herself with some confusion. "Pick up 2 guests on the north side of the Pass River Valley at Wogard Coast this Saturday. Who is important enough for Her Majesty the Queen to personally write a letter informing me. In an underground interrogation room in East Taker Manor, on the outskirts of Backlund." Aaron rubbed his throbbing forehead. This was a side effect of repeatedly using mental stab and whip of pain when his spirituality was insufficient. However, looking at the results of the interrogation and feeling the complete digestion of the interrogator beyond her potion within him, a satisfied smile still appeared on Aaron's somewhat pale face. The Demoness Queen Mach lay slumped in the restraint chair. According to her confession, Cap'n had a secret human trafficking location in the East Borough. Every month, Cap'n would send his subordinates to secretly transfer the abducted people, and the next handover date was this Saturday. With this clue, if they could catch him red-handed, it would provide the crucial missing evidence from the materials investigated by Hugh and Furs. As for directly rushing into Cap'n's basement to expose his crimes, that method was immediately rejected. Aaron did not want to have a direct conflict with the king's faction right now, especially not wanting to enter George III's sight so early. Aaron only intended to grasp Cap'n's criminal facts through the peripheral human trafficking, using this as an exchange of interests. He didn't even plan to participate in the operation to arrest Cap'n. He would just treat it as an ordinary wealthy individual's human trafficking case. Anyway, he already knew what he needed to know and didn't need to investigate further. This way, he could avoid conflict with the king's faction personnel from Military Intelligence 9 who protected Cap'n, preventing them from becoming alert, and also gain sufficient benefits from it. After making up his mind, Aaron ordered that the Demonis be kept in custody, and the other rescued individuals be properly settled until the mission was completely over before allowing them to return home. He also sent people to continuously monitor the Demonis residence, reporting any unusual activity. Walking out of the underground interrogation room, Aaron arranged for several members of the 4th Special Investigation Team to temporarily reside in East Taker Manor for the next few days. Feeling the depletion of his spiritual energy, Aaron couldn't help but shake his head. He had lost count of how many times this had happened. Without bothering to return to his villa in Empress Borough, Aaron found a room directly in the manor and immediately fell asleep. Friday morning, East Taker Manor in the suburbs of Backlund. Aaron woke up refreshed. The spiritual energy consumed yesterday had been restored through a night of meditation and rest. After his spirit recovered, Aaron thought about the omissions he had handled yesterday, then rang the bell to summon his butler, Dido Wiener, who was dressed in a dark black tailcoat. He asked the butler to go to Military Intelligence 9 on Beloto Street in Backlund's West Borough, in his name, and request a 3-day leave for the entire team, citing the reason that they were all out on a mission. After the butler left, Aaron quickly closed the door, skillfully set up the ritual, and ascended to the magnificent palace above the dark golden mist. He then sacrificed the Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 6 Judge and the auxiliary materials he had already prepared. Somewhat impatiently, he returned to the real world. Aaron quickly mixed these items into a bottle of Sequence 6 Judge potion. Looking at the golden yellow viscous liquid in the bottle, where faint electric arcs flickered, Aaron exhaled, adjusted his state to the best, and directly drank the potion from the bottle. A cool, viscous sensation slid down his throat. A moment later, a warm current surged from his abdomen, flowing throughout his body, bringing waves of tingling sensations, as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling over him. Under this sensation, Aaron found that his spiritual energy was spreading outwards. At one point, he seemed to see the surrounding void, ethereal, empty, filled with boundless dark golden mist. This scene flashed by. Before Aaron could form any thoughts, he, who had not originally activated his spirit vision, directly saw dense spiritual light spots and aura colors in this strange state. A peculiar sense of control emerged in his heart. Aaron suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. The strange feeling from the promotion just now had not disappeared, only greatly weakened. He frowned, thinking about the scene during his promotion, and had some guesses in his mind. Then Aaron felt the abilities he had gained after becoming a judge. Overall, it was about establishing new rules in a certain area. Things within that area had to follow the rules, and if they violated them, they would be bound by the rules. With the digestion of the potion and the elevation of the sequence, this area and the degree of binding by the rules would also expand accordingly. The specific abilities were divided into Prohibit, Imprison, Whip, Exile, and Death. Prohibit, as the most commonly used and primary emergency measure, could be released by pushing his palm forward and releasing spiritual energy. He could use ancient Hermes language to set rules prohibiting certain behaviors or Beyonder abilities, forcing everyone within a certain range to comply. The effect of Prohibit was related to the spiritual energy consumed and the degree of potion digestion. For targets higher than his own sequence, the effect would be greatly weakened. Imprison could create layers of transparent walls and extremely viscous transparent liquid, solidifying the target in place. This barrier was difficult for even spirits to pass through and could be dispelled by releasing it. Whip could make the target seem to be struck by an invisible soft whip, capable of tearing clothes, breaking skin, and exposing bones. Whip also carried a mental attack, which was an upgraded version of Whip of Pain. Exile could create an invisible, powerful force that could knock back approaching enemies, even blowing away spirits. Death, as the judge's most powerful offensive method, could, after pronouncing a target dead, combine with a certain peculiar power through the body or a weapon, to accurately hit the target with an irresistible and unavoidable posture, causing powerful destructive force. It could also point to a certain location on the target's body, bringing intense damage. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with his abilities after the promotion. And the original Beyonder abilities of Interrogator, Sheriff, and Arbiter had also been enhanced to varying degrees. Just as he was about to find someone to test his newly acquired abilities, Aaron heard a rustling sound from the window. Relying on the sheriff's extraordinary perception and familiarity with this sound, Aaron immediately realized what had happened, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Evelina poked her head out of the window. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a familiar voice, "Cats are forbidden to speak here." Evelina felt a wave sweep over her body. She was about to laugh and mock Aaron, telling him not to meddle in cat business, but the words that reached her mouth turned into short meows, meow, meow, meow. Chapter 115 Mission Rewards. Aaron smiled, lifted the restriction, and comforted Evelyn, feeling the spirituality consumed and the effect of the banning edict in his heart. For targets lower in sequence than me, the edict's effect and consumption are quite good, and even for those of the same rank, it has a strong restrictive effect. The inescapable nature of the Death Edict is quite interesting. Aaron recalled the Death Edict ability he had gained, and vaguely thought of the Hunter Pathway Sequence 5 Reaper's ability. As the Reaper's most powerful and fundamental ability, Weakness Attack, can discover the target's weak points, or areas of weak defense, from a mystical perspective, and provide corresponding precision, thereby causing terrifying, fatal damage beyond the normal. No matter where it hits the target, it is equivalent to a weakness attack, and if it truly hits a genuine weak point, then for enemies whose defense is not too strong, it can be a one-hit kill. Even for targets skilled in defense, it can be resolved within 3 hits, including Guardians, but the premise is that the interval between the 3 hits cannot be too long, preferably no more than 5 seconds. The Judge's Death Edict's locking ability combined with the Reaper's weakness attack is enough to deal with most difficulties and dangers below demigods. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to get a mystical item of the Reaper in the future. Putting away his racing thoughts, Aaron muttered to himself, then put on the death mask, his face changing to Lusoe Joseph before opening the Spirit World traversal. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, 43 Siffield Street. Furs, looking a bit haggard, wore a cream-colored, ruffled, high-collared long dress, her brown hair slightly curled and draped, her light blue eyes revealing anxiety and unease. Ever since her first experience with the full moon whispers last night, Furs couldn't help but tremble all over whenever she recalled the heart-wrenching, soul-piercing pain. She held a lady's cigarette in her right hand and lay stiffly on the sofa like a fish out of water, with many empty wine bottles and cigarette butts scattered around the sofa. Shio, whose face was also haggard and eyes a bit swollen, sat opposite Furs, not stopping her from smoking and drinking as usual. Seeing her friend's pain last night, Shio's heart was filled with guilt and self-reproach, a sentence constantly repeating in her mind. It's all because you're not strong enough, causing your best friend to contract the full moon whispers. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Shio's self-reproach, and also made Furs, who was slumped on the sofa, jolt, but then the two exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Shio hurriedly went to the door and opened it, indeed seeing Mr. Lucy Weed, who maintained a cold expression. Shio hurriedly pulled Furs over and stammered. Last night, during the blood moon, Furs, she heard the full moon whispers. I am willing to give all my contributions to Furs, please tell us the method to dispel the full moon whispers. Aaron glanced at the two, who looked nervous and hopeful, walked into the room, casually closed the door, and then lightly coughed, slowly speaking. Cappen's case is almost over. You two should not participate in the investigation of this matter recently. But the contributions you two made last time, even combined, are far from enough to exchange for the method to completely dispel the full moon whispers. Looking at Furs, who was a little disappointed and looked miserable, Aaron added. You don't have to worry too much. Yesterday was the blood moon night, which is an enhanced version of the full moon, so the full moon whispers were so strong. Normal full moon whispers usually only last 3 or 4 minutes, and they will all be less severe than yesterday. You are just starting to be affected, it won't be that serious. Saying that, Aaron took out 5 bottles of potion and 390 pounds in cash from his arms, placing them in front of Furs, whose complexion had improved greatly. This is your reward for this mission, a total of 400 pounds. And the potions are specially formulated by an apothecary, which can help alleviate the effects you experience during the full moon whispers, at 2 pounds per bottle. Upon hearing about the 400-pound bounty and receiving potions that could alleviate her pain, a smile finally appeared on Furs's face, but when she heard that a bottle of potion cost 2 pounds, she couldn't help but show a bitter expression, though she dared not bargain aloud. Aaron turned to look at Shio, who had visibly relaxed, and after a moment of thought, said, You can choose between 2 rewards, one is to directly take 400 pounds in cash, and the other is to exchange for the Sequence 8 Arbiter's potion formula. Shio was somewhat excited at the news. Her father had not left behind subsequent potion formulas, and during her time in Backlund, Shio had been searching for these formulas but had found nothing. Recalling her original intention for coming to Backlund and the self-reproach of being unable to protect her friend, Shio unhesitatingly chose the latter option. Aaron nodded, found a piece of paper on the table, picked up a pen, and began to write, then showed the paper to Shio. Sequence 8 Sheriff. Main ingredients, a pair of fear demon worm eyes, the right paw of a silver-white battle bear. Auxiliary ingredients, 3 drops of golden mandrake juice, 10 milliliters of hallucination grass essential oil. After confirming that Shio had memorized the potion formula, Aaron put away the paper with the formula written on it, declined their farewells, and left the room alone. After activating spirit world teleportation at a certain corner, Aaron returned to the East Taker family villa. Thinking of tonight's Chaos Council, and how last time, out of consideration for Bernadette, he had not pulled Sharon directly above the dark golden mist, but only transmitted an image, Aaron felt it was necessary to pull Sharon up for a meeting in advance. With this thought, Aaron quickly walked to the partition, skillfully set up the ritual, and as his consciousness sank, he passed through layers of dark golden mist and arrived at the throne of the magnificent temple. With a slight thought, he incorporated the Black Emperor card into his body. The boundless dark golden mist seemed to gather into waves, forming a strong wind. A majestic armor formed on Aaron's body, a paint black crown appeared above his head, and a matching long cloak formed behind him. Lines imbued with divinity also emerged on the armor. Feeling the surging power within him, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, and remotely tapped the prayer light point corresponding to Sharon. That cluster of prayer light immediately burst open, and the light flowed like water. Aaron's spirituality surged forth, pouring into the dark golden light flowing like water, and he quite easily established a mysterious and stable connection. Caesarport, South Continent, in a dim room, candlelight flickered. Sharon, dressed in an intricate and elegant black Gothic court gown and wearing a small black soft hat, was carefully reading an ancient book bound with thick parchment. The book's hard cover was deep black, with 2 lines of Hermes language written in crimson on it. Book of Secrets. Kalaman. Chapter 116 Karaman's Book of Secrets. Sharon had just turned the page when a dark golden light suddenly burst forth before her eyes. The light was like flowing water, instantly engulfing Sharon. When Sharon initially regained consciousness, she found herself standing in a magnificent temple supported by colossal stone pillars. At the deepest part of the temple was a throne with mysterious patterns carved into it, situated atop 9 stone steps. Upon the throne sat a blurred figure shrouded in a dense, dark golden mist. Below the stone steps, on either side of the temple, stood 9 high-backed stone chairs, each surrounded by a dark golden mist. Below these high-backed chairs, 49 peculiar stone chairs were strangely arranged, collectively exuding a feeling of majesty, mystery, order, and chaos intermingled. Beyond this, the surroundings were void, ethereal, and empty, while the bottom was permeated by boundless dark golden mist and numerous unreal crimson light spots. Sharon's pupils contracted. Remembering the scene she had witnessed during her previous prayer, she gazed at the figure seated high on the throne with some speculation. Could this be the hidden existence indicated by that honored name? Sharon suddenly recalled the records about hidden existences in the Book of Secrets and her teacher's instructions, and quickly lowered her head. Aaron watched Sharon, who had lowered her head, with a relaxed and leisurely posture, and asked indifferently, "Why do you pray to me?" Sharon suppressed her emotions and slowly spoke. "I am from the temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. I hope you can save my teacher, Renee Tyneker." Aaron maintained his persona, and his majestic voice resounded again. "Why should I help you?" Sharon was silent for a long time. After repeated deliberation and consideration, she crossed her arms over her chest, bowed slightly, and said, "What can I do for you?" Aaron chuckled softly, and said in an unconcerned tone, "I like equal exchange. You can get what you want from me, and from others similar to you, with everything you can acquire. Note, the value must be equivalent. As you wish." After Sharon bowed again, she asked cautiously, "Does the honored name provided by Sid Watson belong to you?" She then repeated the honored name, Order Master. After receiving an affirmative reply, Sharon felt slightly relieved. She glanced at the other empty seats and asked tentatively, "Respected Order Master, are there other people here?" Aaron smiled and said, "Some people similar to you. I have established a regular gathering for them, and I am the witness." Sharon was silent for a full 10 seconds before saying, "Then can I participate?" "Yes, but without my permission, it must not be revealed, including to Bernadette." "Good." Sharon was momentarily stunned, then responded without hesitation. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, extended his hand, and with great self-control, broke off the connection. Then, watching the dark golden light retract, the Sharon opposite him turned into a phantom and slowly dissipated. "Phew, I've conned another member, no, developed another member." Aaron peeled off the Black Emperor card and muttered to himself. In the dimly lit room, Sharon suddenly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was the open Book of Secrets. A majestic voice faintly echoed in her ears. "Renee Tyneker has not completely fallen, she can recover within a year or 2. Sharon slowly closed the Book of Secrets, sitting there in a daze like a delicate doll. Suddenly, Sharon's spiritual perception stirred. She looked to the side of the table and found that a letter had appeared there at some unknown time. It was a letter from Bernadette. After returning to the real world, Aaron handed the revised proposal for the establishment of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee to the butler, who had already returned, asking him to deliver it to Earl Hall. He then returned to his bedroom and meditated to rein in the spiritual energy that had dispersed after his recent promotion to judge until late into the night. Feeling that enough time had passed, Aaron once again came above the dark golden mist, returning to the position where Mr. Favored One should be. With a raise of his right hand, 5 figures instantly appeared on the stone chairs below. Aside from Sid Watson, whom they had already expected, the other individuals looked at Sharon with great interest, each with their own conjectures. Sharon silently observed the few people at the gathering. Even through layers of mist, Sharon still recognized Sid Watson's familiar figure, secretly recalling the gathering procedure Sid Watson had introduced earlier. Aaron ignored the mutual glances between the gathering members. He lightly cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention, then slowly began. I need a mystical item that can enhance spirituality. I don't care about the price, as long as the effect is good. I can pay with an equivalent amount of gold pounds, or with a beyonder weapon or beyonder characteristic of the same level. And as a reward for facilitating the transaction, you can receive an additional 10% of the transaction value. Louise Sears, who was very short on money, immediately brightened up. She stopped paying attention to the new member and began to ponder. As a sanguine who wielded the moon pathway, Louise believed that the clan's treasury definitely contained mystical items that would meet Mr. Favored One's needs. Fearing that someone else would get ahead of her, Louise immediately stood up and accepted the commission, making Fay Luanitas secretly regretful that he was a step too late. Fay Luan had originally wanted to ask if the captain's collection contained any suitable items, which would be a good way to earn some money. Witnessing a commission transaction, Sharon thought for a moment and said, I have a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic, but for some reason, I have turned it into a sealed artifact with extremely terrifying negative effects. I wonder what kind of price I would have to pay to ask someone to help me shatter this sealed artifact. A sequence 5 beyonder characteristic. But why shatter it? Aside from Louise, who was backed by the sanguine, the other members of the gathering, after being surprised by the new member's strength, were somewhat perplexed by her request. Sharon, who had expected the hidden existence to answer personally, suddenly heard Mr. Favored One's voice. 1,000 pounds. Transfer that sealed artifact to me through my lord's sacrifice and grant door. Within a week, I will return a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic to you. Sharon paused, somewhat surprised, but still nodded, bowed, and quietly thanked him. She then realized that her and Marek's savings were not enough to pay the 1,000 pounds. However, sensing the considerable doubt in the eyes of the surrounding gathering members, Sharon's heart stirred, and she spoke again. I possess a great deal of knowledge in mysticism, such as Kalaman the Shaman King's Book of Secrets. You can borrow it for a week for 200 pounds. To help the members understand, Sharon added. Shaman King can refer to a high-sequence profession, or it can represent an outstanding individual who controls powers in domains such as darkness, moon, or strangeness, a strong person who surpasses their peers. Kalaman is both the latter and the former. This idea of selling knowledge immediately enlightened Louise, who was short on money, making her wonder why she hadn't thought of it before. At the same time, being more sensitive to the term Shaman King, she was also greatly interested in it, but unfortunately, she didn't have much extra money. Chapter 117 Bernadette's Problem. Checkwald and Faranitas, one from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church and the other constantly taught by Edwina Edwards, both clearly understood the significance of high-sequence powerhouses. Only Sid Watson looked bewildered and asked, what's roughly in Kalaman the Shaman King's Book of Secrets? Sharon's azure eyes turned to Sid Watson, and she gave a detailed explanation without being perfunctory. Kalaman the Shaman King's Book of Secrets includes knowledge of mysticism, rituals, alchemy, astrology, symbolism, and natural interaction methods. Even ordinary people, if they obtain it, can become experts in the field of mysticism, and even without consuming a potion, they can accomplish a small number of extraordinary feats by relying on their natural spirituality. The price is gradually becoming a mental illness patient. This is a side effect that spirituality struggles to bear. So, before becoming a mid-sequence, you must control your viewing time and not be careless to avoid leaving behind side effects. Listening to Sharon's explanation, Sid's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As a local noble, he was not short of money, at least not these 200 pounds. Instead, due to the way he joined the numinous episcopate, his understanding of mysticism was shallow, and he had not received systematic training. Therefore, he was extremely interested in such a book with a systematized mystical knowledge system. Thus, while Checkwald and Faranitas were still hesitating over the 200 pounds, Sid decisively raised his hand and received this transaction from Sharon. Seeing the transaction completed, Sharon fell silent for a moment, recalling the letter Bernadette had sent her. After a moment of contemplation, she faced the magnificent figure on the throne and respectfully said, Great Order Master, a lady wishes to ask you a question through me. She is willing to pay the reward required to answer this question. Aaron understood in his heart. Ever since he saw Bernadette in Sharon's prayer, he had anticipated this scenario. Aaron manipulated the magnificent figure on the throne, and a deep, majestic voice sounded, "You may." Sharon bowed slightly, recalling the contents of the letter, and respectfully said, "Her question is whether Emperor Roselle has truly fallen completely." Aaron secretly thought, as expected, then responded, "Fallen but not completely fallen. There is still a chance for his return." The people below looked at each other, all seeing the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Since Sharon did not choose to speak privately, the others also heard this conversation. Even Faranitas, who had lived in Bodoport in the Violent Sea since childhood, had a deep impression of Emperor Roselle. Checkwald, in particular, was somewhat dazed, recalling the reason for his family's decline, and for a moment, he felt a mix of emotions. Sharon, meanwhile, committed this sentence to memory. Although she did not understand its meaning, she quietly awaited the reward demanded by this hidden existence. The grand voice continued to resound. "Tell Bernadette, the reward for this question is to provide my favored one with one free assistance during the period when it is inconvenient for me to walk on the ground." Inconvenient to walk on the ground. Sharon quickly caught the key point in the words, recalling the magnificent figure always shrouded in dark golden mist, and she had some conjectures in her heart. This hidden existence's current state might not be good, and it needs to subtly interfere with the real world through us members, possibly for a grand scheme, or perhaps to better recover its state. The other few also, whether slowly or quickly, noticed the key points in the words, and their thoughts were largely similar. After a moment of realization, they quickly noticed another key point in the words. Bernadette. Is that Queen Mystic, one of the four kings? No wonder she would ask such a question. Aside from Sid Watson, who already knew, the other members immediately realized, as Aaron had previously educated them about the information on the four pirate kings. Everyone also knew that Bernadette was Roselle's eldest daughter, once a warlock, and now had entered the realm of a demigod. They then looked at Sharon, who stood quietly not far away, with complex and surprised gazes. Before they could ponder the relationship between this new member and that pirate king, a voice interrupted their thoughts. "You can also tell Bernadette that if she wants to know the contents of the diaries Roselle left behind, she can also trade with me. She only needs to provide the corresponding diary and have you memorize it. After it is presented in my Lord's divine kingdom, I will translate the content she wishes to know to her." This time, not only the other members below but even Sharon was momentarily stunned. Then everyone reacted, Roselle's mysterious notes are actually diaries. Sharon, in particular, had a sudden realization because Bernadette had two questions in her letter to her, and the second question was about how to decipher the mysterious symbols Roselle left behind. Aaron calmly observed the expressions on the faces of the members below. The reason he proposed such a trade request was also due to deep consideration. As early as when he obtained the Black Emperor card at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in the Kingdom Museum last time, he had already exposed his secret of being able to understand Roselle's diary in front of Bernadette. Bernadette also knew that among the forces that believed in the Order Master, someone could understand the mysterious symbols Roselle left behind. And for Aaron himself, Roselle's diary did not have much practical significance. What he needed to know, he already knew, and there was no need to collect Roselle's diary. Therefore, in all previous gatherings, he had not issued any tasks regarding Roselle's diary. However, after Bernadette established contact with him through Sharon's pathway, Roselle's diary became an effective means to borrow Bernadette's power. In many matters involving high-level existences, especially when related to Loen, Ancestor Varnawil was not suitable to act, or even to show up. Even if he acted, he had to appear weak and mad to the outside world, to minimize George III's guard. Under these circumstances, the only angelic-level power Aaron could currently borrow was from the hunted snake of fate, Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, and Bernadette, with the help of a sealed artifact of Sequence 0, also had the ability to contend against an angel, which was exactly what Aaron currently lacked. What's more, as long as Bernadette, with his help, seized the opportunity, she might advance to an angel within 2 or 3 years, playing a more powerful role in subsequent developments. Oravi Island behind Bernadette and Star Admiral Catilia's fleet could both play important roles in certain key areas and time points when war swept across the North-South continent. The reason for bringing up this topic as a favored one was to better maintain the prestige of the Order Master. After all, an hidden existence cannot always display needs that do not conform to its status, but as a favored one, there are no such scruples, and one can normally demand some reasonable rewards. Chapter 118 Caraman's Fury. Sharon thought for a moment. Since this Mr. Devotee also knew the method to decipher Emperor Roselle's diary, she no longer questioned the hidden existence. Instead, she turned to Aaron, stood up, bowed, and asked. "Mr. Devotee, I wonder if you would be willing to trade the deciphering method for Emperor Roselle's diary. I can provide Ms. Bernadette's contact information, and you can trade with her directly. The deciphering method will not be leaked. And the price she is willing to pay for this is a blasphemy slate." Aaron sighed inwardly upon hearing this, as expected of Bernadette, her offer is quite generous. What a pity. I really can't teach you Chinese. Aaron didn't care if Bernadette knew about Roselle's romantic escapades with noblewomen and demonesses in his youth. This was his family matter. Even if it became known, Roselle brought it upon himself. Aaron was more concerned about not letting Bernadette know about the crossing. Moreover, only by controlling the source could he ensure a continuous flow, and by controlling the translation rights of the diary, he could better obtain assistance. After some thought, Aaron put on a serious expression and replied. The secret symbols left by Roselle involve very high-level secrets. Even among the many devotees of my lord, only I know them. This is not tradable. Sharon nodded silently and did not speak further. Louise Silesia's eyes lit up, and she said, Mr. Devotee, if we also collect some of Roselle's diaries, could we ask you to translate them for us? I am willing to pay for this. Aaron glanced at the other members, whose faces showed interest, and nodded with a smile. Of course, you just need to remember the contents of the diary and present them here. I will inform you of the compensation required to exchange for the diary content based on the value of the diary you provide, and you can decide whether to exchange it yourself. The information revealed at this meeting left all the members lost in thought and restless. No one spoke during the original discussion session. Seeing this, Aaron smiled and manipulated the phantom on the throne to end the chaos assembly. As the dark golden light dissipated, Sharon quickly regained consciousness, sitting in her chair, recalling and organizing the information she had obtained from the meeting. A moment later, Sharon began writing on a blank sheet of paper. Folding the letter, Sharon found a candle in a drawer and began the summoning ritual. After simply completing the preliminary steps, she placed the letter on the altar, stepped back 2 paces, and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. In my name, summon. Invisible beings roaming the upper realms, strange spirits friendly to humans, the exclusive messenger of Bernadette Gustave. As soon as her voice fell, Sharon's spirituality suddenly stirred, and she instinctively activated her spirit vision. But she saw nothing. Then, Sharon discovered that the letter originally placed on the altar was gone. Queen Mystic's messenger is very special. Sharon was stunned for a second, then sighed inwardly, and stared blankly at the flickering candlelight. 67 East Wall Street, Pritzker Harbor, in the basement of the Sea Shark Tavern, a beautifully decorated secret room. In the empty room, Bernadette sat on a swing woven from pea vines, silently watching the clock nearby. Suddenly, Bernadette's spirituality stirred, and she looked in one direction. Strange symbols appeared out of thin air, rapidly intertwining to form a secret door that seemed to lead deep into the spirit world. Immediately after, the secret door opened, and a strong wind blew out, transforming into a man with a human upper body and a swirling air lower body, wrapped in white cloth. He held a letter in his hand. Bernadette's expression subtly changed, and she took the letter with a slight eagerness, staring at it for a long time without a word. Saturday, Empress Borough, Backlund, the luxurious villa of Count Hall. In the first-floor reception room, Aaron sat opposite Count Hall, both holding a copy of the proposal for the establishment of a Kingdom Air Pollution Investigation Committee. Yesterday, Aaron had his butler deliver a revised proposal to Count Hall. Upon returning, the butler conveyed Count Hall's wish to invite Aaron as a guest on Saturday for an in-person discussion. After a fierce discussion and exchange of interests, Aaron and Count Hall, or more accurately, the new party, reached a consensus on this proposal. At the top of the stairs on the second floor, Audrey wore 2 dangling earrings with small, delicate pendants inlaid with high-quality emeralds, which perfectly complemented her emerald green eyes. Around her fair, delicate neck was the chain of emeralds Aaron had given her. She wore a cream-colored, cinched waist-long dress, simple yet beautiful, tailored elegantly and gracefully, fully showcasing a maiden's vivacity. Finally, someone can properly manage Backlund's terrible weather. Aaron did so well. Father is also great. She listened sideways to the discussion in the reception room, praising them in her heart, her pure, emerald green eyes revealing deep interest. The golden retriever Susie sat squatting beside Audrey, silently cooperating with her. Aaron picked up the proposal for the establishment of a Kingdom Air Pollution Investigation Committee, which had many revisions and corrections, stood up, and shook hands with the smiling Count Hall. The corner of his eye had already glanced towards a certain spot on the second floor. His keen spirituality had noticed Audrey as soon as she came down. Audrey's gaze met Aaron's, and her cheeks flushed slightly, like a little girl caught doing something wrong by an adult. She quickly returned to her room with Susie. Count Hall also followed Aaron's gaze to the corner of the second floor and said with a chuckle, "Haha, I heard you were coming today." Audrey dressed up for a long time and kept agonizing over which dress to wear. "There are no outsiders at lunch today, so stay for a simple meal." Aaron withdrew his gaze, smiled, and nodded. South Continent, East Balam, Harvest Plain west of Vartek City. The figure of the shaman king, Karaman, with his fluffy, black and white hair, appeared. His face was as dark as water, and he held a scepter that was completely black like ink. Karaman could use this to directly contact another angel of the Rose School of Thought, King of Curses Baranka, which was also his confidence in pursuing Richard, a member of the Council of Fate, from the Life School of Thought. Did he escape to Vartek City? Damn it, that's the territory of the Church of Evernight, that cunning bug. In his silent soliloquy, this shaman king, who had been active in the South Continent since the early 5th epoch and was even suspected by some of having died of old age, cast his gaze towards Vartek City to the east, his eyes dark. Originally, he was pursuing Richard alongside Mihamus, who was a Sequence 3 disciple of silence. However, Mihamus, as a student of Sia, an important member of the Rose School of Thought, a descendant of the Pharaoh, and one of the leaders of the Highland Resistance, privately left at the most crucial moment of the encirclement and capture. He was merely dispatched by Sia to pursue the 2 students of the fallen Rain at Tynekur. In Karaman's view, this directly led to Richard's lucky escape, and he felt resentful but helpless. Chapter 119, Dice of Probability. Kalaman gradually became a follower of the primordial moon while studying mystical knowledge such as natural interaction methods and mystic rituals. Normally, a shaman king could live to 1,000 years with relative ease, but after that, their physical condition would inevitably decline, with irreversible aging and the decay and corruption of their spirit body. Therefore, 1,200 years was often the natural limit for a shaman king and a blood count, which was also why most outsiders believed he had already perished. To continue living, one could only rely on various methods of prolongation, such as sealing oneself or, like the sanguine, hibernating in coffins deep within ancient castles. Kalaman, nearing 1,400 years old and still full of vigor, not needing to reduce his activities, was because he had received a gift from the primordial moon. This was also why he had disappeared for so many years. Later, he received revelations from the primordial moon and joined the Rose School of Thought. In this regard, Kalaman had always been somewhat confused. He sometimes believed that the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon were different aspects of the same great existence. Yet at other times, he felt that the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon were not only completely different but even had deep conflicts between them. This confused perception led to these later followers of the primordial moon who joined the Rose School of Thought never receiving sufficient attention. Apart from being gifted some items, they were all assigned to non-critical positions. Therefore, Mahams, as a true direct descendant of the Rose School of Thought and the Sequence 3 disciple of silence, was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. And this operation to apprehend important members of the Life School of Thought had failed. Kalaman seemed to already foresee the punishment he was about to receive. Kalaman felt stifled and angry, his malice surging, and the black staff in his hand flickered with a faint light, as if streams of ink-black liquid wanted to gush out. He cast a gloomy gaze at Vartek City to the east, but after a moment, reason prevailed, and after looking around, his figure collapsed into a mass of black smoke and disappeared. Deep within the Black Knight Church in Vartek City, a lady with beautiful dark hair and a delicate face suddenly turned her head to the west, a deep black flicker passing through her profound eyes, which contained countless stars. It was Aaliyah, a senior deacon of the Nighthawks and the Eye of the Goddess. As one of the 13 archbishops of the Black Knight Goddess Church and the head of the East Byrant Diocese, her own strength had already reached Sequence 3 Horror Bishop, and she had felt a fleeting surge of high-level malice from the west. Aaliyah slightly raised her finger, and an invisible ripple spread out. A moment later, the figure of a man dressed in the robes of a Black Knight Church bishop appeared, standing respectfully with his hands at his sides. Inside a house near the city gate in Vartek City, Richard, with hair as white as snow, a face without obvious wrinkles, and a black blindfold covering his entire vision, sat cross-legged on the ground. Roy King stood beside him, his face showing worry as he looked at his scarred teacher. On the ground in front of him, there was a small ring box with the lid open, revealing a milky white 6-sided dice inside, with a red 6 facing up. It was the dice of probability, solidified from the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune, the highest grade sealed artifact within the Life School of Thought. It controls the probability of every event. At 1 point, it amplifies the probability of being unfavorable to the target to the extreme. At 2 points, it greatly increases the unfavorable probability, which does not mean 2 points are necessarily safer than 1 point, because once the probability becomes high, any unexpected event can occur. 3 points indicate a slight amplification of unfavorable probability, while 4 to 6 points are the opposite. As a Sequence 4 Misfortune mage of the Monster Pathway, Richard largely controlled his own luck and, relying on the large amount of luck accumulated through his self-control, simultaneously gave Moms and Kalaman misfortune, making them relatively unlucky. Through various manipulations and arrangements, and finally using the methods left by Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, he temporarily and harmlessly used the dice of probability to roll the most fortunate 6 for himself, successfully sending away the most threatening Sequence 3 disciple of silence, Moms, in a dramatic fashion. However, because the current use of the dice of probability involved an object that might be connected to another angel, even with sufficient luck, the activation level of the dice of probability far exceeded Richard's expectations, subtly tending towards loss of control. Richard, wearing the black blindfold, lowered his head, seemingly gazing at the milky white 6-sided dice inside the ring box, which was faintly trembling. He sighed softly, took out a transparent bottle made of an unknown material and a silver-white charm from his arms. Inside the bottle, a drop of silver blood floated, as if countless tiny, transcendent, illusory circular wheels were rotating, forming a long ribbon, with its ends almost touching. Richard opened the bottle, and the drop of silver blood flew out on its own, directly merging into the silver-white charm next to it, and the originally dim charm instantly glowed. Richard, unaffected by vision, directly picked up the silver-white charm and pressed it above the dice of probability, speaking in a low voice in ancient Hermes, "Restart." The silver-white charm suddenly transformed into a ball of light, and one mercury-colored complex symbol after another jumped out from it, instantly forming a giant illusory scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed one interconnected rotating wheel after another, with different markings around each wheel. With a sweep of its crimson, cold eyes, the giant snake soared into the air, coiled its body, and bit its own tail. Its shadow enveloped the entire room like a mysterious and exaggerated rotating wheel, also blocking all outward fluctuations, preventing anything here from being perceived by the outside world. Finally, this illusory silver-white giant snake merged into the dice of probability, and the milky white six-sided dice, amidst the fluctuations of its halo, transformed into a blood-red 3 points, returning to calmness just like an ordinary dice. Richard quickly closed the lid, then took off the black blindfold from his head and looked at the ring box in his hand, which already had its lid closed, letting out a long sigh. As a demigod of the fate pathway, he was not yet strong enough to directly gaze upon the dice of probability, especially when it was largely activated. Only in its current sealed state could he be fearless. After Richard dealt with the biggest trouble at hand, he looked at his student, Roy King, who was standing beside him, and spoke. "Is this place safe enough? I need some time to rest and recover from my injuries." Roy King nodded, responding in a low voice with a look of resentment. "Safe enough. No one knows I bought a property here. Enzo, that traitor, many people lost their lives because of his betrayal. I will definitely make him pay for his betrayal. I also followed your instructions, teacher, and used emergency communication methods to warn all members of the life school of thought that I know of, notifying them to evacuate, but I don't know how many can still get away." At this point, Roy King's expression dimmed, and his tone carried a sense of helplessness. Chapter 120 Psychological Alchemy. Richard listened quietly, sighed, and handed the ring box containing the dice of probability to Roy King. He slowly began to speak, under Roy King's slightly bewildered gaze. "The large amount of luck I had accumulated has been almost entirely consumed, and the risk of me continuing to keep the dice of probability is extremely high. We are unable to cope with the Rose School of Thought's pursuit and can only constantly flee. From now on, the dice of probability will be in your keeping. I will continue to attract the Rose School of Thought's attention. Remember, no matter what happens, ensuring its absolute safety is the most important thing." Richard pointed to the ring box clutched in Roy King's hand, thought for a moment, and added, "If I am fortunate enough to escape the Rose School of Thought's pursuit, I will head to the Violent Sea and hide in the port city on Olavi Island, north of the Rosted Archipelago. You can hand it over to Kano, the bell ringer of the St. Draco Church of the Church of Storms. He will lead you to me." He paused. "At the latest, 2 years. If I haven't contacted you within 2 years, it means I have fallen, and you can then take the dice of probability directly to Backlund." Roy King's expression was solemn as he looked at his teacher, who now wore a look of determination. He solemnly promised, "I understand, teacher. I will protect it with my life." Empress Borough, Backlund, Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey's room on the 2nd floor. After having lunch with Earl Hall, Erin was led by Audrey to her room. Erin skillfully found an excuse to send away the ever-present maid, Annie, leaving only the golden retriever, Susie. Audrey's eyes sparkled as she stared at Erin, listening to him explain the significance of establishing the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee, as she hadn't heard clearly when she was in the hallway earlier. After finishing that topic, Erin looked at the cheerful Audrey, remembered Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's previous prophecy, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly began to speak. "Audrey, are you interested in psychology? Would you consider trying to become a psychiatrist after you come of age? Earl Hall and the Countess are both followers of the goddess, so they should support you in doing something like that. The Black Knight Goddess Church has always encouraged female adherents to work and pursue certain professions. In aristocratic circles, many young ladies and women have become literary critics, musicians, pianists, painters, and so on." A psychiatrist. Audrey was taken aback. She hadn't known much about this profession before, only occasionally hearing about it. Moreover, what she most wanted to become in her heart was a beyonder, not an ordinary psychiatrist. Erin nodded, understanding what Audrey was thinking, and deliberately steered the conversation. "There's a secret organization called the Psychology Alchemists, whose members believe that the mind possesses infinite power and infinite wonders. They found the ruins left by Hermes, one of humanity's earliest mystical masters and the creator of ancient Hermes, and discovered that Hermes was a mystical master in the field of the mind." Secret organization. Psychology Alchemists. Hermes. Audrey's interest was instantly piqued, her emerald eyes like the purest gems. Erin looked at the curious Audrey and added with a smile. "They believe that the mind holds many secrets, each hidden in a very deep place and difficult to grasp. Exploring those secrets, even a slight mistake, can cause irreparable harm to oneself. They also believe that if one can understand the mysteries of the mind, on one hand, it can unearth the power hidden deep within consciousness, accomplishing many wondrous things, and on the other hand, it can influence or even control the minds of others. And to achieve these, studying psychology and becoming a psychiatrist is the most basic step, and the psychology alchemists control a beyonder pathway in the field of the mind. Psychiatrist, psychology alchemists. Audrey silently repeated these two terms in her mind. As Earl Hall's youngest daughter, Audrey had some understanding of the beyonder world. At the very least, she knew a few pathways that could lead to becoming a beyonder. The simplest and most direct way was to join the goddess's church, or alternatively, apply to join Military Intelligence Department 9. These two pathways were also the simplest and most feasible methods Audrey knew of at the moment, but she was unwilling to pursue either, as she didn't want to lose her freedom. Exploring the mysteries of the mind, that's truly captivating, but as a secret organization, how does one become such a beyonder? Audrey, who had been somewhat excited, instantly deflated, then turned her hopeful gaze towards Aaron, who was smiling beside her. Aaron understood Audrey's look and responded with a smile. I will help you find the potion formula for this pathway, but it might take a long time. You can add psychology courses to your regular studies. Mastering psychological knowledge in advance will be very beneficial for your future development. Audrey nodded heavily, carefully noting everything Aaron said. If she weren't a little embarrassed, she would have already started dancing in the room to express her current joyful mood. Caesarport, South Continent. The sun set, and the afterglow of the setting sun cast its light upon the city. Sid Watson sat opposite Sharon, with his newly exchanged 200 Loan gold pounds on the table, and holding the Shaman King Calaman's Book of Secrets in his hand, his face filled with excitement. Being so close to Sharon, he naturally chose not to trouble that hidden existence to open the door of sacrifice and grant, and instead directly found Sharon for a spot trade. After his excitement, Sid Watson looked at Sharon and Marek, who was standing by the door. Remembering how he had almost gotten a potion formula for free, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and expressed his gratitude to his two friends who were about to leave Caesarport. Sharon did not speak, merely nodded slightly, while Marek stepped forward and gave Sid a hug. The two formally bid farewell. North of Pass River Valley, the desolate Vogard coast. A blood moon hung high, its red moonlight illuminating the barren coastline. A colorful bubble appeared out of thin air, shimmering with strange light under the moonlight. The bubble burst, revealing two figures, Sharon and Marek. Bernadette wore an into-style female shirt underneath, with an indigo-patterned captain's coat over it, cream-colored trousers, and knee-high boots. She wore a feathered tricorn hat, dressed like the leader of a pirate ship. Bernadette floated silently above Sharon and Marek, yet no one could detect her. This was Hades's cloak of invisibility, cast based on mystical reenactment, which allowed her to be invisible. Moreover, based on Bernadette's sequence, even the Eye of Secrets could not detect her unless it was at the demigod level. Chapter 121 Raid on the Future. After Sharon and Marek waited for a while, a huge sailing ship slowly emerged on the distant sea. The sailing ship drew closer, its flag gradually becoming clear. The faint crimson moonlight allowed Sharon and Marek to see 10 white stars of the same size on it, encircling a pair of indifferent eyes without eyelashes. A lady in a black classical robe had appeared at the bow of the ship at some point, her clothes covered with various symbols and magical markings, like a powerful warlock from ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, a bright light suddenly shone in front of her, and specks of brilliant starlight sprinkled down, condensing into a transparent long bridge. The long bridge continuously extended forward, landing on the desolate Vogard coast. Sharon and Marek exchanged glances, suppressing their curiosity, and stepped steadily onto the long bridge formed by starlight. After walking the last 10 meters or so, they set foot on the deck of the Future. Facing Star Admiral Catilia, whose eyes were deep black with purple, Sharon, wearing a small black soft hat, showed no nervousness. She and Marek bowed. Thank you very much for your help. As Sharon and Marek bowed, Catilia's purple eyes, with her simple black hair draped over her shoulders, seemed to turn into an abyss that could devour souls, making her inherent mysterious aura even more pronounced. But at this moment, Catilia was not looking at Sharon and Marek, but scanning left and right, looking around, as if trying to find a certain figure. A moment later, she withdrew her gaze in disappointment and nodded slightly to Sharon. Gaze after gaze from the sailors was cast over. Sharon stood silently, while Marek showed no awkwardness at all. Instead, he looked around and spoke in a hoarse voice. Fewer people than I imagined. Star Admiral Catilia tilted her head and glanced at him, simply responding. Her Majesty the Queen mentioned in her letter that this mission is very dangerous. Aside from the Future, none of the pirate fleet's other ships will go. Similarly, most of the sailors have been transferred to other ships. Only the minimum number required for sailing remains here. Sharon silently observed her surroundings, noticing that the Future's deck, bulkheads, masts, and other areas were covered with mysterious abstract symbols, the whole seeming to overlap into a huge ritual magic. Sharon and Marek silently followed Catilia to the entrance of the captain's cabin and saw a man in overalls and a white shirt. He was around 30, strongly built, with thick body hair. He wore a round-brimmed hat with a dent in the middle, revealing a hearty smile, and extended his right hand to introduce himself. First mate of the future, Frank Lee. Seeing that neither of them reacted much, Frank wasn't embarrassed. He just scratched his head and laughed heartily. Catilia opened the captain's cabin door and pointed inside. Your rooms are diagonally opposite. Frank will take you there. If you need anything, you can come directly here to find me. You can dine in the restaurant, or at any time, you can have Frank send food to your room. It mainly depends on which way you prefer. Sharon's exquisite face, lacking in expression, withdrew her scrutinizing gaze from Frank and turned to respond, okay. Frank walked in front, chattering incessantly with Sharon and Marek. Even though neither of them responded much, he remained tireless. Guests, would you like some baked potatoes tonight? Believe me, they taste wonderful. Somewhat unable to bear Frank's enthusiasm, Marek's forehead twitched. He suppressed his inner emotions and said in a low voice, word by word. No need. We are both zombies and don't require such food. Frank was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he spoke excitedly. Is it the Sequence 6 zombie of the pathway mastered by the Rose School of Thought? Seeing Marek nod, Frank became even more excited, leaving a phrase, wait here for a moment, before hurriedly running off. A moment later, Frank excitedly ran back, holding a wooden box. Inside the wooden box was a layer of unusually colored soil, with a dead fish stuck in the middle. Without waiting to be asked, Frank looked at Marek excitedly and said, I remember that the zombie has a beyonder ability to manipulate zombies, easily awakening and commanding corpses. This is a special variety I cultivated, a fish that can produce various fine wines. I originally thought I could plant it in the soil, but unfortunately, it failed. Can you help me turn it into a zombie fish? I think this is a new research direction. Looking at the excited Frank, Sharon and Marek exchanged glances, both seeing the meaning in each other's eyes. This is a lunatic. On a small island at the confluence of the Violent Sea and the Sonia Sea, the blood moon hung high. The figure of a middle-aged man with a north-south continent mixed-race appearance emerged. He was draped in a white robe inlaid with gold thread, his hair was light yellow and slightly curly, his eye sockets were noticeably sunken, and his face was gaunt to the bone. In his brown eyes was an uncontrollable malice and madness. On his rather thick lips were golden nails covered with intricate patterns, sealing his entire mouth, giving him an eerie and terrifying feeling. It was Mahams, an important member of the Rose School of Thought who had reached Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence, a descendant of a pharaoh, and one of the leaders of the Highland Resistance. With his appearance, the small island instantly fell into a deathly silence. The creatures originally living on the island instantly had blood-red eyes, their bodies covered in cracks, and dark red blood flowed out in streams, becoming more and more numerous and obvious. In the end, tiny, hard black beetles even appeared inside. They quickly fell, revealing a head with empty eye sockets and hanging strips of flesh, with countless black beetles drilling in and out. All the creatures living on the island exploded, and muffled thuds sounded one after another, connecting together like a bloody symphony. Maham spread his arms, bathed in the crimson moonlight, and his lips, sealed by golden nails, also curved slightly, enjoying this beautiful symphony. Black beetles covered the sky and earth, turning into a black stream of light that rushed straight towards the sea area on the south side of the small island. Inside the future's cabin, Sharon was startled awake by a feeling of dread. She suddenly opened her eyes and, in just a few seconds, rushed onto the deck. Around Catilia, one star after another had already appeared, dense and dazzling. These stars cast down streaks of brilliant light, converging into a magnificent pillar of light, enveloping the surging black insect tide. Many black beetles were dissolved by the starlight, collapsing and dissipating, but even more continued their momentum, rushing directly towards the future. Catilia's deep black and purple eyes narrowed slightly, and she spoke in a low voice in ancient Hermes, Starlight Cage. Immediately, the brilliant starlight swirling around her flew off one after another, descending around the future. The starlight instantly condensed, creating a giant transparent amber that enveloped the entire ship. Chapter 122 Demigod War. The light gathered by the black insect swarm collided with the transparent amber that enveloped the future, and a teeth-grinding sound rang out. The transparent barrier shook but did not shatter. This was the Beyonder ability, Starlight Cage, of a Sequence 5 Constellations Master, which could completely encase a target, restricting it to its original position, and could also be used to protect oneself by changing the approach. Catilia just breathed a sigh of relief. With a moment to catch her breath, she immediately began to order the preparation for activating the huge ritual magic on the hull of the future, preparing to escape. The symbolic patterns and magical markings on the bulkheads, deck, and mast of the future lit up in distinct layers, like a vast, sparkling sea of stars on a moonless night. Suddenly, a sharp, malevolent laugh came from an unknown distance, enveloping the entire future. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed continuously, at times hoarse, at times chaotic, at times like a murmur, at times like singing, and it was still piercing even through the starlight cage. One after another, the sailors on the deck fell to the ground, desperately covering their ears, yet still twisting and struggling in pain. Some beyonders began to grow fish scales on their bodies, while some sailors' faces twisted and suddenly turned into shaggy-haired goats, revealing human-like terror. Sharon was also affected, feeling her mind suddenly filled with all sorts of thoughts, good, bad, bright, and dark. They were extremely chaotic and, combined with the constantly changing laughter, created a swelling sensation as if her head was about to explode. These chaotic and jumbled thoughts directly interrupted Sharon's prayers and also interrupted Catilia's attempt to escape using the ritual magic starlight leap. Catilia groaned, a pained expression on her face. Sharon's delicate face, usually lacking in expression, subtly twisted, and suppressed malice continuously surged from her pupils. Barely visible flesh buds stirred beneath her skin. In the suburbs of Backlund, at the East Tucker family's manor, a group of people was ready to depart, including members of the 4th Investigation Team and the East Tucker family's guard squad. Aaron stood at the front of the team, about to speak, when he suddenly heard an urgent prayer. The voice was wavering and unusually urgent, extremely recognizable. Aaron immediately recognized it as Sharon's prayer. Aaron pondered for a moment, abandoning the idea of personally participating in this capture. Looking at Solo Bent beside him, he handed the capture mission to him. With a Sequence 5 mentor of disorder overseeing it, there should be no mistakes. After briefly explaining the mission, Aaron walked into the manor. After warning the servants not to disturb him, Aaron closed the door and skillfully set up a ritual to ascend above the dark gold mist. Passing through layers of dark gold mist, Aaron had just sat on the throne when Sharon's prayer abruptly stopped, as if forcibly interrupted. Aaron frowned slightly, but the generated prayer light did not immediately disappear. His spirituality probed, and Aaron saw the ship under attack. By comparing it with the wanted poster in his memory, Aaron quickly recognized it as Stars Almirante, Catilia's future. It's under attack. This method looks like the Rose School of Thought style. Just as Aaron was still contemplating, a sudden change occurred. Around the future, peach blossoms instantly fell, vibrant and colorful. The sharp, malevolent laughter seemed to instantly move away, blocked by a luxuriant peach forest filled with blooming flowers, and cut off by the mountains at the end of the water source in the forest, only attempting to surge out from a small cave. Mystical reenactment created the source of peach blossoms. It could create a barrier isolated from the outside world, making it difficult to connect. Sharon momentarily dazed, then recovered her senses and immediately continued her soft prayers. Catilia's gaze was somewhat fixed, completely ignoring her injuries, as she looked at the figure outside the barrier. Outside the barrier, Bernadette, wearing a black, old-fashioned soft hat, emerged, surrounded by clusters of pea vines that grew out of thin air. Her chestnut hair fell naturally, her eyebrows were long and straight, and her eyes seemed to condense a vast blue ocean. The black insect swarm that had surrounded the future was crushed by a thick pea vine, turning into black smoke and dissipating with wails. Ripples appeared in the void not far in front of Bernadette, and Myhamus's figure emerged. His brown eyes, filled with malice and madness, swept over Bernadette. He raised his right hand and pulled at his mouth. The golden nails piercing his upper and lower lips simultaneously sprang off, no longer sealing his mouth. Myhamus then opened his mouth. Aaron, through the special perspective of the spiritual light spot, heard no sound, but saw masses of shadows flying out of Myhamus's mouth, seemingly wanting to surge towards Bernadette. The huge pea vines that had been hanging down suddenly twisted as if melting. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into sheep with dull eyes and messy fur. This was the transformation curse of a Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence, which could turn a target into another creature, and after transformation, they would temporarily lose most of their traits and beyonder abilities for a certain period. However, that invisible transformation curse fell upon Bernadette, but only twisted her shadow, failing to harm the clairvoyant. At this moment, Bernadette was like the Emperor's new clothes, something that simply did not exist, so naturally, she would not be harmed. The next second, Bernadette, wearing a black, old-fashioned soft hat, suddenly became transparent and turned into a pile of foam. These foams quickly dispersed, surging towards Myhamus. Seeing that the attack was fruitless, Myhamus decisively took out a scepter from his pregnant, its surface covered with dark patterns and its tip dark blue, almost black. The scepter exuded a tyrannical, evil aura. This was the Rose School of Thought's Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Scepter of Calamity. This was a powerful weapon temporarily granted to him by another angel of the Rose School of Thought, King of Curses Barranca. It was originally intended to prevent the counselor from the Life School of Thought from escaping by sea, as the prisoner pathway's strength at sea was far inferior to the sailor pathways. The gem at the top of the scepter lit up. Violent wind collided with the air, creating an explosive sound, and a terrifying hurricane, visible to the naked eye, appeared, swirling and intertwining. The air currents rapidly spun in circles, and an unrestrained tornado suddenly rose from the ground, instantly tearing apart the foam that Bernadette had turned into. Its momentum unabated, it headed straight for the future, which was within the source of peach blossoms. Aaron raised his hand to summon the Black Emperor card and integrate it into his body. After advancing to Sequence 6 Judge, he clearly felt that he could mobilize more power from the Nation of Disorder. As the dark gold mist continuously merged into his body, the golden pattern symbolizing divinity on his body shimmered slightly. Aaron retrieved the Scepter of Sun Chasing from the pile of sundries and poured his spirituality into it frantically. The Scepter of Sun Chasing accumulated brilliant light, condensing into a spear that was pure to the extreme, blazing white to the extreme, seemingly composed of pure sunlight. Chapter 123 Take Action. Aaron observed the battlefield, choosing the opportune moment to strike. Whether to answer Sharon's prayer or to display his strength before Bernadette, this was an excellent chance. The Sun Pathway's most core and fundamental purification ability is extremely restrictive against powers in the domains of corruption, defilement, erosion, darkness, evil, and disease, especially against specters, corrupted beings, and defiled entities. Therefore, for Aaron, the ability of the Scepter of the Scorching Sun would be most effective and apparent against Mihams of the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction. Looking at the terrifying tornado and accompanying tsunami in the prayer scene, Aaron then looked at the Scepter of Disaster, its surface covered in dark patterns and its tip deep blue, almost black, guessing it might be a remnant from a Sequence 4 cataclysmic interror. The spear of no darkness at the tip of the Scepter of the Scorching Sun grew even more radiant. Just as Aaron was about to act, a blood-red pillar of light appeared, instantly piercing through the sweeping tornado and shooting towards Mihams in the distance. The silhouette of an ancient-style spear emerged within the light pillar. From tip to hilt, this spear was stained with patches and specks of blood red, emitting a strong aura of destruction, as if it could harm true deities. Spear of Longinus. This spear had appeared in an ancient, untraceable era, stained with the blood of a great existence. Now, through mystical reenactment, it descended upon the battlefield. Mihams, on the distant sea, his brown eyes filled with malice and madness, suddenly constricted. He tried to dodge but found his movements abnormally sluggish, watching the terrifying, blood-stained spear grow larger and larger in his pupils. This was Bernadette's game of years, cast through mystical reenactment, which could slow down the target's actions, as if they had entered an area with a different flow of time. With a loud roar, a red and black light erupted, and the surging waves smoothed out the original tsunami. As the light faded, Mihams was covered in black viscous fluid, a large hole ripped open in his chest. A lot of black substance gathered, attempting to repair itself, but was hindered by some force. Mihams's eyes were blood red. Ignoring his injuries, he looked coldly at Bernadette with a cruel smile. A small, intricately patterned doll, wrapped in black branches, appeared in his hand at some unknown point. The doll suddenly opened its eyes. Before Bernadette could stop it, the doll mumbled a word indistinctly, and with a strange smile, extended its hands, wrapped in black branches, pulling a phantom, hazy door inscribed with many mysterious symbols out of thin air. This was the Door of Summoning. A Sequence 3 of the Moon Pathway is called a High Summoner. This eerie doll, clearly a living characteristic, directly completed a summoning. However, its overall demeanor changed somewhat as a result. The doll's face lost much of its rationality, becoming more obviously mad and eerie. With a phantom creaking sound, the Door of Summoning opened a crack. Through the crack, two hands, whose mere aura sent shivers down one's spine, reached out. Their skin was dull and lacked texture, like the cheapest rag dolls. Looking at those arms, a thought suddenly flashed through Bernadette's mind and Aaron's mind in the Nation of Disorder. Another angel of the Rose School of Thought, King of Curses Balanka. Can't play fair, can you? Just fell into a disadvantage and started calling the boss directly. Aaron thought with a slight headache from his throne, the spear of no darkness in his hand poised to strike. The Scepter of the Scorching Sun, in its semi-sealed state, could at most unleash an attack comparable to Sequence 3, which was more than enough to deal with Mihams. But against King of Curses Balanka, it would be severely lacking, even if only two of his arms extended through. Considering this was his first formal display of strength and status before Bernadette, Aaron gritted his teeth, glanced back at the Eye of Chaos embedded at the top of his throne, and had an idea. There's no need to target King of Curses Balanka directly. If I destroy the medium of his teleportation portal, forcing him to leave is also feasible. After Aaron made up his mind, the golden patterns on his body, radiating divine light, instantly brightened. Waves of unknown fluctuations emerged, echoing through the Grand Palace. The dark gold mist followed the fluctuations, finally surging together into the Eye of Chaos embedded at the top of the throne. A pillar of light shot from the Eye of Chaos directly to the spear of no darkness at the tip of the Scepter of the Scorching Sun. The light, instead of growing more radiant, gradually became contained, like a volcano before eruption, emitting waves of alarming fluctuations that stirred the surrounding dark gold mist. Outside, Bernadette slightly raised a finger, and a curtain of light appeared, shielding the vision of those inside the future, preventing them from seeing things they shouldn't and thus becoming contaminated. Immediately, her mythical creature form manifested, condensing pure white, ethereal feathers. As her wings fluttered, 2 more spears of Longinus shot out, only to be directly shattered by the arms that looked like the cheapest ragdolls. At the same time, a chilling wind suddenly swept across the sea, forcefully pulling at Bernadette's spirit body and preventing her from maintaining her unseen state and possession. Bernadette's consciousness wavered for a moment, and her mythical creature state automatically dissolved. An eye-like pattern, seemingly capable of peering into the secrets of fate, appeared on her forehead, stabilizing her spirit body and clearing her consciousness. Bernadette's pupils constricted slightly. She was about to summon her messenger to retrieve her Grade 0 sealed artifact but suddenly turned to look behind her. The future, enveloped by the source of peach blossoms, was torn apart from within by an immense force. Everyone present, including Sharon, Catilia, and Frank, who hadn't fainted on the future, seemed to see a vision. Inside a magnificent grand hall surrounded by boundless dark gold mist, a towering figure, obscured by grey mist, sat on the deepest throne, looking down upon them. To the side of the throne, a blurry figure covered in golden patterns and with 12 pairs of wings on its back slowly rose, and a golden spear in its hand was thrown. That golden spear seemed to emerge from an unknown void, continuously absorbing light along its path, bringing extreme darkness. As it neared that door of summoning, the spear of no darkness suddenly erupted, blooming with light so pure and incandescent, seemingly composed of pure sunlight, like a scorching midday Sunday. The pure light enveloped the hands and the door, also covering Mihams and the eerie doll, melting away all evil, corruption, gloom, defilement, and undead aura. Accompanied by a soul-shaking roar, the blood moon in the sky suddenly brightened, unexpectedly turning into a full moon. Aaron covered his forehead, which stung from excessive spiritual depletion, and stared intently at the center of the brilliant light. The scepter of disaster, its surface covered in dark patterns and its tip deep blue, almost black, along with Miham's left arm, was struck flying into the distance. Chapter 124 Backlash. The strange expression on the face of the small puppet, which was entangled in black branches, vanished, replaced by panic and fear, and its raised right hand had already been broken off and disappeared. The door of summoning, which had been clearly visible, silently melted away in the full burst of sun's radiance, on the verge of shattering into pieces. Just then, the miserable-looking Macams let out a roar, no longer bothering with the flying scepter of calamity, and his left arm, his flesh and blood strangely blurred, filling into the door of summoning that was about to melt away. The 2 somewhat blurry arms that had been there previously reappeared, but they were covered in scorched marks. One hand blocked the brilliant light, while the other instantly grabbed Macams. Then, both hands immediately vanished into the shattering door of summoning. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, manipulating the pure light that had not yet dispersed to sweep back the flying scepter of calamity, Macam's left arm, and the strange puppet's right hand. The pure golden light transformed into golden patterns, adhering to the 3 items. Moments later, they became 3 golden cocoons of light, which, guided by an unseen force, landed beside Sharon. "Sacrifice them to my lord before the next Chaos Council." A strange, unfamiliar male voice sounded beside Sharon's ear. She instantly recalled the blurry figure with 12 pairs of wings on its back that she had just seen, feeling both shocked and that it was only natural. Bernadette, still suspended in midair, glanced at the pure light still erupting nearby, like a miniature sun, then at Sharon and the 3 golden cocoons at her feet. Her eyes flickered, but she said nothing. Catilia also withdrew her gaze from Bernadette, looking at Sharon with an unreadable expression. Frank rubbed his throbbing head. Just as he was about to say something, his vision suddenly went dark. In a daze, he seemed to see boundless dark golden mist, and a pattern appeared and then vanished on his wrist. Above the dark golden mist, Aaron casually tossed a ball of dark golden light towards Frank, who was a point of prayer light, then withdrew his gaze and pressed his finger onto the scepter of sun chasing. As blood surged forth, the scorching sensation on the scepter of sun chasing that seemed capable of burning the soul gradually diminished until it returned to normal. Before Aaron could breathe a sigh of relief, as if a certain time limit had been reached, black ripples suddenly spread out from the Eye of Chaos, which had been calm at the top of the throne, radiating in all directions. The entire grand hall seemed to tremble. As black ripples spread, the high back chairs and stone chairs standing in the hall toppled, as if ravaged by a storm. Aaron was about to say something when his vision suddenly went dark, and he lost consciousness. The golden patterns on his body, symbolizing divinity, resonated with the magnificent palace, jointly resisting the invasion of the black ripples. Within the grand hall, dark golden mist surged. In a hazy daze, Aaron seemed to see emptiness, etherealness, and void all around him, permeated by boundless dark golden mist. Black patterns appeared, but they were gradually eroded by the surrounding dark golden mist. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, Siffield Street No. 43. Furs, who had already fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened by a familiar yet strange stinging sensation. She painfully rolled off the bed and saw the blood-red full moon outside the window. Her remaining sanity screamed. Why is it a blood-red full moon again? Shio, from the next bedroom, directly burst in, holding the bottle of special potion Aaron had given her earlier. Backlund, inside a simply decorated room. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting raised his head, countless tiny, transcendent, illusory wheels spinning in his pupils. They connected into a long band, almost meeting end to end. He stared at the sudden blood-red full moon in the sky. Moments later, he suddenly curved his lips, murmuring in a very pleasant mood. Hee, fate tells me that Richard is safe. This deal was quite worth it. Then he muttered. What exactly did the guy do to make the Rose School of Thought so angry? He's clearly still in Backlund, how interesting. In a hazy daze, Aaron seemed to grasp something solid, breaking free from that illusory feeling. Aaron suddenly opened his eyes and found himself still sitting on the throne, his vision somewhat darkened. Looking at the scene around him, as if it had been struck by a storm, Aaron sighed silently. This was the negative effect of using the Eye of Chaos to amplify the Spear of No Darkness, even though Aaron had not directly aimed at the angel, but only at the strange puppet that used the Door of Summoning. Relying on the Spear of No Darkness's suppressive effect on the defiled and the amplification from the Eye of Chaos, that strike barely touched the angel's sequence. Even with Aaron's sequence increase after accommodating the Black Emperor card and his advancement, and with the Nation of Disorder bearing most of the backlash for Aaron, this level of backlash still caused the unwell Aaron to directly lose consciousness for a period of time. This was also why Aaron did not directly bring the 3 spoils of war above the dark golden mist. He was worried about potential backlash, which would leave him unable to attend to those 3 dangerous items from the Rose School of Thought. Taking a deep breath, Aaron endured the stinging pain in his brain and raised his right hand. As the dark golden mist surged, the magnificent hall returned to its usual appearance. After peeling off the Black Emperor card, a feeling of weakness that seemed to touch his soul welled up. Aaron struggled to return to the real world and immediately collapsed onto his bed. The sun hung high. In the suburbs of Backlund, Aaron slowly awoke, still feeling a bit groggy. He glanced out the window, finally having the energy to recall what happened yesterday, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The effect of the Eye of Chaos is indeed powerful. The backlash at the rule level it brings should be related to the sequence of the affected target. Moreover, most of the reflection can be borne by the Sapphira. After I truly advance to a demigod, I can further integrate with the Sapphira, and with the Black Emperor card, I should truly be able to withstand backlash at the angel level. After this experience, the backlash is not only affected by the affected person's sequence but also by the amplification level of the Eye of Chaos. The backlash this time wasn't as strong as expected, which should also be for this reason. Aaron weakly got out of bed and opened the door. The butler, who had been standing at the door, immediately bowed and replied upon seeing Aaron emerge. Lord Aaron, the operation last night was generally smooth, with only a minor incident, but it has been resolved by Mr. Sorrowbent. All evidence has currently been collected, and the abducted people have been temporarily housed in a nearby warehouse. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. You did very well. Take me to Mr. Sorrowbent. In his mind, he pondered, what kind of incident would require a Sequence 5 to personally intervene? Could there still be a powerful Demonist sect member guarding the place? The butler walked ahead, leading Aaron towards the depths of the manor. Chapter 125, Frank joins the club. Aaron pushed open the door to a room next to Michelle Wade's forge and saw Solobinter and several injured operatives. Before Aaron could ask, Solobinter stepped forward and explained, during yesterday's operation, a Demoness of Pleasure, likely a Sequence 6, appeared. Although I wounded her, she fled without hesitation, leaving behind many spider webs along her escape route to hinder our pursuit, so we didn't catch her. However, the traces of our battle are enough to prove that this matter is related to the Demonist sect. Capin's collusion with the Demonist sect in human trafficking means he's finished. Although Capin was a wealthy man involved with many influential figures, he never truly gained respectability. Even if his relationships with certain nobles, parliament members, and government employees were deep, no one would be willing to stand up for him when it involved human trafficking with a cult. Aaron glanced around and nodded slightly. The involvement of the Demonist sect was enough for them to stop here, there was no need to get too involved in the remaining matters. Thinking this, Aaron continued to look at Solobinter, who instantly understood and quickly added. Captain Glenn has already taken the Demoness we captured earlier back to Military Intelligence Department 9 to report this matter. I also disclosed some details of this operation to the People's Daily and other influential newspapers in Backlund. I can assure you that by this afternoon at the latest, all citizens of Backlund will know about Capin's collusion with the Demonist sect to harm the public. No one can hide it. Aaron nodded in satisfaction and said with a serious expression, terminate further investigation. This matter ends here. Solobinter hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Backlund West District, Beloto Street, Military Intelligence Department 9. Jonas Coleridge sat behind a mahogany desk, scrutinizing the documents on the table with his dark blue, almost black eyes. A moment later, Jonas took a deep puff of his cigar, his dark blue, almost black eyes narrowed slightly. His stern and serious face showed no emotion, and Glenville, standing opposite him, felt a sense of oppression. He felt a bit uneasy, remembering Aaron's previous instructions. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, Jonas asked in a steady tone. "How did you discover Captain's collusion with the Demonist sect for human trafficking?" Glenn slowly exhaled, lowered his head, concealing the emotions on his face, and replied to Jonas according to Aaron's earlier instructions. Jonas listened in silence, then waved his hand a moment later, signaling Glenn to leave. Sonia C. The future. There was a celebratory atmosphere on the deck. Thanks to Bernadette's mystical reenactment and the subsequent treatment from Source of Peach Blossoms, most of the sailors were only unconscious and not severely contaminated. Everyone was celebrating their survival from yesterday, though some seemed out of place. Catilia, dressed in a black classical robe, had a somewhat vacant gaze. After the great battle last night, Her Majesty the Queen had vanished. She recalled the trembling arms that extended from the door last night and the illusory figure with 12 wings on its back that made the final move. Catilia sat silently in the captain's cabin, reflecting on her own weakness, and watched the revelry on the deck, somewhat lost in thought. Sharon, dressed in an intricate black Gothic court gown, sat quietly in her room. On the table were 3 golden spheres of varying sizes. After setting up the wall of spirituality, Sharon quickly arranged the sacrifice and grant ritual, placing the 3 golden spheres of varying sizes in the center of the altar, and began to pray in a low voice. "You are the origin and shadow of order. You are the great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. You are the lord of order who controls the rules. Your loyal follower seeks your gaze. We ask you to accept their offerings. We ask you to open the door to the kingdom." Aaron had just finished understanding the situation and arranging for his butler to personally go to the newspaper office to expedite the paper's distribution when he heard a familiar prayer. Aaron understood. He found an excuse, sent everyone out of the room, skillfully set up the wall of spirituality, and then submerged his consciousness, passing through layers of dark golden mist to arrive at the magnificent temple. Sitting on the throne, Aaron cast his gaze upon the pulsating prayer light points below. With a slight lift of his finger, the prayer light points expanded into a dark golden double door, existing between illusion and reality. Sharon only felt a gentle breeze sweep through the room, and the items on the table vanished. Using Sharon's still visible prayer light points, Aaron cast his gaze towards Frank, who was squatting in his room nearby, staring blankly at a fish. Frank, looking at the creature that might have mutated from the battle last night and no longer quite resembled a fish, was about to pick it up for a closer study when a burst of dark golden light suddenly erupted before his eyes. This light, like flowing water, instantly enveloped Frank. At the same time, Bernadette's figure appeared, with 2 eyes without eyelashes constantly rotating in front of her. By the time Frank had initially regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a magnificent temple supported by huge stone pillars. At the deepest part of the temple was a throne with mysterious carvings, situated on a 9-tiered stone staircase. On the throne sat a blurry figure enveloped in thick dark golden mist. Below the stone steps, on either side of the temple, stood 9 high-backed stone chairs, each surrounded by dark golden mist. Below the high-backed chairs, 49 peculiar stone chairs were strangely arranged, exuding an overall sense of majesty, mystery, order, and chaotic mixture. Beyond this, the surroundings were empty, ethereal, and vast, with an endless expanse of dark golden mist and unreal crimson light points at the bottom. Frank remained in a squatting position, his hands extended forward, looking around somewhat bewildered, almost blurting out, "Where is this?" Aaron did not speak. With a slight movement of his spirituality, a beam of light appeared out of thin air and merged into Frank's body. Frank's body trembled slightly, and a flood of information instantly appeared in his mind. He also learned about the hidden existence before him and his corresponding honored name. Aaron sat on the throne, looking at Frank below, who was still processing the information, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Frank's biggest problem was that his way of thinking was different from normal people. He was purely frightening. He even thought it would be great to make cows grow from the ground, or for fish blood to directly turn into alcohol. What if one day he felt that growing cows from the ground was too troublesome, and just created a type of cow that grew out already cooked? If he felt there wasn't enough beef to eat, he would transform the soil into edible matter. When hungry, he would just eat some dirt. Thinking these thoughts, Aaron couldn't help but feel a chill. Frank's somewhat terrifying imagination and execution made Aaron feel that it was safer for the entire world to bring him into his direct oversight as soon as possible. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, Frank stood up and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, momentarily unsure of what to say. Chapter 126, Inventory of the Spoils. Looking at the somewhat restless Frank, Aaron chuckled, "I believe your experimental ideas are, on some level, very meaningful. Many experimental failures might simply be due to your insufficient strength." Frank, who was currently only a Sequence 7 harvest priest, immediately brightened, and the apprehension in his heart was instantly thrown to the winds. He hadn't expected this previously unheard of hidden existence to actually agree with his ideas. Aaron watched Frank's expression and nodded inwardly, then continued, "There are some people similar to you here. I've established a regular gathering for them, and I am the witness." Frank then noticed the other empty seats and, without hesitation, excitedly asked, "Can I join that gathering?" "Yes, but you cannot disclose it to others without my permission." "Okay." Frank responded without hesitation. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, extended his hand, and with great self-control, cut off the connection. Then, he watched the dark golden light recede, and Frank on the other side dissolved into a phantom, disappearing bit by bit. "Phew, I finally managed to trick this dangerous guy into joining. In the future, I need to use my identity as a dependence more often to properly guide this guy's thoughts. I absolutely cannot let him go astray." As the prayer light points completely dissipated, Aaron withdrew his attention and retrieved the 3 bundles of spoils that had just been sacrificed from the pile of sundries. Aaron's mind stirred slightly, and the Black Emperor card instantly merged into his body. He held the sun-chasing scepter in his right hand to guard against any accidents. Dark golden mist surged, and invisible forces integrated into the 3 golden spheres of varying sizes. As the golden outer shells receded, the items within were revealed. What attracted Aaron's attention the most was the scepter with a surface covered in dark patterns and a deep blue, almost black, tip. Even though it had been severely damaged, the scepter still exuded a tyrannical and evil aura. It was precisely the Rose School of Thought's Level 1 sealed artifact, the Scepter of Calamity. With the divination pendulum hanging from his hand, Aaron slowly closed his eyes, already prepared for the backlash. Accompanied by a hazy illusion, a moment later, Aaron suddenly opened his eyes. Black patterns appeared on his face, and as the dark golden mist churned, black smoke rose, and the patterns dissipated. Scepter of Calamity. Ability 1, Tornado. Violent wind collides with the air, producing an explosive sound, summoning a terrifying hurricane visible to the naked eye, destroying all items in its path. It can be combined with other lightning abilities of the Sailor Pathway, simultaneously accompanied by dark black waves approaching 10 meters. Ability 2, Lightning Storm. Summons streaks of silvery white electric snakes, carrying an intensely violent and destructive aura that feels almost tangible, striking densely all around. It can cover an area of several hundred meters in a forest of thunder, causing enveloped creatures to shatter, evaporate, and disappear. The disadvantage is that it's an area attack and doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, which is why Mahams didn't choose this ability at the time. Negative effect, each use of the ability is accompanied by strong pollution, an extreme craving for blood and slaughter. Long-term possession will lead to an uncontrollable belief in a great existence. Casually clearing the invading pollution, Aaron frowned, recalling the enlightenment he had just received from the divination. Although it was expected, Aaron was still a bit disappointed. As expected, it was a sealed artifact contaminated by an outer god, and in the end, it would still need to be crushed and restored to a Beyonder characteristic before it could be used. However, gaining a demigod Beyonder characteristic from the Sailor Pathway was already more than worth it. Aaron turned his gaze to the remaining 2 defective items. After divination, Aaron learned of their functions. Maham's left arm also contained some Beyonder characteristic, roughly equivalent to Sequence 5 level, and even if the Beyonder characteristic was extracted, the left arm itself could serve as a carrier for certain ritual materials. The puppet's right hand, however, was more special. Even when separated, it maintained a certain connection with the main body, though this connection was currently blocked by the dark golden mist. Outside, Aaron could use this to pinpoint the puppet's location, and of course, the other party could also reverse locate Aaron's position. At the same time, it greatly enhances the user's spirituality, allowing for the use of a weakened version of Summoning Door. The effect doubles during a full moon, but it will lead to a period of bloodlust. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, immediately feeling that the previous backlash was not so unbearable. He secretly mused. This is essentially a spirituality amplifier that can currently only be used above the dark golden mist. It can temporarily alleviate my problem of insufficient spirituality. However, I still need to find another mystical item that can amplify spirituality in reality. I wonder if Louise has found anything recently. Loen and Matt Harbor, a warehouse in the port area. Shattered corpses lay scattered throughout the warehouse. Some small, malnourished, and scarred children trembled in the corners, some having already fainted from the bloody scene. Damien Thale, the head of the largest local gang, stared with bloodshot eyes, but no sound could escape his hoarse throat. A woman in a black tight-fitting suit held a snow-white sharp knife, her lips crimson as if smeared with fresh blood. She repeatedly cut Damien Thale, slicing open his skin to take flesh but leaving the skeleton. The woman stood up, looked at the imperfect artwork at her feet, and pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. She then looked around at the malnourished, scarred children, a smile curving on her lips. The few remaining children who hadn't fainted were startled and quickly lowered their heads. Only one boy with a round face, a gentle and slightly shy demeanor, and no more than 16 or 17 years old, raised his head. He stared at the tormented corpse on the ground, his eyes revealing a deep hatred. The woman walked over with the knife, pinched the boy's face, and stared into his eyes, asking, "What's your name?" Feeling the sharp knife so close and seeing the corpse not far away, the boy swallowed hard and quietly replied, "Tris." The woman chuckled, threw the dagger at Tris' feet, and recited in the tone of a preacher. Spirit is the essence of man, the body is merely a cage that binds the spirit. The reason why humans commit evil is due to the influence of the body. One must gain knowledge through spirituality, allowing the spirit to gradually free itself from the body and see one's true self. After undergoing layers of trials from the astral bodies, one can finally break free from the material world and return to the purest, truest self, thus achieving eternal salvation. Amidst these chants, which seemed to carry some mysterious meaning, Tris' gaze gradually focused. He slowly picked up the dagger from the ground and walked towards Damien Thale. The chanting in his ears gradually faded, and Tris seemed to finally come to his senses. He looked at the hacked-open skeleton, gradually recalling the memories of children who, like him, had been controlled by the gang, tricked, defrauded, and stolen from, dying by his own knife. Tris trembled and dropped the blood-soaked dagger. The woman's figure slowly emerged, smiling as she extended her hand and said, "Tris, welcome to Theosophy Order." Chapter 127 Capin. The wealthy Capin colluded with cult organizations to harm the populace, but Lord Aaron uncovered the conspiracy and saved many innocent people. Numerous newsboys walked through the streets and alleys of Backlund, and the pedestrians around them, hearing such sensational news, stopped one after another, called over a newsboy, and bought a newspaper. Capin. The wealthy man who is rumored to have connections with some nobles. I've long heard that he engaged in disgusting businesses, but I never expected him to collude with a cult. Fortunately, Lord Aaron presided over justice. Hugh, who was disguised and deliberately made taller, was also mixed in the crowd, hearing the discussions around her and the newsboys' shouts. Last night, because of the sudden appearance of a blood moon, First suffered many injuries, so Hugh went out today to purchase daily necessities and some medical supplies. Lord Aaron. Hugh's eyes lit up slightly. She called over a newsboy and bought a newspaper. After a quick glance, she found that it was basically consistent with the process Lucy Joseph had told them. Hugh felt slightly at ease and finally learned that the powerful figure behind the organization they had joined was this Lord Aaron. Recalling Lucy Joseph's earlier warning to them to stay away from the subsequent developments of this matter, as well as the vaguely appearing demonist sect in this incident, Hugh put away the newspaper and returned home against the indignant flow of people. Sherwood Borough, Capin's home, first-floor living room. The living room, which had originally seen servants and a butler moving in and out, was now empty. Capin lay on the sofa, his face ashen, his pupils dilated, clearly dead. A man in a black robe with a golden mask stood quietly opposite, also holding a newspaper. Natalie Manna, the Sequence 6 demoness of pleasure, who had just escaped from Sorobin's hands, still had a pale face. Her fragility and charm combined, revealing a strange beauty, and she chuckled. The culprit, Capin, committed suicide out of fear of his crimes. Don't worry about the others. I have already dealt with everyone who saw your faces. This matter is only related to my demonist sect and will not involve your military intelligence 9. The black-robed man with the golden mask turned his head and spoke in a cold tone. That had better be the case. If you ruin something important because of you, you know the consequences. Disappear from here quickly. Don't let me see you in Backlund again. They must not be allowed to follow the clues and investigate further. Natalie Manna's delicate face stiffened slightly, and she put away her smile, responding in a low voice. I naturally know. Despair Nightingale, Panatia has already given me another mission, sending me to Martport in Loen. Saying this, Natalie Manna narrowed her eyes and added. What exactly do you plan to do about Lord Aaron? Even if he didn't discover it this time, what about next time? And the time after that? With him causing trouble everywhere like this, our plan will sooner or later run into problems. The man with the golden mask stared coldly at Natalie Manna. After a moment, he slowly said. This is not for you to worry about. He is involved in many things, so it's not convenient to act. However, we will soon make him leave Backlund and will not give him a chance to continue investigating. It was already evening when Aaron received the news. He was currently sitting in the living room, preparing to go to St. Samuel Cathedral. Suicide out of fear of his crimes. As expected. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Aaron clicked his tongue. It was an expected development, and he was not surprised. After Glenn returned to report, Military Intelligence 9 quickly dispatched, thoroughly searched Capin's residence, and discovered Capin's death and the civilians imprisoned in the basement. Putting away the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, Aaron nodded to the butler and got into the carriage, heading to St. Samuel Cathedral. Accompanied by the clatter of hooves, he passed through streets and alleys to reach St. Samuel Cathedral. After being announced, he met Archbishop Anthony. As soon as Aaron saw this archbishop, his body and mind involuntarily trembled. It was uncontrollable and uncontainable, as if he had returned to his childhood, facing his deepest fears. With a thought, Aaron immediately understood that it must be due to the significant increase in his spirituality after advancing to sequence 6, and the fear brought by Saint Anthony was clearer the stronger the spirituality. So, he quickly meditated, trying to restrain himself. A moment later, Aaron placed a dark green ring and an arm opposite Archbishop Anthony, and slowly explained, meeting his surprised gaze. This ring comes from a demoness and can be considered a relatively powerful level 2 sealed artifact. And this severed arm is from a sequence 3 disciple of silence. I have already taken the beyonder characteristic contained within, but even the remaining arm is a very valuable spiritual material. Meeting Anthony's surprised expression, Aaron did not continue speaking but changed the subject. In this incident, many abducted civilians were rescued, including many children, and not a few of them were church believers. And the church's charity organizations, as far as I know, are incapable of accommodating so many civilians. If they are allowed to return to the East Borough, they will most likely face death or become a disaster in another sense. Anthony frowned his eyebrows. After a moment, he looked at Aaron and slowly said, "What are your thoughts? You can tell me." Aaron took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Archbishop Anthony. The title of the document was prominently, East Tucker Charitable Foundation Organization. Seeing that this was not something prepared on the spot but a plan drafted long ago, Anthony's eyes narrowed slightly. He took the document and read it carefully. A quarter of an hour later, he put away the document and looked at Aaron with an unclear meaning in his eyes. Aaron's plan was not complicated. He intended to donate £150,000 and 5% of East Tucker Bicycle Company shares as the startup capital for the East Tucker Charitable Foundation organization. The primary focus of this charity organization currently was to help liberated civilians rebuild their lives and to provide scholarships for impoverished children. However, this organization would not be limited to Backlund. What Aaron wanted to do more was to leverage the influence of the Church of the Evernight to promote this charitable organization in the southern continent. In this way, with a front as a public agent, using the establishment of a charitable foundation as a lead, publicly aiding the poor, and secretly funding labor resistance in various countries. This could both contend with the upper echelons of society, improve the lives of the lower-class people, and to a certain extent accumulate power among the populace, to be released at an appropriate time. On the other hand, Aaron would also actively encourage other nobles to participate. Only by binding interests together could they advance and retreat together when facing certain issues, reducing resistance. Anthony's fingers tapped lightly on the table. After a moment of contemplation, the ring and severed arm on the table suddenly disappeared, and then he spoke. "I understand. Whatever the purpose, it is enough that the goddess's believers benefit from it. Next Monday, I will host a charity gala and fully cooperate with you." Chapter 128 Party. In the Sonia Sea, aboard the Future. Catilia returned to her captain's cabin and found a letter suddenly appeared on the table, which had been empty. Catilia's eyes brightened. She quickly walked over and indeed saw the familiar handwriting. There was only one sentence, similar to a prophecy. "Your opportunity for advancement lies with Frank Lee." Catilia was momentarily stunned. As a pirate general, she naturally knew that the ritual to advance from Sequence 5 Constellations Master to Sequence 4 Mysticologist required fully analyzing a drop of a mythical creature's blood. That corresponded to a true angel. For some reason, Catilia's mind immediately recalled the figure with 12 wings on her back that night, and her emotions surged. On Monday evening, Aaron, dressed in formal attire, arrived at St. Samuel Church by carriage with his butler to attend the charity gala hosted by the Evernight Church. After passing through the main entrance, he was led by a priest to a hall on the side. There was a shrine here, containing the sacred emblem representing the Evernight goddess. Several small crystal chandeliers hung above it, and in front, there were slender candles and inverted metal covers filled with oil wax. At this moment, they were all lit, illuminating the hall brightly and cleanly, exuding a sacred aura. Aaron's gaze swept across, seeing rows of neatly arranged seats and guests dressed in extraordinary attire. Among them, female attire was mainly divided into two categories. One type of dress, either vibrant or dark, was bold and revealing, showing a large expanse of white skin on the chest and bare arms. The other type of clothing was fresh in color, quite conservative, with even the collarbones only vaguely visible or even covered. In the Loen Kingdom, this signified the difference between married and unmarried women. Widows and divorced women could choose either style, though the former's colors would lean towards darker shades. Besides these, Aaron also saw sparkling necklaces, exquisite earrings, and various precious ornaments. Compared to the balls and banquets hosted by Councillor Mockton himself, the guests here were clearly more distinguished. Stepping into the hall, Aaron greeted the bishops he knew, Councillor Mockton, and others, exchanging pleasantries and chatting idly. Just then, a sound came from the entrance. Many guests turned their gazes there, all smiling and moving to greet them. Aaron's eyes lit up, and he walked to the very front. The arrivals were none other than Audrey Hall and Earl and Countess Hall. Audrey's long golden hair was casually styled, falling smoothly and lustrously. Her emerald eyes were as deep as the ocean, yet like the purest gems. Her features and face shape combined to create a breathtaking beauty, with an elegant and pure demeanor. After a round of greetings, Aaron and Audrey's family walked deeper into the banquet hall, discussing Cappen's evil deeds. Marquis Rosent, Earl Gross, Viscount Laffrand, one after another, noble devotees of the goddess proactively stepped forward to exchange a few words with Aaron, their attitudes quite amiable. Before Aaron finished his greetings, an old man entered through the door. He wore a black and red clerical robe, adorned with 5 darkness holy emblems on his chest. His face was clean, without a beard, and his eyes were deep, dark, and tranquil. Including Earl Hall, everyone turned to face this elder, bowing respectfully and saying, "Good evening, His Grace Saint Anthony." This elder was Saint Anthony Stevenson, one of the 13 archbishops of the Evernight Church. He was the head of the Backlund diocese, a true high-ranking official of the church. Saint Anthony smiled, looked around, and tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, saying, "Praise the goddess. Praise the goddess." The guests attending the charity gala responded in unison. With the arrival of the archbishop, the gala officially began. As per custom, everyone first sat in their places and prayed devoutly to the goddess for 3 minutes. Then, the church choir walked to the front of the shrine and praised the goddess with ethereal, harmonious singing that seemed to cleanse the soul. After the religious ceremony, Bishop Electra, at St. Anthony's instruction, came to the side of where the choir had just stood. There was a tall wooden stand there, where various scriptures could be laid out. "Thank you all for coming. Your character is like brilliant stars in the tranquil darkness." Bishop Electra first offered a few polite words, then continued. "This time, we are establishing a charity foundation, primarily focused on an education assistance fund for the poor, originating from Lord Aaron's proposal. He is a truly noble aristocrat. His piety and character are impeccable, enough to serve as an example." Aaron gave a slight nod and walked towards Bishop Electra amidst applause. Seeing Aaron leave, Earl Hall turned to Audrey and chuckled. "My dear little princess, would you like to work in this foundation after you come of age?" Without Audrey needing to ask, Earl Hall sensed her confusion and explained with a smile. "Aaron is a very insightful person. Some of his ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Moreover, we cannot ignore suffering just because it objectively exists and is difficult to truly solve for a long time." He looked at Audrey again and said with a smile, "You don't have to force yourself. I can find others to join this charity fund. I just hope that through this, you can see more and not view certain things as inevitable, never to change. Haha, and even if you miss this one, there are other charity organizations." Before Audrey could answer, Earl Hall seemed to think of something and said with some emotion, "Most of the commoners abducted by Cappen lack skills or resources. Sending them directly back to the East Borough would only lead them into even more difficult living conditions, and it could increase the various challenges and risks they face. They would find it very difficult to find suitable work or earn a living, would be more likely to become objects of social exclusion, and very possibly become victims or participants in underground gang activities, or even be swayed by cults. Once the corn laws are truly abolished, food prices should plummet. Even now, the rental standards for farmlands and pastures have already begun to drop sharply. Additionally, those workers who protested the corn laws did indeed see a reduction in food prices, but their quality of life has not improved, and there's even a tendency for it to worsen. Many bankrupt farmers have entered the city, competing for jobs with low wages. Currently, wages for the labor class in many areas of Backlund are rapidly declining." Earl Hall glanced at Audrey, who was deep in thought, and added, "And all of this could lead to a large number of displaced people and unemployed individuals. Therefore, this current charity fund is indeed a very good countermeasure. Here, you can also gain considerable experience and establish connections with other nobles." Chapter 129 Flora Jacob. Audrey was silent for a moment, recalling what Aaron had said to her earlier, then looked up at Count Hall and said, "I want to add psychology to my home curriculum and become a true psychiatrist when I grow up. I think this should allow me to help more people. I am also willing to join this charity organization to truly do something for those suffering and to get to know the real world." Count Hall nodded, took out a check for £100,000, and handed it to a deacon of the Church of Evernight nearby. As the charity gala drew to a close, Aaron, while exchanging pleasantries with guests from all sides, also received the total amount and list of donations for the evening. The total donations for the night had reached 500,000 gold pounds, covering people from all walks of life. Seeing Count Hall, whose donation amount was only below his own, Aaron couldn't help but feel a little emotional. And after hearing Count Hall's suggestion and Audrey's idea, Aaron readily agreed, as this was one of his original goals. Since this was a charity gala initiated by the Church of Evernight in Aaron's name, and not a simple family banquet, the feelings of guests from all sides needed to be considered. After the gala, Aaron merely saw the Hall family off to their carriage before returning to the Church of Evernight. Just as Aaron was about to discuss with Archbishop Anthony how to establish a charity foundation in the southern continent, and some assistance Aaron wanted to receive in the southern continent, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson's deep eyes suddenly froze. He abruptly turned to look at a certain spot, and under Aaron's somewhat bewildered gaze, the Archbishop's figure suddenly vanished. In an underground pipe on William Street, at the junction of West District and Empress Borough. A woman dressed in a dark warlock robe, her attire very peculiar, trembled with some excitement, holding a badge in her hand. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns for fate and concealment. Originally, this badge would only undergo a change during the Hermit of Fate gathering, but now it was glowing brightly, and a faint Worm of Time symbol with 12 segments vaguely appeared in the void before her, echoing it from afar. As a descendant of the Jacob family, and also the last member of the small, unconnected families formed to avoid being uprooted by Ammon, Flora Jacob was incredibly excited. Half a year ago, she had come to Backlund, hoping to find the secret treasure left by the Jacob family. I finally found it. The treasure left by my ancestors must contain a method to deal with him. The Jacob family will definitely not perish in history. Only this thought remained in Flora Jacob's mind. She eagerly stretched out her hand, touching the symbol in the void. A strange sensation came, and then a dong sound, like a bell, seemed to ring in Flora Jacob's ears. It was ethereal and faint, as if coming from an infinite distance. Flora Jacob felt as if she had been in a trance for a moment, as if she saw an ancient and majestic palace filled with various beyonder materials and mystical items, and even 2 blurry tarot cards. Flora Jacob instinctively stepped forward, wanting to grab something, but she couldn't take any of them. These items seemed to be sealed by an invisible force. In an instant, a warning sign immediately rose in Flora Jacob's heart, and then information recorded in the family's generational books appeared in her mind. Sequence 3, Mentor of Deceit. And its core ability, deceit, is essentially a deepening of the swindler, which can mislead enemies, causing them to make errors in judgment, and can even deceive natural laws. Thoughts raced through her mind, and patterns instantly appeared on Flora Jacob's body as she quickly retreated. At this moment, a dong sound suddenly rang in Flora Jacob's ears once again. Unlike the previous sound, this time the sound was mixed with a babbling that was enough to tear and pollute Flora Jacob's spirit body. As a demigod of the Marauder pathway, Flora Jacob was fully capable of minimizing the impact of this babbling. The simplest and most practical method was to temporarily steal her own hearing. At the demigod level, this theft would also radiate to the spirit body level, reducing the impact of the babbling to a certain extent. But just as she was about to do so, Flora Jacob seemed to hear the true names of her ancestor and the blasphemer from the babbling. Recalling the thousands of years of fleeing and the silent demise of various family branches, Flora Jacob gritted her teeth and did not immediately defend herself. Instead, she wanted to gain as much information as possible through these babblings. Moreover, in her opinion, this was a treasure left by her ancestors. Even if there was danger, it would be directed at beyonder of the Marauder pathway who were not descendants of the Jacob family. As a descendant of the Jacob family, and a genuine demigod, she was definitely the best candidate to inherit the ancestral treasure. Although Flora Jacob felt as if she had missed something, under the influence of this thought, she couldn't help but relax her vigilance a little. Suddenly, rays of light burst forth from all directions, as if a well-laid net had finally revealed itself. The surrounding scenery instantly became hazy, condensing into a clear and pure figure, like an angel but without wings, not far in front of Flora Jacob. This figure was also 100 meters tall, with tiny lights constantly flashing and jumping on its body, seemingly indicating the passage of time. Due to her eagerness to understand information and actively accepting the babbling, Flora Jacob's spirit body became somewhat chaotic, and her reaction was a beat too slow, failing to escape the range covered by the light. After clearly seeing the changes around her, Flora Jacob's heart sank slightly. She subconsciously raised her hand, attempting to steal the beyonder characteristic of whatever this thing in front of her was. At the demigod level, for the same target, the beyonder characteristic that could be stolen had increased from 1 to 3, and the duration could last for 2 hours. Of course, only one could be stolen at a time. Immediately, Flora Jacob's expression became incredibly ugly, because she hadn't stolen anything, not even the most basic thoughts. Not good. As this thought just surfaced in her mind, Flora Jacob's skin quickly cracked and peeled off, revealing the withered flesh and bones beneath. And on the bones, one hole after another cracked open, and strange insects with 7 or 8 segments crawled out. The transparent parts of these insects had many three-dimensional patterns, and above their segments, time seemed to be flowing, which were indeed worms of time. Accompanied by a hoarse, painful scream, Flora Jacob's entire body exploded, and a small portion of light emerged and merged into a disc-shaped item with a crack, which was originally hanging on her chest. This was an item passed down through her lineage, aside from beyonder characteristic, said to be a remnant from the very first ancestor. Chapter 130 Jacob Family Treasure. As light surged in, the already cracked disc-shaped object instantly shattered completely, forming a massive, ancient, and mottled phantom. This phantom resembled the surface of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments, each either grayish-white or dark greenish-black, intermingled but with clear boundaries, and bearing different symbols. As the clock hands on it turned, an indescribable, invisible torrent emerged, as if traveling through a long history. This invisible torrent swept up the remaining majority of the light, broke through the obstruction of the clear and pure figure, and escaped from here. As if sensing the intruder's departure, the clear and pure figure slowly shattered, turning into a stone sculpture. The stone sculpture depicted a gloomy-faced middle-aged man, yet with a mocking curve to his lips. If one looked closely at the stone sculpture's right eye, there seemed to be a faint trace of a monocle. The stone sculpture's skin cracked and peeled off, revealing one hole after another in the bones beneath, from which strange worms of time crawled out. It was exactly like Flora Jacob's state just now, the only difference being that the worms of time on the stone sculpture didn't have 7 or 8 segments, but a full 12. If Flora Jacob could see this stone sculpture, she would surely realize that this was the ability of the Sequence 2 Trojan horse of destiny to graft destiny, as recorded in her family's annals. The surrounding scene gradually revealed itself. The stone sculpture stood in the middle of a spacious hall, surrounded by many objects. Not far from the stone sculpture's feet, where Flora Jacob had originally stood, lay 2 corpses with no trace of decay, as if they had just died. 2 beyonder characteristics, radiating divine fluctuations, lay quietly on the chests of the 2 corpses, neither merging with a part of the bodies to form a sealed artifact nor showing any other unusual movement, as if the time of these 2 corpses was forever frozen at a certain moment. Beside each corpse lay a tarot card, bearing 2 different images. One was a portrait of Roselle with the cosmos as his backdrop and a phantom door appearing before him, while the other was a portrait of Roselle with a 12-segment clock formed by light and shadow as his backdrop. And in the upper left corner of the 2 tarot cards, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text, Sequence 0, door, Sequence 0, error. A playful voice sounded. So it's a descendant of Jacob, how interesting. Although I really want to eat her, patience is the most precious quality for hunting prey. I can't lose sight of the bigger picture. I've been sleeping there for over 1,000 years, and although I still haven't waited for that old fellow Paul's, I have a premonition that day is coming soon. The playful, ethereal voice gradually dissipated, and the phantom of a roulette wheel appeared, as if deceiving some rule, making everything here chaotic, unpredictable, and undiscoverable. The top of a clock tower above William Street. Anthony Stevenson, wearing a black robe with red trim, appeared, frowning as he scanned the street below, but could no longer find anything unusual. After pondering for a moment, Anthony whispered a prayer to the Evernight goddess, but received no revelation. After watching the area below for a moment longer without result, Anthony's figure disappeared, returning to St. Samuel Cathedral. Aaron remained seated, deep in thought, not anxious. Seeing Bishop Anthony return, he did not rush to inquire. Anthony glanced at Aaron, and after a moment of silence, still spoke. Just now, I sensed an extremely subtle yet incredibly powerful fluctuation emerging on William Street in Backlund. That was definitely not something an ordinary demigod could cause. That fluctuation was extremely subtle. Even I, benefiting from the Evernight goddess's favor of the hidden authority, could only vaguely sense its aura. But by the time I arrived, everything had vanished. William Street. Aaron's brows furrowed sharply upon hearing this. His first thought was that there was a problem with the Blood Emperor ruins beneath the house on William Street and the Red Angel evil spirit within them. Aaron's heart sank, and he no longer bothered to conceal himself. He directly took out the death mask, nodded to Archdeacon Anthony, and then used spirit world teleportation to leave. He wasn't going to William Street. If it really was a problem with that Red Angel evil spirit, going now would be like walking into a trap. The dense, colorful blocks dispersed, and Aaron had returned to his bedroom. He sent Evelyn, who was studying psychology books, out of the compartment, skillfully set up the ritual, and ascended above the dark golden mist. Aaron sat on the throne, his divination pendant hanging from his hand, and he chanted softly. A moment later, in a hazy dream, Aaron saw the Pound family ancestral home on William Street shrouded in night, and the diligently guarding sentries in the basement. No abnormalities at all. Aaron withdrew from the dream divination state, frowning slightly. Is this a trap? Or am I overthinking it? Moreover, the hunter pathway doesn't seem to have any means of interfering with divination. No, an angel, even if only in an evil spirit form, what other means it might possess is not something I can guess at now. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron reached out and summoned the Black Emperor card, which merged into his body. Golden divine patterns encircled his entire body, and as the dark golden mist surged, Aaron performed dream divination again, obtaining the exact same scene as before. Aaron lightly tapped the throne, peeled off the Black Emperor card, and then looked at the paper crane folded by Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting in the clutter, bringing it back to the real world with him. He wrote a message on the back of the paper crane, and after waiting for a moment, Aaron suddenly felt sleepy. With a slight stir in his heart, Aaron willingly succumbed to this feeling and closed his eyes. In a hazy dream, Aaron seemed to see a scene of the symbols for destiny and concealment combined appearing before a black-robed lady in an underground pipe. The dream shattered, and Aaron opened his eyes, falling into thought. This seems to be the corresponding symbol for the Fate Hermit's gathering. Marauder Pathway. It seems that it really has nothing to do with that red angel. At least, in the current state of that red angel evil spirit, it cannot deceive Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, who is most familiar with destiny. Aaron immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of more. From Amon's description at the time, the descendants of the Jacob family, after their ancestor's death, had tried to attach a secret treasure near the place where Tudor became the Blood Emperor. That means besides the Blood Emperor's ruins, William Street also hides the Jacob family's treasure. It's just a pity that an Amon's clone is also lying within that treasure. From a temporal perspective, what caused Archdeacon Anthony's reaction this time should be the Jacob family demigod's exploration of the treasure. And she was severely injured during the exploration, thus forced to parasitize a rat. A severely injured marauder pathway demigod. Aaron lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes flickering. Chapter 131, Dusk Hermit Society. After waiting for a while and confirming there was no abnormal reaction, Aaron put on his death mask and activated Spirit World Teleportation. William Street, Pound Family Ancestral Home. Aaron's figure appeared, holding the paper crane folded by Septon in his hand, just in case of any sudden situations. The mark of night on his arm glowed faintly, and his whole body seemed to be covered in a dark mist, having entered a concealed state. Even with Septon's revelation, Aaron still activated his spirit vision and circled the Pound Family Ancestral Home, observing it. After detecting no abnormalities, he looked in other directions on William Street. A moment later, Aaron withdrew his gaze in disappointment, walked to the entrance of the Pound Family Ancestral Home, and exited his concealed state. The guards stationed at the ancestral home instantly spotted Aaron's figure and, after confirming his identity, hastily welcomed him inside. While listening to the report from the captain of the stationed guards, Aaron went straight to the basement to confirm that the original seal was still effective and intact. Leaving the basement, Aaron still instructed. Double the number of guards originally stationed here, and focus patrols on the basement and surrounding areas to prevent anyone from digging tunnels nearby. How has Loft Pound been recently? Has he shown any unusual behavior? The captain of the guards took out a compiled document from his pregnant and handed it to Aaron, saying, "Lord Aaron, this is Loft Pound's complete record up to this morning. His Excellency the Baron continues his usual indulgent behavior, and the 5,500 pounds he received from selling the ancestral home have already been mostly squandered. However, hidden within these seemingly normal behaviors are some unsettling details. He takes a carriage through here every week, quite discreetly." It took multiple comparisons to confirm, and he seems to be trying to confirm something. Aaron nodded, returning the record to him. Backlund, midsection of Buckland Street, deep within a certain sewer. A light appeared, faintly showing the phantom of a clock, as if drawn by some force, and plunged into a grey-white rat whose fur was covered in dirty water. The rat's body instantly swelled several times its size, and its state was extremely unstable, filled with a brutal and mad aura. A flash of light in its dark red eyes instantly made all the creatures in the surrounding sewer freeze in place. Suddenly, a gasp, as if from the depths of the soul, echoed in the sewer. Immediately after, a hysterical voice came from within the grey-white rat. "Why is this happening? I am a descendant of the Jacob family. Why is this happening?" The venomous, sharp voice resonated throughout the entire sewer, and the surroundings were silent, as if everything had died. After giving his instructions, Aaron returned to his villa in Empress Borough. It was too late, and he planned to visit Archbishop Anthony at St. Samuel Cathedral tomorrow to discuss matters concerning the southern continent. After an unknown period, Aaron suddenly awoke from his dream, sensing a power attempting to pull him into deep sleep and invade him. Is it Septon? But didn't he already give me a revelation? Why would he want to enter my dream again? At the same time, Aaron felt his consciousness constricting, as if hiding from something. No, this is different from a normal dream invasion. I've clearly regained my lucidity and can break free and wake up on my own, yet I can't leave the dream. This isn't Septon. Who is it? Aaron made a brief attempt and discovered more oddities, and questions, and vigilance immediately arose in his heart. However, he wasn't too nervous, because this was in Backlund, and he could still sense the mark of night on his wrist. But the current sensation made Aaron very uncomfortable. He clearly knew he was sleeping, and could even sense and control his body outside the dream, but no matter what, he couldn't wake up. Immediately after, Aaron's vision was filled with a blurry white mist, which condensed into an indistinct figure. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, his spirit piercing through the dream, causing his real body to move silently. He then put his hand into his pocket, touching the paper crane folded by Septon. At this moment, the blurry figure spoke calmly, with a hint of allure. "Leave Backlund, and stop investigating all matters related to the missing persons case. People from the king's faction." Aaron's mind raced, then he pretended to still be half asleep and responded dully. "Okay." The blurry figure chuckled. As expected of that once favored one, to be able to remain conscious in such a situation with merely a sequence 6 status. "I've been discovered. Aaron was slightly dumbfounded but did not respond, maintaining his silence. At the same time, he silently grumbled to himself. No, 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 you should say, as expected of the great Lord of Order. The blurry figure smiled and shook his head, his attitude very casual. The color of your emotions has changed significantly, and you might have even guessed some things. Since he had been discovered, Aaron stopped pretending and said in a deep voice. Who are you? And who do you represent? The blurry figure paused for a moment, then sighed and chuckled. You don't need to know who I am. As the heir of the East Tacker family, you should be well aware that everything has its destiny, and every era is the same. Do not defy the destiny of an era, which is its trend. This will only make you, and your family, become sacrifices of history. The destiny of an era, the trend of an era, sacrifices of history. Upon hearing this, Aaron's pupils contracted slightly. He overturned his previous thoughts, and a term suddenly came to his mind. Twilight Hermit Order. But Aaron didn't speak, didn't utter those words. Instead, he tried his best to suppress his emotions and not let himself make too many associations. Seeing Aaron fall silent, the blurry figure said nothing more. It transformed back into the spreading white mist and disappeared from the stream. Aaron instantly broke free from that state, abruptly opened his eyes, and without hesitation, grabbed the paper crane beside him. After writing a message on it, he closed his eyes again. After an unknown period, Aaron suddenly awoke in his dream. Unconsciously, he found himself on a desolate plain, with black stones underfoot, not even a blade of grass. In the center of the plain stood a black-pointed tower, around which coiled a gigantic, scaleless, silver-white long snake. Its body was covered in dense patterns and symbols, which formed interconnected revolving wheels, and around each wheel were different markings. At this moment, its head was raised, and its crimson eyes stared coldly at Aaron. Aaron cleared his throat and bowed, saying, Good evening, esteemed speaker. A human-like look of disdain flashed in the silver-white long snake's eyes. Its massive mouth opened, and Will Septon's voice emerged. All right, no need for pleasantries. I know what you want to ask. The person who invaded your dream earlier has already left. No one is monitoring you now. Chapter 132 Transaction and Summons. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his eyes shifting slightly as he continued, A few days ago, I asked someone to severely teach the Rose School of Thought a lesson for you. Do you think you could do me a small favor? You don't need to act. You just need to disrupt fate within the next week, 2 weeks at the latest, to conceal the special aspects of my destiny, apart from being a favored one of the Evernight goddess. The silver-white long snake's crimson eyes scrutinized Aaron strangely from top to bottom, then nodded. Splash. The dream instantly shattered. Aaron opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and went to the adjacent compartment. After confirming with Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting that no one was monitoring him, Aaron quickly set up a spiritual wall and ascended above the dark golden mist. That was definitely not a simple dream intrusion. Aaron frowned slightly, tapping his throne with a finger, replaying the initial dream. The reason for this judgment was simple, the power first tried to pull him into deep slumber. A nightmare with such ability can directly see dreams and could not make such an error. Aaron had cooperated with Sost, a soul assurer, multiple times, and had even used the Lord of Mysteries to record the beyonder abilities of a nightmare, making him very familiar with a nightmare's abilities. Therefore, Aaron was very certain about this. So, the guy who was playing tricks just now wasn't using a nightmare-like beyonder ability or mystical item, but some other method. Twilight Hermit Order, Adam, Psychology Alchemists, Hugh and Lambeth. Aaron muttered to himself, his thoughts gradually clearing. If that's the case, it should be a Psychology Alchemists Council member who acted. In Backlund, it's most likely Hugh and Lambeth. After knowing my location, did they use the surrounding collective subconscious sea to infiltrate the island of the mind and directly affect my mental body? Recalling the feeling of being unable to break free from the dream despite having regained his sanity, Aaron became even more convinced of his idea. As if suddenly thinking of something, Aaron sat on the throne and quickly summoned the Black Emperor card to merge into his body. Relying on his control over the Nation of Disorder, Aaron examined his spirit body from a strange angle. After repeatedly confirming that he had not been psychologically influenced, Aaron exhaled and took out the Black Emperor card. Aaron neither worried nor believed this was Adam's instruction. It was more likely a transaction proposed by a member of the King's faction who had joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Although the Twilight Hermit Order only interferes with major issues concerning the trends of the times that Adam anticipates. But as the leader of a secret organization, Aaron also clearly knew that similar organizations, in addition to fulfilling their own tenets and philosophies, also existed for mutual help among members. The Twilight Hermit Order has members of different fields, statuses, and sequences. Apart from some who fanatically believe in the first creator and await the coming of dusk and the awakening of the true God. The rest all have their own interests and demands, such as Hermes, and also George III. In such circumstances, as long as the organizer doesn't strictly control it from the beginning, internal commissions will inevitably appear. Hey, they think my investigation might affect George III's godhood plan and intend for me to leave Backlund. But I'm not an unknown person. If you want me to leave without giving me some benefits, that won't do. Thinking this, Aaron suddenly sighed. Other secret organizations primarily fulfill their own tenets and philosophies, interspersed with mutual help among members, but my Chaos Council is not so profound. It only has mutual commissions, without tenets and philosophies. However, this is also a common problem for all newly established secret organizations. Dismissing his thoughts, Aaron's figure disappeared from the throne. Wednesday night, Toscate Island, the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. As the easternmost colony of the Loen Kingdom, it faces the Gargus Islands to the north, which belong to the Fasak Empire. Toscate Island primarily relies on plantation economy and pirate black market trade, which in turn fostered the prosperity of bars, brothels, and casinos, making it a haven for pirates. The future arrived at the port of Toscate Island, forcibly docking at the pier. Frank smiled very happily, handing a leather case filled with a package of yellowish-green potions to Marek. As Frank, who had the Sequence 8 Doctor in his prerequisite sequence, upon hearing that the guest would experience bloodthirsty madness during the blood moon, he proactively formulated a potion with his exclusive recipe for him. Marek expressionlessly took the potion. If he hadn't tried the potion beforehand and genuinely felt its effects, he would have thought it was poison. After thanking and bidding farewell to Frank, who had an enthusiastic smile, and Catilia, the Star Admiral, who stood beside him, Sharon and Marek, carrying the leather case, left the future and boarded the pier of Toscate Island. Relying on their extraordinary physical fitness, the two quickly disappeared. Even while on the ship, Sharon had heard Frank describe the situation on Toscate Island, knowing that the forces here were mixed and very chaotic. Even though they had severely struck the Rose School of Thought's pursuit with the help of Queen Mystic Bernadette and that hidden existence's power last time, she dared not let down her guard. Sharon clearly recognized that she only had the strength of a Sequence 6. After confirming that she had left the future, the Rose School of Thought, having suffered heavy losses from the last failed capture, would surely search for them even more frantically. Therefore, they decided to covertly infiltrate tonight and buy black boat tickets, but instead of going to the pirate-frequented bar Frank suggested, they headed to the Oak Bar recommended by Catilia. They planned to travel to Olavi Island early tomorrow morning, an island located on the Rorstad Archipelago, Toscate, shipping route. The reason was simple: Steele McVeigh, the second mate of Blood Admiral Sr., had recently appeared on Toscate Island. As fellow Sequence 6 zombies, even if they teamed up, Sharon and Marek would not be able to defeat him in a short time, not to mention he also had helpers. To avoid revealing their whereabouts and alarming Blood Admiral Sr., and consequently being discovered by the Rose School of Thought behind him, Marek found a street broker and, through friendly communication, had him buy 2 black boat tickets to Olavi Island at the Oak Bar. After getting the tickets, Marek, to prevent the guy from blabbering, casually knocked him out and threw him into a room. Thursday morning, Backlund, Loen, St. George District. Many thanks to all guests for attending the opening ceremony of the East Taker Charity Foundation. After a passionate speech by the host, Aaron personally cut the ribbon. As Aaron and other guests discussed the future development of the foundation, Solo Binter quickly walked to Aaron's side and whispered, "Earl, Military Intelligence Department 9 has agreed to your terms. However, Jonas Coleridge asked me to tell you that King George III intends to summon you to the palace this Saturday, and the conditions you proposed will be personally announced by the king." Chapter 133 Preparation before the meeting. Aaron nodded silently for a moment. On the second day after his dream was invaded, he applied to the Military Intelligence Department 9 for a transfer out of Backlund. Aaron had already intended to leave Backlund. Having known George III's plan and intentions for a long time, he did not intend to continue the investigation. Since he had already attracted the attention of the Twilight Hermit Order, it was naturally best to quickly escape this whirlpool when his strength was insufficient and his wings were not yet fully grown. However, George III summoned him at this time. Did he have other intentions? Thinking about these matters, Aaron did not continue to exchange pleasantries with other guests. He left his butler to attend the remaining opening ceremony and made the most reasonable choice, heading to St. Samuel Cathedral. Accompanied by the clatter of hooves, the carriage arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral in the North District. Aaron did not look for Archbishop Anthony but found a random seat in the prayer hall and quietly prayed to the Evernight goddess. He recounted the warning about the tide of the era, which seemed to come from a spectator demigod, his plan to go to the South Continent, and King George III's summons. Sitting on a chair in the prayer hall, Aaron quietly waited for a response while pondering in his mind. Every king is bound by the 3 major covenants and can only reach Sequence 5 at most. But George III, with the help of the Twilight Hermit Order, has bypassed this obstacle by conjuring another George III, who is at most Sequence 5, thereby evading inspection by the major churches. According to Hugh and Rambies in the original work, the president of the psychology alchemists, Black Throne King Barrows Hopkins, a Sequence 3 dream weaver, personally ensured that George III became more talented. Aaron tapped his fingers lightly on the chair, listening to the bishop's sermon in the prayer hall, a slight smile playing on his lips. However, this so-called talent is to make one's spirit and soul more like the high-level ancestors, thereby gaining the recognition of the corresponding beyonder characteristic or the spiritual imprint within the sealed artifact, making it easier to overcome the huge negative effects of consuming the potion and wielding the sealed artifact. With George III's active cooperation, a Sequence 3 dream weaver was indeed enough to achieve this. I need to be more careful in the future. Although this method can speed up digestion, it is by no means a perfect solution, and it even carries huge hidden dangers. Even if one can act in advance to make oneself more talented and reduce the impact of the spiritual imprint in the potion, the spiritual imprint will also reversely change the soul of the consumer or wielder, causing them to undergo certain mutations. This is to make George III conform to the spiritual imprint of a fallen Sequence 2 balancer ancestor, thereby rapidly advancing to Sequence 2, and then transferring to the Black Emperor pathway to advance to Sequence 1. What a cunning plan. However, George III is probably a deeply hidden, insidious, and cunning lunatic now. I must make more preparations. At the current timeline, George III has already substantially acquired a higher status, at least Sequence 2, and most likely has already become Sequence 1, just waiting for the tide of the era to arrive to successfully ascend to Black Emperor through the Blood Emperor's ruins. With such a status and a mixture of the Black Emperor pathway and Arbitrator pathway, even with a conjured George III in between, Aaron was very worried that he might discover his uniqueness. As for asking the Evernight, Storm, and Steam churches to arrest him, Aaron never even considered such a foolish approach. Even if they did, they would only catch the conjured George III, who was only Sequence 5. Given the abilities and status of a certain fanatic, as well as the resources he controlled, and with George III's full cooperation, the major Orthodox churches alone would not be able to discern whether the George III they caught was a conjured one. Aaron shifted his posture and looked at the Evernight holy emblem at the top of the cathedral, his thoughts drifting further. Moreover, regarding someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the 7 gods in the astral world have a very ambiguous attitude. Facing the about to break original barrier and the coveting outer gods, they are happy to see a mentally sound Black Emperor born. However, for the sake of their interests, they prefer it to be the one they support, but also to prevent the outbreak of wars between churches. This would affect their respective anchors. Therefore, they will not give their respective churches too specific revelations, only letting them follow normal procedures. If they can investigate, they will punish; if not, they will tacitly allow it to develop. Of course, during this process, it is not ruled out that some existence might want to cause some damage, but it will not be so direct and obvious because it will inevitably be stopped by other gods. But they are all extremely restrained with each other. Even the later World War was only because George III died, and the Black Emperor could not reappear in a short time. The Evernight goddess obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, which directly enraged the god of combat, and with the push of many forces, the god war finally broke out. In the current relatively restrained relationship, the gods would not directly intervene, and Aaron dared not confront the Twilight Hermit Order at this time. Putting away his chaotic thoughts, Aaron prayed again, waited for a moment, and after confirming he received no response, Aaron stood up somewhat disappointedly and walked towards the offering box, very devoutly putting in £200. In the villa of the Audra family in West Backlund, Louise Sears met Casimir, who was also a blood clan baron. This sanguine, who was in his prime, was the spokesperson for the blood Marquis Nibs Audra. After learning that Louise Sears wished to obtain a very powerful mystical item that could greatly enhance her spirituality, her grandfather, Earl Mistral, recommended Louise to come here. After a few days of notification, as the most prominent sanguine of the younger generation, Louise, coupled with Earl Mistral's recommendation, Louise gained the opportunity to personally meet Marquis Nibs. As a powerful sanguine active in the 4th epoch, that chaotic era, only here within the Backlund sanguine could one obtain mystical items of that level. Seeing the person arrive, Louise quickly stood up from the living room sofa and bowed to him. "Good evening, Baron." Casimir smiled and nodded, being very friendly to this young blood clan baron. Whether it was due to her background, or the meaning represented by such rapid advancement, especially as a beautiful lady, all these made him display a sincere smile. Without unnecessary words, Casimir smiled and spoke, walking ahead. "Good evening, Baron Louise, please follow me." After speaking, he turned and walked towards another staircase on the 2nd floor. Louise followed behind, feeling a bit uneasy and nervous, but she was not afraid. After all, a blood marquis was ultimately just a Sequence 3. She had even seen that great existence in the Chaos Council who could be compared to the Primordial One, so she naturally wouldn't feel fear because of this. Chapter 134, Blood Clan Marquis Nibis. Louise's nervousness was simply due to the upcoming transaction. As a sanguine, lying in front of a blood marquis who had made great contributions to the sanguine always made Louise feel ashamed. Doing this will make the sanguine stronger, and in the future, I will also become a sanguine who makes such great contributions. Louise cheered herself on in her heart, secretly recalling the terms of the transaction she had reached with Mr. Favored One through prayer. The two walked down the stairs to the underground area, and Louise Sears passed through several secret doors, entering a spacious grey hall. After Casimir Audra reported, a deep, aged voice slowly emanated from the coffin. Louise Sears, you may state your request. Louise looked at Casimir Audra, who was standing to one side. The latter was startled for a moment, then gave a dry laugh and bowed out of the hall. Respected Lord Nibase, I wish to obtain a demigod-level mystical item that can greatly enhance spirituality, preferably with minimal negative effects. Seeing Casimir Audra disappear from the hall, Louise retracted her gaze and responded without hesitation. The underground hall briefly fell silent. After several seconds, Nibase Audra, lying in the coffin, spoke with a serious tone. A demigod-level mystical item, do you know what that means, Blood Clan Baron Louise? Louise coughed dryly. She could very well understand Lord Nibase's current mood, much like a distant relative's young child suddenly asking to borrow $1 million. Only a fool would agree, Louise muttered to herself, her expression unchanged as she spoke. Respected Lord Nibase, I know what that means, so I have also offered generous exchange terms. I am willing to exchange a blood count beyonder characteristic. It comes from a sequence 4 Shaman King, and was not obtained by killing a sanguine. Louise quickly spoke while Blood Marquis Nibase had not yet responded, and finally explained the source of the beyonder characteristic to avoid misunderstanding. The underground hall instantly became silent. After a long time, just as Louise was about to speak impatiently, Nibase Audra, lying in the coffin, suddenly asked out of the blue. How did you obtain the beyonder characteristic for your promotion to Blood Clan Baron? The envoy I sent to Feniport has already returned. Your parents said you exchanged it for a sequence 6 Wind Blessed beyonder characteristic. Tell me in detail, where did you make the exchange? Louise's heart tightened, thinking, as expected. However, she had already prepared her answer and immediately responded. Please, Lord Nibase, isolate the inside from the outside. No response came, but the underground hall was instantly enveloped in a rich crimson moonlight. Feeling her spirituality and inspiration continuously strengthening, Louise subtly nodded and then spoke. I traded for the Blood Clan Baron beyonder characteristic at an extremely secret gathering. This current transaction was also proposed by a member of that gathering. Without giving Blood Marquis Nibase time to inquire further, Louise continued to speak as Aaron had instructed, but her face also immediately showed an irrepressible excitement and joy. The member who proposed the transaction also asked me to convey a message to you, Lilith is reviving. When uttering that sacred name, Louise's voice trembled slightly, but it was a tremor of surprise and excitement. For thousands of years, the Sanguine had basically not received clear divine revelations directly from their ancestor. Even if they had, they were vague, leading some to mistakenly believe they were from evil gods like the original moon, which caused some Sanguine to have unpleasant conjectures. Recalling the words of Mr. Favored One transmitted through prayer, even if Mr. Favored One's tone on the last 2 words, reviving, was a bit strange, it did not prevent Louise from believing it implicitly. On one hand, it was reverence for the ancestor, and on the other, trust in the hidden existence of the Order Master, as all their conversations were transmitted by that hidden existence. Under these circumstances, Louise believed that Mr. Favored One would not lie about this matter, and the Order Master had not objected to this statement either. For a moment, the underground hall, bathed in crimson moonlight, once again fell into a deathly silence. After an unknown period, just as Louise was still pondering the relationship between the Order Master and her ancestor, Blood Marquis Nibase suddenly spoke in a low voice. I am aware of your request, but I need some time. You may wait outside the hall first. Louise nodded, and while the surrounding crimson moonlight had not yet dissipated, she added. Do not pray to the moon, and do not reveal this secret, otherwise it will affect the ancestor's revival. She received no response, but Louise did not mind. She turned and left the underground hall, giving a slight nod to Casimir, who was standing not far away, and then said nothing more. As the stone door of the hall closed, Aaron, above the dark golden mist, also retracted his gaze. Long before Louise entered the underground hall, she had prayed to him, and Aaron had seen the entire process through the prayer light spots. Even when Blood Marquis Nibase isolated the inside from the outside in the middle, relying on the Black Emperor card and his increasingly close connection with the Nation of Disorder, it only made the images obtained by the prayer light spots turn crimson, but they could still be seen. Recalling the lack of response at St. Samuel's Cathedral and some subsequent plans, Aaron sighed, glanced at his pile of miscellaneous items, feeling a bit reluctant but still condensed a light spot and cast it towards the prayer light spot below. Louise, standing outside the underground hall, looked slightly dazed, a scene appearing before her eyes. In the boundless dark golden mist, a familiar figure bowed and spoke. My lord, please inform Louise that I am willing to exchange an item that can locate a sealed artifact corresponding to Sequence 3 High Summoner, and a Blood Clan Viscount Beyonder characteristic, for a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic or sealed artifact. After the transaction, if you need to deal with that sealed artifact, I can also provide assistance, but that demigod beyonder characteristic or sealed artifact must be from the god of combat pathway, death pathway, or night pathway, one of the three. After watching the scene and receiving the information, Louise's crimson lips parted slightly, and she immediately didn't know what to say. The sanguine beyonder characteristics, usually so hard to find, had appeared so many at once, sequence 5, sequence 4, and even clues for sequence 3. If it weren't for her extreme trust in that hidden existence in Mr. Favored One, Louise couldn't help but have some unpleasant suspicions. Aaron, seated on the throne, sighed. The demigod beyonder characteristics from the god of combat pathway, death pathway, and night pathway were, of course, to be sacrificed to the Evernight goddess. As a favored one, Aaron was very clear about his position. Without possessing matching strength, all cooperation was empty talk. To receive help, one must at least provide items of equal value. Chapter 135, Duke Olmer's Gaze. Just as Aaron was thinking this, the picture transmitted by the prayer light point rippled, seemingly disturbed by some force, but returned to calm after a moment. Aaron's thoughts were also interrupted by this sudden change, and he looked through the prayer light point at the tightly closed stone door. Even though Aaron used all his power, Louise Sears, the true owner of the prayer light point, was not in the underground hall. Through layers of obstruction, Aaron could only see a translucent, ethereal gate inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. And this was also because the aura emanating from that illusory gate was too powerful, like a dazzling torch in the dark, which allowed Aaron to notice it through the barrier. That illusory gate was the summoning gate. Aaron, who had already experienced a battle with the Rose School of Thought, quickly identified it, but then a question arose in Aaron's mind. Why did Nebas open the summoning gate? Could it be at the behest of a sanguine duke? Beyond the stone door, in the spacious grey hall. In the center of the hall, suspended above a heavy coffin inscribed with numerous symbolic signs and magical markings, was a translucent, ethereal gate adorned with numerous mysterious symbols. From within the gate came a rich, ageless voice. Nebas, what matter requires you to recite my honored name? Has something happened in Backlund? As this voice echoed, the ground and walls rapidly became covered with green grass, flowers, and even grains. Numerous insects crawled amidst the dense vegetation, and even though he was still within the coffin, Nebazadra felt the vibrant surge of life. From within the heavy coffin came Nebas's respectful reply. Esteemed Duke Ormer, I apologize for disturbing your slumber. I have encountered some questions, and I am even unsure how to make a decision. I wish to request your approval, Duke. Duke Ormer. One of the three great dukes currently in charge of the Sanguine, an ancient powerhouse who existed before the Great Catastrophe, titled Full Moon, over 3,000 years old, and once followed the progenitor Lilith. Ormer's rich voice came from within the gate, accompanied by clear curiosity. Tell me, what exactly is going on? After listening to Nebas's report and a long silence, Duke Ormer's voice came from behind the door again. The sudden appearance of the blood moon last time, I did indeed receive some vague revelations. Duke Ormer did not continue speaking, nor did he comment on what Nebas had reported. After saying something out of context, he added. That young sanguine is called Louise Sears, right? Agree to her trade. I will be watching from the side. The rich voice echoed in the vibrant underground hall, accompanied by Nebas's respectful assent. Outside the stone door, Louise Sears was chatting with Baron Casamayadra, who stood beside her. From his appearance alone, Casamayadra was a very elegant middle-aged gentleman, but Louise knew that he was over 200 years old. He had witnessed Emperor Rosel's rule in Intis and later moved to Loen because he had lived too long and feared his neighbors would notice something amiss. As Marquis Nebas's grandson, Casamai had naturally not only traveled through Intis but had also ventured as far as the Rorsted archipelago, even establishing an underground intelligence organization in the generous city of Byam. Only the South Continent remained unexplored due to factors like the Rose School of Thought. It was also thanks to such rich experience and competence that he became Nebazadra's spokesperson. Louise ignored the Baron's flattery, instead diligently recording his travel experiences and insights, which would be very helpful for her goal of traveling the North-South continent. Just then, the closed stone door slowly opened, and Marquis Nebas's voice came from within. Louise Sears, you may come in. Louise's heart tightened instantly. After nodding apologetically to Baron Casamai beside her, she walked into the hall, simultaneously recalling her previous transaction with Mr. Favored One and the images that had just been transmitted. As soon as Louise entered the hall, the stone door closed heavily. Louise was about to speak when she was stunned by the strange scene before her. The originally spacious and desolate grey hall was now full of life. On the green grass were mouth-like slits from which fibers flew out, capturing insects. Flowers, using their branches and leaves as hands, collected nectar on their own. Grains like wheat were heavy, yet occasionally a crying sound emanated from within them. The insects were all unusual, some had snake heads, others bird faces. Just as Louise's gaze was drawn by this peculiar sight, Aaron, seated on the throne, turned his attention to the center of the hall. The coffin that had been placed there was now covered by those strange plants, which had entwined to form a vibrant tomb. With the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder, Aaron clearly saw an ethereal gate, normally invisible, floating above the plant-entwined tomb. A phantom, as if merely a projection, appeared behind the gate. Blood-red threads surged from the projection, spreading throughout the entire underground hall. All the strange plants and the immense life force were caused by these red threads. Sequence 2, Life-Giver. This term instantly surfaced in Aaron's mind, corresponding to an angel, and also one of the sanguine dukes. However, Aaron was not flustered. This angel was not of the Fate pathway, nor the Justiciar pathway, nor the Black Emperor pathway. As long as he did not use his power to respond, merely observing the prayer light point would not attract his attention. I agree to your trade. The mystical item I intend to exchange is called Crimson Eye, and it is shaped like a pendant. As he spoke, streaks of red light condensed into a pendant that seemed to be formed from rich blood, like a miniature red moon. Nebus's sudden voice startled Louise. She instantly detached from the strange atmosphere created by a certain power contained within the surrounding peculiar plants. This must be an overflow of power from a very high sequence of the sanguine. Louise's mind drifted with this thought. Her eyes had just scanned the pendant when she heard Marquis Nebus's subsequent words. The Crimson Eye can cause an area to be in a full moon state, which can greatly enhance the wearer's spirituality and inspiration, and also accelerate the recovery of spirituality. At the same time, it can create an environment favorable to oneself, producing a full moon effect or concealing the moon in that area. Within a certain range illuminated by moonlight, it grants abilities like instantaneous teleportation. Moreover, it can also cast the moon paper figurine substitution technique, using a paper figurine seemingly condensed from crimson moonlight as a substitute to evade one fatal attack. It can be passively triggered or actively used. Louise instantly broke free from her previous thoughts, her eyes shining as she listened to these abilities she had never encountered before, secretly guessing what sequence one would need to reach to possess such powers. Nebus paused at this point, then added. However, it is important to note that all abilities can only be used under the created full moon state, and the negative effects of the Crimson Eye arise from this. Using the Crimson Eye for more than 10 minutes will cause one to hear illusory whispers from within the full moon, making the user irritable and bloodthirsty. Each use can last a maximum of 12 minutes. Once it exceeds 12 minutes, one will be unable to escape the illusory whispers and will gradually go mad until their spirituality is exhausted and they die. If each use does not exceed 10 minutes, there only needs to be a 6-hour interval. If it exceeds 10 minutes, there must be a 12-hour interval before it can be used again. By simply paying attention to the time during use, the negative effects of the Crimson Eye can be effectively avoided. When not in use, merely wearing it will only cause varying degrees of bloodthirst, which can be alleviated by drinking blood or suppressed by willpower, thus allowing for long-term wear. After listening to Marquis Nebus's explanation, Louise's eyes slightly brightened. She increasingly felt that Mr. Favored One would surely be satisfied, and she began to secretly ponder how much commission she could earn, her eyes almost turning into the shape of gold pounds. Aaron, seated on the throne, nodded slightly, very satisfied with this mystical item. As expected of an ancient race that has been passed down since the Second Epoch, there are indeed many good things. Aaron looked forward to the upcoming transaction even more. After a few seconds of brainstorming, Louise quickly came back to her senses and respectfully replied. All right, Lord Nebus. I will contact the transactor as soon as possible and will give you a response by this Saturday. From the coffin, now submerged by strange plants, came Nebus's muffled reply. Just as Nebus intended to let this young sanguine leave, Louise's subsequent words plunged him into a long silence. To exchange an item that can locate a corresponding Sequence 3, High Summoner, Sealed Artifact and a Sanguine Viscount Beyonder characteristic for a Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic or Sealed Artifact from the God of Combat pathway, Death pathway, or Night pathway. Not only Nebus, but even Duke Ormer, who had projected himself through the summoning gate, fell silent for a moment. However, just as Nebus hesitated on how to reply, Duke Ormer's voice echoed in the underground hall. I can agree to this trade. I have a Sequence 4 Undying Beyonder characteristic that can be used for exchange. But I need to see the item that can locate the corresponding Sequence 3 High Summoner, Sealed Artifact first, and the transaction will proceed after its authenticity is confirmed. Louise looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the voice but found nothing. Seeing that Lord Nebus had no intention of explaining and did not object, she suppressed her doubts and silently noted down the words. Sequence 4 Undying. That sounds like the name of the death pathway. I've learned another high sequence potion name. Louise thought with a hint of excitement, almost impatient to return to her residence and pray to the Order Master, to convey tonight's results to Mr. Favored One. The stone doors opened, and Nebus's deep voice, tinged with surprise, came out, Louise, you may go back. After the underground hall returned to silence, Nebus's voice sounded again, but with a hint of doubt, Duke. Duke Ormer's rich voice came from within the gate, slowly fading as the gate disintegrated and dispersed. I feel a gaze, but I cannot find its source. The trade will proceed as usual. I will visit Baklund soon. The capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, the generous city, Byam. This place is also known as the Spice Archipelago, possessing a variety of peculiar spices, with plantations in this area serving as the backbone of its economy. Among them, Blue Mountain Island, where Byam is located, occupies more than half of the archipelago's land area. It has mineral deposits like gold, silver, copper, coal, and iron, a high forest coverage rate, many fruit varieties, and exceptionally fertile land. Because of this, the first colonists named their city built by the sea the generous city, believing it to be a land of treasure promised by the gods, flowing with milk and mead. Danitz scratched his nose, inhaling deeply the refreshing sea breeze before the rain fell. Fay Luanitas, standing beside him, glanced at the hunter and spoke in a low voice. Your wig is about to fall off. If you're recognized here, even if you get killed, I won't avenge you. Byam is the fulcrum of the Loen Kingdom's colonial rule in the central Sonia Sea, one of the largest cities in this region, with a considerable number of powerful official beyonders. No matter how arrogant a pirate general was, they dared not openly show themselves here. Most of the time, they had to rely on local gangs or people with deep backgrounds to handle stolen goods and purchase necessities. Even when going out, they would be disguised to avoid being recognized. Danitz was choked up, grumbling unhappily. He adjusted his wig, glared at Fay Luanitas, who had just become a Sequence 7 seafarer, and extended his right hand, saying, "Give me back the money." Danitz was also quite frustrated. Because of his merits in searching for that giant key last time, the captain had only approved his vacation. He had just wanted to head straight to Byam, planning to relive the warmth of the Red Theater here. Who knew that as soon as the captain heard he was coming to Byam, he sent Fay Luen along, ostensibly to understand the Golden Dream's contact points in Byam. Fay Luen's expression remained unchanged. He slapped away Danitz's hand, which was already extended towards him, glanced at the fuming Danitz, and calmly replied. Isn't the repayment deadline not due yet? I will definitely pay you back before the deadline. First, complete the task assigned by the captain, and then you can truly enjoy your vacation. His mission in Byam was not merely to understand the Golden Dream's contact points in Byam. More importantly, it was to spread rumors and create a false impression that the treasure had not been found and was still being sought. This was to buy time for the captain to research that giant black iron key and to mislead other interested pirate generals, thereby alleviating pressure on the captain. Originally, this mission was quite difficult to accomplish. Blood Admiral Senior, who was extremely interested in this treasure, had been leading his flagship, the Flesh Tree, to search for the Golden Dream near the Violent Sea Safe Passage. But in the past week, Blood Admiral Senior and his flagship, the Flesh Tree, suddenly sailed away from the Violent Sea area, heading to the waters near Toscate Island, which borders the Sonia Sea. Rumor has it that it is related to the Rose school of thought behind Senior. After this news was confirmed by Edwina Edwards, several of the stronger and more trusted beyonders on the Golden Dream paired up and went to the vast sea area from DC Bay to the Rorstad Archipelago, avoiding Senior and his fleet, to execute the captain's plan, and would rendezvous at a designated location a week later. Chapter 136 See God Calvechua. Fay Luen followed Danitz's steps and arrived at an inconspicuous room near the port. Danitz knocked heavily on the door. A moment later, a hunched old man, reeking of alcohol and a bit tipsy, opened the door, holding a local Byam Blackland in his hand. Seeing this, Danitz cleared his throat, took a step forward, and whispered to the old man. What are you doing? I sent you a telegram yesterday saying I was bringing a new crew member to check out the contact point today. Your drunken state has completely disgraced Blazing Danitz, you know. Then, somewhat awkwardly, he turned to Fay Luen behind him and explained. This is Old Lin and one of our Golden Dream contacts in the Rorstad Archipelago. He likes to drink, but he's very capable and has never affected the transmission of messages, so you can rest assured. Fay Luen's mouth twitched, but he said nothing, following Danitz's steps inside. After listening to Old Lin and somewhat slurred introduction, Danitz cleared his throat and looked at Faranitas, who was dressed in native attire, and said. What I just introduced to you is our usual method of information contact. You can learn about it, and I'll take you to practice it when I have the chance in the future. To complete the captain's mission faster and better, I thought of a way. Before Fay Luen could ask, Danitz chuckled conspiratorially and lowered his voice. I plan to take you to visit a local force. Spreading news through them is much faster and safer than doing it ourselves. Maybe we can find some good things there, they have a considerable demand for beyonder materials, food, and weapons. What local force? Faranitas asked somewhat confusedly, muttering to himself, they actually acquire beyonder materials, food, and weapons. Fay Luen, who mainly studied beyonder knowledge on the Golden Dream, did not understand the forces or history of Byam and was momentarily surprised that a force dared to acquire contraband here. Danitz scrutinized Faranidas, and seeing the confusion on the new crew member's face, he, for once, found a psychological advantage and laughed. It's those rebels who shout about independence and locals managing local affairs. Their main base is deep in the jungle, and on the sea, they cooperate with many pirates and adventurers. Of course, they are mainly supported by Fozak and Intis. Missionaries of the god of combat and eternal blazing sun often sneak over here. Faranidas suddenly understood. Having been at sea for so long, he had some understanding of the secret struggles and various schemes between the major churches. He then nodded slightly, not opposing the visit to that local force. After reaching a consensus, the two left the contact point. Fei Luan, led by Danitz, who had blackened his face, walked through streets and alleys, heading southeast. After leaving the earliest area of the generous city, they entered an area with distinct architectural styles. There were houses supported by wooden piles with empty ground floors, and 3- or 4-story buildings in a row, evolved from Loan-style small buildings. The roads they separated were narrow and dirty, with many stalls on both sides selling various stone ornaments, headwear, earrings, and hand ornaments, with vibrant red and colorful ones being the most numerous. They're a bunch of guys with strange aesthetics, liking particularly bright colors, just like venomous snakes in the jungle, Danitz muttered softly. Passing by dark-skinned, thin, and shriveled natives, and through alleys with clothes drying overhead, their vision suddenly opened up to a not-too-large square. In the square, a group of locals surrounded a central pool, either kneeling, prostrating, muttering to themselves, or singing softly, their expressions devout yet numb. As soon as they sensed someone approaching, they suddenly rose and rushed into the surrounding alleys in a panic. All the windows on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the surrounding houses slammed shut, and the square became quite quiet. But Fei Luan's spiritual intuition told him that many people were behind the windows, at alley corners, and in dark corners, watching the strangers who had suddenly intruded into this space. Danitz lowered his head and said in a suppressed voice. Don't mind them, this is their self-protection. Fei Luan expressed his confusion. Danitz chuckled. Before being completely colonized, the natives of the Rörsted archipelago always believed in the sea god Kavichua, believing that this deity, often appearing as a giant sea snake, protected all the islands here from being swallowed by earthquakes and tsunamis. Now, this belief has been openly abolished, and the Church of Storms has been cracking down on heretics. Even the Church of the Night and the Church of Steam cannot expand their influence here, with only a few churches. But in reality, such a belief of hundreds or thousands of years is not so easy to eradicate. Biam, Blue Mountain Island, and the Rörsted Sea area still have many believers of the sea god. Even if a group of people is arrested and subjected to various extreme punishments every 1 or 2 months, this situation cannot be reversed in a short time. The main pillars of those rebels are the believers of the sea god. The sea god Kavichua, its image is a giant sea snake. Fei Luan listened thoughtfully, secretly guessing that the sea god should be a high-sequence strong person of the sailor pathway. He continued to follow Danitz into a 4-story house on the front right, walking up the narrow stairs to the top floor. Danitz turned back and warned, the people here are a bit abnormal. Don't talk later, I'll deal with them. Fei Luan looked suspiciously at a certain hunter, then reluctantly nodded under Danitz's glare. Thump thump thump. Danitz knocked on the door to his left. Who is it? A low voice asked from inside. Danitz chuckled and replied. A friend bringing fine wine and roasted meat. Where is it? The person inside asked a strange question. Danitz stepped back and said. On the sea. Creak, the door slowly opened, and Fei Luan saw a shirtless man standing behind the door, with a blue-green ferocious sea snake tattooed on his arm. Fei Luan was about to avert his gaze but was almost made to frown by the man's coarse eyebrows and cold-blooded animal-like eyes. A faint sense of danger surfaced in his heart. At least a beyonder, and he has killed many people. Fei Luan made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition but did not speak, following behind Danitz into the room. Edmonton, who's here? A mellow voice came from the window. The tattooed man closed the door as he said, they've disguised themselves. Upon entering, there was a living room, not large, and already cramped with just a cabinet, a table, and a few chairs. The person who had just spoken was a man in his 40s, sitting in an iron wheelchair, with a blanket over his knees and wearing a jacket. He had a shaved head, bluish stubble on both sides of his cheeks, and deep brown eyes with restrained, seemingly waveless emotions. He glanced at the visitors and slowly smiled, blazing, long time no see. Danitz was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. Carrot, your eyesight is really good. At the same time, he secretly decided that after completing this mission and returning, he must learn more about makeup and disguise techniques from the captain. What are you doing here? I remember the rumor said you were looking for treasure. Carrot did not dwell on the previous topic, and Edmonton also walked back behind Carrot. Danitz and Fei Luan exchanged glances, then Danitz cleared his throat and spoke. The captain led us to search the western part of the Violent Sea for a long time, but there were no clues. So we came to buy 'em to see if there were any other clues, and by the way, to see what good things you have here. Carrot listened quietly, his eyes narrowed slightly, then pointed to the table and said. The usual rules, all the things you want are on it, and I can also buy the materials and items you sell. On the table were many strangely shaped items, including bone whistles, simple and crude bagpipes, iron black leaves, and blood-stained stones. To the right of that pile of items was a slender bone dagger, slightly longer than a forearm, milky white all over, with several dark red, deep patterns. Fei Luen's gaze remained on this dagger. He always had a strange feeling, as if this dagger was attracting him. But his studies on the Golden Dream and the captain's teachings made him resist the urge to use his spirit vision, fearing he would see things he shouldn't. Noticing Fei Luen's gaze, Carrot and Edmonton exchanged glances, then spoke with a smile. This bone sword can drain the enemy's blood, it's pretty good. Do you want it? Fei Luen's eyebrows twitched, but he did not speak, shaking his head in silence, and averted his gaze to other items. A hint of disappointment flashed in Carrot's eyes. He did not press further and bought a Beyonder material from Danitz for 60 pounds. Danitz didn't notice these things. Happily taking the 60 pounds, he was eager to go to the Red Theatre and pulled Fei Luen away. Seeing the two leave, Carrot raised his hand to stop Edmonton, who was about to say something, and spoke in a low voice. He has not been chosen by the god. Prepare another sacrifice. Recently, the god's response has become increasingly vague. Mist Sea, a hidden island near the headquarters of the Moses Ascetic Order. A tall building made of red brick stood quietly. The building's exterior was very ordinary, without any mysterious elements, resembling a more common museum or library. In the center of the building stood 3 men and 1 woman. The woman in the middle had simply tied black hair and a pair of very distinctive blue-gray eyes. Her appearance was the type that became more appealing the longer one looked at her. She wore a men's shirt, paired with a tea-colored thick jacket, and a round-brimmed hat with a dent in the middle lay beside her. She was the very famous archaeologist and adventurer, Letitia Dorella. This was a common adventurer's attire at sea, and the 3 men standing beside her were also dressed similarly, with obvious signs of sun and rain exposure. Before the 4, a phantom figure, entirely condensed from starlight and whose gender was indiscernible, gradually appeared, its ethereal voice echoing. The great star and moon pillar has glimpsed a secret of destiny and sent me to give you a mission. There is an ancient elven ruin in the primeval jungle of Zimim Island in the Rorstad archipelago. You need to secretly infiltrate, take this key to open that ancient elven ruin, and retrieve the Book of Calamity from within. As the voice drifted, specks of starlight condensed, forming a dazzling key inscribed with complex and strange patterns. In just an instant, this key merged into Letitia Dorella's arm, transforming into a key-shaped symbol. With this, you can receive help from the star and moon pillar. Upon completing this mission, you will receive all the contribution needed to be promoted to Sequence 6, Scrolls Professor. Beware of the false god Kavichua and his believers. Originally, upon hearing that she was going to the Rorstad archipelago, Letitia felt uneasy. As a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, she knew very well that there was a Sea King from the Church of Storms there. That was a demigod, just like the Star and Moon Pillar, one of the foremost among the 10 pillars of the Moses Ascetic Order who issued this mission, not to mention a false god. Moreover, going there would require crossing half of the Mist Sea and the entire Violent Sea, conservatively estimated to take several months. But looking at the patterns on her arm and the Phantom's promise, Letitia's mouth felt bitter, but she still nodded in silence. Friday night, Backlund, Empress Borough, East Taker Family Villa. George III is summoning me at 3 p.m. on Saturday. Looks like I need to hurry. Aaron opened the belated official summons, glanced at its content, muttered, and then tossed it aside. Thinking about the trade with the Sanguine tomorrow, Aaron felt he needed to make some preparations in advance. After telling the butler he wanted to rest early and not be disturbed, Aaron went to the cubicle and skillfully set up the ritual. Passing through layers of dark golden mist, Aaron sat on the throne. With a slight thought, he incorporated the Black Emperor card into his body. The boundless dark golden mist seemed to gather into waves and strong winds. A majestic armor formed on Aaron's body, a pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a long cape of the same color draped behind him. Lines imbued with divinity also emerged on the armor. Holding the sun-chasing scepter from the clutter pile in his hand, Aaron frantically poured his spirituality into it. As the dark golden mist expanded, golden threads, seemingly condensed from pure light, emerged from the top of the scepter. They wrapped around the incomplete right hand of the puppet and several Beyonder characteristics. After placing these items into separate boxes, he felt the strength of the newly applied seals. Due to the high status of the sealed items, the seals would only last for 2 or 3 days at most. But this time is already enough, as long as the seal doesn't expire before Louise completes the transaction. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. With a slight spiritual movement, the dark golden mist surged, transforming into a phantom figure with 12 wings on its back, suddenly enveloping those items. After using the angel phantom to erase traces and ensure no one could track them, Aaron threw them into the clutter pile, intending to grant them to Louise through the sacrifice and grant door after this Chaos Council meeting. Pressing his finger on the sun-chasing scepter, as blood gushed out, the negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter gradually receded. Feeling that the time was about right, Aaron put the restored sun-chasing scepter back into the clutter pile, his figure disappearing from the throne. Leaning back in the high-back chair below, he slightly raised a finger, and several figures immediately appeared below. Chapter 137 Trading and Preparation. As the dark golden light dissipated, Frank, sitting on the stone chair, curiously looked around at the people vaguely visible through the surrounding mist. Sharon's azure eyes looked at the tall new member beside her, who gave her an unusually familiar feeling. She suppressed her curiosity and remained silent, secretly guessing his identity. The rest of the members had similar thoughts, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Aaron broke the silence at the right time and spoke to Louise. I have agreed to the Sanguine's conditions, but the transaction with the Sanguine must begin as soon as possible. I have already prepared all the items. After this meeting, I will request our Lord to deliver the items to you through the door of sacrifice and grant. All the items have been sealed and will not harm you. The only requirement is speed. I need to receive the items for the transaction tonight, or by tomorrow morning at the latest. Louise was stunned for a moment, and the smile that had just appeared on her face instantly froze. Tonight. The Sanguine indeed do not require much sleep, but that doesn't mean they don't need it at all. Visiting Marquis Nebuzadra at this hour. Louise pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and nodded in agreement. Since the transactions between Aaron and Louise were conveyed through prayers and similar methods, and only the exchange of mystical items to enhance spirituality was mentioned in the previous Chaos Council, the other members immediately began to speculate. Seeing that someone had already started the conversation, Frank no longer remained silent. He scratched his hair and said with a chuckle, "Hello everyone, it's an honor to attend this gathering. I'd like to purchase the potions Professor formula for Sequence 6 Biologist. I'm willing to pay £2,000 for it. Additionally, I'd like to acquire some Rose Bishop flesh and blood. Some of my experiments require it. Friends, trust me, this is crucial. With this flesh and blood, I believe my experiments can advance significantly." Frank's eyes gleamed as he continued passionately. "Not much Rose Bishop flesh and blood is needed, a dozen grams will suffice, but I need it to be as fresh as possible. It's hard to judge the value of this, but I have some unique and effective proprietary elixirs. If you're willing, I can exchange them for the flesh and blood." As soon as Sharon heard this familiar voice, the name, frankly, popped into her mind. The more she listened, the more certain Sharon became. Then, with a somewhat strange expression, she looked at Frank, recalling Frank's mad experiments aboard the Future. The other members, who were not yet aware of Frank's terrifying nature, were not focused on this. What caught their attention more was the information about the sequence. A Sequence 6 biologist. Could it be someone from the Earth Mother Church? Louise instantly came back to her senses, observing Frank with a slight frown. Through the dark golden mist, she could vaguely make out the distinct pirate attire he was wearing, and then she dismissed her previous guess and said, "I can exchange the formula with you, but you might need to wait for a while. I know where the formula is, and once I get it, I will transfer it to you through a ritual." Frank was overjoyed. Although he didn't get the Rose Bishop's flesh and blood, having a definite lead on the next sequence formula was already very satisfying to him. Checkwald and Faranidas, who had recently advanced to Sequence 7, showed no inclination to trade. They observed silently, lost in their own thoughts. Sid Watson was surprised that there was another Sequence 7 member and was also worried about his own sequence progress. Perhaps due to the previous Rose School of Thought incident or some other events, Caesarport was once again under martial law, and the underground trading market was temporarily suspended. This led to Sid, despite having obtained the Sequence 7 Spirit Medium Potions Professor formula from Sharon during this period, still lacking a main ingredient, the eyes of a nether wolf. Feeling that his strength might be at the bottom, and despite his recent financial constraints, Sid gritted his teeth and made his offer. Netherwolf eyes, £600. The transaction was quickly concluded, with Sid ultimately purchasing the main ingredient from Czech for £650. Seeing that both parties had reached a transaction, Aaron recalled the Sequence 5 Gatekeeper Beyonder characteristic he had obtained from Amon's mausoleum. His eyes flickered, but he temporarily suppressed the thought in his mind. Seeing that no one was proposing further trades, Farron, who had been silent, spoke up, initiating the exchange session. "I met the local rebels in Byam on the Rorsted archipelago. They worship a false god named Kalvatuva, whom they call the Sea God." Sea God. Louise, who was always interested in sea news, immediately responded, "Is that the name of a high sequence potion? Kalvatuva. That sea snake isn't doing too well, and it's almost at its end. Speaking of which, I might have a chance to retrieve that Calamity book." Thinking this, Aaron spoke, interrupting the somewhat lively discussion below. Kalvatuva's true form is a gigantic azure sea snake. He became the deity of the Rörsted Archipelago's indigenous people after devouring the beyonder characteristic of a high-ranking ancient elf. He then looked at Farron, who had elven blood, and added with a smile. However, after being colonized by Loen, Kalvatuva was wounded by Jan Kortman, the Archbishop of the Rörsted Sea from the Storm Lord Church, and has been barely clinging to life. Sea God is just a title. His true corresponding sequence name is Sequence 3, Sea King, and that Jan Kortman is at that rank. Everyone was slightly startled, and at the same time, excited to learn of a new high-sequence potion name. For a moment, no one spoke again. Seeing that it was almost time, Erin took the initiative to conclude the gathering. The dark golden mist before her dissipated, and Louise had returned to the real world. She immediately stood up and skillfully set up a spiritual wall in her bedroom. Louise picked up various spiritual materials, set up the sacrifice and grant ritual, and softly chanted the Order Master's honored name. Erin, who had returned to his throne, slightly raised a finger. Several boxes instantly flew from the clutter, rushing into the dark golden double doors formed by the converging prayer lights beneath the platform. After a sigh of relief, Louise carefully put away the boxes that appeared in the center of the ritual, meticulously erasing all traces of the ritual. Dense dark energy emanated from her back, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. This was the wings of darkness that Louise had condensed, granting her the ability of temporary flight. With her Sequence 6 strength, it was enough to fly to the Audra family villa in the West District. To enhance her safety, Louise took out a bottle of silver-white potion and drank it. This was a special potion she had concocted after becoming a potions professor. Under the moonlight, it could greatly conceal her tracks and prevent her from being discovered. Backlund, Empress Burrow, Audra family villa basement. After Louise followed the stairs to the underground area, she found that it was not the path she took last time to meet Neba's Audra. She secretly touched the boxes hidden in the seams of her clothes, finally unable to bear it, and asked in a low voice. Baron Casimir, where are you taking me? I want to see Lord Nebas. Casimir, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, turned his head and scrutinized Louise from top to bottom, then replied with a respectful tone. Of course, I'm taking you to see Duke Olmer. He just arrived in Backlund this afternoon. As soon as you came, he asked me to bring you to him. Duke Olmer. Louise subconsciously straightened her back and looked at the lamp stand on the wall beside her, as if trying to check her appearance in the reflection on the metal surface. That was one of the 3 great dukes currently in charge of the Sanguine, titled a Full Moon, over 3,000 years old, and once a follower of the progenitor Lilith, a symbol of Sanguine history and glory. Immediately, Louise's heart began to pound. After all, that respected duke was an angel. With such trepidation, passing through layers of secret doors, Louise and Casimir arrived in an iron-gray hall. The ground and walls here were covered with various strange plants, and the vigorousness of life permeated everywhere. This familiar scene instantly reminded Louise of her second meeting with Marquis Nebas, and she immediately had some conjectures. Casimir led Louise to a vibrant tomb in the depths of the hall and bowed respectfully. Your Grace, Louise Sears has arrived. Good evening, Your Grace. Louise was a little nervous, even somewhat flustered. From within the tomb, a mellow voice, whose age could not be discerned, chuckled. A very outstanding young Sanguine. Casimir, you may withdraw. Yes, Your Grace. Casimir bowed in response and left the iron-gray yet fresh and vibrant hall. Louise stood rooted to the spot, hearing the mellow voice from within the tomb say. You needn't worry. I will personally witness this transaction. Louise's heart skipped a beat. She coughed lightly and quickly took out all the boxes from her arms, placing them on the strange plants with extending branches. Before Louise could speak, a red glow appeared on several branches, and the boxes instantly shattered, revealing the items inside, wrapped in golden patterns. Accompanied by a soft exclamation from within the tomb, Louise seemed to feel a surge of power. In just an instant, all the items vanished. Louise opened her mouth, raised her finger, then lowered it, not knowing what to say. After a moment, just as she was getting anxious, the mellow voice from within the tomb sounded again. I have confirmed all the items. Tell that person to remember his promise. Along with these words, 2 items appeared before Louise. One was the crimson eye Louise had seen before, seemingly condensed from rich blood, resembling a miniature red moon. The other was a heart that seemed to be still beating, entirely black, with pure light flashing at its core. It was the beyonder characteristic corresponding to Sequence 4, Undying. The surface of the heart was covered with blood-colored patterns, without any aura leaking out, like a seal. Louise was stunned for a moment before she remembered that the Duke's promise referred to providing assistance with the item corresponding to the Sequence 3, High Summoner, sealed artifact. Seeing the young Sanguine put away the 2 items, the Sanguine Duke Olmer's voice slowly sounded. Although the Sanguine are a long-lived race, they still experience growth and aging, birth and death. Regardless, for a race, nurturing young members is a necessary task, and you have recently shown exceptional talent and excellent abilities, becoming one of our most valued individuals. Therefore, I have come to meet you personally, to give you some trials, so that you can grow as quickly as possible." Without the slightest hesitation, Louise respectfully replied, "I am always ready." The sanguine Duke Olmer hummed in affirmation and continued. "Recently, Nebas will leave Backlund for the South Continent to search for the sealed artifact corresponding to High Summoner. You shall accompany him on this journey as a trial. Backlund, Empress Borough, East Taker Family Villa." After delivering the items for the transaction to Louise through the door of sacrifice and grant, Aaron did not pay attention to the subsequent transaction process and returned to the real world. Looking at the paper crane he had brought down from above the dark golden mist, Aaron's lips curled into a slight smile. He used a pencil to write a sentence on the blank back of the paper crane. "Please do your best to disrupt my fate tomorrow." St. George District, in a certain room, on a bed covered with tarot cards, a little boy turned over and mumbled. "This guy is really rude, disturbing my sleep at this hour." Placing the paper crane aside, Aaron tossed and turned in bed, not waiting for Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's dream, but instead for Louise's prayer. Sitting on the throne, Aaron observed the situation around Louise through the prayer light points using True Sight. After confirming that no one was secretly peeking, he then looked at the two items placed on her altar. Besides the crimson eye he had already seen, Aaron sensed a different aura from the Undying Beyonder characteristic. Aaron's lips curled slightly. He summoned the Black Emperor card and the sun-chasing scepter, casually condensed a light point, and responded to Louise's prayer. A moment later, looking at the gradually forming door of sacrifice and grant, Aaron raised the dazzling sun-chasing scepter in his hand. As soon as the Undying Beyonder characteristic appeared above the dark golden mist, it was struck by a spear so intensely white it seemed to be made of pure sunlight. It suddenly expanded into a miniature blazing sun, with wisps of red mist rising within it, yet it seemed to possess infinite vitality, constantly driving this power to regenerate. The golden patterns on Aaron's body flickered slightly, and the dark golden mist instantly boiled. Invisible forces emerged, seemingly interrupting that regeneration, and only then was that power finally worn away. At the same time, in an empty underground hall somewhere, a low sigh came from a vibrant tomb. Aaron took a breath, pressed his finger on the sun-chasing scepter, and after removing the negative effects, brought the black heart back from above the dark golden mist to the real world. Without hesitation, Aaron set up a spiritual wall and immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles, burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powders, stepped back 2 paces, and skillfully chanted the goddess's honored name in a low voice, finally speaking respectfully. "I offer this Undying Beyonder characteristic to you, wishing to receive your grace." Chapter 138, An Audience with George III. Immediately, Aaron mentioned his summons by George III tomorrow, as well as the Blood Emperor ruins hidden beneath William Street and the Red Angel evil spirit concealed within them. Aaron did not directly state his request, merely stating the facts, which was equivalent to an exchange of equal value, rather than an offering of items in plea for a bestowal. Other aspects of the ritual could be less meticulous, but Aaron, as a favored one of the night, felt that this fundamental issue of attitude needed attention. As Aaron finished speaking, 2 of the 3 candle flames suddenly expanded, intertwining to form a illusory and dim mysterious door. The door slowly opened, bringing with it a strong, invisible wind. They swept up the Undying Beyonder characteristic, allowing it to pass through the gaps of the illusory door and disappear into a scene resembling the boundless cosmos. Immediately afterward, a flash of light appeared, and a pure darkness, like a tide, enveloped Aaron with a power of quiet serenity. At the same time, specks of light illuminated, deep and dazzling, penetrating the barrier and quickly outlining a metal, which fell onto the altar without a sound. The metal was crystal clear throughout, as if cast from black gems, giving one the feeling that when they looked at it, it was truly there, but when they didn't, it would disappear. Immersed in the quiet and serene atmosphere, Aaron reached out and picked up the metal, and streams of information immediately surfaced in his mind. Ariana's Night Mark. It possesses no characteristics or power itself. Its sole purpose is that once activated, it will establish a connection with Ariana, the servant of concealment, no matter where one is in the real world. If more direct help is needed, while activating it, pronounce the name Ariana in Ancient Hermes. Ariana, head of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Night, head of the Black Knight Monastery, a Sequence 2 angel. Aaron instantly grasped the essence of the Night Mark. This is equivalent to a solidified altar and ritual pointing to itself, which, with the angel's status, can respond to prayers worldwide. With a slight sigh of relief, Aaron put away the Night Mark, faced the altar, and sincerely bowed, saying, "Thank you for your bestowal." After speaking, he tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing a scarlet moon. Praise the goddess. Aaron had always been wary of Adam, who was vaguely associated with Red Angel, and was unwilling to involve his ancestor Varna, who was also of the Red Priest pathway, like the Red Angel evil spirit. He was worried about unpredictable anomalies, but now that Aaron was about to leave Backlund, to ensure that Red Angel caused no trouble, Aaron decided to deal with her as soon as possible, whether by killing or sealing her, it could no longer be delayed. And facing those potential unexpected situations, the intervention of Ariana, the servant of concealment, who in some sense could symbolize the Evernight goddess's attitude, could minimize such risks to the greatest extent. For the sake of immediate benefit and future plans, after much deliberation, Aaron still endured the heartache and sacrificed the undying beyond her characteristic. With the addition of this servant of concealment, even if Ancestor Varna did not make a move, he could still borrow Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's one-time assistance to explore the Blood Emperor ruins where the Red Angel evil spirit was hidden. But the final proceeds will probably be split in half. Thinking this, Aaron sighed, ended the ritual, tidied up the altar, and returned to his bedroom. After lunch, on the road to Backlund's Sadrak Palace, Aaron was not wearing his luxurious formal attire, but a military uniform, sitting upright in a luxurious carriage adorned with the East Taker family emblem. Through the wide and bright carriage window, one could see layers of magnificent palaces and towering Gothic clock towers in the distance without even needing to look up. That was the highest terrain in all of Backlund, and where the lone royal family resided. Its status on the North-South continent, and in the entire world, was equivalent to or even slightly higher than Intis's White Maple Palace and the Fasak Empire's Ormur Palace, but its name was neither romantic nor ancient. It was called Sadrak Palace, and in the ancient Fusak language, the word meant balance. Aaron withdrew his gaze from outside the carriage window, a slight curve on his lips, and tossed the golden silk brocade in his hand onto the table. Not only was I directly promoted from major to colonel, but they even gave me this position of deputy director. Hey, how generous. Although it was a good thing for him, Aaron felt a sense of mockery in his heart. As Aaron, who was destined to inherit the title of Duke of East Tarak in the future, there was no need for additional titles, only military rank promotions. Just yesterday, along with George III's official document, came the conferment of honors for Aaron. Aaron was promoted to colonel and concurrently served as Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Department 9 in the Pass River Valley colonial area of the Loen Kingdom in the South Continent. That region directly bordered Intis's colonial area in the South Continent, and was a complex mix of forces including the Resistance, the Rose School of Thought, the Numinous Episcopate, and various churches. Due to historical issues and conflicts between churches, small-scale wars frequently occurred in this area, even if both sides did not acknowledge them. Although this region had various drawbacks, its proximity to the East Taker family's colonial territory in the South Continent was not far, making it one of Aaron's core strategic areas for future covert expansion, and thus one of the 3 locations Aaron initially submitted. The other 2 locations were Iruziel, the capital of East Tarak County, and Byam, the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago. Perhaps not wanting Aaron to be out of control in East Tarak County, and even less wanting Aaron, who was so close to the Church of the Night, to re-establish ties with the Church of Storms in Byam, he was ultimately assigned to the South Continent. Although he had already learned of his reward, the conferment ceremony still needed to be attended. This afternoon, after His Majesty George III finished his governmental affairs, he would, in his busy schedule, set aside an hour to receive him and several other individuals who had made outstanding contributions in Loen and its other colonies. Although Aaron did not believe it would be the real George III summoning him, it was more likely Adams imagined George III. But out of reverence for the angel, especially without understanding the opponent's methods and true intentions, Aaron maintained the utmost vigilance, using all available means. As the future heir of the East Taker family, he inherently carried original sin and was inevitably scrutinized by George III. Given that he was also associated with the judgment pathways corresponding Sapphira, the nation of disorder, Aaron had already planned to divert attention and reasonably leave Backlund as early as when he decided to intervene in the Capon case. Backlund, outside the Sadrak Palace. As Aaron stepped out of the carriage, he saw many familiar nobles and council members. Such a gathering of noble council members was not required merely for a reward, but as a prominent figure in Backlund, the news of Earl Aaron's promotion to colonel and his impending departure to the South Continent still made many noble council members restless. Especially at the critical moment when the proposal for the establishment of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee had just begun discussion in the Parliament. However, not everyone was worried about the uncertain future of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. Audrey walked slowly, complex emotions swirling in her emerald eyes, reluctance, pride, and worry. She wore a fitted light-colored dress, her bodice tightly cinched, her waist extremely slender, and the multi-layered cake-cut skirt perfectly supported by whalebone hoops. Her golden hair was elegantly coiffed, her earrings and rings sparkled brightly, a jade necklace Aaron had given her adorned her fair, delicate neck, and on her feet were white dance shoes adorned with roses and diamonds. Aaron immediately felt a sense of familiarity well up in his heart. With a slight recollection, he remembered that this outfit was exactly what Audrey wore when they first met. Meeting Audrey's gaze, Aaron smiled, took Audrey's slender, delicate hand. Audrey lowered her head, her expression hidden, but she did not resist. Aaron then glanced at the somewhat anxious noble council members around him. Earl Hall, not far away, immediately coughed lightly, stopping other nobles who wanted to approach. Aaron gratefully nodded to Earl Hall, and led Audrey towards the distant Dongtak Palace. Aaron, are you really going to the South Continent? My second brother, Alfred, is also in the South Continent. His letters never mention the dangers there, but I have already learned from father what the real South Continent is like. Having moved away from the crowd behind them, Audrey finally raised her face, still tinged with a slight blush, and spoke with some concern. Aaron stopped, looking at the girl's flawless face and delicate, crimson earlobes beside him. His heart stirred, and as if by some strange impulse, he lowered his head, his lips lightly touching Audrey's left ear as he whispered. I promise you, I will definitely protect myself. Feeling the warm breath on her left ear, Audrey's mind went blank for a moment, then an indescribable sensation surged through her, instantly turning her face red to her earlobes. Ah, what should I do? Audrey, pull yourself together, you must say something. Audrey thought to herself, flustered, suddenly missing Susie terribly, but she couldn't utter a single word. Finally, she could only manage to say, okay, then nervously pulled her hand away and, hiking up her skirt in a manner somewhat unbefitting noble etiquette, scurried towards the side hall of the Dongtak Palace not far away, that was the resting place specifically prepared for the noble ladies attending the conferment ceremony. Aaron's lips curved slightly as he looked at Audrey, then turned and walked towards the main entrance of the Dongtak Palace, standing with the other honorees, among whom was an acquaintance of Aaron's, Glenwill. After exchanging smiles and nods, everyone waited in silence until a servant arranged by the palace earl brought the announcement. Please, sirs, adjust yourselves quickly, and then follow me to the Grand Council Hall to await His Majesty's arrival. Aaron nodded slightly, expressionless, briefly tidied his attire, and with a slight spiritual movement, the night mark on his arm seemed to resonate with the power from last night, and any subtle irregularity seemed to be gently smoothed away. Feeling the change in himself, Aaron was the first to pass through the very solemn and dignified members of the royal guard, and accompanied by stirring music, he entered the Dongtak Palace. George III, wearing a crown, had a resolute face and a stiff, upturned mustache. He sat on his throne, scanning the 10 subjects, some in military uniforms, some in formal attire, separated by the guards. His gaze lingered inadvertently on Aaron for 2 or 3 seconds, his eyes seemingly glowing with a faint light, scrutinizing him for a moment before shifting his attention. Welcome, my warriors. Without a loudspeaker, his voice was not particularly loud, but it was very magnetic and full of vigor, and with his intentional restraint, it sounded even deeper and more resonant. Gentlemen, you are the heroes who expanded the kingdom's territory, my most proud warriors. I am sincerely proud of you. Listening to this brainwashing rhetoric, Aaron curled his lips in disdain in his heart. Aaron inwardly rolled his eyes. Whether from the family's perspective or the sequence advancement perspective, he naturally had no good feelings for George III or the Augustus family. He had long designated George III as his prey, viewing him as a doomed man, and these words did not cause a ripple in him. But the performance had to continue. Loyalty to His Majesty the King. Without being taught, everyone, including Aaron, strained their necks, exerting themselves to express loyalty. Compared to the deliberate performances of others, Aaron appeared indifferent, even somewhat perfunctory. As an unstable factor in George III's eyes, and the person involved in being kicked from Backlund to the South Continent at the most crucial moment of the submitted proposal, it was a reasonable display to show a bit of indignation. Taking the colonel's rank and the official appointment document presented by the attendant, Aaron merely bowed symbolically and then retreated to the side. From beginning to end, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Upon entering the Great Hall, Aaron felt 2 powerful, oppressive gazes, but after only a moment, one of them disappeared. Maintaining vigilance, Aaron continued his performance, displaying the indignation and helplessness he should have, until the ceremony ended. Backlund, inside a certain underground ruin. This was a world ruled by darkness, with faint light coming from strange moss growing in different places and the firelight reflected from human buildings. Aided by their illumination, even beyonders without dark vision could grasp the overall appearance of this vast ruin. On one side was a grey stone wall, extending upwards, without a visible end, seemingly connecting to the surface. On the other side was a deep, dim valley with no visible bottom, like the abyss dwelling of a devil. A stone-paved road ran between the two, connecting various halls and buildings, with humans constantly moving back and forth, quietly and silently. On a peculiar metal base at the upper end of the rock wall, a faint blue light suddenly rose, forming a door. 4 guards in dark full-body armor immediately looked through the faint blue light to check the situation outside, and prepared to use certain methods to confirm whether the one who awakened the teleportation door was disguised as someone else, thereby deciding whether to open the door. Through the light screen, the image of a benevolent old man appeared, none other than the former royal advisor, member of the Psychology Alchemists Council, Hewen Rambise. A figure flew out from the dim deep valley, heading straight for the teleportation door. The figure had a rectangular face, wore a white wig, had 2 mustaches that curled slightly upwards at the ends, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, bearing a strong resemblance to a character on a playing card. He wore formal attire, a large cloak, and shoes with extremely long tips, his dress out of step with the current era, as if he lived in the last century. He was Prince Senia Grove Augustus, a chaos hunter of the Arbiter Pathway, Sequence 3. Chapter 139 Adam. The 4 guards in dark black full-body armor immediately looked solemn and opened the passage, and Hugh and Lambes walked out of the door of teleportation with a gentle smile. Looking at Prince Senia Grove Augustus, who had a stern and serious face, he spoke in a calm tone. I heard that the Saintess of Darkness of the Demonist sect has also come to Backlund. The president's virtual personality is still at Sodrak Palace, so he sent me here. Grove nodded silently and walked in front. His Majesty the King and the 2 from the Demonist sect have been waiting for you for a long time. Follow me. Hugh and Lambes' eyebrow twitched, and he composed himself. Led by Prince Grove, he entered the depths of the underground ruins. Passing by men and women who were taught to form different rituals, they entered a magnificent, irregular ruin hidden in the darkness. A black mausoleum stood there, displaying an extremely grand presence. The mausoleum's shape was not the common pyramid, but more like a towering mountain, asymmetrical but absolutely majestic. Various texts and symbols were inscribed on the mausoleum, and on the front, there was a heavy stone door nearly 30 meters high, seemingly prepared for giants. Hugh and Lambes was not unfamiliar with those texts and symbols. As a former royal consultant, he recognized them as laws enacted and promulgated by Loen in recent years, as well as some promoted new social trends, after only a slight identification. He withdrew his gaze and walked into the opened heavy stone door. Even though he had been promoted to a demigod and become a manipulator, Hugh and Lambes still felt his consciousness blur for a moment, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier, and his perception of the outside world was distorted. When Hugh and Lambes opened his eyes again, he seemed to have arrived in another space. The interior of the mausoleum was empty, with nothing but deep black walls inscribed with twisted patterns and complex texts, and a high platform in the center. On the high platform, a huge black throne was placed. Its overall appearance was like iron, with intricate and twisted strange patterns engraved on its surface, and the top of the backrest extended upwards into the shape of a crown. At this moment, His Majesty the King George III of Loen Kingdom sat on this heavy and huge seat, wearing the Byram Empire crown, as if proudly looking down on everything. Prince Grove stood in place, silent, with his head lowered. Hugh and Lambes was about to tentatively step forward, approaching the high platform, when he suddenly found that his body was completely unable to move, as if firmly bound in place by an invisible shackles. Feeling the oppressive sensation, Hugh and Lambes, who was at a loss, suppressed the emotions in his heart, showed a respectful posture, and bowed towards the high platform. Hugh and Lambes, a member of the Psychology Alchemists' Deliberation Board, greets your Majesty. Not far from Hugh and Lambes, a figure emerged from the shadows, followed by the terrified, despair nightingale, Panatia. A clear and pleasant sound echoed around, as if possessing some captivating magic. Prince Grove frowned slightly but said nothing. Haha, your Majesty, please calm your anger. There's no need to vent your temper on this elegant gentleman. I am quite satisfied with him, you know. Mr. Hugh and Lambes. The lady who spoke was covered in jewels. The surfaces of the jewels faintly flashed with wailing souls, and when she moved, they made a clinking sound, like a musical piece played by souls. Her dark black long dress was like a long river in the void, its hem winding and varied, with jewels of different colors adorning the hem and body, symbolizing her. Her hairs stood up one by one, thick as small snakes. Their outer layers were slick and sinister, with either distinct black and white eyeballs embedded at the tips or snake-like heads growing out, their mouths slightly open, flicking their tongues. Hugh and Lambes turned his head to look at where the sound came from, and upon seeing this scene, his mouth twitched slightly. He had already recognized the person. It was Mariska, a high-ranking member of the Demonist sect, who had been a Sequence 3 Demoness of Undying many years ago, the Saintess of Darkness. Even the psychology alchemists knew very little about this Saintess of Darkness. Hugh and Lambes had only vaguely learned some things from the president, who walked the world as Polly Dello. He knew that Theosophy Order, which appeared in the early 5th epoch, had close ties with her, and she might even have been one of its founders. And this Saintess of Darkness only joined the Demonist sect at some point in the 4th epoch. Even within the Demonist sect, very few people called her by her surname, as if it were an unspeakable taboo. With the major churches and the various kingdoms of the northern continent consciously destroying or hiding information, concealing the true history of the 4th epoch, 3rd epoch, and even the 2nd epoch, Hugh and Lambes could not make accurate judgments on these matters. Thinking this, the corner of Hugh and Lambes' eye caught sight of the sapphire ring on the Saintess of Darkness' left hand, which was flashing with a faint light, as if resisting some power. Perhaps it was the external manifestation of the opposing power, or perhaps it was due to his demigod status, that Hugh and Lambes seemed to see an indescribable sight within that faint light. The star-filled night sky was torn apart by one python-like black tentacle after another, like the doomsday. The tip of each of these tentacles had an eye, either closed or open. Anything they looked at instantly turned into grayish-white stone. And anything directly touched by the tentacles would twist, sprout limbs and a head, and turn into women, large or small, with very good looks. Huon Lambies's body tensed, and a name flashed through his mind. Primordial Demonis, Cheek. Bang bang bang, Huon Lambies instantly closed his eyes, and the sound of his rapid, violent heartbeat followed. An indescribable sense of fear welled up in his heart, and Huon Lambies's body instinctively transformed into a dragon, using an incomplete mythical creature form. But even so, Huon Lambies's mental island on the subconscious sea was uncontrollably invaded by grayish-white, and the virtual personalities on the mental island transformed into charming women, accompanied by indescribable shrieks echoing. Upon realizing his predicament, he no longer tried to resist on his own, as it was utterly meaningless. On Huon Lambies's mental island, a grayish-white, rather illusory, and extremely cold mask instantly appeared in his hand. It was Pride, one of the 7 personality masks held by the psychology alchemists. Without hesitation, Huon Lambies quickly covered his face with it, and at the same time, he uttered 2 words in ancient Hermes. Adam. All anomalies, all invasions, stopped at this moment. The originally turbulent collective subconscious sea instantly became calm without a single ripple. A new mental island, identical but untainted, appeared out of thin air beside the mental island that had largely turned grayish-white. Huon Lambies's main personality, wearing the Pride mask, twisted and disappeared from his original spot, reappearing on the new mental island next to it. Perhaps because he had lost too many virtual personalities, or perhaps he was affected by something, Huon Lambies, who had calmed his breath, suddenly found that the Pride mask could not be removed and seemed to be deeply bound to his mind-body. Silently, the figure of an old man appeared, wearing an unusually simple white robe and a light gold beard that covered the lower half of his face. His eyes were clear and pure like a child's, his expression gentle and reserved, and a silver cross pendant hung from his chest. Even standing beside Huon Lambies, he did not notice him. Adam's emotionless eyes glanced at Huon Lambies. The Pride mask instantly peeled off his face, but it seemed that several invisible threads still connected the two. The new mental island and Huon Lambies on it instantly disappeared from their original spot. Outside the mausoleum, another Huon Lambies appeared. His face was somewhat unsightly but had already returned to normal. The original Huon Lambies's body twisted and transformed into a beautiful woman covered in grotesque tentacles, but silently, she shattered into specks of starlight and merged into the sapphire ring on the Saintess of Darkness' left hand, which was flashing with a faint light. Adam's figure then appeared. The pressure that had restricted movement had disappeared. Huon Lambies, with a somewhat unsightly expression, silently walked behind Adam without speaking. The Saintess of Darkness gently shook her head and put away her smile. With her movements, the jewels and metal made slight sounds, and the entire underground mausoleum fell into a terrifying and indescribably oppressive atmosphere. A moment later, the Saintess of Darkness looked at Adam with apprehension, raised the sapphire ring on her left hand, turned to look at George III, who was sitting on the black throne on the high platform, wearing the Emperor's crown, and chuckled, covering her mouth. Well, now even this one has come. To show our sincerity and cooperation, I am willing to take a step back. She paused, then added. But the will of the Primordial One is not to be defied. I must obtain that Sequence 1 Conqueror Beyonder characteristic this time. To ensure our cooperation can continue, I am willing to promise that I will not sacrifice this Beyonder characteristic to the Primordial One before our cooperation is completely finished. But the Sequence 1 Conqueror Beyonder characteristic that was promised to us earlier must be kept by us. This is the will of the Primordial One, and it is also the key to whether our cooperation can continue. Before George III on the high platform could respond, Adam's gentle voice sounded, echoing in everyone's mental island. George, you can sign the contract, and I will be the supervisor. George III, wearing the Byram crown, slowly spoke after a moment of silence. Good. As the words fell, golden lights condensed into an ancient-looking scroll. This was a contract scroll created by George III based on his status and sequence. Even Adam would have to pay a certain price to violate this contract. A flash of light on the scroll, and an emblem of a judgment sword, pointing vertically downwards with a ruby crown as its hilt, appeared on the scroll. Immediately after, a black hair from the Saintess of Darkness broke off on its own and merged into the scroll, forming a mark. Seeing Adam finally sign the contract, the ancient scroll flew back into George III's hand and disappeared. At the same time, a peculiar crown, covered in rust and bloodstains, appeared out of thin air. It was the Sequence 1 Conqueror Beyonder characteristic. A phantom figure seemed to walk out of Adam's body and merge into that peculiar crown, and a gentle voice simultaneously sounded. When your cooperation ends, this restriction will naturally disappear, and then you can sacrifice it to Cheek. Before the Saintess of Darkness could respond, Adam's gentle voice sounded again. Unlike before, this time it only echoed deep within the Saintess of Darkness' mental island. Don't use this ring anymore. You don't want to be a sacrifice for Cheek's descent, do you, Mariska Tamara? Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, that Saintess of Darkness seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and the surrounding subconscious sea rippled. However, she did not respond. She silently accepted the peculiar crown, covered in rust and bloodstains. Her figure gradually became illusory, and she left, taking the despair nightingale, Panatia, who had been standing with her head down, trembling with fear. Backlund, Sadrak Palace Side Hall. After receiving his commendation and changing into a brand new colonel's uniform, Aaron slowly walked into the side hall, finally noticing that the scrutinizing gaze had disappeared. Although he felt relieved, he dared not relax his guard. Aaron, who had already come into contact with the Twilight Hermit Order, despite having the Evernight Goddess's protection, always guarded against the sudden appearance of that fanatic. Unlike the ill-tempered Amon, Adam, who was left with only his divinity, would only act more ruthlessly. Moreover, in the current era where true gods are confined to the astral world, filling the original barrier and finding it difficult to descend into the real world, Adam and Amon, the two brothers, represent the upper limit of status, level, and strength. They are synonymous with terror, power, dread, and invincibility. After all, a king of angels is inherently the closest existence to the god seat. What's more, both brothers are king of angels who have accommodated a uniqueness. A king of angels of the spectator pathway, who knows when he might sit beside you, listening to you speak, watching you smile, making you die naturally, reasonably, and inexplicably. Thinking of this, Aaron couldn't help but look around, truly afraid that in some corner, a simple priest with innocent eyes and a beard was standing, watching him with a smile. Backlund, 39 Buckland Street, Councillor Mahet's house. Madame Liana thanked Miss Wahana, the etiquette tutor who came to teach Hail-Uire. Wahana, with her black hair neatly tied, humbly said a few words, then asked. Madame Liana, why haven't I seen Councillor Mahet? I also met a few gentlemen who are very interested in the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee, and they want Councillor Mahet to help introduce them. As she spoke, she placed a bulging small bag on the table. Madame Liana accepted it without changing her expression and said with a smile. My husband accompanied Earl Hall to attend His Majesty the King's commendation ceremony for Lord Aaron. You can wait a little longer here, he should be back soon. Hail-Uire, with her dark green wavy long hair casually draped, stood at the corner. After watching the two women chatting and laughing for a while, she changed into clothes that were easy to move in, picked up a tightly wrapped cloth bag, and tucked it into her arms. She climbed down from her bedroom balcony, carefully avoiding the bodyguards in the house, sneaking all the way out of the garden and arriving at the middle section of Buckland Street. Seeing no one around, Hail-Uire quickly moved the manhole cover, climbed down, and then closed the manhole cover from the inside. This set of actions was extremely skillful, clearly not the first time she had done so. Chapter 140, Conversation and Meeting. Hail-Uire stepped onto the slightly damp ground, looking at the rusty iron pipes in the slowly flowing sewage river. She let out a soft breath, clutched the package in her hand, and murmured after looking around, the scenes in my dreams are all real. Could there really be beyonder powers in this world? For the past week, Hail-Uire had the same dream every day. In her dream, she left home, opened the manhole cover of the underground passage again and again, and at the end of the underground passage, she saw a mysterious woman in a black robe. Each time, Hail-Uire would receive different, never-before-heard beyonder knowledge from the mysterious woman and was also asked to collect some strange materials Hail-Uire had never heard of before. As a believer of the Evernight Goddess, in such a situation, Hail-Uire should have immediately gone to the Church of the Night for shelter and help, but under the influence and interference of the dream, Hail-Uire did not do so. Instead, she actively collected materials and decided to explore the sewers today. Withdrawing her gaze, Hail-Uire quickly moved forward with a clear purpose, following the route from her dream. After walking about 10 meters, she turned into a more secluded and eerie passage, where moss and dirty things covered the walls and ground. Hail-Uire stopped, her voice unconsciously lowered, and she called out, "Senior, are you there? I've brought what you wanted." Her voice echoed in the secluded, eerie passage, sounding even stranger. Hail-Uire couldn't help but shiver. She pulled her clothes tighter and placed the package from her embrace on the ground. Just as she felt a little lost, a familiar, slightly hoarse female voice sounded, "Well done, you possess all the potential to become a beyonder. I will fulfill my promise. From today onwards, you are my student. I will guide you into the world of beyonders." As the words fell, the package on the ground instantly disappeared, replaced by a necklace. This necklace was strung with 7 translucent emerald stones, spaced equidistant from each other, surrounded by tiny diamonds, and even in the secluded and eerie passage, a faint glow still emanated from them. Hail-Uire's previously anxious mood instantly turned excited and joyful. She quickly picked up the necklace, which was eerily floating in the air. At the same time, mysterious symbols and patterns appeared in her mind, allowing her to instantly understand the miraculous abilities of this necklace. Ignition necklace can temporarily steal others' beyonder abilities for one's own use, with a chance to steal one ability from a target within a 50-meter radius. The more one understands the target, the easier it is to steal the desired ability, the more ignorant, the closer to random, relying on luck. With the dream teachings of these past few days, Hale Uire was no longer the ignorant girl she once was and had gained a certain understanding of the beyonder world. She instantly realized that the necklace in her hand was a very powerful mystical item. Hale Uire joyfully tucked it into her embrace, planning to have an identical-looking necklace custom-made tomorrow to hide the original, so she could legitimately wear it every day from then on. Although she didn't see any figure, Hale Uire still bowed first and said excitedly, "Thank you, teacher, I will definitely diligently complete your tasks in the future and help you recover from your injuries as soon as possible." The deep, hoarse female voice sounded again, "Very good, then you may go back for now. Be careful not to be discovered by others." Hale Uire clutched the necklace in her embrace, nodded heavily, and returned the way she came. As Hale Uire's figure disappeared at the end of the passage, a large, grayish-white rat scurried out from a corner, seemingly chewing on something, with the package spread open behind it, its contents long gone. The grayish-white rat's crimson eyes looked towards the end of the passage, and a low, hoarse, resentful female voice came from its mouth, "I never thought I would fall to such a state. Where exactly is the hope of the Jacob family?" The grayish-white rat withdrew its gaze, and its hoarse voice echoed, "I need to cultivate her quickly. When the time is right, I can completely parasitize her and escape this rat's body." Flora Jacob had been severely injured when she explored the family treasure last time. Even though she managed to escape with the help of an ancestral treasure, she still ended up parasitizing a rat. To avoid potential pursuit from the major churches, she had been hiding in the underground passage. After much difficulty accumulating some power, she wanted to use her sequence to exert the power of a dream stealer. Using dream guidance and mind interference, stealing thoughts, and other methods, she sought a suitable target. Initially, the ideal state was to guide a marauder pathway beyonder, but she couldn't sense even one marauder pathway beyonder on Backlund Street. In desperation, she finally found this curious noble young lady, whose counselor family background was also a decent choice. The necklace she gave away contained her power, which could subtly change Hale Uire's thoughts, making her trust her teacher more and more, and become increasingly obedient. Backlund, side hall of the Sodrak Palace. After a period of random thoughts, Aaron reined in his mind and walked towards Earl Hall and his wife, and Audrey, who was hiding behind them. Earl Hall looked at Aaron with a smile, satisfaction evident on his face. Unlike Audrey's worry, Earl Hall was very supportive of young people going out to experience and train. It was with this mindset that he had supported his second son, Alfred, in going to the South Continent for training. Thinking of this, Earl Hall's heart stirred, and he spoke with a smile, "Aaron, when are you planning to depart for the South Continent?" "My second son, Alfred, is currently in North Bankakwa City on the west coast of the Balam Empire in the South Continent. He wrote to me last time, saying that he led a special operations team of over 30 people, ambushed an Intis army of 1,000, completely defeated them, and is about to be awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel. Because of this, he is also about to be transferred back to the East Coast. He even complained in his letter that once he returns to the comfortable East Coast, there won't be as many opportunities to earn merit. Going to the South Continent, Alfred." Audrey, who had been hiding behind her mother, troubled and unsure how to face Aaron, couldn't help but secretly prick up her ears. Looking at Earl Hall, whose meaning was clear, Aaron understood and nodded in praise, saying, "What an excellent young man." He then realized that this statement was somewhat inappropriate, coughed lightly, and changed the subject. "If Mr. Alfred doesn't mind, I would like to invite him to my jurisdiction. I can personally submit a report to apply. As for when I'm going to the South Continent." Aaron paused, his peripheral vision meeting Audrey's eyes, which peeked out from behind her mother. Watching Audrey shrink back her head as if startled, Aaron's lips curled slightly as he continued, "The King's appointment letter requires me to report to Military Intelligence Department 9 in Pass River Valley by the end of February next year. There are still more than 2 months left. I plan to leave Backlund after the Evernight Goddess's Winter Solstice Festival next week, first return to East Turok County for a period of rest, and finally travel to the South Continent by ship." In fact, the original appointment letter required reporting by the end of January next year, because Military Intelligence Department 9 had prepared a military airship for Aaron and some other officers who were going to the South Continent for rotation, which would greatly reduce travel time. As a strategic resource, airships were not even owned by the East Taker family, which held significant influence within the Loen military. To use one, an application had to be made in advance. Although he was very curious about the airship structure, Aaron still held back his curiosity and declined the invitation. The reason was simple: unlike previous operations in mainland Loen or coastal areas, this time he would be far from mainland Loen, crossing the violent sea to the South Continent. Even for the protection of the strategic airship, at least one military demigod would accompany the airship. If he really went, Aaron would not be naive enough to believe that the military demigod sent would be biased towards the East Taker family. It was more likely to be a demigod from the King's faction. Aaron had too many secrets, many of which could not be known by others, especially the King's faction. Even with the protection of secrecy, there were many things Aaron could no longer do. Therefore, Aaron decisively chose to travel by ship on his own. Perhaps as compensation for assigning Aaron to the South Continent, Military Intelligence Department 9 readily agreed to Aaron's request and even granted an additional month of leave. At the same time, all of Aaron's positions in Military Intelligence Department 9 in Backlund were also revoked, and the message conveyed was very clear, but Aaron did not care about this. It is worth mentioning that the original captain, Glenn Will, was also awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel this time and would travel to the South Continent with Aaron. Because of this, Joseph Will, who had previously been transferred to Garrison Pass River Valley, also personally sent a telegram, thanking Aaron for promoting his grandson, and also very looked forward to future cooperation with Aaron. The Evernight Goddess's Winter Solstice Festival. Audrey lowered her head, silently noting down the time. Earl Hall nodded with satisfaction, his smile gradually widening. Then I will thank Aaron on Alfred's behalf. I will send an urgent telegram and write a personal letter to him when I return today. I believe he will be very happy too. After expressing his gratitude, Earl Hall glanced at the nobles and counselors around him, who looked expectant and anxious, sighed, and said softly, I'm sure you know their purpose. As soon as they heard you were leaving Backlund, they couldn't sit still. You can make some preparations these days and put their minds at ease. Moreover, as a follower of the Evernight Goddess, the Winter Solstice Festival is indeed a holiday not to be missed, and it's also a very good social venue. Aaron nodded noncommittally. The establishment of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee also facilitated the implementation of George III's new social order, which aligned with his requirements for the deification ritual, so Aaron was not at all worried that this bill would not pass. Since some things were destined to happen, Aaron didn't mind taking the initiative to propose them, accumulating more prestige and connections. December 20th, Violent Sea, Byam, the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, Dock District. Faye Lewin and Danitz, already made up and disguised, stood in the Dock District. During this time, they had completed the tasks assigned by the captain, and the news of the Golden Dream treasure hunt failure had spread throughout Byam and even the Rorstad Archipelago. After learning about the complex background of the resistance from Aaron, Faye Lewin never again actively contacted the resistance, and even deliberately avoided that area, leaving Danitz utterly confused. While on Dilius Island near Byam, Faye Lewin also exchanged some notorious pirates for bounties. Coupled with the wages previously issued by the captain, Faye Lewin repaid the money he owed Danitz, and even had a good amount left over. As for Danitz, he was currently touching his chest with a silly grin, not because he was a pervert, but because it held a mystical item he had recently purchased at a Beyonder gathering in Byam, the Shadow Cloak. Its appearance was a black cloak, allowing the user to hide in shadows and move discreetly and at high speed, corresponding to the secret supplicant pathway sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic. The most crucial point was its minimal side effects, only causing photophobia with long-term use. Because of this, this mystical item was sold at an exorbitant price of £1,500, at least for Danitz it was an exorbitant price. Danitz spent all his gold pounds on it, the money Faye Lewin had just returned to him was paid out before it even got warm, and he even ended up owing Faye Lewin 200 gold pounds. However, all of this was worth it. With this mystical item, Danitz felt his life-saving ability was maximized. Looking at Danitz's silly grin, Faye Lewin also felt a bit envious. If it weren't for the prohibitive price, he would also want such a mystical item. As he was thinking this, Faye Lewin's spirituality was touched, and he suddenly felt a gaze fall upon him. Faye Lewin's heart tightened instantly. He turned back casually, seeing an elder with hair as white as snow, no obvious wrinkles on his face, and a black blindfold covering his entire vision, looking at him. It was a strange feeling. Despite wearing a blindfold, Faye Lewin instinctively felt the other person was looking at him, more precisely, at his left wrist. That was where the Great Order Master had once left his mark. Faye Lewin instantly realized this and became tense, his whole body stiffening. Richard seemed to sense Faye Lewin's tension. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly towards Faye Lewin before turning and leaving. As a counselor of the Fate Council and a Sequence 4 Misfortune Mage, after entrusting the Dice of Probability to Roy King, and relying on several other powerful sealed artifacts of the Life School of Thought, he escaped the pursuit of which King Kalaman and other Rose School of Thought members and came to Byam. Guided by fate, he saw Faye Lewin in the Dock District. Through the blindfold and the faint connection, he felt the fluctuations of fate and immediately understood. It was the mysterious organization behind that young man that had previously lured away and severely wounded the Sequence 3 disciple of Silence Mahams. Sensing the other party's wariness, he did not initiate contact. Fate always had its own arrangements. Watching the strangely dressed elder depart, the surrounding pedestrians seemed not to notice him, yet they actively made way for him. Faye Lewin frowned slightly, although he didn't understand what was happening, he no longer had the mood to stay in Byam. He pulled Danitz, intending to board a ship. Danitz was still lost in his own fantasy and complained unhappily after being interrupted by Faye Lewin, "What's going on? Can't you see I'm thinking about something?" Don't blame me for not reminding you, now that I have this mystical item, you can't beat me anymore. Fei Luan glanced at the smug Danitz, walked forward alone, and said indifferently, including the boat ticket, you now owe me a total of 215 pounds. Danitz's expression instantly froze. He caught up with Fei Luan's steps and coughed dryly, between us, who's who? Just over 200 pounds, this week, no, next week I'll definitely pay you back. Chapter 141 Winter Ceremony Day, Kusara. Pritz Harbor, located in the southeast of the Backlund region. A convoy of 6 horse-drawn carriages, decorated in an ancient and understated manner, drove through Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Pritz Harbor, heading towards the dock district. Inside the second-to-last carriage, Louise Sears sat opposite her grandfather, Blood Count Mistral, feeling slightly awkward and unsure of what to say. Blood Count Mistral was the nominal leader of the sea expedition, while Marquis Nibais, as a hidden card, was quietly slumbering in a coffin within the last carriage. Blood Count Mistral thus learned the true purpose of this operation and was even more surprised by the role his descendant played in it. In this silent atmosphere, the carriages slowly drove onto a ship named Moon Shadow docked in the dock district. On one hand, for travel, and on the other hand, every sanguine is a born beast tamer, so taming these horses was naturally effortless, and thus no one objected to the carriages directly boarding the ship. Louise then followed Blood Count Mistral into a room in the ship's cabin, and through the porthole, she saw the vast blue sea for the first time, which also helped Louise's tense emotions relax somewhat. Just as she was imagining an adventure across the 5 seas, Louise was pulled back to reality by a gentle voice. Marquis Nibais has already told me what happened. No matter what, I believe in you, and you must also pay attention to your own safety. Blood Count Mistral sat upright behind the table, his crimson eyes fixed on Louise, his face serious. Seeing Louise nod obediently, he seemed to think of something and cleared his throat. Roughly, when do you expect to be confident enough to become a sanguine viscount? Or rather, when will you be able to acquire a viscount's beyonder characteristic? Louise let out an ah and then scratched her head awkwardly, replying. Grandfather, if you are willing to lend me 3,000 Sul, I can guarantee to obtain a sanguine viscount's beyonder characteristic within a week. Given that it hadn't been long since she became a blood clan baron, and the potion hadn't been fully digested, she also worried about advancing too quickly and causing some negative remarks within the sanguine. After the last mission was completed, Louise did not choose the sanguine viscount's beyonder characteristic, but instead exchanged it for 3 opportunities for favored one to provide assistance. After all, within the Chaos Council, no one was competing with Louise for that sanguine viscount beyonder characteristic. She could slowly save money to exchange for it, but the opportunity to ask a powerhouse of at least demigod level to act 3 times was rare. When Aaron learned of Louise's request, he thought for a moment and then agreed to her choice. Although he couldn't defeat a demigod in reality, above the dark golden mist, with the help of various sealed artifacts, he was definitely a demigod-level combatant. He then gave Louise a charm through the door of sacrifice and grant, telling her that it was for locating the spirit world when requesting help, to facilitate the transmission of power from a distance. That charm was actually just a cover, an excuse to conceal Aaron's direct action above the dark golden mist without being able to appear in person. Blood Count Mistral fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, almost blurting out, "How long will it take you to get a Blood Count beyonder characteristic?" However, he finally held back. Recalling his long years, Blood Count Mistral sighed lightly, looked at Louise, and said, "I think you must have also noticed that this time, not only you, but also many other young Blood Clan barons have come with us onto the ship. It will be announced later, but I can tell you in advance now that the Sanguine Viscount beyonder characteristic obtained from the last harvest will be awarded to the Blood Clan baron who performs best in this operation. As a Blood Count, and as your grandfather, whether for public good or private interest, I hope you can actively participate and display your strength in front of all the Sanguine. Defeating all opponents and achieving victory is the only way to earn everyone's respect and support. This is also what true leaders who can lead the Sanguine to glory should experience." Saying this, Blood Count Mistral looked at the silent Louise and chuckled softly. "As for the Sanguine Viscount beyonder characteristic you mentioned, if you can achieve final victory this time, I am willing to give you 3,000 Sul, and you can buy it. Whether you want to exchange it for contributions to help with your Blood Count advancement ritual, or exchange it for powerful mystical items, that Sanguine Viscount beyonder characteristic can help you achieve these. And these are things that cannot be exchanged for money." Louise listened in silence, her fists unconsciously clenched, and fighting spirit burned in her crimson eyes. North Backlund, the plaza in front of St. Samuel Cathedral. Dusk was about to disappear, and deep night slowly enveloped the land. Flocks of white doves flapped and flew up, then circled and descended. Aaron, dressed in a magnificent tuxedo, chatted with Bishop Electra, while the plaza was bustling with people, all noble believers who came to attend the Winter Solstice Festival. The longest night of each year is the birthday of Evernight Goddess, commonly known as the Winter Solstice Festival. Aaron speculated that this day might be when Evernight Goddess achieved Sequence 0. On this day, all followers of the night would go to nearby churches to witness the sunset and the arrival of night, then participate in Mass, partake in communion, listen to choir performances, and engage in various activities. Therefore, every year on the Evernight Goddess Holy Sacrifice Day, which is the winter solstice festival, the amount in the offering box would swell significantly. Commoners with ample money would choose 2 to 3 sul, the middle class around 5 sul, and people from high society would directly donate to the diocesan bishop and church charities, ranging from hundreds to thousands of sul. A portion of these donations was used for the church's daily expenses, including repairs and paying the Nighthawks team's salaries, etc., while the larger remaining portion would be used for the Church of the Knight's affiliated charitable organizations and church schools. Aaron had just finished discussing the follow-up arrangements for the charitable organization after his departure from Backlund with Bishop Electra, when he saw Councillor Mahet approach with his daughter Hale Uire. Aaron greeted him with a smile, as if knowing what he was about to say, and spoke first. There's no need to worry about the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. I have personally spoken with those important figures in the Conservative Party. The House of Commons should pass it in principle this week, and it will soon enter the House of Lords for discussion. You can tell the others that even if I am not in Backlund, this matter will proceed smoothly. Shifting his gaze from the excited Councillor Mahet, Aaron felt an extremely faint spiritual fluctuation, originating from the sheriff but strengthened several times by his beyonder senses, seemingly observing him. Aaron glanced at Hale Uire beside him. The proud young woman instantly lowered her head, and the faint sense of being spied upon disappeared with it. Has she become a beyonder? She's certainly bold. It's somewhat similar to the excellent observation ability of a Sequence 9 marauder. It seems that the severely wounded Jacob family demigod from last time has also started to act. Chapter 142 Ariana. Aaron casually withdrew his gaze, bade farewell to Councillor Mahet, and walked towards the square, where a moon mass, the final part of the winter solstice ceremony, was about to begin. The Archbishop of the Church of the Knights Beckland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, ascended the high platform, dressed in a black robe with red patterns. He looked around, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times clockwise. Praise the goddess. Once the believers below responded, the saint, with a deep voice that everyone could hear, began the final moon mass. In the square, where white doves circled, the choir began to chant hymns, their ethereal and sacred voices seemingly echoing deep within everyone's heart, bringing peace and tranquility. Amidst the mixed waves of mass and chanting, Aaron also raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, feeling a hard texture. Before attending the winter solstice, Aaron had placed Ms. Ariana's night mark on his chest. As he touched it, Aaron spoke in ancient Hermes in a low voice. Ariana. The crystal-clear emblem in his chest pocket emitted an aura of quiet serenity accompanied by invisible fluctuations, which then vanished. Archbishop Anthony on the high platform subtly shifted his gaze, met Aaron's devout eyes for a moment, and then withdrew his glance. After all the winter solstice activities concluded, Aaron made an appointment with Earl Hall to visit him once more before leaving Backlund next week. Accompanied by the clatter of horse hooves, Aaron sat in the luxurious carriage. Just as he was about to instruct the coachman to head to the Pound family ancestral home on William Street, he suddenly felt a wave of fluctuation envelop the carriage, and a figure abruptly leaped into his sight. The figure wore a simple linen robe with visible patches, and a belt made of twisted bark was tied around her waist. Her dark, long hair fell freely, and her bare feet were covered in dust and scars. This was a lady, her features were extremely ordinary, and her dark eyes were no different from a normal person's. However, merely seeing her, Aaron's heart became extremely peaceful and calm. Even the sudden rise of surprise and wariness could not shake this feeling. After a few seconds of silence, Aaron bowed solemnly. Good evening, Your Highness Ariana. In various churches, if a beyonder of angel rank walks on earth, when addressing them in person, the suffix Your Highness must be added to show respect. Similarly, for representatives of a deity's will such as popes, pontiffs, or patriarchs, Your Eminence should be added. Additionally, for the head of a church, Your Holiness or Holy See can be used as alternative terms. Of course, in many cases, Holy See can also refer to the location of the papacy. Ariana tapped her chest 4 times clockwise, responding devoutly. May the goddess bless you. She then added. I am an ascetic. You can simply call me MS. Ariana. Yes, Ms. Ariana, Aaron responded readily. Ariana looked at him calmly for 2 seconds, then withdrew her gaze from the Lord of Mysteries on Aaron's right hand, and directly asked. The goddess's oracle only mentioned giving you help. What kind of help do you wish to receive? Aaron replied concisely. I know about the underground ruins where Tudor became the Blood Emperor. In those ruins, there is a red angel evil spirit formed after the fall of 3 angels. I hope to obtain some items from those ruins. And I also don't want anyone else to know about tonight's operation. Aaron did not seek help from Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting for this operation, not because he was reluctant to share some of the spoils, but because he was worried it might attract greater trouble. Unlike merely helping to conceal anomalies in fate before, if Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting were to directly intervene, it was highly likely to attract the fate angel Ouroboros. As Aaron's thoughts raced, Ariana spoke at a steady pace. Very well. I will go with you, and ensure that everything that happens will not be spied upon. Aaron smiled and bowed sincerely. Thank you for your help. After speaking, he tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing the scarlet moon. Praise the goddess. Ariana responded devoutly, praise the goddess. Her figure then disappeared, as if erased by an eraser. Did she leave by transforming into a hidden state? Aaron pursed his lips speculatively. Even if he could use a hidden state with the night mark, such a clearly more advanced operation was definitely beyond Aaron's capabilities. However, the night pathway is not a type that excels in teleportation. At the same level, traveling from the Winter County Cathedral to Backlund would certainly not be as fast as a teleportation gate. And another thing, Ms. Ariana's attitude when discussing and communicating with me was very comfortable. There wasn't that condescending feeling of an angel or a high priest, she almost treated me as an equal. As Aaron's thoughts wandered, he felt the strange fluctuation that had enveloped the carriage disappear, and contact with the outside world was restored. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron tapped on the carriage and spoke to the butler driving in front. To 8 William Street. William Street is located at the intersection of the West District and Empress Borough, a core and livable area of Backlund, inhabited by a large number of nobles and wealthy individuals. Under the dim yellow gas streetlights, the street was slightly brighter. The air quality, though still not as good as the Empress Borough and West District, was decent, at least not as choking as some of the eastern districts. Aaron had everyone leave the basement and stood alone before a grayish-white stone door in the corner. After breaking the seal originally placed on the stone door, Aaron unhurriedly carried his lantern, activated his spiritual vision, and gently pushed open the stone door. As Aaron stepped through the stone door, the entire basement seemed to be enveloped in a dark mist, with no sound whatsoever emanating from it. Amidst the slightly heavy creaking sounds, Aaron, guided by the lantern's light, saw a passageway paved with dark stone slabs. On both sides and at the end of the passageway were several wooden doors. They showed signs of decay but were still barely usable. However, the door's flamboyant style and the stone slab's deep, heavy appearance did not quite match. No spiritual light flickering. Aaron's eyes quickly scanned, and he continued forward without pause, arriving at the black double-leaf stone door at the very end. Extending his gloved right hand, Aaron slowly applied force, pushing the door open. A grating sound began to echo, making one's teeth ache, and the stone door gradually cracked open. Points of spiritual light suddenly appeared in Aaron's eyes, reflecting countless intertwined and overlapping aura colors. A long snake with a triangular head and red patterns suddenly dropped from above. It straightened its upper body, flicked its tongue, and looked at Aaron with cold, brownish-yellow eyes. Pat, 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 one snake after another fell from the door, piling up at the entrance. Stepping over them, Aaron saw that inside was a hall. In the center of the hall, countless snakes of various colors writhed and huddled together, forming an exaggerated snake nest about 10 meters long and wide. That slimy, disgusting sensation assailed him. Aaron's face twitched slightly. He subtly raised his right hand, and the ancient silver-gray ring glowed faintly. A huge, pure ball of light, entwined with countless sacred flames, appeared out of thin air. This was one of the Beyonder abilities Aaron had recorded above the dark golden mist, using the Lord of Mysteries, which originated from the sun-chasing scepter. The ball of light shot straight into the hall, igniting their flesh and rapidly dissolving the snake nest. 2 miniature suns appeared in Aaron's eyes. After the light dissipated and some of the burnt smell faded, Aaron covered his mouth and nose, carried his lantern through the stone door, and entered the spacious hall. The style here was consistent with the passageway outside, filled with the fourth epic architectural style characterized by defiance of logic, chaotic asymmetry, and a preference for black. From the high dome, metal rods hung down, their ends serving as candle holders carved into different creatures. Aaron's gaze lingered on the 2 ancient, iron-black chairs on the platform. On the backrests were emblem-like patterns, on the left, a black crown, and on the right, a hand holding a scepter. After a moment of silent contemplation, Aaron withdrew his gaze and looked at the 7 tall, heavy black stone doors on the wall at the bottom of the hall. They were arranged in sequence, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 4 on the right, perfectly adhering to the fourth epic's pursuit of asymmetry. Aaron knew very well what was inside those 7 portals. Having no interest in the 6 god statues, he walked directly towards the middle black stone door. Upon reaching it, he saw the stone door filled with boulders and earth. Before Aaron could act, the obstruction in front of him vanished into thin air, as if erased by an eraser. Aaron's spiritual vision, previously blocked by the stone door, immediately made a discovery. Inside, at least 4 strong, dazzling spiritual light clusters flickered. 2 of them were close to a dark gold color, and 2 were deep blue like the sea. The firelight penetrating the room also illuminated black stone slabs, upon which lay piles of white bones covered with decaying clothes. From some of these, dark gold and deep blue light shone through. At the end of the room, on the dark wall, stood a bloody double-leaf door. This door seemed to still have fresh blood clinging to it, reflecting the firelight and continuously sliding down. With a creaking sound, the bloody door suddenly swung open, revealing 3 black high-backed chairs. They were not purely deep black, dark red colors permeated their patterns, as if interwoven with iron and blood. On the high-backed chair directly facing the door sat a man of normal size. 3 faces appeared on his head, all displaying strange smiles. Ariana's figure, clad in a simple linen robe, slowly appeared in front of Aaron, as if some barrier had emerged to block unseen pollution. Aaron was unaffected, and a gentle, warm smile also appeared on his face. He took out a crystal-like monocle from his clothes pocket, wiped its surface with his sleeve, and then slowly clipped it into his right eye socket. Aaron then looked at the red angel evil spirit, whose expression on the high-backed chair instantly changed, and his lips curved into a smile. "Found you." For a moment, the cold night became unusually scorching, as if invisible magma surged. However, all of this was quickly smoothed over by an invisible force. The red angel evil spirit scrutinized Aaron for a few moments, then spoke in a cold, deliberate tone. "You have a great talent for being a provoker." After satisfying his mischievous streak, Aaron quickly removed his monocle and hid behind Ariana. Ariana glanced at Aaron, who had an innocent expression, then looked at the red angel evil spirit, whose 3 faces had turned as dark as water, and spoke calmly. "Sauron, Einhorn, Medici." The 3 faces on the red angel evil spirit's face withdrew their stare from Aaron, and the middle face spoke. "I never expected that you, who were merely a demigod back then, would survive that great war and now achieve angelhood. TSK, how lucky you are. Unlike me, who was unlucky enough to be ambushed by that fellow tutor, and stuck here with these 2 idiots for thousands of years." The 2 faces on either side simultaneously spoke angrily. "Shut your mouth, Medici." Ignoring this strange and comical scene, Aaron poured his spirituality into the night mark. At the same time, the scarlet moon emblem worn on his chest lit up with a red glow, like a miniature red moon. Aaron's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a dense scarlet moonlight, and his spirituality continuously grew and became abundant. Aaron took out a faintly glowing, iron-black token with red rust attached to it in his left hand. This was the token originally bestowed by his ancestor, Varna. The Lord of Mysteries flashed several times in succession. With the frantic consumption of spirituality, Aaron attempted it again and again. In a spacious underground hall in Iruziel, the capital of the East Taker archipelago, walls were covered with rusty bronze swords, spears, and halberds, exuding a strong aura of iron and blood. A figure in classical full armor, with red hair and brown eyes, sat on a bronze chair deep within the hall. Those brown eyes, which seemed to flicker with flames and lightning, suddenly opened and looked in a certain direction. Suddenly, Aaron felt his arm sink, and a phantom figure appeared. It was the historical void image of Sequence 2 Weather Warlock, Varna Will. Summoning a historical void image could maximize the avoidance of the red angel evil spirit affecting the ancestor's state. As long as the summoning was terminated, there would be no problem. Moreover, 2 angels were enough to make the red angel evil spirit, who had status but no actual power, compromise. Aaron felt his spirituality gush out like a flood through an open sluice gate. Even with the replenishment from the scarlet moon, he could only maintain Varna's historical void image for 5 minutes without fighting. If he fought, it would be even shorter. The red angel evil spirit, who had been arguing, had all 3 faces simultaneously turned to stare fixedly at Aaron, sensing the aura of night emanating from Aaron and the figure in front of Aaron also emanating an angelic aura. Feeling the consumption of his spirituality, Aaron dared not delay and quickly spoke. "Gentlemen, how about a trade? I only want the red priest blasphemy card in your possession. In exchange, I can promise to free you from this prison 3 years from now." After being used by Tutor as material for achieving godhood, and still being able to transform into an evil spirit, maintaining self-awareness for 1,000 years without being discovered, Adam's hand was certainly involved in this. At the current stage, Aaron did not want to conflict with him. Not endangering the evil spirit's life and only taking a blasphemy card was itself a compromise and concession. As he spoke, Ariana withdrew her gaze from the historical void image and took a step forward. The entire underground hall seemed to be gradually enveloped in a layer of dark mist. Feeling the change in the surrounding environment, the face on the left was about to speak but was interrupted by Medici in the middle. "Heh, you want this? No problem, I can even give you a treasure for free. I wonder if you've heard of Binzi Town. If the weather warlock behind you wants to advance further, he can try his luck there." Saying this, the evil spirit chuckled, spreading his palm to reveal a normal-sized tarot card. On the tarot card was a male priest in a crimson robe, seated in a chariot. The priest's appearance was unmistakably Roselle Gustave. The starlight in the upper left corner condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Chapter 143, Red Angel, Evil Spirit. Looking at the Red Angel Evil Spirit with a wide smile, Aaron showed an interested expression on the surface and silently recited a line, but sneered inwardly. Bincy Town. There was indeed a secret corresponding to the Red Priest pathway there, but it was not a treasure. Especially for high-level existences of the Hunter pathway and Demoness pathway, it was a terrifying contamination. What a cunning hunter. Even in this state, he's still plotting conspiracies. However, there seems to be a descendant of Medici there, a Sequence 2 weather warlock, who is probably half-mad. An angel, and from the Hunter pathway at that. If I can acquire her beyond her characteristic, and with the subsequent World War, quickly complete the digestion and acting of the potion, the Jacob family might gain another angel. But that area belongs to the Church of Storms, which makes it a bit troublesome. As his thoughts raced, Aaron's expression returned to calm. He didn't speak again. The Red Angel Evil Spirit clicked his tongue and tossed out the Red Priest card in his hand. Worried that this schizophrenic lunatic would leave behind some tricks, Aaron didn't take it. The Blasphemy card instantly appeared in Ms. Ariana's hand and disappeared silently. Red Angel, Medici immediately scoffed, TSK, how timid. Aaron ignored his mockery and collected the 4 clusters of Beyonder characteristics that emitted intense, dazzling spiritual light. Then, he quickly gathered the other Beyonder characteristics scattered in the hall and placed them in a specially prepared container. Looking at the Red Angel Evil Spirit's gloomy face, Ms. Ariana and Aaron, who was carrying a bulging package, vanished from their original spot as if erased by an eraser. The stone door, which had originally disappeared and been filled with boulders and earth, reappeared, with patterns flashing across its surface, once again blocking the hall. Seeing the 2 uninvited guests disappear and everything return to calm, the 2 faces on either side of the Red Angel Evil Spirit spoke simultaneously. Medici, were you a woman in the past? You've thrown the angel's honor into the toilet. Medici wasn't angered. He chuckled deeply. You 2 must have been sealed silly, don't you understand that impatience spoils the great plan? You didn't hear him say we can break the seal in at most 3 years, and I have a premonition that in a while, the history of the 4th epoch will repeat itself. Seeing the other 2 faces remain silent and unresponsive, Medici's lips curved slightly, and he added with a smile. If you're really tired of being sealed, there's a way to solve it. As long as you let me recite the Lord's honored name, helpers will immediately arrive, and they might even help us solve the problem of maintaining our own existence. Sauron, the left face, sneered and said disdainfully. Bah, I'd rather die than believe in the true creator. Einhorn, the right face, simultaneously scoffed. Medici, have you sacrificed your brain to the true creator? We were already sealed, and after finally breaking some of it, Ms. Ariana just added another layer of seal. How are you going to break the seal and get help? Medici scoffed, slowly stood up from the high-back chair, and walked slowly towards the center of the 3 high-back chairs, saying as he walked. Look, you had to get to this point. If you had listened to me earlier, nothing would have happened. Sauron, the left face, sneered and said disdainfully. What's the use of listening to you? Weren't you, like us, made into a potion by a listitutor back then? Medici wasn't angered. His steps didn't stop, and he chuckled deeply. Heh, the reason I was captured back then was because I was dealing with you, you idiot. And it's not like I wasn't prepared, but my focus was mainly on the primordial Demoness. Who knew that a listitutor would suddenly go mad and actually try to jump pathways to become a Red Priest? As he spoke, a deeply hidden trace of anger flashed in Medici's eyes. He had already arrived at a central altar. In the center of the altar was a constantly beating heart, formed from blood, emitting waves of iron-blooded aura. Einhorn, the right face, immediately opened and closed his mouth. Medici, what do you want to do? Medici chuckled, his palm already extended, wanting to touch the heart. By using this heart, and us paying some price, we are fully capable of breaking the seal and transmitting messages. Einhorn, the right face, then angrily spoke. You lunatic, this is the foundation of our existence. Sauron, let's unite against him. Good. The Red Angel Evil Spirit's left mouth responded without hesitation. Medici, seeing this, laughed heartily. You 2 really fell for it. My plan has succeeded. So indecisive, so hesitant, I can confirm that you 2 were women before. Accompanied by the mockery, the Red Angel Evil Spirit's left and right mouth simultaneously roared. Shut up. Night enveloped the world, and a huge, sacred red moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the monastery with its numerous ancient buildings below. Aaron opened his eyes and found himself standing at the top of this monastery. As soon as he had collected all the Beyonder characteristics, he had cancelled the maintenance of the historical void image and no longer used the crimson eye. As he surveyed the grey world and the high-hanging red moon, Ms. Ariana, dressed in a simple linen robe, slowly appeared beside Aaron. Her dark eyes looked at Aaron and she spoke calmly. This is my secret world. Aaron nodded knowingly. After thinking for a moment, he still offered a simple explanation. During the fourth epoch, Medici, Sauron, and the two ancestors of the Einhorn family died during the Blood Emperor Listitutor's godhood ritual. After their deaths, their residual spirits and hateful intentions together formed that evil spirit. He didn't explain why he knew these things, nor why it was only a seal and not a direct obliteration of the evil spirit. MS. Ariana nodded calmly, and the red priest card, which she had completely purified, appeared before Aaron. Aaron's eyes lit up. He quickly put away the blasphemy card, coughed lightly, and continued. Respected Ms. Ariana, I have one more matter that requires your help. Backlund, in the sewers in the middle of Buckland Street. Hale Uire followed the rusty iron pipes and the slowly flowing sewage river to the end of a quieter, more eerie passage, where moss and dirty things covered the walls and ground. Hale Uire had just stopped, wanting to share her observations from the winter solstice day with her teacher, when she saw two figures appear out of thin air not far away. One of the figures was Lord Aaron, whom she had just seen that evening. A hint of panic flashed in Hale Uire's eyes. Instinctively, she poured all the spiritual power she controlled into the tinder necklace around her neck. 7 translucent emerald stones were strung on it, and one of them lit up, its emerald glow casting a somewhat eerie and sinister light on Hale Uire's beautiful face. The emerald green light was fleeting, like an illusion, as if nothing had happened. Before Hale Uire's confusion could fully rise, she saw another lady, dressed in a simple linen robe, slowly turn around. For some reason, just by seeing her, Hale Uire's heart became extremely peaceful and calm. She couldn't help but close her eyes, and all the chaotic thoughts that had arisen subsided. Unbeknownst to her, the entire underground passage was enveloped in a layer of dark mist. A clear, vivid red moon suddenly appeared in the underground pipe, and a voice filled with resentment and vigilance followed. Who? Accompanying this voice, a long spear, pure to the extreme, blazing white to the extreme, seemingly composed of pure sunlight, appeared out of thin air. It was the demigod-level ability, Spear of No Shadow, recorded by Aaron using the Lord of Mysteries. The place from which the voice came was instantly enveloped by a miniature sun, blazing white to the extreme, large enough to illuminate a city, and the figure of a large, bloody rat appeared. Accompanying the painful howl, one hole after another ripped open on the rat's body, and vaguely, one could see one illusory worm of time after another, with 7 or 8 segments, under its skin. The rat's crimson eyes stared fixedly at Aaron, but it seemed not to see Ms. Ariana and Hale Uire beside Aaron, as if the two were in two different worlds. Just as he was about to press the attack, Aaron's heart skipped a beat. The extra perception from the Beyonder level of Sequence 8 Sheriff and the imperative, Exile, from Sequence 6 Judge instantly disappeared, as if he had never possessed them. Despite being unaccustomed to this feeling, a smile still appeared on Aaron's face. For a severely wounded Marauder Pathway demigod, temporarily stealing 2 Beyonder abilities was the limit while maintaining control. And the misfortune provided by Ms. Ariana ensured that even if this Jacob family demigod successfully stole Beyonder abilities, they would be the ones least affecting the battle. The battle in the secret world would not destroy reality, and it was isolated from reality, so Aaron had no qualms and immediately uttered a name. Amon. Upon hearing this name, Flora Jacob, who had been somewhat hysterical, instantly stiffened and was, unluckily, stunned for a moment, as if caught in some terrifying memory. Aaron seized this gap. His right hand, which had been grabbing at something in the air since the beginning of the battle, suddenly sank, and the Lord of Mysteries flashed with a faint light. Joseph Will's historical void image, dressed in black with light golden eyes, appeared out of thin air beside Aaron. Theft is forbidden here. A majestic voice rang out, and an invisible wave spread outwards from the historical void image's feet. At the same time, the historical void image's left hand raised and formed a grasping motion, which was imprisonment from Sequence 4 Imperative Mage, essentially in sublimation and enhancement of imprisonment from Sequence 6 Judge, capable of restraining a target, making it difficult for even a spirit body to move. Flora Jacob had just emerged from shock and fear. She was already severely wounded and had to parasitize a rat, and after facing the attack of the Spear of No Shadow, she was already on the verge of collapse. Just as she was about to steal Aaron's impending action, causing him to briefly freeze, to find an opportunity to escape. Flora Jacob suddenly despaired to find that she could no longer use her abilities, and her weakened state also made her unable to move. Because her weakened spirit body was being attacked by spiritual penetration, personally cast by the historical void image, the chaotic thoughts made Flora Jacob only able to watch as another Spear of No Shadow magnified in her pupils. The Lord of Mysteries could record a maximum of 3 demigod abilities, and therefore, this was Aaron's last recorded demigod ability. And because the Spear of No Shadow currently had the strongest single target attack power, Aaron recorded it twice. No. Accompanying the soul-shaking shriek, a slightly illusory gray shadow escaped from the flames, but like a headless fly, it couldn't escape. Aaron exhaled silently and dispelled the maintained historical void image. Even though his face was a bit pale from the excessive consumption of spiritual power, it still couldn't hide his excitement. Even with the aid of a sealed artifact and some help from Ms. Ariana, and even though Flora Jacob was already severely wounded and in an extremely weakened state, this was Aaron's first true hunt of a demigod. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, Aaron looked at the clear, vivid red moon and said, "All right." Within the huge red moon, a black dot instantly stood out, descending from the sky. It was the Archbishop of the Church of the Night, the servant of concealment, Ms. Ariana, dressed in a simple long robe with a bark belt. In this secret world, this ascetic monk did not use any beyonder abilities. She simply floated in midair, casting her gaze upon the parasite spirit that was scurrying about. She gently raised her right hand, and the slightly blurred, bewildered, and resentful spirit of Flora Jacob, the Jacob family demigod, appeared in her hand. You may ask. Looking at Flora Jacob's spirit, Ms. Ariana turned to Aaron and spoke calmly. Aaron glanced around, not seeing Ms. Haluir's figure. As if seeing his thoughts, Ms. Ariana calmly explained. She will forget what happened recently. Next, she will join the Nighthawks team in Backlund. Aaron nodded, feeling a bit emotional. This could be considered the best choice. After all, as an extremely high-risk marauder pathway, staying in the Nighthawks team in Backlund could at least ensure some degree of safety. Ms. Haluir would most likely not have to experience the fear of being surrounded by omens. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron looked at the calm Ms. Ariana, cleared his throat, and asked Flora Jacob's already somewhat confused spirit. Where is the Jacob family treasure you previously explored? What steps are needed to open the treasure? The treasure is in the sewers at 116 William Street, at the end of the third passage after turning left. Accompanied by a hoarse, hollow voice, Flora Jacob's spirit showed clear signs of struggle, yet it returned to calm. The opening of the treasure requires the Jacob family bloodline and a token. Perhaps the successive severe injuries had caused irreversible damage to Flora Jacob's spirit body. Aaron only managed to get one address from Flora Jacob before she came to Backlund. It was where the remaining beyonder materials and sealed artifacts of her lineage were stored. As for what the token to open the Jacob family treasure was, no matter how he inquired, he couldn't get an accurate answer. Aaron's heart stirred, remembering the scene he had seen during his previous dream divination. He rummaged through the ashes. Finally, he found a badge the size of an eyeball, its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns of fate and concealment. Aaron, combining his inquiries to the spirit and the divination from the divination pendant, finally confirmed that the token was the badge of the Fate Hermits gathering. Chapter 144, Dividing the Spoils. Aaron held the badge, only the size of an eyeball, its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns of fate and concealment. Looking at Flora Jacob's increasingly ethereal soul, Aaron pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. How do I contact other Jacob family members? Flora Jacob had lost the ability to resist, responding blankly and muddle-headedly. To evade the blasphemers' search and prevent being wiped out, the various separated factions of the family stopped contacting each other. It wasn't until later that a group of beyonders from the Marauder pathway, calling themselves Hermits of Fate, formed a regular gathering for self-preservation and resistance. My ancestor from this lineage was one of the founders, which allowed us to re-establish contact with some other branches that joined later. But we all upheld our ancestral teachings, never gathering privately outside of the Hermits of Fate meetings, nor inquiring about each other's affairs. Aaron frowned upon hearing this. Without the Jacob family bloodline, it would likely be difficult to enter the treasure vault with just this badge. However, Aaron was not in a hurry. Amon was still lying in the treasure vault, and it was a trap Amon used to lure Palaz Zoroast. He even deceived himself for this, placing an item inside that could allow Sequence 2 Palaz Zoroast to instantly recover to his peak Sequence 1 state, just to make the trap more realistic. Aaron was different from Klein, there was no sequence conflict between him and Amon, and he didn't want to provoke such a big trouble so quickly. At the very least, he needed to wait until Aaron had the strength to face Amon independently. Exhaling softly, Aaron suppressed the greed in his heart, and looking at Miss Ariana, who stood quietly under the red moon, dressed in a simple linen robe, he spoke with a solemn tone. There are indeed very precious items in the Jacob family's treasure, but it is more of a trap targeting another Marauder pathway angel. There is an avatar of blasphemer Amon inside. This treasure involves too much and might affect the goddess's plans, so I want to wait a few years until I have enough strength before exploring it. Miss Ariana's eyes shifted slightly, and she re-examined Aaron from head to toe. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke calmly. All right, but during this period, I will secretly seal and guide that area, isolating any other possible explorations. That place is where the goddess's believers gather, one cannot be careless. Seeing Aaron nod, Ariana's palm clenched slightly, and with a crisp crack, the Flora Jacob soul in her hand shattered. The shattered stardust gathered under an invisible force, and in just a few seconds, it formed a bizarre crystalline object resembling an infant's hand. Tiny fingers spread out, and numerous worm of time, each with 7 or 8 segments, swam and meandered rapidly within, their skin color constantly changing due to the aggregation of light and shadow according to the environment. After being pulverized by an angel, this sequence 4 parasite beyonder characteristic became pure, without the lingering madness and despair of Flora Jacob's final moments. At the same time, 4 other clusters of beyonder characteristics, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations, emerged. 2 of them were close to dark gold in color, and 2 were deep blue like the sea, precisely the 4 demigod beyonder characteristics harvested from the Red Angel's underground ruins. Aaron had already divined that 2 of these beyonder characteristics were sequence 4 Earl of the Fallen, and the other 2 were sequence 4 Cataclysmic Interrer. Surprisingly, there were no Red Priest pathway beyonder characteristics among them, not even among the beyonder characteristics below demigod that Aaron had harvested. This could only indicate that the hunter pathway beyonder characteristics among them must have been absorbed by that Red Angel evil spirit, but such a harvest already satisfied Aaron greatly. Just thinking about having to give up at least half made Aaron's heart ache, but this was a necessary sacrifice. He was just relieved that Wei Ong Sai Ting hadn't made a move, otherwise, he would have even fewer spoils of war. Undergoing the same process, the 4 demigod beyonder characteristics were completely pulverized and then reformed by Miss Ariana, becoming pure and flawless. Before Aaron could speak, 3 beyonder characteristics, shining with intense spiritual light, flew towards him, one each of the parasite, Earl of the Fallen, and Cataclysmic Interrer beyonder characteristics. Meeting Aaron's slightly surprised and delighted gaze, Miss Ariana spoke calmly. When you reach the southern continent, cooperate with the head of the East Balam Diocese, I of the goddess Ilia, to jointly curb and combat the numinous episcopate's development. Is this a mission? Counting the time, Azek Eggers should have already arrived in Tingen. It seems this is to begin the planning for the artificial death. Aaron was slightly startled, then accepted, his thoughts immediately racing. He bowed to this servant of concealment, the dean of the Night Cathedral, to express his gratitude. As the red moonlight faded, Ariana's figure also vanished as if erased by an eraser. The previously dilapidated secret world had become ethereal and transparent, revealing the intact underground passage. Hazel was lying quietly on the ground, her expression serene, as if she had fallen into a sweet dream. Aaron's mouth twitched. He first temporarily placed the several demigod beyonder characteristics in a specially made box, and using the judge's ability, he cast the prohibition decree. This was to prevent the beyonder characteristics from fusing with items to form sealed artifacts before Aaron returned home and sacrificed them to the dark golden mist. With a slight spiritual movement, the night imprint on Aaron's wrist glowed faintly, and Aaron and the several demigod beyonder characteristics he carried entered a hidden state. He didn't want to run into some Earl of the Fallen or the Archbishop of the Church of Storms Baklund Diocese, Singer of God, Ace Snake, who might be out for a stroll at night, right after exiting the underground passage. And according to the beyonder characteristic aggregation principle, if not concealed and shielded, such a situation was not impossible. Aaron put on the death mask, picked up Hazel who was lying on the ground, and as his spirituality spread, a colorful oil painting immediately appeared. Using spirit world travel, Aaron returned Hazel to her room, then returned to his own bedroom. Without delay, Aaron immediately went to the partitioned room, skillfully set up the ritual, and sacrificed the divining pendant, several demigod beyonder characteristics, and the Hermit of Fate badge to the dark golden mist. His consciousness sank, and Aaron sat on the magnificent throne. With a slight spiritual movement, clusters of dark golden mist enveloped the group of brightly glowing beyonder characteristics, placing them together in the pile of miscellaneous items. The Earl of the Fallen beyonder characteristic. I can exchange it with Ancestor Valna when I return to Irussel. This way, the family can have another demigod, and I can gain the greatest benefit. As for this parasite beyonder characteristic, I can trade it with Palaz Zoroast. Anyway, using this thing carries the risk of being discovered by Amon, so it's better to sell it for a good price. I wonder if Palaz Zoroast is currently parasitic within Leonard Mitchell. As for this cataclysmic Interrer beyonder characteristic, Bonsi, the Church of Storms. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron silently calculated in his mind, then placed these sealed beyonder characteristics together in the pile of miscellaneous items. He then picked up the divining pendant, quietly suspended it over the Hermit of Fate badge, and performed a divination using the pendulum divination method. After receiving an oracle indicating no danger, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, left the dark golden mist, and returned to the partitioned room in the real world with the items. Sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, Aaron held the Hermit of Fate badge. As spirituality was infused, a layer of misty radiance bloomed on the badge's surface. They quickly condensed into an inconspicuous beam of light, shooting upwards into the air. Before long, a similar beam returned, dispersing into a palm-sized ethereal parchment, on which a line of words was written in ancient Fuzak. May 5, 1347, 9 p.m., Taysok River Estuary. Aaron released his hand, stopping the infusion of spirituality, and the parchment shattered and disappeared. Less than half a year left, Aaron rubbed his chin, looking at the red moon outside the window, lost in thought. December 31, 1346, afternoon, Earl Hall's luxurious villa in Empress Borough. The cold air was kept out by the windows and walls. Inside, it was warm as spring, and the fireplace was elegant. Audrey Hall was dressed in the latest gown conceived by fashion designer Madame Genya based on her recent physical and temperamental state, exuding grace and nobility with a hint of girlish playfulness. Aaron stood beside Audrey, leaning against the white gilded railing on the second floor, watching the servants come and go downstairs, bustling about. From the second half of the year to the new year, the nobles of the Loen Kingdom would, according to tradition, come to Backlund to participate in various banquets, balls, and salons, which were very important activities for them. Many matters would also be finalized within these few months, just like the resolution to abolish the Corn Laws earlier. As years passed, this tradition gradually acquired a fixed name, the Backlund social season. And according to the customs of the Loen Kingdom, nobles with fiefdoms would gradually leave Backlund a week after the new year and return to their territories to enjoy a pleasant country or castle life. They would only return to the capital in June to resume their daily social activities. Of course, influential nobles and great bankers like Earl Hall would certainly have to travel back and forth frequently to handle affairs. Earl Hall anticipated that after the new year, the proposal to establish the Kingdom Air Pollution Investigation Committee would formally pass in the House of Commons. And according to past practice, discussions and wrangling in the House of Lords would be very lengthy and not something that could be resolved in a short time. Therefore, to avoid wasting time and also to celebrate the victories of the past year, Earl Hall decided to take his family back to Eastchester County early to enjoy life. However, moving was not an easy task. Many things had to be organized in advance, with some servants sent ahead to the manor or castle. Only when everything was ready would the masters embark on their journey. Audrey smiled as she watched the busy servants downstairs, and spoke softly. Compared to the magnificent and expensive family castle, I still prefer the beautiful manor, and the scenery of the countryside. I already miss that kind of life. The various social events in Backlund inevitably make one feel constrained, and its air is indescribably bad. Looking at the interested Audrey, Aaron glanced around and then said with a smile. Then why don't we go for a walk in the suburbs and chat? Audrey's emerald eyes brightened slightly, and she nodded gently. And from the corner, a large golden retriever instantly rushed out. It was Susie, who had grown much larger, excitedly holding a small bag and wagging her tail, circling Aaron and Audrey. December 31st, Loen and Matport, a basement in the port area. Cold air filled the dark and damp basement. Triss, with a round face, wore a single garment, enduring the cold, and stood firmly before an altar. Unlike before, the naivety and fear on his face had faded, replaced by ruthlessness and cunning. A female figure, completely shrouded in a black robe, chuckled and spoke. Congratulations on passing our assessment. You are now qualified to officially join us. As long as you drink this potion and successfully become a Beyonder, you will instantly gain various powerful abilities and become an official member of our Theosophy Order. But if you don't endure, you will lose control and become a monster. At this point, the woman paused, her voice becoming somewhat strange. I forgot to tell you, its potion name is Assassin. Good luck. Looking at the viscous potion pushed in front of him, recalling his experiences during this time, and his tragic childhood under the gangsters. A hint of madness flashed in Triss's eyes. He grabbed the potion from the table and drank it in one gulp. In the corner of the basement, the figure of Black Saintess Mariska slowly emerged, a sapphire ring floating in her hand, as she quietly watched this scene with a smile. Backlund, on the outskirts of Empress Borough, within a spacious but audience-less racecourse. In Eastchester County, there's a village that worships dragons, and an ancient ballad circulates there. Aaron roughly recounted the ballad from memory. Monsters are in your dreams. Dragons are in your dreams. That imagined, floating great palace is also in your dreams. There, you will have everything, until you awaken. Under the shade of a tree, Audrey Hall, leading a reddish-brown pony, listened intently to Aaron's narration. She wore white trousers and knee-high black boots, with a simply decorated lady's shirt and a belted black jacket-style riding suit on her upper body. Coupled with a matching protective helmet, she appeared exceptionally dashing, with a beauty different from her usual self, while the golden retriever Susie obediently squatted at her feet, seemingly carrying a small leather bag. After Aaron finished recounting the strange legend of Eastchester County, Audrey slowly exhaled, her curiosity instantly satisfied, as she imagined the appearance of dragons in her mind. Looking at the dreamy-eyed Audrey, Aaron said with a mix of emotion and teasing. A beautiful lady riding a horse is a sight to behold, no matter what she does. Audrey was pulled back to her thoughts by the sudden compliment. Then, as if remembering something, she frowned slightly and spoke with some distress. When I arrive in Eastchester County and you arrive in the southern continent, how will we communicate? Telegrams are too short, and letters would take too long to arrive. Looking at Audrey, who had suddenly become a little dejected, Aaron smiled mysteriously, hinting. Haha, don't worry about that. Later, I'll teach you a mystical ritual that will make our communication convenient. Chapter 145 Dorian Gray Abraham. Aaron led Audrey to a lounge in the racecourse and took out herbal essential oils and candles from his bag. Looking at the excited Audrey, Aaron smiled and said, "This is a relatively simple ritual magic. It can summon a unique spirit, and my messenger." Spirit. Audrey chewed on the word, and her mind couldn't help but flash with the evil spirits described in folk legends and storybooks. Her expression froze slightly, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Looking at Audrey's expression, Aaron thought for a moment and explained in easy-to-understand terms, "My spirit is a spirit naturally born in the spirit world. It is inherently a spirit body, not an undead transformed from the death of living creatures. You don't have to be afraid." Audrey nodded, half understanding, and secretly decided that she must read more mysticism books in the future. Aaron, while arranging the candles, said, "You give it the written letter, and it will accurately deliver it to me. It's not as fast as a telegram, but faster than a steam train. If you finish it at noon, even if I'm still in the southern continent, I can receive it before that night. And this is not a one-way trip. It can also bring a reply to you, and I can also send letters to you through it. How convenient. I wonder what other magical effects other ritual magic have." Audrey watched Aaron place the candles, secretly memorizing the positions, while sighing inwardly and listening attentively, like a diligent student in class. Aaron chuckled softly, then pointed to the chain of emeralds Audrey was wearing. The characteristic of this kind of ritual magic is to pray to oneself, drawing power from one's own spirituality. It doesn't require a deity, so it's quite concealed, though its power is often not great. And the drawn spirituality can be replaced by the spirituality of the chain of emeralds itself. As long as you don't perform the ritual multiple times in a short period, it won't affect your state. As he spoke, Aaron lit the candles and took out a bottle of dark purple liquid. He opened the stopper and sprinkled a few drops into the golden candle flame. This is a hydrosol distilled and extracted from night-scented stock, deep sleep flower, and chamomile, called amantha, which means tranquility in Hermes. It's also a hydrosol we often use as followers of darkness when performing various rituals. It smells very good. As he spoke, the candlelight flickered a few times, and those few drops of hydrosol quickly evaporated, filling the room. A very familiar, clear, and charming scent entered Audrey's nose, relaxing her tension and quickly calming her mind, as if she were looking down at the darkness in the dead of night. Aaron placed all the other materials and then switched to ancient Hermes to say, I summon in my name. The spirit wandering in the void, the upper world creature driven by others, the messenger exclusive to Lucifer Joseph." Looking at the somewhat confused Audrey, Aaron repeated it in Loenese, then explained, "That's the incantation part. There are 3 sections in total. Lucifer Joseph is my alias, mainly to prevent others from locating me through the messenger." Audrey nodded and, with Aaron's help, repeated it several times, somewhat unskillfully. Seeing that she had generally grasped it, Aaron looked at Audrey and solemnly emphasized, "Remember, do not arbitrarily change the specific description of the summoned creature, as that can easily attract terrifying monsters." Okay. Audrey nodded obediently, her golden hair falling down and swaying with her movements. With Aaron's encouragement, Audrey rearranged the candles and other ritual materials. Immediately after, she dripped the night's kin, full moon essential oil, and amantha hydrosol onto them. With sizzling sounds, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and an invisible, subtle sensation surged. Audrey, with a mix of apprehension and excitement, softly chanted in the not-so-familiar ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. The spirit wandering in the void, the upper world creature driven by others, the messenger exclusive to Lucifer Joseph. Whoosh! The wind stirred up a humming sound, and the golden candle flame instantly took on a ghostly blue hue. Under its illumination, translucent ripples spread out from the center of the 3 candles. Suddenly, Audrey saw an eye, a round eye, an eye with clear black and white. That eye stared at her unblinkingly, with no head attached, and no corresponding body. The huge, black and white eye was translucent, quietly floating behind rich, vivid overlapping color blocks, showing neither hostility nor friendliness. It was Astolfo, the spirit world creature stored within the death mask. As Aaron gained more power and methods, he rarely used it. However, it had also gradually grown by continuously devouring other spirit bodies and had shown a desire for the prisoner pathway beyonder characteristic. The portion of beyonder characteristic extracted from Miam's left arm, harvested last time, roughly equivalent to a sequence 5 level, Aaron had fed to Astolfo. Perhaps it was because the beyonder characteristic hadn't been fully digested, or perhaps it was a transformation after this special spirit body grew to a certain extent. The originally somewhat illusory and shapeless spirit body had, to some extent, solidified into a physical entity after swallowing that beyonder characteristic. However, this did not affect its activities in the spirit world. Instead, it gained abilities far stronger than other spirit world creatures, perfectly meeting the requirements of a messenger. Although its current strength was not high, Aaron did not intend for it to participate in future battles that might involve demigods or even angels, it was only for delivering messages. If there were better options in the future, the messenger could be replaced. And the most suitable messenger in Aaron's mind was Elven Gallo, the Night Emperor's personal guard leader, an angel from the fourth epoch, who might be slumbering in the Ghost Empire. However, with Aaron's current strength, he couldn't open that treasure. He was beyond his reach and had to focus on the present. After communication, Aaron signed a messenger contract with Astolfo. Looking at Audrey, who was full of excitement from successfully completing the ritual magic, Aaron smiled and introduced, "This is my messenger. You can call it Astolfo." Saying that, Aaron demonstrated. He handed over a letter he had prepared earlier and placed it in the center of the ritual magic. Behind the rich, vivid overlapping color blocks, the huge, black and white eye suddenly turned pure black, like the abyss, directly swallowing the letter. Then it turned pure white again, ripples spread, and a letter emerged from it, flying back into Aaron's hand. Astolfo's huge, black and white eye stared blankly at Aaron, as if it didn't quite understand why it needed to be summoned for such a simple delivery. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island, Royal Navy Base. A group of military officers from MI9, who had just passed the new year and were about to be transferred to the southern continent, stepped down from their carriages in neat military uniforms, chests adorned with badges, and heads held high. Glenn Wall was among them. He did not return to Dongtak County with Aaron but took an airship directly to the southern continent. As the assistant to Lord Aaron, the new deputy director of MI9 Southern Continent Branch, Glenn Wall also received a warm welcome from the surrounding military officers. Although unaccustomed to such occasions, Glenn Wall patiently socialized until everyone's attention was drawn to a site not far away. In the nearby military port, thousands of workers were hammering away at a majestic giant ship that gleamed with metallic light. It was still far from completion, but its general outline could already be seen. It had no sails, only a lookout tower, and gained 2 towering chimneys and 2 open-air turrets, one at the front and one at the back. It was so magnificent, so enormous, that the sailing battleships docked nearby looked like newborn dwarves clustered around a giant. Storms above, could this be the Navy's latest equipment? "Oh, my lord, it's incredible!" Exclamations mingled softly. Glenn Wall, standing at the front of the officers' ranks, looked solemn, carefully memorizing every visible detail of the behemoth. He planned to report everything he saw to his grandfather, Joseph Wall, once he arrived in the southern continent. He had heard in Backlund that the Loen military was developing a new type of weapon, and the Dongtak family, which had significant influence in the Navy, had been rudely and unreasonably removed from the research team by the king. Glenn Wall had initially not cared. As a Beyonder who had already reached the mid-sequence, although he wasn't very clear about the fighting methods of high-sequence powerhouses, he knew very well that those terrifying demigod existences could not be dealt with by 1 or 2 weapons. It wasn't until he saw this behemoth that he couldn't help but doubt his previous judgment. After an unknown period, a black speck in midair grew from small to large, gradually occupying a third of the sky, once again attracting everyone's attention and making the atmosphere suddenly solemn. This was a colossal object floating and flying in midair. It had extremely smooth and graceful lines, painted entirely in dark blue. A sturdy yet lightweight alloy frame supported the cotton fabric containing hydrogen balloons. Below, suspended compartments housed machine gun ports, bomb bays, and flat-firing cannon ports. The exaggerated hum of the high-fuel steam engine and the frantic rotation of the tail propellers formed a breathtaking symphony. The airship that would take them to the southern continent had arrived, carrying an air of majestic authority, looking down on everything. A vertically downward, sword of judgment, emblem with a ruby crown as its hilt reflected the sunlight on both sides of the compartment. This was a symbol of the Augustus family, a legacy traceable back to the previous epoch. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street, Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. Dorian Gray slowly sat down, his face weary. He was of medium build but had exaggerated arms, and his hair was meticulously combed, in stark contrast to the bird's nest hairstyles of most people in the association. Ignoring the tea, pastries, newspapers, and magazines on the table, Dorian Gray frowned in thought. After an unknown period, accompanied by a muffled sigh, Dorian Gray stood up and drew the curtains, plunging the office into dimness. He walked around the room once, confirming the environment, then Dorian Gray lit a candle mixed with crimson sandalwood. Amidst the flickering yellow light, he walked to the front of the candle and took out 2 bottles of watercolored essential oil and some common herbal powders. After completing the initial part of the ritual, Dorian stepped back, his expression serious, and switched to ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. The peculiar spirit body roaming the upper world, the void creature that loves music, Dorian Gray Abraham's contracted partner. Whoosh! A sudden wind swept through the living room, carrying a weeping tremor. The swaying candlelight was instantly dyed a ghostly blue hue. Rings of light rapidly spread out, seemingly forming a door beyond normal conception. A semi-illusory, semi-real spherical object flew out from the bottom of the light ring. It was milky white all over, with no eyes, nose, arms, or legs, only a slit on its surface that looked like a mouth. Dorian opened his mouth and softly hummed a folk-style lullaby. The sphere immediately swayed from side to side, looking extremely content. After humming a song, Dorian reached out his hand. "Marmoth, give me the inherited Eye of Arcana that I previously deposited with you." The sphere bounced up and down, its body suddenly swelling, its mouth opening wide. Then, it spat out a strangely glowing crystal ball, as if formed by countless insects clinging together. Under the candlelight, the crystal ball floated with dazzling waves. Dorian caught the Eye of Arcana, interrupted the summoning, and ended the ritual. He held the Eye of Arcana in his left hand, while his right palm cut a bloodied opening and lightly touched the top, stroking it back and forth, muttering continuously, like a whisper. Accompanying the murmurs, the blood gradually integrated into the Eye of Arcana. The glittering points within the crystal ball grew brighter and clearer, as if the night cosmos had cast its reflection. And those stars, often used to determine the course of fate and life's trajectory, appeared one after another, forming a three-dimensional astrolabe, interspersed with many spirit world revelations that seemed to be symbolic. Dorian Gray's face remained pale, his shoulders trembling slightly as he finally stopped, burying his head in scrutiny. A moment later, a low, hoarse voice sounded. "Why is there still no revelation? Where is the future of the Abraham family? It's clearly recorded in the family's ancient texts that Veneton, one of the seven lights of the spirit world, the yellow light, once prophesied that the Abraham family's curse would be lifted by an apprentice who received help from a hidden existence. When will this prophecy, passed down by word of mouth and even recorded in spirit world observations, finally come true?" The light of the crystal ball gradually dimmed, and Dorian stood up, feeling a mix of confusion and urgency, his blue eyes even revealing a hint of despair. In the past year, the frequency of full moons had inexplicably increased significantly, far exceeding previous years, and most were blood moon nights, an enhanced version of the full moon. Having become a Sequence 7 astrologer, he was more strongly affected by the full moon's ravings. Every time the full moon's ravings came, Dorian Gray felt it was difficult to endure and that he might not live to see the day the Abraham family's curse was lifted. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps his faith was strong enough, but Dorian Gray endured each time. However, a significant portion of other family members with whom he could originally correspond by letter were now unreachable. And after the drastic change when the traveler booties betrayed the Aurora Order, almost all the upper echelons of the entire Abraham family were wiped out, leaving only scattered branches in various places. There wasn't even a decent powerhouse, let alone someone who could roam the spirit world like the Abraham family's traveler ancestor and seek answers from the yellow light Veneton. Chapter 146, Leaving and Trading. Beckland's steam train station, the setting sun was gradually replaced by night. Aaron stood in front of his exclusive carriage, bidding farewell to Earl Hall and his family who were outside on the platform. Evelyn lay lazily on Aaron's shoulder, her fluffy tail sweeping casually, but everyone around seemed to ignore her, as if deliberately overlooking her. Audrey waved her hand reluctantly, then mumbled for a while before whispering. "Remember to write to me. Let me know you're safe when you reach the South Continent." I'll write to you too and share my holiday with you." Susie, the golden retriever dog crouching at her feet, let out a bark, her big eyes blinking as she stared at Aaron's shoulder, a human-like puzzlement in her gaze. Aaron smiled and nodded, gently hugged Audrey, then stroked Susie's head and said with a smile. "Susie, you must listen to Audrey, okay?" Looking at the golden retriever's obedient appearance, Aaron couldn't help but glance at Evelyn on his shoulder. Having fully digested the Sequence 8 telepathist potion, Evelyn keenly noticed Aaron's gaze, meowed, and said lazily. "I'm just a cat, you know. Also, when are you giving me the Sequence 7 potion? I've been waiting for ages." Aaron rolled his eyes. Where did she learn such a self-righteous tone? After some thought, he replied. "We'll talk about it when we get to Iruziel. You'll have to perform well in the South Continent after that." Because of the psychological invisibility cast with the help of the hypnotic necklace, only Aaron and Evelyn could hear these words. After reiterating matters to the butler remaining in Backlund, Aaron turned and boarded the steam train, preparing to leave Backlund and return to Iruziel, the capital of East Turok County. Whoosh! The sound of the whistle echoed in every corner of the platform, and the huge, monster-like steam train engine, dragging more than a dozen carriages, slowly started. As the layers of magnificent palaces and tall Gothic clock towers in the distance disappeared from view, the steam train finally left Backlund, which was known as the City of 10,000 Capitals and the Land of Hope. Looking at Backlund, which was half normal and half shrouded in a light yellow mist, Aaron's lips curved into a smile, and he murmured to himself. "I'll be back. It won't be long." As color blocks overlapped and a seemingly static, oil-painting world emerged, Aaron and Evelyn on his shoulder vanished in an instant. As the heir of the East Taker family, Aaron was not suitable to leave quietly. At the very least, he needed to inform someone of his departure. After a high-profile departure from Backlund, he chose the fastest method, directly teleporting back to Irizil via the spirit world. Outside Port Pritz, north of the Violent Sea. Under the moonlight at night, the sea was deep blue, almost black. Alger Wilson stood at the bow, looking at the quietly sprawling outline of Paso Island. This was the headquarters of the Church of Storms, a place blessed by the true God. As a low-ranking member of the church, Alger remembered having only visited once. That was a long time ago, when he, a mixed blood with dark blue hair, was selected to join the headquarters as a member of the children's choir. But having no talent for singing, he was soon sent away, returning to the small chapel on his birth island to serve as a servant with Kalangos, where the pastor was very brutal to his subordinates. Whenever he recalled this experience, Alger's expression would become quite solemn, longing to reach a higher position. Amidst the sound of the wind, the three-masted sailboat moved silently, sailing into the harbor. Alger took off the cloth strip wrapped around his head, and the illusory scales beneath his skin emerged. He pushed off from the side of the ship with his feet, leaping directly from the vessel and landing steadily on the dock. A man with soft yellow hair, dressed in a lightning-patterned robe, had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Alger Wilson opposite him, he smiled, raised his right hand, and clenched his fist, striking his left chest, saying, "The storm be with you." "The storm be with you," Alger Wilson replied with the same gesture, smiling. Then, the man dressed as a clergyman introduced himself. "My name is Sains. I used to be a pastor, and recently I applied to leave the clergy system to seek meritorious service on the sea. For the next period, we should be partners. Please take care of me. I will take you to this debriefing." Inside the Thunder Cathedral, the dome was vast, arches connected, and murals covered the walls without a single blank space, predominantly in gold and blue, making anyone walking inside instinctively feel sacred and solemn, involuntarily lowering their heads. Alger Wilson, like the surrounding sailors, kept his head down, looking at the ground, slowing his steps, and not even daring to breathe audibly. In the quiet atmosphere, they were led by the pastor to the back of the cathedral. Then, guided by a servant, Alger Wilson entered a room with a long table and was questioned by 3 Punisher deacons. Among these 3 deacons, only one had dark blue hair, as this was not a guaranteed change after consuming a seafarer pathway potion. However, this trait would be inherited quite stubbornly, much like the elf race, which originally had more black hair than blue, but in modern times, most mixed bloods with elf ancestry have blue hair. Alger sat at the lower end of the long table and answered the deacons' questions in an orderly manner, detailing what he had done on the sea during this period, what he planned to do, what he had succeeded in, and what he had failed in. This would then be compared with the accounts of other crew members to prevent anyone from lying. Towards the end of the debriefing, the dark blue-haired deacon looked at Alger and asked in a thick voice, "Alger, do you know Hurricane Admiral Kalangos?" Alger's heart tightened, and he thought, as expected. He had already suspected this when he received the debriefing order. He dared not conceal anything and immediately recounted his experience of growing up with Kalangos in the small chapel on the island and serving as a servant together. This was no secret, it could be found out if anyone bothered to investigate, so there was no need to hide it. Another deacon sitting to the side seemed impatient, interrupting abruptly and asking directly, "Then do you know if Kalangos had any abnormalities when he was still on the small island? Or did he come into contact with any strange organizations when he was weak?" Alger shook his head. Keep calm, but he had some guesses in his heart. The 3 deacons exchanged glances, and the one who had remained silent cleared his throat and slowly said, "Alger, your performance has been consistently good, so the church has decided to assign you a partner to carry out a mission together in the Sonia Sea. Before the next debriefing, if your performance is good, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to a seafarer." A look of surprise immediately appeared on Alger's rugged and deeply etched face, while a cold sneer rose in his heart. "Partner? I think it's surveillance." Then, with a solemn and proud expression, he replied, "The sea belongs to the storm, this is the Lord's kingdom. I am willing to follow the Lord's will and patrol this kingdom for him." "Very good." The dark blue-haired deacon nodded with satisfaction, clenching his fist and striking his chest, saying, "The storm be with you." "The storm be with you," Alger replied with a standard salute. Leaving the interrogation room and returning to his own room, Alger stood by the window, looking at the surging sea, lost in thought. There were countless folk of rage within the Church of Storms, and their vast numbers made promotion difficult. Many struggled for 7 or 8 years without getting a chance to advance. Alger did not believe that he, a mixed blood who had risen step by step from a servant, would receive any special treatment. He felt fortunate to experience less discrimination, thanking himself for his adeptness in handling people. Moreover, within the church, for members like them who drifted on the ocean, out of the Church of Storm's sight, sequence promotions were directly given as potions. There was no prior understanding of the formula or preparing oneself. If Alger wanted to gain an advantage in the fierce competition, he could only accumulate enough meritorious deeds. During this process, he had to constantly drift on the ocean, not join the Punisher team with its complex interpersonal relationships, and try his best to stay out of the Church of Storm's sight to avoid exposing his secrets. Once I have the opportunity to advance to Sequence 5 and gain enough strength, I will be able to secretly return there. Alger subconsciously looked to his right. His gaze seemed to penetrate the vast ocean, landing on an ancient and secluded island. South Continent, Caesarport, a basement in the East Borough, candlelight flickered. A man in his 40s sat on a single sofa, with a high nose bridge, nearly blue eyes, soft facial features, thick, slightly curly black hair, and a skin tone that was neither dark nor fair, seemingly a mix of Loen and Byram ancestry. This was Enzo, the winner, who had defected from the life school of thought under the Rose school of thought's instigation. Moreover, he was not one of those beyonder who could become a vampire through the apothecary pathway, nor did he worship the primordial moon. He simply no longer wanted to accept the various rules set by his teacher and his teacher's teacher, hoping to live a life as he pleased, and wishing to fully utilize his advantages as a winner. This mindset made him highly approve of the Rose school of thought's indulgent philosophy. It didn't take long for him to officially join them, indulging in all sorts of desires. This time, he represented the Rose school of thought to contact the sleeping faction of the numinous episcopate here in Caesarport to discuss the possibility of cooperation on several matters. As a Sequence 5 winner of the monster pathway, his intuition and foresight had reached a very strong level. He glanced around and chuckled, then said in Dutton language, "Anthony since you're here, let's sit down and talk. We've come with great sincerity this time." Whoosh! Just then, a chilly wind blew without warning, and the dim yellow candlelight suddenly turned eerie green. Behind the candlestick, a face abruptly protruded from the wall opposite Enzo, the winner, a translucent face with no eyes, no nose, only a mouth. "Enzo. Are you representing the Rose school of thought or the Life school of thought?" The face opened and closed its mouth, speaking slowly. Its voice was ethereal and piercing, with strange syllables, but it could not conceal the mockery in its tone. As the numinous episcopate's person in charge of Caesarport, Anthony although he also disliked the Life school of thought, he despised traitors even more. On the other hand, he was only a Sequence 6 spirit guide, and his strength often depended on which deceased and natural spirits he could find and command. Without understanding the other party's intentions, facing a Sequence 5 powerhouse, Anthony still chose to communicate with Enzo through a controlled spirit, his true body not appearing. Enzo looked at the translucent face on the wall that had only a mouth, not caring about the other party's mocking tone, and said with a chuckle, "Of course, it's the Rose school of thought. That's where I belong." Enzo said, and without waiting for Anthony to respond, he took out a strangely shaped box from his pocket and opened it. A black-based, multicolored door-shaped crystal lay quietly inside. Hoo-hoo. A rapid gasping sound arose, and the translucent face twisted its form accordingly. Enzo watched with a chuckle, saying nothing. A moment later, the translucent face, without eyes, nose, or ears, suddenly laughed aloud. "Tell me, what does your Rose school of thought want to do? I didn't complete your last mission. You're not planning to give me the Sequence 5 gatekeeper beyonder characteristic, are you?" Enzo smiled and shook his head, putting away the box, and said indifferently, "Of course not. I was ordered by Lord Calaman to specifically come and cooperate with you. As far as I know, you've been a spirit guide for many years and have been waiting for a chance to advance. Your Royalist and Death factions within the numinous episcopate occupy almost all the resources. Your sleeping faction is so weak, are you content with that? Enough." The translucent face suddenly roared, "If you only came here to say these things, I don't think there's any need to continue the discussion." Enzo's expression was calm. He leaned back on the sofa, not at all anxious, and slowly began. "Of course not. Lord Calaman wants to welcome back an old friend, but his current state is very poor, he has become a wraith. Therefore, Lord Calaman has made a promise, as long as you are willing to help us, we can advance the payment and help you complete the ritual to assist you in advancing to a gatekeeper." Inside a house in the dock district, Anthony dressed in a black robe, heard all the conversations through the spirit he controlled. Although he was only at Sequence 6 strength, he could already be considered a quasi-high-level figure within the numinous episcopate's relatively weak sleeping faction, which had only one saint. Because of this, he gained the saint's attention and learned much more profound mystical knowledge. He knew that most wraiths were products of high-sequence powerhouses after death, and a small number were resentment that had broken through their own limitations through various opportunities. And a wraith that could be called an old friend by the shaman King Calaman must certainly be the former situation. Wraiths would gradually weaken and eventually dissipate over time, but they could assimilate the area where they were born, allowing the spirit world and even the underworld to merge with it, drawing power from it to maintain existence and form a territory. They could not leave their territory until they accumulated enough power and their form of existence changed, but there was a simpler way. By possessing a Death Pathway Sequence 5 gatekeeper, they could leave their territory by utilizing the small underworld within the gatekeeper's body. Anthony narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the table, and then manipulated the spirit to ask. "Heh, I'm not completely ignorant either. I also know the use of a gatekeeper for a wraith. Do you think I'm stupid enough to carry an unknown bomb on me?" Moreover, if I remember correctly, Hell Admiral Ludwell, who also has some connection with your Rose School of Thought, is a gatekeeper. Why do you bother coming all this way to find me? Chapter 147 Angels in the Spirit World. Enzo raised his eyebrows, a flicker of surprise on his face, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. That's right, Lord Calaman's intention is to hope that after you become a gatekeeper, you will provide a temporary dwelling place for that evil spirit. And presumably, you also know that evil spirits can strengthen their power by devouring souls, and obtaining beyonder characteristics of sufficient sequence from their original pathway can make them special spirit world creatures. By then, he will no longer need to reside within your body. You only need to be a vessel for a period of time to successfully advance to Sequence 5 and gain Lord Calaman's friendship. Looking at the translucent face on the opposite wall, which had no eyes or nose, only a mouth, Enzo added in an unnatural tone. As for Hell Admiral Ludwell, he is indeed an option, but not the best one. If there's an opportunity, we'd prefer to cooperate with you. I can also tell you clearly that I only represent Lord Calaman. This can be considered a private cooperation, do you understand? Only representing Calaman. This. The translucent face immediately fell silent. Amidst the flickering dark green candlelight, the basement was enveloped in a strange atmosphere. Still receiving no response, Enzo maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly he was somewhat agitated. As a new member of the Rose School of Thought who had defected from the Life School of Thought, he was neither a beyonder of the apothecary pathway who could become a vampire, nor did he worship the primordial moon. He merely strongly agreed with the Rose School of Thought's indulgent philosophy. Such a heretic and defector as he was quickly marginalized after joining the Rose School of Thought. If it weren't for his Sequence 5 strength and the crucial intelligence he provided during the encirclement of the Life School of Thought, he would probably have been sent to some forgotten corner long ago. Originally, this was nothing, not being taken seriously didn't matter, as he simply didn't want to abide by the various rules of the Life School of Thought anymore and just wished to live a life as he pleased. However, ever since he learned that the last encirclement of the Life School of Thought had failed for some reason, and Richard, the counselor of the Fate Council, had successfully escaped and was currently nowhere to be found, things changed. That was a Sequence 4 Misfortune Mage. If he encountered other Sequence 4 demigods, Enzo might have a chance to escape, but if he encountered a Misfortune Mage of the same sequence, he would undoubtedly die. Quickly realizing this, Enzo, who had originally planned to just let things be, swiftly began to try to curry favor within the Rose School of Thought, but made no progress. In desperation, Enzo had no choice but to seek refuge with Shaman King Calaman, who was also marginalized, hoping to gain his protection. With a Sequence 5 powerhouse coming to seek refuge, Calaman was naturally happy to accept, especially since his own days hadn't been easy lately. A crucial sealed artifact of the Rose School of Thought was lost, another important sealed artifact was damaged, Sequence 3 Moms was severely injured, and the mission to capture important members of the Life School of Thought failed. Among these incidents, only the last one concerned him, the other matters, in fact, all problems, could be attributed to Moms. However, as a student of the Abomination, SUA, a descendant of the Pharaoh, and one of the leaders of the Highland Resistance, no one in the Rose School of Thought dared to truly do anything to Moms. But Calaman did not have these resounding identities to protect him. When he was held accountable, some people wanted their subordinates to advance further, coveted his beyonder characteristic, and even proposed executing Calaman as a warning to others. Although this punishment was not adopted, Calaman had already keenly sensed the crisis. After all, he had joined the Rose School of Thought because he had received a gift from the primordial moon, and yearned for a longer lifespan. Feeling deeply isolated, Calaman decided to find a helper for himself. As a demigod who had lived for a long time, he had an excellent candidate in mind, Alsarthazegers, a Sequence 3 ferryman of the death pathway who had fallen at the end of the fourth epoch during the Pale Calamity. That was a true divine descendant. In terms of identity alone, he was far more distinguished than Sia Palanque Eggs, who called herself the Pale Empress and currently led the royalist faction of the Numinous Episcopate. However, considering that cooperating with the royalist faction, which did not lack angels and demigods, was almost like playing with fire, and also considering the attitude and potential reactions of the Pale Empress, Calaman ultimately chose to cooperate with the declining sleeping faction. Even if something went wrong, the other party only had one demigod. Thump thump thump. Enzo lightly tapped the table. After the translucent face slowly turned back, he spoke in a low voice. You can consider it carefully, and you can also ask for the opinion of the saint behind you, but you must give me a reply within 1 month at most. This is also the deadline given by Lord Calaman. I hope you cherish this opportunity. Even though there is no distinction between far and near, high and low, up and down, left and right in the spirit world, and positions and distances are very chaotic, it still takes a considerable amount of time to travel from Baklun to Irozil. To prevent unnecessary trouble caused by the beyonder characteristic convergence law, Aaron sacrificed the Red Priest card and the Lord of Mysteries to the Dark Golden Mist before entering the spirit world. Evelyn, on Aaron's shoulder, widened her eyes, looking at the surrounding space filled with indescribably shaped ethereal transparent entities. All colors became vivid and distinct yet overlapped, while a hazy mist permeated and enveloped everything, fading into nothingness. And in the depths, high in the sky, 7 clear, luminous glows of different colors slowly glided. They seemed to possess life, containing endless knowledge. This was the spirit world, completely overlapping with reality, omnipresent. Although it wasn't the first time she had undergone spirit world transmission with Aaron, previous spirit world transmissions had always been within Backlund, basically completing the transmission in an instant. So, this could be considered Evelyn's first serious observation of the spirit world. Her curiosity exploded, instantly throwing the sequence 7 potion matter to the back of her mind, and she chattered away, asking about everything. Aaron patiently explained to her, but his hands didn't stop. His spirituality poured into the night mark on his wrist, and a layer of gloomy mist quickly covered both him and the cat, entering a semi-concealed state, erasing their traces. The existence of the spirit world is quite marvelous, it completely overlaps with the real world, entirely so, allowing everyone to receive revelations from the spirit world at any time. However, the spirit world has no up, down, left, or right, and past, future, and present can all converge here, like a bizarre ocean formed by the aggregation and compression of countless knowledge, countless information, and countless ethereal spirits, completely different from the world in normal concepts and logic. Therefore, appearing in the spirit world, a place filled with various information and revelations, will inevitably leave many clues, with the possibility of being divined at any time. So, whenever he uses spirit world transmission, Aaron habitually erases his traces and conceals his whereabouts. However, in the spirit world, if there is no positioning, it is easy to get completely lost and never be able to get out. Moreover, Aaron is not a beyonder of the death pathway who can shuttle through the spirit world. He relies on beyonder items, and his means of discerning direction in the spirit world are very limited. Except for places he has already visited and knows the corresponding spirit world coordinates for direct transmission, many unfamiliar places require the aid of the divination pendant for divination to assist in identifying the location. But Aaron now has a simpler method, which is to let the messenger lead the way. Aaron had previously sent letters to his father, Duke of East Turok Gusmanwil, in Iruzil using a messenger, so Astarolfo knew the corresponding spirit world coordinates. The surrounding colors instantly thickened and overlapped. A perfectly round, black and white eye appeared, which was Aaron's current messenger, Astarolfo. The huge, distinct black and white eye was translucent, silently floating amidst the rich, vivid, overlapping color blocks, looking around but not finding Aaron's figure. It let out a questioning low hum, but still followed the command Aaron had given it before entering the spirit world, flying towards the area in the spirit world corresponding to Iruzil. Astarolfo floated forward, neither fast nor slow, while Aaron and Evelyn, in a semi-concealed state, followed it, flying through the spirit world, which was both real and illusory, strange and mysterious. Aaron chased Astarolfo, which occasionally flew up and down, shuttling through distinct and overlapping colors, passing by numerous indescribable, half-hidden spirit world creatures, making it difficult to know how far their destination still was. During this time, Aaron educated Evelyn about the contents recorded by the ancestor of the Abraham family in spirit world sightings. Try not to make eye contact with any spirit world creature for more than 3 seconds. This is considered a provocative act, unless they have expressed a desire to communicate. Also, do not appear fearful or nervous, this will increase the predatory urges of certain predators. Looking at Evelyn, who had suddenly become eager to learn, Aaron suddenly remembered that the emerald necklace he had given Audrey also had the ability to transmit through the spirit world. Next time I write a letter, I should also tell her about the precautions for the spirit world, just in case. Aaron continued to follow Astarolfo, who was flying ahead, neither fast nor slow. After all, in essence, the spirit world is a very dangerous place, and one might encounter terrifying demigod-level existences if they are not careful. Aaron continued to shuttle. The 7 clear rays of light, which could indicate location, remained high up, covering the sky, but they could often be seen below, to the sides, and in front or behind him. As he floated along, Aaron saw Astarolfo in front suddenly contract and become transparent, completely losing its aura, as if it were avoiding some terrifying thing. If not for the special connection between him and his messenger, Aaron would have thought it had vanished into thin air. Just as he was surprised that his messenger had such an ability, Aaron's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he abruptly dodged to the side. A flash of yellowish-green swept past his eyes, and a foot so large it could flatten him landed, stepping into the red and blue interwoven color blocks. Above that foot was a festering long leg oozing yellowish-green liquid, exceeding 3 meters in overall length. Further up was a massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages. Amidst the almost solidifying aura, those 2 legs, dripping with yellowish-green pus, alternately lifted, carrying an indistinct body, quickly moving away and disappearing into the depths of the spirit world. Aaron hid in the distance, feeling the soul-shaking pressure, not daring to make a sound. Having already seen several angels, he silently exclaimed in his heart. An angel, this is actually an angel. After a long while, Aaron finally confirmed it was safe. While comforting the bristling Evelyn on his shoulder, he thought with a grimace. I always feel like it's searching for something. The state of this angel is also a bit strange, but it should still be considered within the scope of spirit world creatures. It's just that its consciousness seems to be unclear. Fortunately, it didn't discover me, otherwise, it would have been a big deal today. Oozing pus all over, wrapped in bandages, could it be the reassembled body of a fallen angel from an exotic pathway in some epoch in the spirit world? But why would it be in this state? Aaron shook his head, no longer pondering, merely making a mental note of the question. Looking around, Aaron had frantically dodged earlier to avoid that existence, and now he couldn't quite discern where in the spirit world he had wandered. However, relying on the divination pendant and the connection with his messenger, Aaron only took a short while to find Astolfo. It was just that the messenger's state was a bit strange. For some reason, its originally translucent large eye had shrunk and solidified considerably, and some discontinuous patterns had appeared on its body, seemingly trying to connect and form something. Aaron watched for a while. Because the patterns were discontinuous, he couldn't guess what they represented, but he had a premonition that once Astolfo successfully digested the sequence 5 characteristic, the patterns would completely connect. Aaron, having gained an unexpected pleasant surprise, felt much better. He dared not linger, fearing he might encounter something else. Perhaps his previous bad luck had run out, as there were no further incidents during the rest of the journey. Following Astolfo to a certain area of the spirit world, Aaron secretly noted the location information, then revealed his figure. There was no other way. Duke of East Turok Gusmanwil must have written to Aaron in his study, so this critical coordinate also corresponded to the study. To prevent unnecessary misunderstandings, like being hit hard by his old father as soon as he got home, after all, the fluctuations of a beyonder using spirit world travel are different from those of a messenger delivering a letter, and his father, being a demigod, would certainly be able to distinguish them. Aaron took out the token of identity given to him by Varnawil, infused it with spirituality to activate it, and displayed his aura. Backlund, Iruziel West District, East Turok Duke's Manor. On the desk in the study on the first floor were several newspapers with slightly wrinkled edges, clearly the result of frequent reading. Lord Aaron assists police in solving murder case. East Tack Bicycle Company established, Lord Aaron attends ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lord Aaron foils Kapil's conspiracy, saves numerous innocent civilians. Lord Aaron awarded by the King. Lord Aaron's proposal to establish the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee passes in the House of Commons. Duke of East Turok Gusmanwil, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, flipped through the newspapers on the desk. The usual seriousness on his face was gone, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he looked up and towards the corner of the study, his brows slightly furrowed, and a pale white flame spear appeared out of thin air. Then, as if sensing some aura, a hint of surprise and unexpectedness flashed in Gusmanwil's eyes. He then thought of something and dispersed the flame spear in his hand. Without any visible movement from him, the newspapers on the desk folded themselves, jumped into an open cabinet, and as the cabinet closed, Gusmanwil leaned back in his chair, his face returning to a serious expression. In the corner of the study, that area suddenly became intensely colored. Aaron, with a white cat perched on his shoulder, holding a dark gold token, stepped out of the spirit world with a chuckle. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Aaron took a deep breath and said to Gusmanwil behind the desk, his tone quite complex. Father, I'm back. Chapter 148 Conversation and Warning. Gusmanwil's stern face softened slightly, then he lightly coughed, as the future heir of my East Taker family, you must have a calm mind. Come and sit. Aaron nodded, straightened his clothes, and walked to the desk. He took Evelyn off his shoulder and placed her in front of Gusmanwil, introducing her with a smile. Father, this is Evelyn, my beyonder pet. Mother and younger sister should have told you about her when they returned from Backlund last time. Gusmanwil hummed, his large palm stroking Evelyn's smooth, unblemished fur, and the corners of his mouth also turned up slightly as he smiled and said, you did very well in Backlund. Before, when Joseph and Reinhard escorted that batch of sealed artifacts back from Backlund, they both praised your abilities to me. Aaron was startled for a few seconds, then remembered that Reinhard was the Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight who had explored Amon's mausoleum with him. At the same time, he secretly muttered to himself. This old tool, Joseph Will, actually praised me to father. It seems the flattering words in the letter he sent me earlier were indeed his true feelings. Alas, my irresistible charm. Not noticing Aaron's momentary daze, Gusmanwil continued with a hint of deeper meaning. The things you did in Backlund afterwards brought fame and many benefits to my East Taker family. This has established sufficient prestige for you among the lower-ranking members of the family, laying the foundation for your future inheritance of the ducal title. Perhaps in a few more years, these old bones of mine can retire early. Aaron immediately snapped out of his thoughts and said with a chuckle, how can you be old bones? You are in your prime now, still far from retirement. Gusmanwil smiled and shook his head, not responding to his little cub's flattery, and his tone became much more serious. This is the ancestors' arrangement, and it has already been approved within the family's high-level members. As he spoke, he scrutinized Aaron, then continued with satisfaction, "Very good, you are already sequence 6, much faster than I expected." Aaron showed a shy and innocent smile, "Just so, this speed is merely acceptable." Gusman glanced at Aaron, and only when Aaron realized something was amiss and dropped his innocent smile did he slowly speak, "I think you also have the talent of a hunter. Perhaps you would advance faster on the hunter pathway." Aaron coughed lightly, feeling that these words sounded somewhat familiar, as if someone had said something similar to him recently. Evelyn, being stroked, looked at Aaron, who was busy talking and ignoring her, and felt the pressure from the divinity on the hand stroking her. She felt incredibly wronged. She remembered how majestic she was when she commanded all cats in Backlund. Now, she could only pretend to be cute and adorable, which was truly a lack of cat rights. Not dwelling on the topic, Gusman pondered for a moment before speaking, "Although I am not of the arbitrator pathway, I have communicated with the family's imperative mage." Her name is Mashiana Will. Her? A female imperative mage. Aaron was not surprised by this. After all, with the Beyonder pathways controlled by the East Taker family, a female who wished to become a demigod could only follow the Justiciar pathway or the Black Emperor pathway. Originally, Mashiana, knowing you would be returning soon, wanted to speak with you personally, but there was a problem with the Loen Kingdom's colony in the southwestern tip of the South Continent. The local resistance forces, secretly funded by the Fasak Empire, caused considerable losses to Loen. The king dispatched her to lead a fleet to quell the rebellion, and it is said that the Rose School of Thought also had a hand in it. That colonial area is surrounded by the Fozak colonial area, the Intis colonial area, and the undeveloped West Baron native area. It is far from Loen's other colonial areas in the South Continent, a sort of exclave, and the situation is extremely complex. They say it's an opportunity to earn merits, but I'm afraid only such thankless tasks fall to us. If a demigod of my East Taker family were to fall there, perhaps that would truly please the king." Aaron frowned slightly as he listened. Gusman also realized he had said too much and quickly reined in the conversation, returning to the previous topic. "Before Mashiana left, she also entrusted me with some things to tell you. In her understanding, the sequence advancement of the arbitrator pathway embodies the process of gradually evolving from an agent of order to a formulator of order. At your current sequence level, you should already be able to vaguely perceive this." Aaron gathered his thoughts, nodded, and confirmed some of his previous conjectures. Low-sequence arbitrators, sheriffs, and even interrogators, who have gradually been classified as mid-sequence since the 5th epoch, can be said to be merely agents of order. However, the Beyonder abilities of Sequence 6 Judge are essentially about establishing new rules within a certain area. Things within that area must act in accordance with these rules, and if they violate them, they will be bound by the rules. From Judge onwards, one gradually touches upon the formulator of order or rules. The various abilities of subsequent sequences are all based on the various imperatives obtained at the Judge stage. Looking at the thoughtful Aaron, Gusman gave him some time to think before continuing. "Therefore, starting from Judge, the advancement ritual of the arbitrator pathway begins to gradually connect with the established order and formulated rules. The higher the sequence, the tighter the connection." Based on her understanding of imperative mage and the advancement ritual, Mashiana speculates that subsequent advancements to sequence 3 and even angel level will require establishing an area, similar to a territory, that already has its own order and fully formulated rules. These will take a considerable amount of time to establish, so you must not rush for quick success. This is the foundation for your future advancement to higher sequences. It can be considered as early acting for the potion and early preparation for the ritual. Although the advancement speed will slow down in the short term, it will help your advancement to demigod and even higher levels. These are also the ancestors' intentions. As for the subsequent potion formulas and rituals that the family lacks, the ancestor said that he would solve them. Aaron had been listening attentively, as this was advice from a high-sequence powerhouse of his own pathway, until he heard the last sentence, at which point he couldn't help but curl his lips. The ancestor will solve it for me. If he could solve it, he would have already solved it. The family's imperative mage, who is stuck at sequence 4, would have already advanced to sequence 3. In the end, I'll probably still have to rely on opening the treasure left by the Night Emperor. Looking at Aaron, who was listening attentively, Gusman softened his tone and said with a smile, "As for the situation in the area of the South Continent you are going to, while it is complex, the family will provide you with the greatest possible support. This is also your final test to inherit the title of Duke of East Turok. I believe you will not disappoint the family's expectations, right?" Aaron was stunned for a few seconds. After a moment of silence, he nodded firmly. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost midnight. Aaron planned to return to his room to rest first, then discuss his experiences in Backlund with his father tomorrow, and surprise his mother and sister. Just as he was about to bid farewell, he heard his father say, "Ancestor Varna previously issued a secret order for you to come to him as soon as you return. You don't need to prepare anything else, just hold that token, and you can pass through unhindered." You have been here for a long time. You can go in a moment. Don't bring your pet. I'll have a servant prepare a special room for it. Aaron froze for a moment, suddenly remembering that he still had a cat. He exchanged a somewhat guilty glance with Evelyn's resentful little eyes, then nodded. Just as he was about to use spirit world teleportation to go to Ancestral Tower where Ancestor Varna was, he was interrupted by Gusman Will. Aaron turned his head in confusion, only to see him speak with a serious expression. There's one more thing I need to remind you, the South Continent you are going to is different from the Northern Continent. Although the 7 churches jointly eradicated the Death Pathway Church in the South Continent after the fall of the Death Pathway at the end of the 4th epoch. However, their remnants are still not to be underestimated. They have resurfaced and formed the Numinous Episcopate, with no lack of angels and saints among them. They are all high-sequence powerhouses of the Death Pathway, and this mask of yours also contains a sequence 4 Undying Beyonder characteristic. Although it has been sealed by the Ancestor, under the almost mystical influence of the Beyonder characteristic convergence law, no one can guarantee whether you will encounter high-sequence powerhouses of the Death Pathway or strange spirit world creatures formed after the Death Pathway's fall when you traverse the spirit world in the South Continent. And you are not a Beyonder of the Death Pathway, and your control over the spirit world is limited to this mystical item. Once you encounter them in the spirit world, you will be in great danger. Looking at the somewhat stunned Aaron, Gusman Will lightly coughed and continued, this is just a reminder, not to make you give up using it. I just hope you are mentally prepared in advance, as these things are only possibilities. Aaron looked at the death mask in his hand and immediately felt a headache. It seemed he either had to ask the Ancestor if there was a solution, or find a way to get a Traveler Beyonder characteristic to create a mystical item. Sighing, he bowed to his father, then activated Spirit World Teleportation. Ancestral Tower was within the East Turok Duke's Manor, so no special Spirit World coordinates were needed. West Bayron, Northern Province, Kokova City, with the blood moon hanging high. Checkwald followed Bishop Montella, who was dressed in typical South Continent attire, through the core area of Kokova City, Joyful Feather Square. They were heading to their destination, Messaniza's General's Mansion, which was located there, next to a downward-sloping Death Pathway church. Checkwald held a fruit locally called Dalawa in his hand, and sighed in his heart as he looked at the dark night. Perhaps it was due to his efforts, or perhaps he truly had a talent for learning. In the assessment presided over by Bishop Montella last week, Checkwald miraculously passed by the skin of his teeth. Checkwald still remembered the look of relief on Bishop Montella's face at the time. His usual strictness was completely gone, and the age spots and wrinkles on his face seemed to exude warmth. Truly impressive. However, Checkwald was also very happy, not because he passed the exam, but because according to previous practice, passing the exam would come with a substantial bonus. Just as Checkwald was still wondering if this money would be enough to buy the Sequence 6 Conspirer Potion formula from the Chaos Council. Bishop Montella, whose face had become very kind and amiable, told Checkwald, in a tone that implied, "You've hit the jackpot," what he himself considered to be very unfortunate news. The reward for passing this assessment was to go on a secret mission with Bishop Montella. In other words, there was no bonus. Checkwald almost forgot how he walked out of Bishop Montella's room at the time, and he certainly didn't want to remember it. However, perhaps as compensation, he was given a full 3-day holiday. 3 whole days without studying. This slightly alleviated his discomfort until Bishop Montella found him this evening and told him to first go to Messaniza's General's Mansion. Checkwald gathered his thoughts, took a hearty slurp of the Dalawa in his hand, drinking it all down. He exhaled comfortably, feeling the sour-sweet, extremely refreshing taste. The first time he drank this stuff, perhaps due to not being used to the local conditions, Checkwald really didn't think it tasted good, preferring a beer. But later, he couldn't escape the true fragrance theorem. After throwing the empty shell into the trash can, he quickly caught up with Bishop Montella in front. As a noble former Intis noble, even though he had lived in this city for a week or two, Checkwald still felt a sense of incongruity and incompatibility when walking through it. After all, foreigners were so few here, almost only seen frequently around the celebration square where the major consulates were located. In other places, most of the people coming and going were local Byram people. They had brownish skin, black curly hair, and soft facial features. In the eyes of many Northern Continent people, among the same gender, there was only a distinction of height, weight, and build, looking quite similar. And these local people, regardless of gender, liked to smoke East Byram tobacco, which was made by directly wrapping dried tobacco leaves with herbs. Even though it was late at night, as he walked along, Checkwald still occasionally saw local residents by the roadside or outside doors, exhaling smoke. This tobacco was really not good, too choking. Checkwald muttered silently. Because of the Dalawa true fragrance theorem earlier, he had specifically tried the local East Byram tobacco, and the result was obvious, this tobacco was not favored by the true fragrance theorem. While Checkwald was lost in thought, Bishop Montella had already led him to the General's Mansion. Bishop Montella lightly coughed. Checkwald quickly came to his senses and, as previously instructed, stepped forward to find the guard on duty and requested to see a man named Haggis. Based on his obviously non-native appearance and gentlemanly attire, the guard did not refuse or make things difficult for him. One of them went inside and called out a man under 30. This man's features and skin color were standard Byram, but his slightly curly black hair was pulled very straight and neatly combed back, seemingly imitating the upper-class figures of the northern continent countries. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a very formal tie. As soon as he saw Bishop Montella, his eyes lit up. Without saying much, he welcomed the two into the mansion. Bishop Montella smiled and nodded, walking in front. Checkwald followed honestly and silently, while muttering in his heart. Say more, make more mistakes, say less, make fewer mistakes, say nothing, make no mistakes. Chapter 149, The Specialty of Red Sacrifice. Checkwald stepped into the general's mansion, curiously observing the architectural style, but unexpectedly, he didn't see any South Continent characteristics. The interior of the mansion neither controlled the lighting, making the rooms gloomy, nor boldly used a small amount of human bones as decoration to create a strong impact. Instead, it resembled a transplanted northern continent mansion, with an indelible intis color. Each column was segmented with gold leaf, the murals on the walls were vibrantly colored, surrounded by golden sculptures, and a spiraling, luxurious staircase descended from above, connecting all 4 floors and landing in the center of the hall, directly facing the entrance, making it extremely grand. Checkwald's gaze swept over the stair railings and the palm-sized golden angel statues protruding diagonally from the middle of the columns, with a somewhat complex expression. As a former Intis noble, he was extremely familiar with these, which brought back memories and made him feel a bit down. Bishop Montella walked ahead, entering the hall first, followed closely by Checkwald and the butler, Haggis. In the magnificent and luxurious council hall, 2 men stood on either side of a sofa, seemingly bidding farewell. The man on the left was hatless, dressed in a sharp black military uniform with gleaming gold buttons and a blood-red sash. His skin was light brown, his facial features were soft, and his facial features seemed undeveloped, tightly squeezed in the center of his face, making his face appear larger than average. Having done his homework in advance and obtained information from various sources, Checkwald immediately recognized him as Masonius, the de facto ruler of the northern state of West Bayern, who called himself a general. He outwardly wavered between Loen, Intis, Fozak, Fenaport, and several rebel forces, maintaining a balance, but secretly, he had already gained the support of the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction. At the same time, he suspected that this indigenous general had also established a secret connection with the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, otherwise Bishop Montella wouldn't have come tonight. What surprised Checkwald was the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes on the right, who had a slightly familiar feeling and a distinctly lone appearance. More importantly, Check could clearly sense that the other party was also a Beyonder, and his sequence was higher than his own. Masonius also noticed Bishop Montella entering and shook hands with the young man, smiling. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Alfred, I have another guest. We can discuss the cooperation in detail later when we have the chance." Alfred smiled and nodded, his peripheral vision scanning the incoming guests. He then calmly followed a servant out of the hall, every movement subtly revealing a convincing charm and authority. After he left the general's mansion, Masonius dismissed everyone around him. When it was Checkwald's turn, Bishop Montella suddenly waved his hand, signaling him to stay, and said to Masonius, whose eyes held a strange look, "This is one of us. He will also participate in the upcoming operation, and he can know some things." Check felt a string of question marks flash through his mind. "Who is one of us? I don't want to know your affairs, don't talk nonsense." He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say what was on his mind. Masonius, however, nodded, no longer holding back, and quickly walked to Bishop Montella's side, saying, "Bishop, did Mr. Luca not come?" Bishop Montella nodded and explained, "His Grace the Archbishop received a secret mission from the church and will not be returning for some time, but this will not affect our cooperation. And I'm sure you know, the Rose School of Thought has been making moves recently, and they suffered a big loss a while ago. For safety reasons, let's change our transaction method. West of the Duke of East Turok's manor, on the open ground in front of a tall circular tower, its exterior covered in red copper rust and adorned with blades, spears, swords, and halberds. The void twisted, colors vivid. Aaron stepped out, holding a box covered in complex patterns, and looked at the tall tower before him, remaining silent for a long time. It wasn't until the ancient black iron token, gifted by his ancestor Varna, in his arms grew slightly warm and emitted a rich aura of iron and blood, that Aaron collected his scattered thoughts and stepped forward. Entering the spacious hall, he walked past the high platform to the depths of the first floor. The passage behind the altar had already opened, and a winding stone staircase descended, bringing with it familiar pressures. Aaron followed the winding stone steps downwards. Strange symbols on the walls emitted points of red light, illuminating the path ahead like fireflies in the dark night. Suddenly, Aaron felt an irresistible force assailing him. Suppressing his instinctive reaction, Aaron closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a spacious hall. The walls were covered with blades, spears, swords, and halberds, all covered in red copper rust, exuding a strong aura of iron and blood. A figure in classical full armor, with red hair and brown eyes, sat on a bronze chair deep within the hall, his brown eyes quietly watching the young man descending the stone steps. Just as Aaron was about to bow, the box in his hand broke free, floated into the air, and opened on its own, revealing a tarot card. The card depicted a male priest in a crimson robe, seated in a chariot. The priest's appearance was clearly Roselle Gustave. The starlight in the upper left corner condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Varna's brown eyes narrowed slightly. The Red Priest card instantly appeared in his hand, and the aura of iron and blood throughout the underground hall immediately intensified, a more powerful majesty emerging than before. For a moment, Aaron seemed to see a phantom, peculiar crown covered in rust and bloodstains appear, only to vanish instantly. The oppressive and stifling atmosphere lasted for a few seconds, then, as the blasphemy card left his hand and floated in the air again, everything returned to normal. Varna's deep sigh echoed in the underground hall, lingering for a long time. Is this the blasphemy card Roselle made? Can a Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor, of the Mystery Prior pathway truly achieve such a degree? Aaron was stunned, the words he had prepared to explain how he obtained the blasphemy card caught in his throat. Then, he understood a little. Roselle achieved Black Emperor at the last moment and fell shortly after becoming Sequence 0. Even Bernadette wasn't sure if Roselle had taken that final step. Moreover, this was over 100 years ago, and Varna had been in slumber since the early 5th epoch, only shaking off the slumber state in recent decades. It was reasonable for him to understand Roselle and the blasphemy card, but with limited information, he could indeed only infer the strength of a Sequence 1 at most. Thinking of this, Aaron pondered for a moment before looking up at Varna on the bronze chair and saying, Roselle was not a Sequence 1, but a Sequence 0 Black Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron felt an extremely oppressive gaze fall upon him. He didn't feel uncomfortable, so he continued, the path of the Mystery Prior pathway is almost broken. Roselle, with the help of certain individuals, obtained all the materials to become a Black Emperor. In the end, he became a god, but also fell. Black Emperor. Varna listened in silence, as if recalling something. After a moment, a long sigh came. Varna looked at Aaron below the platform and said with a touch of emotion, Roselle was indeed a rare talent. If he had been born in the early 4th epoch, perhaps there would be 8 Orthodox churches now. Then, with a hint of meaning, he continued, then do you know why he jumped pathways to become a Black Emperor? Aaron pretended to think for a moment before responding, because the Black Emperor pathway has the characteristic of resurrection. Even if one loses control or dies due to jumping pathways, as long as they successfully advance, there is a possibility of resurrection. And once resurrected, they will not be bound by the original pathway. Varna nodded and then said, I once told you that there are 2 blasphemy slates, both containing the mysteries of the sequences. But most high-level existences have only seen the second blasphemy slate. That blasphemy slate contains more about the advancement methods of the 22 paths of gods, but it lacks some more important knowledge. At this point, Varna sighed and continued, when the first Black Emperor, Solomon, established his empire and ruled the northern continent, an existence who had seen both the first and second blasphemy slates first proposed a conjecture about the Black Emperor's resurrection conditions and characteristics. Simply put, the Black Emperor's resurrection process has 3 stages. First, the uniqueness detaches from the owner, becoming conceptual and abstract. Second, the Black Emperor's subjects hear the majestic voice of this god again. Third, the Black Emperor, fused with the uniqueness, reappears in the astral world. 3 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics automatically return to their emperor's hands, and this is an order that other true gods cannot reverse or stop. True gods cannot reverse or stop it. At the time, it sounded like a lie to deceive the 6 gods and a boast about the Black Emperor. And when that Black Emperor Solomon fell, and my father and that one established the Tudor Trunsoist United Kingdom, this theory gradually disappeared. It wasn't until later, when Solomon resurrected in the astral world and my father also fell to Sequence 2, that the 6 gods couldn't successfully prevent any of it from happening. At this point, everyone knew that the existence's conjecture was actually true, and the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway was thus remembered by all high-level existences at the time. Aaron listened with great interest, never expecting that the Black Emperor's resurrection ritual, which he thought was already common knowledge, had such a story behind it. Aaron also had a vague guess about the existence Varna mentioned and was secretly guessing the intention behind his words. As Aaron pondered, Varna's gaze returned to the red priest card floating in the air, his tone unusually ethereal. Sequence 1 Conqueror, Sequence 0 Red Priest. Inciting a continent-wide war and achieving sufficient victories, the essence of this god ascension ritual is an examination of the Conqueror potions acting. Only a true conqueror can pass the test and advance to Sequence 0. Varna chuckled twice, his voice complex as he continued, that existence also mentioned another conjecture at the time, which is the origin of many subsequent events. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. he couldn't help but look at Varna on the high platform, who silently opened his mouth. The Red Priest can also be resurrected, but the conditions are more stringent. As long as the conquered still fear and revere him, and his subordinates still wage war, then he can resurrect from the chaos of war, and from the fear and reverence of the conquered. Alastair Tudor, that lunatic, also believed this conjecture and did everything, just to achieve Red Priest. And after his fall, to prevent Alastair Tudor from truly resurrecting, what were then the 7 Orthodox churches jointly annihilated the Tudor family. At the same time, they covered up the history of the 4th epoch and eliminated the public's fear and reverence for him. What Alastair Tudor did at the time could only be eliminated by this method, otherwise he wouldn't have been called the Blood Emperor. Aaron's mind raced, quickly flashing through the influences and attitudes of various factions towards the Red Priest pathway, and many conjectures immediately arose in his mind. Southwest of the Violent Sea, on the sea north of West Baron in the South Continent. Fay Luanita stood leisurely on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and the leisurely time without classes. It had been a long time since he and Danitz returned from Byam. The captain's plan had worked well. Now, almost all well-known pirates knew about the Iceberg Admiral's failed treasure hunt. And the captain, for some time recently, didn't seem to have researched anything. Instead, she purchased a lot of military supplies at Bodo Port and informed them that their next stop would be the South Continent. In the Golden Dream's captain's cabin, Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards sat behind her desk, holding a deep red ink pen, writing something unknown. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow, put down her pen, pulled at the lace flower-tied collar of her shirt cuff, and walked behind the rows of bookshelves. On the side of the last row of bookshelves, a figure slowly emerged. This was an elder in a plain white robe with brass-colored silk threads, his hair completely white but meticulously combed, and a pair of deep gray-green eyes that seemed bottomless. It was none other than Archbishop Lucabraust of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church. He placed the large black iron key he was holding on the shelf and said at a steady pace, "I have returned from Isaris Cathedral. This key is still in your keeping, and you can dispose of it as you wish." As he spoke, a book bound with parchment appeared in Lucabraust's hand. On its dark brown cover was a line of ancient Fuzak language. Grozel's Travels. This came from a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea, submerged for 165 years, and still undamaged. Lucabraust briefly introduced it, then added, "This item, like that key, you can dispose of as you wish. You can also sell it to people who are interested in it." Edwina Edwards's eyes deepened. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke, "Is this also the cathedral's intention?" Lucabraust nodded, and then his figure strangely twisted and dissipated as if he had never appeared, leaving only a box behind, his lingering voice still echoing, "I've given you the Beyonder characteristic and the coordinates. Go there as soon as possible to complete the transaction. I have other tasks." Chapter 150 Rewards and Planning. Under the blood moon, Danitz stood at the front of the deck, gazing somewhat melancholically at the surging blue sea ahead. After Fay Luanitas urged him to repay the money again, he felt he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise, his reputation might be ruined by that guy at any moment. Danitz bared his teeth for a while, then mustered his courage and went straight to the captain's cabin through the hatch, intending to ask the captain for an advance on his salary. Upon reaching his destination, Danitz took 3 deep breaths before raising his right hand, ready to knock on the door. Just then, the Iceberg Admiral's voice came from inside. "Come in." Danitz paused his right hand, forced a smile, opened the door, and entered. Edwina sat behind her desk, flipping through a book on the table with a deep brown cover made of parchment. When Danitz entered, Edwina's clear, spring-like light blue eyes moved slightly, and she said emotionlessly, "Notify all sailors to prepare, we will open the door of Traveler in 10 minutes. The words Danitz had been preparing all the way instantly got stuck in his throat. He mumbled, nodded, and fled the captain's cabin as if escaping, not forgetting to close the door thoughtfully. Upon receiving the captain's order, the ordinary people on the ship and the Beyonders who were only Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 all covered their eyes. Moments later, Edwina's figure appeared at the bow, and the Golden Dream immediately lit up with transparent, almost illusory, strange patterns all over its body. The figure of the Golden Dream then blurred, becoming almost invisible, and a vortex appeared out of thin air in its original spot. The surrounding seawater gathered to fill it, and the sea surface returned to calm. This was a strange but effective spell Edwina created based on the polymath's analysis and imitation of the Traveler, relying on the mysticism magister. Fay Luan stood on the deck as if seeing indescribable, even transparent, almost non-existent things, and seeing one clear, bright light after another of different colors, containing endless knowledge. After a few breaths, all of this disappeared, and the Golden Dream also emerged from its transparent and illusory state, returning to reality and arriving at a coastline. The coast north of Kukva, West Bayron, South Continent. Checkwald stood behind Bishop Montella, holding a dried leaf with golden patterns. This was a token of connection given by General Masonius, the leader of the northern state, when he was at the general's mansion. Czech had just glanced at the blood moon and estimated the time when he suddenly turned his head to look at the sea not far away, his eyes widening involuntarily. There, waves surged, and a sailboat dozens of meters long, lit up with transparent, faintly golden light, appeared out of thin air. Golden Dream, Iceberg Admiral. These two names flashed through Czech's mind, and suddenly he felt something, looking at the Golden Dream's deck, and met eyes with Fay Luanitas, who had also turned his head. East Taker Manor, Irosil, Ancestral Tower Underground Hall. Aaron roughly recounted to Varna how he had, coincidentally, found the Blood Emperor's ruins and how he had obtained this Red Priest card. He emphasized that he had sacrificed a Sequence 4 Undying Beyonder characteristic to the goddess in exchange for the help of Ms. Ariana, the abbess of the Black Knight Monastery. Finally, he had taken great risks to successfully bring back this blasphemy card, which was of great significance to the family. Varna's brown eyes glanced at Aaron, who was full of anticipation, and after a moment of silence, he spoke faintly. I remember, you also borrowed the power of my projection at that time. Aaron immediately bowed and saluted, his tone sincere with gratitude. Thank you for the ancestors' care. I will definitely continue to work hard and lead the family to the next level. I also obtained a Beyonder characteristic of the Earl of the Fallen in that ruin. I am willing to offer it to the family, but I still lack a powerful offensive item. I wonder if Ancestor here. As Aaron spoke, he looked at Varna on the high platform with expectant eyes, while muttering to himself. However, there's only a single Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristic. I'll keep the other Beyonder characteristics after they precipitate out to cultivate my subordinates. Originally, Aaron intended to leave it for Solo Binter, but considering that he had only recently advanced to Sequence 5 Chaos Mentor and had not fully digested the potion. Moreover, his current contributions were not enough to exchange for a demigod's potion and ritual. Out of consideration for the overall interests of the family, Aaron still decided to offer it to the family so that the family could gain another demigod as soon as possible. Varna's expression softened upon hearing Aaron's words. After a moment of contemplation, on the wall behind the bronze chair, an ancient-looking sword hilt covered in bronze rust began to hum and tremble, as if awakened by some invisible force. Accompanying the humming, the bronze rust on the long sword peeled off, detaching from the wall bit by bit, and the surrounding walls, covered in reddish-brown rust on their knives, spears, swords, and halberds, also trembled slightly. That invisible aura of iron and blood seemed to be gradually converging. Aaron's vision blurred, and an ancient long sword covered in blood-red patterns, without a trace of rust, appeared before him. Varna, on the high platform, flicked his finger, and a red light surged into Aaron's glabella, allowing him to learn the abilities of this long sword. Sword of Judgment. Ability 1, Harvest, can discover the target's weaknesses from a mystical perspective, which are areas of weak defense, and provide corresponding precision, thereby causing terrifying damage beyond normal and fatal attacks. No matter where it strikes the target, it is equivalent to a weak point attack, and if it truly hits a genuine weak point, then, for enemies whose defense is not too strong, it can achieve a one-hit kill. For targets skilled in defense, it can resolve them within 3 strikes. Ability 2, Domination, can establish a hidden connection with followers and even armies, allowing the entire team's power to be concentrated on oneself and distributing damage, or sharing members' vision. The power that can be borrowed and the damage that can be shared depend on the team's tacit understanding and whether they are adjacent sequences. Non-adjacent sequences require a higher degree of team cohesion. Side effects: Harvest can be used a maximum of 3 times daily. The damage returned by each harvest will progressively increase, and the third use of Harvest will return an equivalent amount of damage, but the received damage can be dispersed through Domination. When in domination state, the damage received by the dominated subjects will also be passively dispersed onto the dominator. If used for more than 10 minutes, negative emotions such as irritability and impulsiveness will inevitably appear. Aaron opened his eyes, looking with satisfaction at the Sword of Judgment before him. Besides the most basic manipulation of various flames and enhanced physique, its 2 abilities pleasantly surprised him. Moreover, the negative effects were not severe. The only troublesome point was that to use the domination ability, a team had to be established first, and it also required time to train and build rapport. It's better to be refined than numerous, control the number of people to within 4. It just so happens that on the way to the South Continent, there's plenty of time to train and build rapport. Aaron thought to himself, reaching out to take the Sword of Judgment floating before him. A blood-red light appeared out of thin air, condensing into a scabbard, concealing the iron blood aura emanating from the Sword of Judgment. Seeing Aaron put away the Sword of Judgment, Varna looked at Aaron's still very bulging pocket and said faintly, "What's that thing in your arms? I can feel that strong pollution even through the seal." Aaron coughed dryly, took out a long, rectangular box from inside his jacket, broke the spiritual wall on it, and the Calamity Scepter, covered in dark patterns and dark blue to almost black at the top, immediately appeared. Varna frowned slightly, then heard Aaron say, "This is a sealed artifact from the Rose School of Thought, but it has been contaminated. I would like to ask Ancestor to shatter this sealed artifact for me." Aaron was also quite helpless. Above the dark gold mist, even after integrating the Black Emperor card, he could at most only invoke demigod-level power. There were some peculiar residual contaminations within the Calamity Scepter, which the Gun of No Shadow also failed to purify. After careful examination, Varna pressed his right hand, causing the entire underground hall to tremble. The Calamity Scepter, covered in dark patterns and dark blue to almost black at the top, shattered with a crack, splitting into tiny blue light points that seemed to carry electric arcs. Among these light points, a small amount of dark red mist steamed, eventually condensing into a drop of vivid dark red blood. Subsequently, the blue light points with electric arcs reassembled, continuously condensing, turning into a deep blue gem. Its transparent outer layer enveloped the azure seawater, with wind occasionally swirling inside and silver flashes appearing from time to time. Varna manifested a phantom hand and picked up the seemingly vivid drop of blood, finding that it contained vigorous vitality. It hasn't reached the angel level, but it's a bit strange. It seems to be something blessed by an evil god. While Varna was deep in thought, his gaze inadvertently swept towards Aaron, only to see him beaming with excitement, pulling out a bizarre black glove from his embrace, upon which countless ears seemed to be embedded. Before he could inquire, Aaron spoke first. "Please, ancestor, fuse that drop of blood with this glove, and then place a layer of seal on it." This glove was a sealed artifact he made in Backlund using the Beyonder characteristic of the Aurora Order's Sequence 8 listener. It completely retained the listener's abilities and negative effects, maximizing the contamination effect of this drop of blood. It would yield miraculous results against certain heavily wounded demigods. If he had this item when dealing with Flora Jacob, it would have been much easier. By rationally utilizing its negative effects, it could also be transformed into a powerful weapon, even playing a significant role in demigod battles. The only thing to note is that it's useless against the Rose school of thought. In fact, they might even exploit it. Varna was silent for 2 seconds, then moved his finger, flicking the bizarre blood drop into the glove. At the same time, red and white intertwined patterns emerged, sealing all the ears on the glove, which had turned from black to dark red. Aaron, with a smile, put away the glove and the cataclysmic Inter Beyonder characteristic, then lightly coughed and looked at Varna on the high platform. "Ancestor, during that exploration of the Blood Emperor's ruins, I obtained an important piece of information. Bansi Harbor was formerly known as Bansi Town. The blood descendants of the Red Angel Medici are there, and hidden among them is a weather warlock in extremely poor condition. And the Church of Storms is unaware of this information, or for some reason, chooses to ignore it, treating it merely as a somewhat special colonial island." Varna's eyes flickered slightly, and he spoke in a low voice. "That so-called weather museum. The god of weather, worshipped by those natives, is that weather warlock among Medici's descendants?" Aaron nodded, looking at the contemplative Varna, and urged. "That's an angel-level Beyonder characteristic, and I have a way to extract the Sequence 3 and Sequence 4 Beyonder characteristics from it. Once successful, the family's strength will undoubtedly rise to another level." As he spoke, he took out the knight emblem Ms. Ariana had given him and the Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting paper crane covered in writing from his embrace, continuing. "With this, I can summon Ms. Ariana's historical projection and also receive help from an angel of the fate pathway." Varna turned his head and sensed it, staring at Aaron with a strange look for a moment, then nodded. "Good. Before you begin the operation, recite my honored name." This time, he didn't give Aaron a chance to reply, as if worried he might say something else, and slightly raised his palm. Aaron only felt his vision blur, and he had already appeared outside the main tower, the words caught in his throat again. "East of DC Bay, Damel Island." The moon shadow sailed out of Damel Harbor. Louise Sears sat by the window, listlessly looking at the sun outside, while gazing at the distant sea. The initial novelty of being at sea had long faded. After so many days at sea with no gains, coupled with her discomfort from the change in environment, Louise gradually grew irritable. Count Mistral, with light silver hair and scarlet eyes, quietly appeared behind Louise, smiling as he spoke. "Patience is a quality a hunter should possess. You are still very young, there are many things you still need to constantly comprehend." Louise immediately turned her head, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Then, remembering something, she asked. "Grandfather, is the power behind the Blood Admiral, Senior, really the Rose School of Thought?" Count Mistral nodded, adding. "He is a Sequence 5 Wraith of the Prisoner Pathway, and this pathway is controlled by the Rose School of Thought. Moreover, his actions and conduct are identical to the indulgent faction of the Rose School of Thought." Having received a definitive answer, Louise's eyes grew brighter, and she quickly said. "Then can we use divination to pinpoint the Blood Admiral's location, and then follow the clues to find the Rose School of Thought?" Count Mistral paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, explaining to Louise's puzzled gaze. "This method won't work. Wraith Beyonders of the Aberrant Pathway can transform into spiritual bodies and directly contact the spirit world to obtain information. Therefore, they naturally possess the ability for divination and anti-divination. So, whether it's the Blood Admiral or other wraiths, they can make the revelations we receive erroneous and deviated. They might even lead us into traps they've prepared beforehand." Looking at Louise, who was somewhat enlightened yet also disappointed, Count Mistral smiled, showing no urgency. No need to be anxious. You just need to do what you should, and we have our own ways for other matters. You can also use this time to thoroughly digest your potions, Professor Potion. This will be of great help to your subsequent competition.